Here's the snap. Deep drop for Big Ben under pressure. Henry Milton's got him wrapped up, and down he goes. Henry Milton showing some athleticism, coming around the bend, and the under tackle from Texas drops him for a 4-yard loss. Snap to cover, giving him Matt Forte, opening left side. He's got the 40, 45, midfield, left sideline, and knocked out of bounds. That's a first down for the Bears. To the Dolphin 40, Jeremiah Bell, the Pro Bowl safety, on the tackle. 21-yard run by Matt Forte. Big Ben takes, Bears bring 4. Stepping up, delivering a pass, and is intercepted. Backing up with a football. Tillman picks it up in midfield. Runs right. Bears take the ball away from the Miami Dolphins. Snap to cover. On a short set, tight pocket, in trouble, leaving the pocket. He's got the 25 left to the 20. To the 15, he outruns a man for the first down to the 10-yard line. Jay Cutler on the move again. Beats a defensive back in space and gets the first down scramble of 16 yards. Long count, Bears showing blitz. They back off and bring 4. Donajay chasing down Thigpen, and he trips him up, and down he goes! Back to the 26-yard line. Effort play by Izzy Donajay. Sack number 6 this season, and third of the day by the Bears. Aroma Shadur left with Bennett. Right side, Knox. Manamaloona tied at left end. Forte in the back. Here's Cutler giving him Matt Forte, opening up the right side. End zone! Touchdown! Touchdown! Touchdown Bears! Matt Forte for 6. His 4th 5-receiver shotgun. Bears have 4 down linemen. And they're bringing Urlacher and Briggs. And here comes Urlacher. He gets the Thigpen, and down he goes. Sacked inside the Dolphin 35. Told you they were coming.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. We are live at Total Sports in Naperville. He's Obradovich on the phone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win 16-0 over the Miami Dolphins. And I got to tell you guys, first of all, to shut a team out is one thing. And granted, it was a little boring tonight. I got a little bored. I wanted to put a pencil in my neck a couple times through the game. But the key is the fact that they did what they had to do. And more, I look at this team, I say, how in the hell are they doing it? What's going on with this team? They did exactly what they needed to do. You saw Cutler.
Doug,
I believe his but Cutler's quarterback rating was 62, 63?
Somewhere around there, Doug, yeah.
You figured, well, heck, it's got to be a lot higher than that. Forte didn't quite get the 100 yards. He got 96. The defense, obviously, that's where the key is, the defense. They're the ones doing all this. They're making sacks. They're covering. They're tackling. They're doing everything. But you say to yourself, Ed and I looked at each other a couple times during the course of the game and said, this is pro football? There are things the Miami Dolphins did do, but if you take a look at it, once again, that they had a lot of injuries. They had the third-string quarterback. You could tell that he was a third-string quarterback, Big Pen. The 3 centers were gone. All right? They lose Marshall, the wide receiver. So all that there, so that says the Bears should win. And you know what? That's exactly what they did do. So bring on the Eagles, bring on the Packers. Let's see what this team can do.
Bring on New England.
Bring England.
Bring
Jets.
them all on.
Bring them all on.
I'll tell you, the way things are popping for Lovie Smith, it's really it's quite amazing. And I'm glad to see that we're scoring more points than the other team. But I'll tell you what, this Miami team, they had the top 2 quarterbacks go down, and you mentioned Thigpen came in, and boy, you know that this guy hasn't played in a couple years. And then their number 1 center's out, their backup center goes down, I believe, in the second series. So they had to move a guard over the center, and their top wide receiver, one of the best in the league, he can't even make it through the first half. He's done and gone. But I'll tell you what, again, which Doug said, they did what they had to do to win. What did they do last week when they started out offensively? The management game. What did you see right away? The first thing you saw, again, when they started to pass the ball was maximum protection. A lot of play action to hold the down linemen and the linebackers. And it worked. And it's worked last week. It worked this week, but there are some things defensively that I pointed out all year, and our defense has been in there, it's special teams and defense, that really has got us to where we're at, okay? And when I talk about defensively, where the weakness is on our inside people, our tackle, our 3 or 4 row man tackle rotation. We don't get depth, we don't penetrate, we don't cave the pocket in. And I mentioned last week that what they have to do is a lot more line tricks. In other words, between the left defensive tackle, left defensive end, same verse right on the right side too. Or you switch the tackles up, what they call an Isaacs. And if you watched it today, if they ran one of them, almost every play they did line tricks, either a double or on the left or on the right side, constantly doing line tricks, whether it's the tackle going first or the defensive end going first. You saw it all game, coupled with a blitz up the middle, which you saw with Urlacher. And what is that to do? That helps the pass rush. Julius Peppers came alive tonight, 3 sacks, folks. And a lot of it has to do with them changing their philosophy and moving that defensive line around, not sitting there in the 3 technique and the 1 technique and getting picked off play after play. They moved them around. They had movement in the defensive line, and you saw it tonight. And I hope they keep it up.
And see, the other thing, too, that helps the defense is when you get an offense that holds the football. It's called time of possession. You saw what happened to the Miami Dolphins. They were getting wore out. Now, that game was only 6-0 there for a long time. The fact is, though, what happened, they were out in the field all day. This, in turn, different for the Chicago Bears. The offense, the Bears' offense, now controlled the game, took care of the game, took care of getting first downs. There, I think they were, first half, they were 6 for 10 on third down conversions. On the other side of the coin, the Miami Dolphins were 0 for 5. And so you see there that the difference is the time of possession. Now, when you look at a game like this, you say to yourself, wait, how good are the Bears? And how bad are the Dolphins? Well, I know the Dolphins have a pretty tough schedule this year. You know, they were 5-4 or 5-3 going to this game or whatever they were, but they were winning. So when you take a look at this, you say to yourself, and Ed was talking about it, what's keeping this team together, what's happening with this team is the same damn thing that happened the year they went to the Super Bowl. It was the defense. And that's exactly where it's at. Now, if we get more out of our offense, that'd be great. And
but, Doug, let me just jump in here a second. I think the thing, what you've seen in the last couple of games, is the philosophy, not the wild throw the ball all over the place, which I would really like to see, but we don't have the people to get it done. So they brought it back down, and what are we doing now? The biggest difference now, Doug, is that we're converting on third down.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing. Moving the chain, eating up the clock, and that's been the big difference basically the last 2 weeks.
And the interceptions are not there. I mean, he threw one today. Obviously, the one right before the half, which was a bad throw. But he got away with a couple. Dansby should have had one. He probably should have taken it down near the goal line. Another one, it should have happened, but it didn't happen. So the fact is they're controlling, they're protecting the football more. And this is not Mike Martz football, guys. This is not Mike Martz football. But somebody got to him, and somebody told him, look, continue on your way like you started the season, and you'll lose all your games. You lose your games, you'll lose your quarterback, there'll be nobody left on this football team. So they pulled in their horns. They said, look, this is what we have. We have a special team. We have a tremendous defense. Let's don't screw it up offensively. Let's control the football. Let's run it. Let's play action it. Let's throw good passes. And let's don't take that many risks. And like Ed said, that's what they did. They carved it all down. Now, is that good enough? Will that be good enough to beat New England? Will that be good enough to beat the Packers again? Will that be good enough to take on the Jets? I don't know. But I'll tell you one thing. You have to get there first. And so right now, because the way I look at it, if they would have taken the same thing that they've done today and they've done last week and applied that formula when they played Seattle and Washington, they would have 9 wins. They would have 9 wins if they would have done that. But they got so arrogant up there and so almighty that this is who we are and this is what we are and this is the circus and we're going to put points on the board. Well, they don't, like Ed also said, they don't have the talent to do that. So someone got smart up there. They took some smart pills and said, we can't do that. This is what we can do. And that's what they're doing. So let's go along with the ride. Let's go along with the whole program and see what the hell happens after now.
The one thing that we have noticed this year, and probably all of you have noticed if you sit there and you watch the last several years with Lovey, how stubborn he is with his passion of how to play defense and offense and what you should do. But the biggest thing I've noticed is that they have changed, folks. They really have. They've changed their offensive philosophy. Mike Tice, the offensive line coach, making changes in the second game, third game, fourth game, fifth game, sixth game. That never happened before. And what happened here defensively? The first time it started a little bit more last week and a ton tonight. And again, I'll go back to it because that's the most important thing I saw that we did defensively to help our interior linemen was the line tricks, the line play after play after play. And that's how you get it done.
And the other thing, too, I noticed in the fact, if you want to pick certain things out, let's start with the right tackle,
Doug,
Marcus Webb.
Yeah, the greatest thing is that they're doing it during the game. You know, they wouldn't change at halftime. Yeah. And after the game, well, let's take a look at the films and come back week after week, same damn thing.
I want to talk about Marcus Webb when we get back because he had a hard, long night. And what was going on over with that right tackle, and he's going to have to improve on it. There's no question about it. You're listening to the Suburban Tire Postgame Show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Total Sports in Naperville. Obradovich and McClone, our phone number 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears 16, Dolphins 0. We'll be right back. Driving the Game is brought to you by Arlington Heights Ford, number one in what matters most.
Aroma Shadur left with Bennett. Right side, Knox. Metamaluna tied at left end. Forte in the back. Here's Cutler giving him Matt Forte, opening up the right side. End zone! Touchdown! Touchdown! Touchdown Bears! Matt Forte for 6. His 4th.
That highlight, courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to Suburban Tire Postgame Show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Total Sports in Naperville. He's Obradovich. I'm Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win 16-0 over the Miami Dolphins. And that last, Kurt, that last highlight that you heard,
wait a minute.
Where we scored, I'm going to let Eddie explain something to you, all right? Now, this is Forte goes in. Now, what happened?
Do you remember that touchdown? The only touchdown we scored all day when Forte scored off the right side, off of Jamarcus Webb? Mm-hmm. I'm going to tell you something. Doug played 14 years. I played 11. We've been watching this game for a long time, seen a lot of things happen. But I do not recall this. Jamarcus Webb, our right tackle, blocks down on nobody. Now, this is on the goal line. This is a goal line defense by Miami. There's nobody there. The off guard is Chris Williams. He pulls around for a trap play. There's nobody there. Jamarcus Webb touches nobody. Chris Williams pulls around, touches nobody. Forte takes the handoff from Cutler and walks it in the end zone, and nobody touches him. That's impossible.
Well,
that very well could be under the Ripley's, believe it or not, if they still have it.
I can tell you
that was unbelievable.
Well, Ed, you got to look at the bright side. The bright side.
Well, what is that?
The scheme.
The scheme of things.
It was the scheme of things.
Yeah.
It was the intellectual part that was put into that. That's how that happened, and I think that's how we're going to explain it.
I'm going to tell you something. This football game tonight, folks. I'll tell you what. They talk about parity in the league and et cetera, et cetera. But I'll tell you what. That was one poorly played football game by both sides. Believe me, it was, folks. Forget about the injuries, the this or the that. But there's some teams I know that have, like you take New England Patriots, they lost 12 starters and won the Super Bowl. Green Bay's got what, Doug?
11 guys on injured reserve.
11 guys on injured reserve, and they're right in the fight of everything. So you can use the excuses for injuries for so long. But I tell you what, that was a game that was certainly not well played, to say the least.
Well, then you got to take a look at it. You say, then what did they want to do in this football game? And again, too, there are certain things Ed said to me, a couple other people said to me, well, shouldn't have the Bears won? Shouldn't have scored been more? Shouldn't they have put on more points on the board? You know, and you say to yourself, well, why didn't they? Well, the only reason I can come back with anything is when you take a look at these stats, you saw the time of possession. The Bears held the football 37 minutes and 51 seconds compared to Miami, 22 minutes. Then you take a look at third down efficiency. The Bears were 10 for 18. The Miami Dolphins was 1 for 11. My theory is that they didn't want to take the risk to score more points. They knew that they had this team in wraps. This is my theory. My theory is the fact that when you got somebody beat, that don't do anything stupid, don't take any kind of high risk, don't do anything to put more points on the board. You could have won that game 3-0. And that's the direction kind of where they went because they didn't want to make mistakes. Now, are they good enough when the time comes, like I said before, when they meet up with the Giants, when they meet up the big guys, not the New York Giants, but the Giants, big guys that are scoring points, guys that are right there, like the Jets and, like I said, Green Bay and all those teams. This won't work. This will not work on that type of team. They're going to have to take some of those risks. But the neat thing about it is they'll be able to do that because I think they have a defense. I think they have a defense that can cover up and a lot of their mistakes offensively if it ever becomes a shootout.
Well, one thing that happened here too, Doug, is you talk about stacking wins, especially in the first half of the season. Now, I know we just finished our 10th game. Okay, we're 7 wins, 3 losses now? Mm-hmm. Okay, and I'll tell you, now we're going to come into a hard part of the season. But, let's see what happens here. We got 10 days to get ready. We're at home. Great place to play at home. We got the greatest fans in the world. Let Philadelphia come in here. Let's see what they can do. Let's see what we can do. And I know we have New England and the Packers, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I'll tell you something. Doug, what can they do different than what they're doing now, winning football games? In other words, when Philadelphia comes in, do we dump what we've done when we really reined it in the last 2-3 games and abandon that system and go back to trying to attack the whole field? I don't think we're going to do that. I think we're going to stay no matter who we play with and hope that our defense and our special teams can carry us to victory and that Cutler doesn't throw tons of interceptions and that we can convert on third down and eke out a win. Because if we change that philosophy, Doug, I don't know how we'll beat the 6 teams that we're going to play at the end of the season.
Well, I guess you have to take a look at how to beat special teams or different teams. For example, today, we had 25 passes and 40 runs. When's the last time you saw where the Chicago Bears ran the football 15 times more than they passed it? And like I said, 16 points. 16 points is not going to beat Philadelphia. 16 points is not going to beat the Jets. 16 points is not going to beat Green Bay. And so there's going to come a time when you're going to have to take those shots. They took one shot today. You remember what it was? Okay, Johnny Knox, or was it Knox or was it Hester? It was Hester down in the middle of the field. And they threw it deep, and it didn't work out. Hester had it, bobbled it, but Hester had his guy beat. And I thought Cutler threw him at that point in time. So, yeah, right, exactly. It may come down to where the fact is they go into these football games, they're going to have to do a little more to win them. But the point is this, and I really believe this, you do what you have to do to win the particular game that you're playing. And I think that's what they did tonight. I told you I almost fell asleep 5 times. I put a pencil in my neck twice. But the fact is, when the smoke cleared, and I looked at it and said, the Bears 16 and the Miami Dolphins 0.
Let's get to the callers, big guy.
Let's go to Irish Bill on the northwest side. Irish Bill, you're on the score.
Hey, guys, happy Thanksgiving.
Same to you, Bill.
I don't know if the Bears are going to win the Super Bowl or get to the Super Bowl, but I think the city of Chicago should just get behind this team and enjoy the ride the rest of the way. They've exceeded my expectations. I thought they were a 5 or 6 win team. They got 7 in the bank, And, yeah, they got a tough schedule ahead. I think the biggest improvement they have to make, Doug, is, as you said it, they got to be able to score more points. I thought early in the game they were really conservative when they got inside the 20. They took the shot after the Tillman interception down the field. Cutler underthrew Hester because that should have been 6 points right there. But once they got to 9-0, there was no way the Miami Dolphins were going to beat the Bears unless Cutler threw a pick six going the other way, because that guy, for all the talk this week that this guy was better than what everybody thought he was, that he was no third-string quarterback, that guy was terrible tonight. I mean, that was Henry Burris-like. That was like watching Craig Krenzel as a Bears quarterback, because he was terrible. But the one thing that's great to see is Urlacher and Briggs and the defense just pummel that guy all night long.
Let me tell you another thing, what they've done through 10 games. The serious injury we've avoided so far. We've been good, and we've been very, very lucky. We have not had serious injuries. And again, what's keeping us afloat, we talked about the special teams and defense. They really put us to where we are. But I'll tell you what, the injuries, my friend, is very big. And again, the difference makers, the guys that you expect to make the big plays, they've made them all year, and they made them again tonight.
The only thought that I have in my mind, and I had mentioned it before the break, talk a little about the right tackle, Marcus Webb. I thought that kid, what's his name, Wake, schooled him. I mean, he could have held him. I don't know how many times they didn't call.
Oh, my God.
I thought Webb was holding Wake. And I thought that there's maybe a problem there. Now, Wake is the type of guy that maybe Webb can't handle, because Wake is 230 pounds and he's fast and he's quick. And he's coming from outside. Right. So what I'm looking at is the fact that that's got to improve. I mean, there's no question about that. The other thing, again, I'm going to pull out particular names. Mano Maleuna. I don't think that he plays that well. That's in my mind. So I got to look at that. And then I look at some other things that's going on with that football team,
Doug,
that you have to say they have to improve on those particular ball players.
Doug, the reason why you probably will not see us go back to a full wide open offense, something that Green Bay runs, that New England runs, that you see Philadelphia runs, is because we just do not have the personnel. It's just a fact. If you think those five guys are going to stand in there for 4 quarters and block those people, it's not going to happen. The past 2 games, and Cutler even said it after last week's game, first thing out of his mouth, folks, what did we do different? He said we went to maximum pass protection, which we pointed out. And if they're going to get it done, that's what they're going to have to do. And when you do that, you take away a lot of offensive formations, a lot of in-motion plays, a lot of deep plays, deep patterns, post patterns. All that stuff does not exist when you go to maximum protection.
You're banking on that offense, and you also then, if you're going to play that, then you're banking on your defense, and you're banking on what that defense can do.
Yeah, but Doug, what's going to happen is if they do that with this offensive line, and they can't do it, Doug. They can't open it up, because I'll tell you what, Cutler will be in an ambulance after the second quarter.
I'm not talking about a full total open up. There's still times. Remember, we got into this battle last
year. Well, then what they have to do is
Orton?
move the pocket, get them out of the pocket.
You're still going to have to score points.
Deep.
You're still going to have to put some points up. You can't ask your defense to shut out every team at 0. You're not going to find a Thig Pen for the rest of the year. You'd love to play against a Thig Pen for the rest of the year. And you could shut everybody out for the rest of the year. But you're not. You're going to find different guys, so there's got to be different ways to do it. I'm not saying like they did the first 3 games, you cannot open it up, because we don't have the line to do that, nor the wide receivers. But you're going to have to find a way that you're going to have to put more points up when you get down near the red zone. That field goal business, kicking a field goal, and if that's your ultimate goal, then you're going to have problems down the road.
Doug, that's what it is.
Right, but it's not going to work.
That's what it is.
Let's go out to Mike in DeKalb. Mike, you're on the score.
Hey guys, how's it going?
All right, Mike.
Hey, I have to tell you, for 2 defensive people, the Bears' defense is pretty darn good, if not the best. And you have a quarterback that, not everything's on keel right now, but it will be. and the defense is playing so good. I don't understand why you're mad. The Bears just shut out Miami. That's good. And the odds makers, they moved up the 1.5 it opened up with, and then moved it to 2. And that means everybody's, picking Miami to win. And guess what the Bears did? They won.
Well, Mike, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about
being
either,
mad.
Mike.
See, Mike, I look at the game differently. I understand about what happened today. I look at the game, what's going to happen down the road. And I look at it like coaches should look at it. What do I need to do next week? Let's see, what do I have to do against Philadelphia? You're not going to be playing against Big Pen next week in Philadelphia. So you did what you had to do in this game, and I applaud that. I applaud what they did in Buffalo. But this is a different ball game coming up against Philadelphia. It's a different ball game against the Jets. And so that's all we're talking about. And that's you get excited about the fact that, this is where we are. This is great. But let's go one notch above, and let's do some more, and let's put some more points on the board.
Yeah, Mike, I don't know what you're talking about. Mad at the defense.
I'm not mad at the defense.
I don't know what station you're listening to, but I'll tell you what. We just pointed out good things. That constantly making changes, and defensively, and what they did last week, and they did constantly tonight, was take those defensive linemen and move them. Get them out of the technique 1 and technique 3, and move that defensive line and get upfield and make some sacks. That's a positive thing. That's what we're talking about.
You're listening to Suburban Tire Postgame Show on the Score, Sports Radio 670, Obradovich and Buffon. We're live at Total Sports in Naperville. Our phone number is 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears 16, the Dolphins 0. We'll be right back.
We now return to the Suburban Tire Postgame Show with Doug Buffon and Ed Obradovich, live from Total Sports Bar at 523 Fairway Drive in Naperville. The Suburban Tire Postgame Show is brought to you in part by Motorworks and Motorworks.com, Four Winds Casino, RetainYourGains.com, and Old Second Bank on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago Sports Station.
Big Pen takes, Bears bring 4. Stepping up, delivering a pass, and is intercepted. Backing up with a football. Tillman picks it up in midfield. Runs right. Bears take the ball away from the Miami Dolphins. High formation for the Dolphins in Big Pen. Play action, pocket, starts to close. All over him. Julius Peppers. Down he goes. Sack. Julius beats Jake Long.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire Postgame Show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at Total Sports in Naperville. Hey, there you go. He's Obradovich on the phone. Our number is 312-644-6767. Talking about the Bears' 16-0 win over the Miami Dolphins. And tonight's player of the game is Julius Peppers. That's right. Today's player of the game is brought to you by the Auto Owners Insurance Agents of the Week, Gennady Insurance in Frankfort, Illinois. Contact Gary Gennady at 815-464-8800 or visit their website at GennadyInsurance.com. We'll be, again, talking about the Bears, talking about what they've done, and congratulations to them, and see what happens next week. I mean, not this Sunday, but obviously the following Sunday against the Philadelphia Eagles. And let's see what the people have to say out there on the phone lines. Let's go out to Tom on the north side. Tom, you're on the Score. Tommy.
Hey, how you doing?
All
What's
right,
up, Tommy?
Yeah, I'm calling about the game today, man. That was a real sad game. You really think they're going to beat the Jets and the Eagles and Green Bay playing like that?
Hey, Tom, let's put it this way. We're going to have doubts in the back of our mind till we finally face these guys. And there's no question about it. But the fact is, the future is right now. So you have to take care of what's going on now. And, again, I'll go back to what I said before. A lot of times you have to do what you have to do to beat certain teams. Now, for example, you take a look at these stats, and there's 2 stats that stick out in my mind that says that, no, that can't happen. One is the completion attempts, average yards per toss. It was 5.3. That's not good enough. Guys, you got to be right around end of point 7.9 to 8. And the other thing, the fact that you look at, is their rushing average. It was 3.4. It's got to be better than that. But, once again, This is how they wanted to go about. This was the game plan. And don't forget, and if it was up to me, there would be no football games on Thursdays. There would be no football games on Thursdays. To get ready for this damn thing is almost impossible. Not only you beat the hell out of yourself on Sunday, you got to put a game plan together in 3 days, and you take the Bears had to go on the road to get down there. So how much you think they got together the game plan? So what they did was did the best they could do with what they had and go out there and play a game that says we will not make mistakes, let the defense handle it. We got a third-string quarterback in there. They knew who the hell they were playing against, and that's exactly how they handled it. Like I said, to me, Thursday games, I would never have a Thursday game in the National Football League. Let's go out to Pat in Rockford. Pat, you're on the score. Pat. No Pat.
No Pat.
Let's go out to Sean in Des Plaines. Sean, you're on the score. Is this thing working? I don't think it is. Joe on Carbondale. Here, Joe. Let it for Joe.
I'm here. I don't know about everybody else, but I'm here.
All right, Joe, you're getting a standing ovation here.
Well, guys, I feel privileged just talking to you guys. You guys are absolute legends, and I'll be honest with you. You guys are the best radio tandem on the score. I mean, I really do believe that. I mean, I listen to you guys. I wish you guys were on podcasts.
Ed doesn't like podcasts.
I'd rather have pot roast.
Yeah.
Well,
Joe, what's on your mind, buddy?
So I'm a huge Bear fan. I'm really happy that they shut out the guys tonight. But I'll be honest with you, I think we're skating on thin ice. And you guys are legends. You guys have been there before, and I just feel like we've been really lucky running into teams lately with a lot of injuries. We had Miami tonight with injuries up and down. We had Minnesota out with all their top receivers. And I'm just wondering what you guys think. I mean, do you think the league, in terms of the ownership, are being extra careful with players? I heard today that, this is the first time ever that they had injuries widespread in the league, and it's a high injury rate. What do you guys think?
Well, the game is dangerous. There's no question as far as injuries are concerned, and it's going to happen. You saw it happen, to Marshall for the Miami Dolphins, pulling a hamstring. There's no question about that. But if they're so concerned about injuries, then scrap Thursday night football games. You want to ask a guy to come back after 2 days rest or 3 days rest, and all of a sudden you think he's going to play up to his maximum, it won't happen. But the injuries are going to be there. And then another part, too, you may have to increase your roster. They're talking about going to 18 games. You go to 18 games, you better increase your roster. So there's a lot of things out there, and again, this year has been bad for injuries. There's no question about it. And I think this is the first year that I've seen so many concussions. And let me tell you a little bit about the concussions. The head-on-head hits. Let me ask you guys this. Were you impressed the way Manning made that hit? He did it the right way. He didn't go after somebody's head. He went in there and he delivered a shot. He wrapped up. He put the shoulder where it belongs. And it turned out to be a hell of a hit. And it probably hurt like hell. But you don't have to kill somebody out there by putting your helmet into their helmet. That's stupid in my mind. And don't tell me, and somebody comes to me, well, Doug, you know what? These guys aren't tough anymore. They're not tough like you guys were tough. I don't remember Butkus ever doing anything like that. I remember him jacking people up. I remember hitting him and tackling and wrapping up and driving them to the ground. You don't need to do that. You don't need to go head-to-head. What Manning did tonight was good old football, and I know that stung that other player, but it certainly wasn't going to kill him. What's wrong with this stuff here? It's all gone? No, up these bitches.
What happened, guys? The callers are all gone?
Well, they have a problem with the screening. Anyway.
You talk about, Doug, defensively, the amount of plays that we ran, the amount of time, 37 minutes and 51 seconds. They're 22 minutes and 9 seconds. And what they ran the ball 13 times and 29 pass attempts. You're talking they had a total plays of 42 plays. in 60 minutes of football.
Exactly.
That's pretty damn good defense. Again, but you have to point out, here, Doug, that they had a kid that hasn't played the position basically in 2 years at quarterback, and they had an offensive guard they had to switch over. He was the third person to play center for him. So I'm glad our defensive line took advantage of that. We did some different things to take advantage of it. That's just smart football.
And that's exactly right. I think you hit it right on the head. You and I have been real critical, and we have been critical, which a lot of times the Bears, we should criticize them. But just maybe when you take a look at this, it was a smart thing to do, how they handled it. Short week, can't get a good game plan in, knowing you have a good defense, knowing you're going to do against a third-string quarterback. So what do? You play it safe, you do it risk, don't take the risk, go out there, get the turnovers, call it a day, go home 16-0, and let's get together and let's get 10 days off to play the Philadelphia Eagles.
And that's probably why you saw a lot of those line tricks, Doug, because of the injuries in the offensive line. But that was a good thing. That was a smart move today.
You're listening to Suburban Tire Postgame Show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Total Sports in Naperville. He's Obradovich on the phone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. We'll be right back.
Snap to throw. Thigpen high in the air. Bess delivered a lick. Danielle Manning dislodged the ball from Bess on 4th and 6.
Can we have a secondary Badouche?
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio, Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to Suburban Tire Postgame Show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at Total Sports in Naperville. Obradovich on the phone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Now we're going to go out to Lawrence Holmes, who is in Miami. Lawrence.
Guys, I'm actually standing on the field where the Bears' run defense domination took place. If you take out Tyler Thigpen's runs, the running backs for the Dolphins had 7 carries for 12 yards.
I've got to tell you, we were taking a look at this game, and it was boring as hell. There's no question in my mind. But it was a smart, boring game. I think they did exactly what they needed to do in the time they had to prepare for this team to travel to Miami and being a Thursday night game. I thought that they knew they could handle Thigpen. That defense could do a lot of things. And the fact is, don't make mistakes. Let's go out there. It won't be exciting. 16 points will be enough to win it. We'll come back home, regroup. We got 10 days to get ready for Philadelphia.
Yeah, and I've been talking about it all week, Doug and OB, and I got to tell you, I think that this is the head coach asserting his muscle. It's what we've seen from the Bears since the bye week. They did a lot. They took a lot of time, kind of self-scouting. A lot of auditing went on, especially with the offensive line. But I also think that you had the head coach say, you know how we used to win games here? We used to win games here by playing really good defense, playing great special teams, and having the offense not make mistakes. And if you look at what they've done over the last couple of weeks, that's what they've done. They've won 3 games in 12 days. They haven't done that since 1993. And the way that Lovie Smith coach team wins games is through defense. And this defense, guys, they're playing unbelievable. And all those guys in the locker room said that they really wanted that shutout. Julius Pepper says that you can tell when a team is ready to just give up when they know that they can't run the ball, and that the Bears defense has been that good all year against the run, that other teams just flat out quit running the ball against them.
What happened to the Bears the first several games that they played? Common sense tells you it's not working. And when you still have a chance to stack some wins, you have to change. You have to change the philosophy. What they're doing was not working. You got to be a moron not to figure that out. And they did change, Lawrence. And they did change. And I'll tell you what, they changed again today defensively, because the biggest problem on our defense has been our inside pass rush. And if you saw it all night tonight, left side, right side, line tricks between the defensive tackles, coupled with blitzes up the middle. That's smart football, and that's what they have done this year. They made changes on the offensive line when the game is going. They made changes at halftime and changes after a game going into the next game. And what I mean by that, they came with more line tricks today. And did it work? Yes, it did. That's smart football.
The defensive line today, they played superb, OB. They were unbelievable. When you start looking at the statistics, and people have been waiting for Julius Peppers to get the sack numbers up. He's played a great, he's had a fantastic year. But you saw other guys contribute today. The interior linemen contributed today. Tommy Harris had a tackle for loss. You have Marcus Harrison knocking a pass down. Henry Melton getting work in, and Izzy Adonijay getting a sack as well. 6 sacks for the guys tonight. You saw every member of the defensive line contribute in some way. And this is the type of game that they love to play and love to win. And now it's a matter, it's funny because the guys are trying very much to savor this win. And they're happy they got some time off, and I'm sure some of the guys are actually going to stay down here in South Beach and have a good time. But they know what's lurking next Sunday. They've already started thinking about how they can try and contain Michael Vick and the Eagles' offense. But for the last 3 weeks, they've won exactly the way that they want to win.
When you take a look at it, and exactly right, the fact is they won't meet another Thig Pen for a long, long time.
Right.
That's a fact. Let's just call it like it is. You're right. That defensive line played spectacular. I thought the fact that even with the connecting up with the linebackers, I love the blitz by Urlacher, the way he come in. I love the hit by Manning. Those things all added up. But we do know that Thig Pen is not that damn good. And the fact is they knew they were going to dismantle that guy. So once again, though, they're going to have to go up against guys, again, coming down the road, the better of most of the quarterbacks in the league. But the good thing here, the fine thing here, is that they found a way to win the football game. Lawrence, if they would have taken the same formula and used it against Seattle and used it against Washington, would have had 2 more wins.
Yeah.
There's no doubt in my mind. So, again, too, they're smart enough to know they have to do that. I want to look at the offense a little bit, and I thought that during the course of the line did make some good plays, but I thought that Marcus Webb struggled most of the night.
He did. He had a really hard time with Cameron Wake, who's one of the best defensive ends in the NFL. And, I actually thought that Brandon Manu-Maliona had some opportunities to chip, and he kind of gave a pity-pat chip on Wake as he went by. And those things aren't going to help when you start playing some of these better teams, and you end up putting your tackle and your quarterback in a precarious position. Those are things they need to clean up. But I will say that overall, the offensive line, talking to the guys in the locker room just a few minutes ago, they're really happy with what they've been able to accomplish. And I think that they would never say it on the record, guys, but I think that they're ecstatic that this team is starting to run the ball more. And yeah, it's still not for a great number. And even though Matt Forte, I thought, had a really strong game today, it's not for a great number, but they're doing it enough so that they're keeping teams off balance. The way that they make teams one-dimensional is what they were before the bye week. Everyone knew what they were going to do. They were going to pass the ball. And now, because they're able to run, they're able to use Cutler in better situations, too, because they're able to get him out on the move. They're able to bootleg and all the other stuff that comes along with having a guy who's got some talent and can move around.
The last time I saw where the Bears played a football game, they threw 25 times, and I think they run the football 40 times. So we're looking at something here, the fact that, like you said, stay away from making the major mistake. And then I thought that maybe that Cutler running through Hester, there was one play deep, just one with Hester, and I thought maybe he might undercut him. But the fact that Hester still almost made the catch.
Yeah, I thought that Cutler, I thought that Hester could have made that play, but Jay made some bad throws. He threw into coverage a couple times, once into a triangle coverage, and you want him to kind of stop doing that, because if you don't make mistakes, you look at a game like tonight, it's not a bad defense that they went up against. And if you don't make a big mistake that costs you some points, then you're going to win these games and make it look like like you blew them out. I mean, the Bears are the better team from start to finish in this game, but you never want to give a team any life, especially a team like this they're trying so hard to stay in the playoff race in the AFC with a third-string quarterback. Their best wide receiver goes out of the game. Their left tackle's playing with a harness. Their center goes down. Their backup center goes down. And they're still out there fighting. You don't want to give them any chances. Guys, before I go, I want to pass along a couple notes that you guys might find interesting. One, this is the first shutout for the Bears since November of 2006 against the Jets. Two, with 5 tackles tonight, Brian Urlacher became the all-time tackle leader in Bears history.
5 tackles. I'll tell you what, I thought he had more, but the fact that I really was impressed with him coming on that blitz. And I tell you, I'd like to see him turn him loose a little bit more because he can go after that quarterback. And I tell you, he's had a terrific year. I don't know if anybody's ever going to give him credit for it. Everybody thinks they're going to get down on this kid most of the time, but he's playing some really damn good football.
Doug, I defy anyone to find me 2 better 4-3 linebackers than Lance Briggs and Brian Urlacher right now.
They're not out there. They're not out there. These 2 guys are just playing very well. And then there's some complimentary 2 guys from Roach, I thought, tonight, the way he played, and also how they're handling the running game. So, again, everything looks good. Everything looks well. Now, again, too, I guess we'll have to wait and see. There are still doubters out there. There's still people think that because of the fact that they played a weak offensive team, a weak quarterback and Big Ben, I say the fact that you didn't have much time to prepare, they did what they had to do to win the game. We'll find out against Philadelphia, Lawrence.
Yeah, the great thing is that this is the NFL and not the BCS. You don't get any style points in this league. You win and you survive and you advance. And the Bears right now sit on top of the division, and they've got a game in hand against a win already against the Packers. And these next few games are going to be really, really exciting. And these guys are looking forward to the challenge of it. And I'm glad to see that they're having some success. And let's see if it continues.
Lawrence, thanks a lot. Have a trip back.
All right, guys.
You're listening to The Score, Sports Radio 670, the Suburban Tire post-game show. We are live at Total Sports in Naperville. Obradovich and Buffon. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Call us. We're talking about the Bears' 16-0 win over the Miami Dolphins. We'll be right back. The Good Hands play of the game is brought to you by Allstate. Dollar for dollar, nobody protects you like Allstate. Are you in good hands?
Tyler takes, goes back to throw, blitz is on, it's picked up, they throw left, it's caught by Hester. First down to the Bears at the 35-yard line. Nice and easy. Blitz was picked up. Nice work by, I believe, Tom, the left tackle on that one.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire postgame show on The Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Total Sports in Naperville. He's Obradovich. I'm Buffon. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. The Chicago Bears beat up on Miami 16-0. And coming up in about 10 days, Eddie, they're going to be playing the Philadelphia Eagles, and we're talking about Vic.
Yes.
How do you stop Vic? I mean, what is the story? And give me an idea about playing against a quarterback like that if you're a defensive line.
Let me mention a couple of names that are in the Hall of Fame. There's a quarterback that played for the Vikings and the New York Giants by the name of Fran Tarkenton. And this was the first guy that really in the National Football League made a living, played a long time scrambling around. He was quick as a cat, great speed, and he'd run all over, and then by the time the game was over, you were really sucking air. And there's another gentleman that's in the Hall of Fame, and God rest his soul, his name is George Allen. He was a defensive coordinator here when we won the World Championship in '63. Anyways, to stop a player of Michael Vick's caliber and of a Fran Tarkenton, George Allen came up with a scheme. And the scheme was based all on blitzes. But the key for it to work, whoever had outside containment, if it was the defensive end, or if it was the linebacker, or if it was a cornerback who came in and the linebacker came inside of me, whoever had the outside went as deep as Fran Tarkenton or as deep as Michael Vick would go. Not past him, not 2-3 steps past him, not 2 or 3 steps short of him. You paralleled him on the strong and the weak side. And what you did, you came with the blitzes. It's a total blitzing package. Up the middle with your defensive tackles and your ends if they're charging inside, if the linebacker has the outside containment. But the key to it was you go as deep as Michael Vick. Don't let him wheel out around you or come up underneath you. The pressure will come up from the middle. We'll either sack him, and if he tries to get out, our people will be there to contain him and hold him. And does that theory work? Yes, it does.
There's no question about Vic, what he has done.
And that's what you do to a Michael Vick, Doug.
Boy, I tell you, he looks so good, Ed. I mean, the guy looks so great. Not only
well, I'll
is he
tell
getting
you
out of
what,
the pocket, but throwing the ball, too.
Absolutely. But I tell you, if you looked at it, look where containment was on a lot of those plays. The left defensive end, he wasn't even charging, and he was backing off, and he wanted to go outside or inside. He could have done what he wanted. We're talking about paralleling him and coming after him with pressure. That's the only way you can beat this kid.
You got to corral him. There's no question
That's exactly
about it.
correct.
Let's go out to Devin in Bolingbrook. Devin, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Love you guys' show.
What's up, Dev?
I wanted to ask you guys, there was a penalty in the game that I thought was just a BS penalty. It was a taunting call on Jay Cutler. I think it was on that, I think it might have been like somebody caught a pass like out of bounds. And it looked like the guy kind of tossed the ball, and Jay and somebody else tried to catch the ball, and it just looked like a little jabber John. I didn't know if you guys saw something different to kind of give an idea of why it was taunting or.
Well, Devin, you know, when he looked at it, let's remember one thing. Marshall, who got the call, played last year, played in Denver, played obviously with Jay Cutler. I thought it was something he was just going to do. With, you know, again, with a friend or trying to make chuckles, the ref didn't look at it that way. When he threw it at Jay, you saw Jay laugh and chuckle and that kind of stuff. Well, the ref took it as a taunting deal, that he was taunting someone. And I think Brendan Marshall looked at it as maybe he's just going to toss it to his friend. Well, anyway you look at it, you can't do that. And the referee took it that way, and it was good for the Bears because that was a 15-yard penalty. But I took it.
It was on a first down, too, wasn't it?
Yeah. And I took it as, you know, as something that was light. I didn't take it as serious, but they both were laughing, but you can't do it. And there's no question because the ref interpreted it differently. Let's go out to Ken in Lakeview. Ken, you're on the score.
Hey, how you doing, Doug?
What's up, Kenny?
All right. Hey, I'm just calling. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, buddy.
We can hear you.
Yeah, it's just a pleasure to talk to you and Ed O'Bradovich. As a kid, I listened to Jack Brickhouse and Herb Cupson on the radio and saw you all on television when they used to black out the games.
Yeah.
But anyway, I was calling about the game tonight. I thought Cutler did a good job. I think that pass I felt that Hester should have caught. And here's why. Because the defender really didn't get a hand on that. And it goes to show that with the Bears, their problem is always going to be two things. The offensive line, not blocking, and we do not have a top receiver or a top-notch running back or a number one running back who can break games open like Sayers or Peyton. And I think down the road we're going to run into problems when we play like Minnesota and Green Bay again, as well as the Patriots and the Jets. What do you think?
Well, that is a question. That's something that, you know, I don't know if it can be answered. Again, I'll go back to the Hester play with you. I thought that, you know, Hester had this guy beat, and had beat badly. I thought if Cutler would have put a little more oomph into the football, the problem would have been there. But on the other side, and I agree with you 100%, how many times have you seen the outstanding receivers in the National Football League make that catch? And make that catch because of the fact that they are type of ball players that go up and get the football. And Hester had a shot at it. There's no question about it. So, yeah, down the road, will that be a problem? Will that be a problem when they need a big play? Because I can tell you, when you start running those routes, they're doing pretty good. Hester's getting open. Johnny Knox is getting open. You don't have the big guy, though. You have a Roma Shadu. For some odd reason, they just X-nayed him out of the whole deal. The fact that, you know, and I think the Cutler likes that type of a ball player where that wide receiver is going to go up for the football and make that catch. But they don't use a Roma Shadu. So you could be right. And you could be right, you know, that maybe down the road, not this year, it won't happen, but a guy like Cutler could use a bigger wide receiver, you know, to make those catches.
Yeah, I think Ken has a good point when he talks about coming up with these games that we're going to be playing, Doug, that the offensive line is going to be a liability.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's a very good point. It's a, you know, I mean, we hope it's not, but I'll tell you what, everybody seems to be heaping a lot of praise on our offensive line lately, and apparently I must be watching a different football game. I see a lot of things that are not very good about our offensive line, Doug, and with these final 6 games coming up. We'll see how good they are.
Well, there's no question, and I think, too, the fact is, you talk about an offensive line, they really earn their money and their pay when it comes down to either at the end of the half where there's 2 minutes left to go or at the end of the game when you need a touchdown. That's when you need. That's when you really counts. You saw what Peppers did today at the end of the game. He comes in and gets the sack. You want that guy defensively, and offensively, you want that guy that can block you. And so that's what we're going to find out because you can't mess around. You're going to have to go back. You're going to have to drop back.
Well, the offensive line's got to prove when it's 3rd and 1 or 4th and 1 when they did that they can blow that defensive line.
On a short yard.
And 10 yards have they shown? In 10 games have they shown they can do it? No.
And tonight they did it down near the goal line.
Well, there was nobody there.
Everybody went home.
Right.
Let's go out to Ken in Lakeview. Ken, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
We just did, Ken.
This is Cutler, a good game, yeah. Let's go to Jimmy in Willowbrook. Jimmy, you're on the score.
Doug and OB.
Jimmy.
Hey, I just want to say I'm excited. I'm excited because this is Bear football. Hello, you there?
I got you, Jimmy. Go ahead.
This is Bear football. I mean, you go back to our last 2 Super Bowls. How did we get there? We got there with defense and solid special teams. Our offenses, except for Walter Payton, were average at best. This team, I see it, they're making adjustments, and they're getting better. Are they going to be perfect? No. Are they going to throw interceptions and make mistakes? Absolutely. But if they can make the adjustments and reduce those mistakes, I see great things for this team this year.
Jimmy, 2 things. Back in '85, when the Bears had the offense, they had one of the best offensive lines in the National Football League.
Yeah, and they held the football 34 minutes average, 34 minutes per game.
Yeah, Jimmy, they had a hell of an offensive line.
They did, Jim.
Mark Bortz, Jumbo, Covert, Hilgenberg, they had some guys that could flat out play football.
And as good as that Bear defense was, and I thought it was one of the best, I believe, in the history of the National Football League, and I know a lot of people think I'm crazy.
No, I agree with you. They were terrific.
They were terrific, but again, too, you have an offense that controlled the football, and that was with Walter Payton, and that's what they did, and that's what counted the offensive line. And we saw today that the Chicago Bears held the football 37 minutes and 51 seconds. That's a damn long time. Let's go out to Kevin. Kevin in Brookville.
Hey, Ed and OB.
What's up, Kev?
Yeah, Ed, speaking of great defenses, that 63 defense was tough, too. I just saw their replay of the game a year ago or so, and it was great to see it. They couldn't block you, Ed.
Well, I'll tell you what, Kevin, we that 63 team, I think that was probably the first time in the National Football League that because it was always about offense, and I think that was the first year that we proved to people that, yes, defense can win a world championship. And, boy, when you look at the players that we had on that team, the great Bill George, middle linebacker, Larry Morris, Fortunato, Doug Atkins, Richie Pettibone, our strong side safety, was 6'3 and a half, weighed 217. Doug Atkins was 6'8", 280. I mean, it was a powerful, powerful defensive team.
Ed, can defense just do it by themselves nowadays?
No, you've got to have here, back in '63, our offense, I believe, from the 20 to the 20, Doug, they controlled the football. They converted on first down. They didn't put up a lot of points.
Killed the clock.
And they killed the clock, and we got a lot of takeaways, and the offense did move the ball. You had Johnny Morris. You had Mike Ditka, who just crushed people, and it was a pretty damn good offensive line. You had Mike Pyle, who's as good as any center that played. Bob Wataska, who should have been a guard, but he played right tackle, the guy had a heart of a lion, and that's how you win with people like that. Those people are winners. They're champions, and we did win it.
Isn't it amazing, though? We talk about football, and we talk about the changes, and we talk about how different passing schemes are out there and different defenses. But don't you think in football, especially in the National Football League, it always goes back to who has the best offensive line and the best defensive line?
Always.
And that's where the game is. I mean, no matter what we do, no matter what wide receiver we bring in or what running back, or we're seeing a lot of running backs be successful this year no one even heard of, but always goes back down to the grunts.
That's how you build a football team. And that's something I've said before, was back then, is now, and forever will be, as opposed to Jerry Angelo, believing that you have to have a quarterback and forget about everybody else. That's going to take you to Super Bowl. Flawed thoughts.
Let's go out to Tony and Alsip. Tony on the score.
Gentlemen, I thought they had a brilliant offensive game plan today. I know we want to see more points on the board, but we don't want to see mistakes in the red zone either. You got to do what you got to do to beat the team that you're playing, and they're doing everything you guys ask. They're rolling Jay out when they got to roll him out. They're putting points on the board. They're not making those mistakes in the red zone, and it's ball control, and that's how we're going to beat Philadelphia and these better teams, by keeping them off the field and keeping that defense fresh. Let's enjoy it, though.
Absolutely. You got to convert on third down, Tony. There's no question about it. And when we came out, the first play in the third quarter we got the ball was a bootleg, play-action bootleg. He moved them out of the pocket to set the tone for the third quarter.
And the thing that Lovey believes in, he always believed that when he got here, was takeaways. I'm going to get the takeaway, and I'm going to get the sack or the pressure on the quarterback, and that's what they're doing right now. That's the formula. And they're hoping that during the course of this time, that as they get better. There's one thing that even I'm a fault at, that, instant gratification. I wanted this thing to happen fast, quick. I want everything to come together with, Mike Martz coming in. I'm thinking, you know what, then I'll take a look at it.
That's not a flawed theory.
Well, he kind of did.
Doug, you got 16 games to get it right.
I understand that. I'm talking prior to that. I'm talking about the first 3 games. You're talking about Manning. You're talking about, the kid from Breeze from New Orleans. You're talking about Favre. You're talking about Brady. These guys been under this system for at least 4 or 5 years. You know how much difference that makes, that you can go out there and you just do it in your sleep, basically.
Guess what they have, though? They have offensive lines, Doug.
That's it. You got to get that.
That's what the difference is.
And again, too, we'll go back to the defensive line.
And let me tell you something else, my friend. Let me tell you, until we get an offensive line in here, we're never going to see Jay Cutler's full potential. Because he's going to have to manage the game to win the game, what's happening now. That's because they had to pull him in. Because we do not have the personnel at the wideouts and in the offensive line to totally utilize Cutler's abilities, his strengths. We just don't.
Well, again, too, it's like everything else. Just like the caller before that said it was a brilliant game plan, and it was.
Yes, and I agree.
Use what you have, right?
Exactly right. Doug.
You have no choice.
No question
Use
about
what
it.
you have. There's no question about that.
Tony was right.
You listen to the Suburban Tire Postgame Show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Total Sports in Naperville. Obradovich and Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. And I'll be right back.
Long count, Bears showing blitz. They back off and bring forward. Donajay chasing down Thigpen, and he trips him up, and down he goes! Back to the 26-yard line. Effort play by Izzy Donajay. Sack number 6 this season, and third of the day by the Bears. Shotgun snap, zips a screen, and breaks. Badoo! Had no weight. That was worthy of it. No gain. Brought him down right where he caught it.
That was worthy of a Badouche because Lance was challenged immediately upon connection of that pass.
High formation for the Dolphins and Thigpen. Play action, pocket, starts to close. All over him. Julius Peppers. Down he goes. Sacked. Julius beats Jake Long. Low shotgun snap again. Thigpen goes underneath instead. Missed tackle in the open field to the 30 to the 29. And that'll ought to do it. Brian Urlacher, the fitting tackle, the biggest, or the most tackles in franchise history to number 54, Brian Urlacher. And the Bears pitch the shutout. First time in 4 years as of tomorrow on the 118th in franchise history. Their 700th regular season win. The first team in NFL history to 700 wins.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak and Tom Fair on the calls. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire Postgame Show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Total Sports in Naperville. He's Ed Obradovich. I'm Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Bears win 16-0 over the
There's some
Dolphins.
loyal, wonderful fans out here. Thank you, folks.
They can't wait to get
Wow.
the Eagles, yeah?
There you are.
Yeah, they can't wait. And neither can I. I would imagine now to get 10 days off, Ed, and the guys will take some rest, probably a couple of days, 2 or 3 days. They deserve it after coming off a Sunday game. But, boy, I got to tell you, each week it seems like the games get bigger and bigger, obviously, and that's the way it happens at the end of the season.
Well, the whole key was to stack some wins here. When everybody thought that, if you've got any kind of a team,
right?
This is when you've got to do it. Because now we're, we're in the last lap of the relay, pal.
It's stretch time.
Yeah, you bet it is. And let's see how good we are. Let's see how good our coaches can coach, and let's see how good the players can respond and play and win. Let's see.
Ed, there was a period of time I thought that we wouldn't even be in this position. We started out the season really well. I mean, they, did a lot of things, and we saw a lot of things that were wrong as far as, Cutler throwing and all the interceptions and everything. But it went through a period of time that we said, oh, my Lord, there's no way that this team could be even competitive. And we turn around, and here it is.
Doug,
they're 7-3.
There's no way in the world we would be 7-3 if they continued and stayed with the philosophy that they started out with.
And they know that, too.
There's no question about it. All right? They did make changes, and again, when they did make the changes, Doug, they made them in the first quarter. They made them in the second quarter. If it was personnel changes or if it was a philosophy, they made it on the run or coming out in the third quarter or make the necessary changes for the following week. And again, you go back to Mike Tice constantly making those changes, trying to juggle that offensive around to find some continuity that these guys could pull something together with 5 guys and make it work. Now, has it worked so far? In my book, I don't think so. But is it better? Yeah, it's better. But we're going to see how good it is in these next 6 games, folks. We'll find out.
You and I jump all over Jerry Angelo, and rightfully so. But he came out last week with a statement that kind of, grabbed my attention. He had said, when you go into a season, he says the first 3 games, you want to be what you think you should be. But after those first 3 games, then you take a look at yourself and find out that's not who you are. So you have to become who you are, and it's hard to face that fact. This is who you are. And when he said that reminded me to myself that he's talking about Mike Martz, that he is coming in and saying, Mike Martz, you're not this.
Did it also remind you
we are not this.
That he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about?
Well, that's what he tried to do. But that's what reminds me of the fact that they did change. Because it wasn't right after that, what you're talking about, everything went the other direction. They went into the fact of taking care of the football. They went into the 3-step drops. They went into the running game. No longer throwing it 70%
Doug,
of the time.
you know what?
Or 60% of the time.
You talk about him, and you couple him with Lovey, and the amount of people that they have fired under these 2 guys. I think they've fired everybody but, about 1 or 2 people? And you get rid of a guy by the name of Bobby DePaul. You want to talk about a quality individual. And these guys have fired everybody. It's everybody's fault but their own.
Right. There's no question about that.
Yes. And I think that what articles have been written about Lovey, about his brashness, his sarcasm, etc., and rightly so. And I mean, you have Tribune, the Sun-Times, last couple of years, especially this year, they've written some articles about it. And, quite frankly, Dougie, if this year keeps going, they're going to shut a lot of critics up, and they will be back.
Sure.
But if it doesn't, we'll see what's going to happen.
Well, that's the key, and I do know this. There's some people out there that don't want him back, and that's the part that kind of gets to you because these people are saying, you know what, they hope the Bears lose, because if the Bears lose, then there's a good chance that these guys won't be back. If you come out with an 8-8 or 9-7 season, there's a great chance that you're going to see the same people, the same management, and the same coach.
No question about it.
Let's go out to Travis in Miami, Florida. Travis, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call. I got a few points I'd love to make. First and foremost, I want to say big props to all the Bears fans that were at the game tonight. I was at the game tonight, and it was unbelievable. The crowd, they were just fantastic. I just want to give big props to everybody.
Did they have a lot of no-shows there?
Oh yeah, I'd say about probably a good 15,000 empty seats, but they were scattered. They were mostly in club and the higher price seats and in the upper corners, but it was definitely stacked and packed in there, and it was about 60-40 Miami to Bears fans, and then by the middle of the third quarter, the Bears fans were just overrunning the stadium with na 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 na, hey hey hey, and all that stuff, and it was great. It was a great time as a Bears fan. But a couple observations that I'd like to make real quick is two things. How come Mike Martz keeps going to this empty backfield set or one back set where he's so close to the line that they can't chip the guys, the pass rushers that are coming on there, and that's when Jay gets sacked. And the second thing is, when is Cutler actually going to start developing as a quarterback? Because his mechanics and his reads and just some of the throws that he makes are absolutely horrible, and it doesn't seem like it's progressing at all as far as some of his brain. His brain for the game, I believe, is lacking because some of those passes that he made tonight should have been intercepted, and they just weren't.
Yeah, there's a key here to this kid Cutler, and the key is there are times, and you talked about the mechanics of him. Did you happen to notice some of the throws he made? That one throw that he made to Olsen and the one to the sideline? He made some great throws. He makes great throws. And then, like you said, he'll come back and make a bad one, and he'll throw one like he did right before the half where he threw the interception, and the one that Danby the linebacker should have intercepted. That's part of it. I mean, that's a part of who he is. And maybe he's lucky that he has the defense that can cover his butt. But, again, I'm hoping that during the course of the year that with this new offense that they can come together and they modify what March does and they all get better at it. The wide receivers do the right routes, the offensive linemen do the right things. But you notice one thing, Ed? We're not getting the blitzes anymore against us like we got at the beginning of the year.
That was never so evident as it was, Doug. There's two games. And when we played against Dallas, they blitzed us and came after us and were quite successful in the first quarter, and all of a sudden they stopped doing it. And last week against the Vikings, I have no idea what they were thinking about.
Yeah.
They never came after Cutler. They let him sit back there and do whatever he wanted to do, and they never came at him. They never tested our offensive line with any kind of strong safeties, whatever kind of blitzes you could come, Mac blitzes, Will blitzes, whatever have you. Never tested them. They just let those four guys try to get in there, and basically it didn't work. So I don't know. Is that smart football or is it dumb football?
Well, it could be different formations. It could be they got out of it because, the cornerback blitz was killing us. So, like I said, maybe the fact that they're finding out that, Jay, really, when you look at Cutler, we've gone to the West Coast offense, Ed. I mean, it's just dink and dunk. That's what we're doing.
If I'm a defensive coordinator and I'm playing the Bears, I'm going to tell you what, you live and die with the blitz, so to speak. Okay, I'm going to tell you what, I come after him every play, Doug.
Well, that's what Philadelphia does, buddy.
That's right. And after every play, you come after him
They're
and see what
a
happens.
Team. Let's go out to Carlos on the north side. Carlos, you're on the score.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
All right,
Carlos.
First of all, I want to say that it's an honor to talk to two of the legends that play for the greatest franchise in NFL history.
There you go.
It's an honor. First of all, I want to make a point on I believe in what Kurt Warner said that has been saying this week. This offense has to buy into the system. It's going to take us a few years to get to the pinnacle. We have to buy into the system, and once we are together, we come together as a team, this is going to be a great offense. Number two, the Brandon Marshall fiasco, he's always going to get called for those plays because that's the way he is. He's always going to be moving around the NFL because he does make those bad decisions. He's not a smart player. He's a great player, and I love him. I'm a huge Bears fan, but I love Brandon Marshall because he's tough, he's strong, and he's a great receiver. But he's always going to make those dumb plays. Number three, and I'm going to hang up on this one, I am not worried. A lot of people are worried about Michael Vick, but in the past, with the bad teams that we have had in the Bears throughout the years, we've always played good against Michael Vick in Atlanta when he's in Atlanta. And when he scrambles against this defense, I believe he's going to get hurt. I'm going to hang up, and I'm going to listen to you guys.
Let me address your first situation here about who did he say buy into the system? Who was it? What quarterback?
The kid, Warner.
Kurt Warner.
Yeah.
Kurt Warner. To buy into Martz's system, he says they've got to buy into it. Carlos, yeah, it's a nice statement to make to buy into his system. But you have to have the people up front. You got to have the thoroughbreds. You got to have the quarter horses. You got to have the Clydesdales that can get the job done for you. You got to have the people up front to block. And you got to have the wideouts that are true number one wideouts, 2 and 3s, that have the speed and the ability to get the separation. So can you buy into Mike Martz's system with the talent that we have now? No, you can't. Why? Because look what we've done. We tried to buy into his system. We don't have the personnel. So what do? We went back to so-called, quote-unquote, managing offense, a management system. Please don't make mistakes. Special teams, defense, turnovers win the game for us. So what I'm trying to tell you is that you got to have the personnel to buy into Mike Martz's system. And if you got the people like he had in St. Louis, then you got something. Here, you don't have it.
And the other question you had was about Michael Vick, and I do remember when the Bears played against him. But I got to tell you, this is a different Michael Vick. This Michael Vick is looking to throw first and then run. And I think he is throwing the football, I think, as well as any quarterback in the National Football League.
Doug, let me tell you, the way I told you to beat him was about a half an hour ago. Mm-hmm. Whoever's got containment, you just go as deep as him. You don't go past them or come up short of them. And you get everything from the inside. And if you can do that consistently, they'll contain Michael Vick.
Eddie, our thanks to Herb Lawrence, Joe Ostrowski, Adam Morris, Mike Esposito, Christian Friedland, Eugene Ricker, Randy Polkowski, Brendan McCaffrey.
Our crack producer.
Our crack guy.
And by the way, Herb Lawrence, how many hours did he put in today?
He lives there.
My God. Great job, Herb.
Rick Wyatt and Lawrence Holmes. And guess who's up next?
The best.
No one better. No one better. No one will answer your questions better. Who knows more sports than any human being possible.
And you know what? This happens to be a fact.
That's right.
The Grapper.
Les
Grafstein.
And I also want to thank Celebration Limo and Total Sports Bar in Naperville. Thank all of you.
And all the fans out there for sticking with us this late. You guys are wonderful. Thank you.
And all the fans that called. We'll see you in about 10 days. Thank you.
Good night.
Handing off, Forte gets the first down, blasting to the 40, Forte left to the 50, Forte to the 40, sideline 30, 20, 10, and back down, out of bounds, at the 9-yard line of Philadelphia, shoved out by safety Nate Allen, 61-yard gallop, Matt Forte, fake to Taylor, throwing to the end zone, over the middle, touchdown Bears, Cutler to Earl Bennett, Bears have the lead, with time, going right, 1-yard line, goal line, end zone, touchdown, Johnny Knox. Snap to Vick, play fake, Peppers chasing, Peppers knocks the ball out of Vick's hands, and down he goes. A 3rd and 3 sack by Julius Peppers. Vick stands, passes tip, intercepted in the end zone, coming out, Chris Harris 20, Chris Harris 30, Bears have the ball at the 35-yard line. Tip pass, swipe for Michael Vick. First one this year that Michael Vick has thrown. Another takeaway, back pedals, looking right, throwing right, man to 2, right, end zone, touchdown Bears. Cutler pulls from center, takes turns, fakes the handoff, rolling right, throwing back to the end zone, up in the air, Greg Olsen, touchdown Bears, ripped it away from the defender in the back of the end zone. Jay Cutler's 4th touchdown throw, and the Bears are up by 2 scores.
And now, live from Real Time Real-Time Sports Bar and Grill, 1120 Devon in Elk Grove Village. It's time for the Suburban Tire Postgame Show with your hosts, former Bear greats, Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich. The Suburban Tire Postgame Show is brought to you in part by Motorworks and Motorworks.com, Four Winds Casino, RetainYourGains.com, and Old Second Bank on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's sports station.
To the Suburban Tire postgame show on The Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Real-Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. Ed O'Bradovich and Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. We're talking Chicago Bears. We're talking Bears win 31-26. The good news, the Bears win. Better news, Packers lose. Another good news, Bears in first place in the North Division. Who would have thunk it? What a football game. What a performance by the Bears. They had big plays on offense. There's no question their offense was cooking. Pressure by the defensive tackle and the defensive line. The special teams were outstanding with Hester and Manning. Cutler, great decisions. I think he ended up with 4 touchdowns and no interceptions. Forte, how about Forte? A 28-yard run and also a 61-yard run. And even Manalula, the tight end, catches a pass. I know things are going well. And then on top of that, I was talking about the defensive tackles. Really, the turning point of that whole game was Tommy Harris. Now, you're going to say, well, Tommy Harris only had one play. I know that. But that play he made, the fact that he tipped the football right before the half, and Chris Harris intercepted it, and right after that, the Bears went down to score, and that was a 14-point turnaround. And they were winning 21-13 at halftime. And again, if you take a look at the Chicago Bears, I thought the discipline of the defense, Ed, was outstanding. The defensive linemen, the front four with the 3 linebackers, they were disciplined. They stayed outside. They contained Vic. They didn't let him run. They played their cover 2. They let him throw underneath all day long. He couldn't hit Macklin deep. He couldn't hit Jackson deep. The Bear defense tackled extremely well and made them come down there, and if they had to, they kicked a field goal.
Doug, I agree with you. I think the game changer, obviously, was when I saw in the second quarter when they tipped, we're on a 4-yard line.
Right.
And they were going in, tip ball, and you called it 14-point swing, pal. That was huge. I think that was a game changer. And I believe in the third quarter, that 17-play drive, that was huge. That was a great, great move. But the thing that I noticed the most, Doug, and a thing, I believe it's in the front, up front, offensive line and defensive line, and the D-line, they came alive today. They came alive. It was great to see the defensive tackles get some push up the middle. They showed containment, Doug. They pressured up the middle. Anthony Adams had one fine football game today, Doug. You didn't see Vic step up into the pocket because we caved it in. The end stayed outside. If it was somebody blitzing from the outside, they stayed outside. Now, the one thing, Doug, that you've got Michael Vick who can run all over the ballpark and do basically almost anything he wants. And what I don't understand in their game plan is to have a quarterback that athletic, okay, and you're going to try to make him into a drop-back quarterback. Why they came in here and why they didn't change their game plan at halftime playing against the great defense the Bears were playing, and they were putting pressure on him, Doug, but why didn't they move Vic out of that pocket and play to his abilities? I have no idea. They played right into our hands. And again, the defensive line, especially the defensive tackles, guys, and I haven't seen this in a long, long time. And the kid putting most of the pressure up the middle was Anthony Adams, so kudos to him.
You got 2-8 came in there. 2-8 did a great job. Also, defensive tackle Harrison did. But the one thing you talk about the rollouts, and that's what we talked about prior to the game, you and I, about the discipline of the defensive end, keep them inside.
That was the key. That was the key to victory today.
And Donajay did it. Donajay did a hell of a job for him. He got the first 2 tackles, ended up getting a sack. But their tackling was so crisp defensively. Let's go back to the offense a little bit, and let's look at Cutler. I'm telling you, this thing has changed so dramatically. Is what this offense looked like in the first 3 football games and in now.
Kudos to the coaches.
Exactly.
Kudos to the coaches.
That couldn't have been a better game plan than what they did today.
If this was last year, the year before, the year before, the year before, the year before, there would have been no changes.
They changed. And that was the benefit of the Chicago Bears and what they're doing. That formula that they have right now is working. And I got to tell you, I jumped in with both feet. I said, I'm jumping in with the Bears. I'm picking them to win this game. Yet again, in the back of my head, I had some doubts. I had some doubts what's going on. But I got to tell you, I never saw a damn team improve so much. I'm talking about the line play, the offensive line play, the defensive. Well, we all knew the defense was pretty damn good. But that defensive line, even tonight, they were just outstanding. They were all over the place.
Doug, you're talking about going back over to the offense. What have you seen the last, 3 or 4 weeks? What have you seen our quarterback do? Is he standing back there in the pocket for 4 quarters and never moving? What are you seeing, folks? You're seeing him move the pocket. You're seeing him bootleg. You're seeing him run the football. And you see him come with play action and then with the bootleg with play action. It negates the team that you're playing against. That's a heavy blitzing team, which the Eagles are. It negates their blitz game. And it was a smart offensive game plan to move Cutler to the weak, to the strong side, play action, run the football. That is smart football, and it's about time we saw it, and I hope they continue the next handful of games, Doug.
There's no question.
I don't want him to go back to that.
You know, with Cutler coming out there, and that's perfect for him. We saw him do it at Denver. And the other thing, too, we gave our offense good field position. You talk about that. You talk about the special teams. We saw the returns by Hester and Manning. I mean, the fact is we got that football in good field position, and they protected the football, and they took their time with the football. That's even defensively. We knew in that first half, time of possession was 2-1 favored Philadelphia. But the Bear defense basically went into that cover 2 and let them bend, don't break, all the way down the field. And then what happens in the third quarter? All of a sudden, now we do it. We had, a 17-play drive or some darn thing.
That
we
was
held
huge.
the football.
That was huge. 10 on some minutes.
And when you take a look at this, you say, wow, what a formula. These guys are really playing together. And what are our chances? Well, I'm going to tell you something. Our chances now, we're 8-3. We're in first place. You know, the Green Bay Packers lose today. Next week, you got Detroit, and then obviously you got some tough games coming down the road with Green Bay and Minnesota. But then you have the Jets in New England. But the fact is, though, when you take a look at this team, the one thing you said in your mind, we need to get our offense better. I thought they got better tonight. I thought they got better.
Doug, I can tell you this, and we've been talking about this for so long. Play to the quarterback's strength. You know, what is his strength? His ability to move out of that pocket. And then finally they figured it out. Instead of firing the ball down the field and you know, 7-step drop, et cetera. So what you're seeing today, obviously, is a huge philosophy change. And it's worth saying it again, Doug, because I got to tell you this. This guy would never change. So I wonder how much Tice and the rest of the other people have had an influence on Lovey about making a change.
He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Lafone on the Score, Sports Radio 670, the Suburban Tire post-game show. We're live at Real-Time Sports at Elk Grove Village. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win. That is correct. 31 points, the highest they scored this season. 31-26, the Chicago Bears beat the Eagles. We'll be right back.
Fires. Touchdown, Johnny Knox.
Those highlights courtesy of Fox TV. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Real-Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Bears win. That's right, 31-26. And Ed and I were just looking over some of the stats. How about this one? Once again, with that formula for the Chicago Bears. 28 runs and 21 passes. This is Cutler's numbers. He was 14 for 21 for 247 yards, 66% completion, 11. Now this number here, let me explain to you. This number, 11.8, that's average yards, per toss. It's just phenomenal. 11.8 is phenomenal. If you're talking 8, you're talking about quarterbacks that go to the Super Bowl. This 11.8 is just unbelievable. He was sacked 4 times. That was the bad news. But he had 4 touchdowns. And Eddie, his quarterback rating was 146.2. That is amazing. And that is a fact, just shooting 14 for 21. So what's happening here is a quality of plays that the Bears have offensively.
And to get those type of plays they get on the running game like they did with, no question about Forte running for 60-some yards, another 28-yard run, that in itself is called balance, and that's where they're at right now.
Doug, again, it just goes back to the balance on football. You know, to get to the Super Bowl, you know, people have been trying for decades and decades trying to pass to get there, trying to run to get there, run all kinds of records, pass all kinds of records means nothing. You got to be balanced. I don't care what decade, what year, or whatever. And I'm going to tell you something. What they finally found out here in the last 4 weeks is what was not working. And to see Cutler, to see him move the pocket, to see Cutler with the accuracy that he's thrown, Doug, and were the catches and the runs after the catch, that's a nice, neat thing to do. But I'll tell you what today, what kept us in the ball game again, number one, injuries, Doug. We've got everybody's healthy, Doug. Special teams are doing their job. Defense are doing their job. Now you see the offense starting to get some confidence. We're playing a dink and dunk game, but guess what? It's working for us.
Let's go out to Jim in Rolling Meadows. Jim, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys, what's up? It's Tim, but that's okay.
All right, Tim. Sorry, buddy.
No, it's okay. Doug, Eddie O.
You got it.
Guys. Hey, Eddie O, you stole my thunder right off Jump Street. I noticed how Vic wasn't running around like he usually does. Do you think somebody might have gave him a little notice ahead of time that you might not want to do that because you might get hurt against the Chicago Bears?
No, Tim, let me tell you, I don't think so. That stuff doesn't go on in football. Come on, Tim. But anyways, it was a smart defensive game plan, okay? I mean, when you get defensive ends, can they rush upfield and you know, and then try to get a speed rush and sometimes go way past the quarterback? That leaves a deep hole. But what happened, they played containment, and the key that I saw today, defensively, the number one key is we got to push Tim up the middle. Vic couldn't go anywhere. We had people on the outside. Our defensive tackles caved in the pocket. The first time I've seen that happen in years. And you know, and the other thing that was a little bit surprising, I thought we might blitz a little bit more, especially with Urlacher or Briggs coming up the middle on either the 1 or the 0 side of the center. And I thought that we would come after him, but we really didn't. We hardly blitzed. So again, kudos to the defensive line. They did a yeoman's job this afternoon. I tell you what, Doug, they played great. And again, blitzing, Doug, I thought we're really going to come after this kid. You know, containment and go after him, and we didn't. We didn't blitz that much.
The advantage the Bears have, and this is why they put this together with the cover two, it is the fact about their defensive line. They need fast, quick, active defensive linemen. And we haven't seen much of that. When you play the cover two, if you don't have those type of guys, you get in big trouble. Well, it came to fruition today. They were out there. They were moving, they were running. Everybody says, well, did Michael Vick really want to win a run? Just like they asked this question. He had nowhere to run. He had no place to go because they kept him contained. Like he said, and this is it in football. What really matters most in football, everybody talks about the defensive ends coming. Really, guys, the fact is that the pressure up the middle makes a difference in the game.
Absolutely.
When that quarterback can't step up, that means your two outside guys got a shot at him. They disciplined themselves staying outside. Did you see that hustle by Peppers at the end of the game there when he tracked down Vick and tackled him from behind and behind on the ankles and pulled him down? I mean, that wouldn't have happened. There's not guys that are that quick or that fast. Adonijay was all over the place. The two guys inside, Adams, Tolina, all those guys, Harrison, they were there. They were making those moves. And meanwhile, did you watch where our defensive backs lined up? I couldn't even see them in the pictures half the time. They were out of it because they said, you want to beat us? I'm not going to let Macklin and I'm not going to let Jackson get big touchdowns on us. You can catch us in front and we'll beat the hell out of you after you catch it. And that's exactly what they did. They caught it, and the tackling has to be sharp. So to play that defense, you get to have sharp tackling and defensive linemen that can run like hell. And that's exactly what they got. Let's go out to Dr. Patrick in Palatine. Dr. Patrick, you're on the Score.
Hi, Edo.
Hello.
And how you doing, Doug?
Good, buddy.
Talk to you.
Pat, how are you doing?
I'm doing just fine, OB. I hope you're doing fine, too.
Yes, I am. God love you.
It's great talk. Two quick questions, guys. Number one,
what did you think about the referee's play calling today overall, especially with respect to the possible defensive interference with Matt Forte with that particular call? And also, could you just clarify one other thing? With that last onside kick, when we caught the ball, it looked like we clearly had possession, but yet there seemed to be some question as to whether we really did have possession. Could you clarify that for me as to whether why there was a question about whether we had possession or not?
Well, the question on the onside kick was, did anybody tackle him? And did they, in other words, no one touched him, but the fact is they probably blown the ball dead is what happened, because he got up, walked, put the football down. And so what people were screaming and yelling about was the fact that, hey, no one tackled him, that's a fumble, we get the football, belongs to us. Well, the play was dead. And they knew that upstairs, and they took a look at it, because, first of all, you can't call it from downstairs in the last 2 minutes. It's got a replay. It's got to come from upstairs, the guys in the box. So I thought that was the right call. There was no question about that call. As far as the referees, there were times. It goes both ways. When you take a look at some of these guys, and they got to make these calls and that, but I had no problem with them today.
Well, I'll tell you what, Dr. Pat, I got a quick story, Doc.
Yeah.
This guy's been taking care of me.
That's a lot of work.
I'll tell you what, he's been taking care of me and my family for God knows how long, and he's a great doctor, and I love him. I love him to death, but I'll tell you, he is a Bear fan, and he's a feisty little guy. He loves the Bears, and every time I go in to see him, of course, we have to talk about the Bears, but Pat, I'm going to tell you something. All you got to do is keep doing what they're doing and keep that enthusiasm up, and don't anybody start playing stupid football again, and we're going to be okay.
Let's go out to Bob in Bensonville. Bob, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Yeah, hi, guys. I'm really excited. This is, I told all my friends that Miami game was a turning point, that finally, against somebody who knows on the offensive side of the ball, control the clock, to pick up first downs, to make something out of nothing. That's Mike Martz. And, I know a lot of people don't agree with me, but, Mike Martz, this guy makes something out of nothing. He's got the quarterback. They know how to pick up the first down. They pick up, quick screen pass when there's nothing there, and I'm really excited because I never remember a Bears team, maybe you guys, when you played, and that was in the 60s and 70s, I never remember a Bears team that picked up this many first downs and controlled the clock and could, keep the ball going down after down after down, and, with time of possession, own the clock. And that's what won the game today, because if Michael Vick had that ball for 40 minutes, they would have lost.
Bob, the one thing the Bears offense, in a change in philosophy here, is what they have done is for Cutler, to keep Cutler from making mistakes, trying to force the ball in. In other words, the first, 5, 6, 7 games we were going downfield. We were doing the things that actually you should be doing in this game, utilize the entire field, but we cannot do that. So what do? We shorten the field. What we're doing is eliminating mistakes that Cutler could possibly make, because he does have a tendency to put the cape on and try to force something in. So again, kudos to the coaches here, Doug. Sooner or later you got to give him credit here, and I like what Mike Tice has done with the offensive line. Again, a lot of play action we're coming with, and what does that do? The offensive linemen fire out at who's ever playing across from on the defensive line and the other linebackers. And when you go with play action, the first thing they have to do, they have to respect the run. So when you're running the football and you come with play action, that helps the offensive line. That gives them a little bit more, time to block.
And I think, too, the calls. It's not, what you call is when you call it. And we take a look at this, and then the caller before, Bob, was talking about the fact about the time of possession. But when you take a look at this, in the first half, the Chicago Bears held the ball 10 minutes and 37 seconds. The Philadelphia Eagles, 19 minutes and 16 seconds. So there's 9 minutes difference there that the Eagles had the football. It ended up in the football game that the Eagles held the ball 31 minutes and 58 seconds to the Bears 28 minutes. So what I'm saying here is, though, the Eagles still had the football. But you remember in the third quarter, that was the difference. In the third quarter, the Bears held the football the whole damn quarter. And I think they only scored 3 points. I had 17 plays going down the road, but that was a big part of it.
So consequently, what you have here is this balance that we talk about. Not only running and throwing the football, when to throw it, how good are you when you do throw the football? And I told you what that number was. His number color was 11.8. That's almost unbelievable per attempt. And so there's quality there. And then what happens with the glue of all this stuff is the special teams and then the defense. The defense walks in because they're good enough to be out there on that field for that difference they had in that first half. The fact that they could stay out there and stay toe-to-toe with the Eagles, even though the Eagles held the football 9 minutes.
Doug, I tell you what, and also what's going along, I mean, you talk about luck. We had 100% healthy. Everybody going in, no injuries, and it's been this way all year, and I hope it keeps up. You know, you got the Eagles. They came in, it seems to me, every time we play a team, whoever we're going to play, if it's at home or away, they have all kinds of injury problems. Their 2 starting cornerbacks were out, Samuel and Hobbs, for the Eagles. So they had backups playing at the corner. So we got some luck on our side, pal.
We do, and I think you take a look at this, and again, the first 3 games, I went and gave you a nickel for Mike Martz's operation. You heard me tell him and talk about it, and I was just unhappy with the way everything looked and the way it just looked like it was just bits and pieces. I never saw such a turnaround. Now, whether Mike Martz turned it around, or the coaches turned it around, or D'Angelo turned it around and said, we are not this team. We can't be this type of team. We are a team that's control the football, and that's exactly what they're doing.
What they did, they stopped the 7-step drop. They went to the 3, they went to the 5, and they moved the pocket. That's as simple as it is. But wondering, oh, my God, what's all happened? That's what happened. And we started running the football. That made your play action more effective. And that gives us a chance to complete the 8, the 10, the 12, the 15-yard passes.
Well, that's the difference, too, is the running game. The fact is that you look at the runs compared to the passes. Before that, we were throwing 65, 70% of the time.
Exactly.
Right now, we're running the ball more than we're throwing it.
Right.
Which, to me,
and that's why that's why the play action is working. That's why we're connecting on these 12, these 30, the Johnny Knox, to Hester, to all of them. All this intermediate pass game that we've gone to, why is it? It's because of the damn commitment to the running game, Doug, moving him out of the pocket and the play action. And that just happens to be what's going on here.
My own objective to the game that was called by Mike Martz is one play. That was the Wildcat. And I don't know why in the hell we use Wildcat. I don't know why anybody uses Wildcat. You got the quarterback. Did you guys watch Colorado wide receiver? I mean, he's just standing out there.
Doug, you want to talk about stupid football? We go down to play Miami. They've been running a Wildcat for what, like 3 years now?
Yeah.
I don't even think they ran it one time. Those morons.
Let's go out to John in Colorado Springs. John Young, score with Obie and Doug.
Hey, boys. Happy holidays.
Same to you, buddy.
Thanks for taking my call. Hey, I just want to bring up one guy in particular, Henry Melton. He was a running back at Texas, and they transferred him to a defensive end, I think, defensive lineman. And I think he's been a stud the last, 3-4 games. And I just want to get your thought on that. And I thought Tommy Harris had a pretty good game himself. So thanks for taking my call, boys.
Okay. What has happened, what you've seen this year, if you've watched the D-line play, we do a lot of line tricks now, and you saw a lot of it again today. In other words, remember the past years we had, and I would complain constantly whether a guy was in a 3 technique or a 1 technique, our defensive tackles, wherever they never moved them. They never went under shift or over shift. Same movement, same everything. Everybody knew where the hell our guys were. Okay? Not anymore. Not anymore. If you watch the line play, if they're not doing tricks simultaneously, the left side is tricking, the right side is tricking between the defensive tackle and end, or the tackles are tricking, and they run it constantly. Now, again, like I said before, does it work every time? No, it doesn't work every time, and it may not even work for an entire game. But it just might, because you might get some offensive linemen blow the play, Doug, blow the call, and you've got people switching, coming up the gaps, trying to make things happen.
There's no question, because the fact that put Peppers in the mix here. A lot of times those what we're calling those tricks are with Peppers. Mm-hmm. You get him running the speed that he has. You got the tackle coming out, him looping behind the tackle, and you're absolutely correct. What then you throw everybody off. All he needs is 1 or 2 steps on that player.
And that's what they've been doing, Doug.
Yeah.
They've been line tricking all year, and it's working. And have we got a ton of sacks? No, we haven't. But I tell you what, we put a lot of pressure, and today was the key You defensive ends or whoever's got containment, stay there. Let the pressure come from the inside so he can't escape and get out and make his miracle plays.
Let's go out to Steve in Park Ridge. Steve, you're on the score.
Hey, boys, love your show.
What's up, buddy?
I just want to say I'm happy with one area, and I'm disappointed in another area.
What?
The offense played great, don't get me wrong, but the play action works when you actually run the ball 50% of the time.
Mm-hmm.
The defense, on the other hand, I think our cover 2 let them back in the game. The middle of the field was wide open, and I think the only way to play against Vic is you have to blitz almost once every series, and I didn't see that a lot. You got to let the dog loose on him. I'll let you go.
I got to tell you, though, Stevie, great thought. You know, in my mind, I usually go that direction, but this is the last thing you want to do with Michael Vick. And I'm going to tell you why, because he's got 2 wide receivers. If you're going to go and blitz, that means you got guys out there in Jackson and Macklin, they're wide receivers, that could fly. And that's all they need. They pick that blitz up, and it is over. Those guys are long gone. So what the Bears did do, and a lot of times I get disgusted, too, with that cover 2 and all that, because I know I've played it enough, and I understand it. But they keep, like I said before, I didn't even see the defensive backs half the time. They were so far out of the picture because they wanted to throw the short one. They wanted to keep doing that, and they kept hitting them. But the fact is, some other quarterback you go after, I think they did the right thing and it was the right call.
You know, and the other thing, you know, what I didn't understand with the Eagles, Doug, Reed, their head coach, they're still going in no huddle. There was no sense of urgency. That's normally what we do when we're behind, you know. You don't take your time, go up there, and then they finally went with a few minutes to go. They come up with a no huddle and try to make helter-skelter out of basically the end of a football game. They should have thought about that a hell of a lot earlier, Doug.
Well, Ed, you've helped a lot of teams, but you're not going to help the Eagles by giving that advice to them.
Well, I'm going to tell you something. You know what? A lot of times, you sit there and say, we got out-coached. How many times have we said that? Well, guess what? We outcoached those people.
We did a hell of a job.
Yes, we did. Kudos to all of them.
You're listening to Suburban Tire Postgame Show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number, 312-644-6767, talking proudly about the Chicago Bears, 31-26 over the Eagles.
Let me get a real quick shout out here to Jim Rebant. And Jim has been the PA announcer there for the last 28 years. And Jim, I hope you're listening. You've done a phenomenal job. You got a great voice. People love you. And I hope you keep it up, pal, and go another 28 or another 58 years.
Keep coming, Jimmy. We'll be right back. Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio, Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to Suburban Tire Postgame Show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. He's Ed Obradovich. I'm Doug Buffon. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Bears win 31-26 over the Eagles. And today's player of the game is not player, it's players. The Bears defensive line.
Especially the defensive tackles.
They played a hell of a game.
Yes, they did.
Today's players of the game is brought to you by the Auto Owners Insurance Agent of the Week, Snyder Insurance in Darien, Illinois. Contact Joe Snyder at 630-960-4848 or visit their website at snydersinsurance.com. Bear fans, be the 670th texter of the word victory to 67011 and win a $100 gift certificate to Applebee's, Chicagoland's favorite bar and grill with 34 Chicagoland locations. Eddie, they're lit up.
Doug, before we do that, I just want to get for Doug and I to all the high school teams. The last Friday and Saturday, we had our state championships, 1 through 8A, and I'll tell you what, there was just great football. Watched it like Saturday, and congratulations to Coach Dave and Sarah at Maine South. In 8A, he's won the last 3 state championships. And I'll tell you, he started out 0-2 this year, Doug, and then came back and didn't lose a game. I'm almost positive. So to Dave and Sarah in Maine South, congratulations. Wheaton Warrenville South at 7A. But I'm going to tell you one thing in it right here with Lake Zurich. They got a running back, Tommy, by the name of Jacob Brentley. I'm going to tell you something. I haven't seen a kid run like this kid in high school since Tommy Zibikowski. This kid is a flat-out runner. What a football player. Jacob Brentley, you're a hell of a football player, son.
Congratulations to all the guys.
Absolutely.
The attempts and what they have done, and no question, that's a dynasty out there in Maine South.
Oh, my God. That coach and Sarah, he's got those guys. It's incredible, Doug. I believe I'm almost correct on this. 3 state A titles in a row.
That's unbelievable.
Yes.
Let's go out to Carlos on the north side. Carlos on the score with OB and Doug. Carlos. Let's go out to Dave on the northwest side. Dave, you're on the score.
So, Doug and OB, how are you guys?
What's up, Dave?
Here's the thing. You know, the problem is, back in the day, you know, everybody's talking about our offensive line. One thing they could do in the Carolina game is you could see that they could run block. Why did it take so long for the coaching staff to figure this out? And here's the thing. Once they figured out they could run block, now the continuity was going. They're getting more confident in themselves. Not only that, now they can go from run. Then they don't have to pass block all the time. It was a constant balance. Ever since they started running the ball, now everything is falling into place.
Dave.
Now you're getting this team, you're getting the offensive line the confidence that they needed, and you're seeing it flourish.
Yeah, you know, Dave, Ed and I talked about this a million times, and we talked about it after the first game, the second game. Let me tell you this right now, and this is why I'm still a little bit pissed. I'm so happy today this thing happened. I'm happy the Bears are in first place.
Let me guess where you're going to go. The 2 games you're going to go to.
Right. I'm going to go to Seattle. I'm going to go to Washington.
Yes.
No way in hell should we have lost those 2 games. If they'd have taken the same formula they've used the last 4 games. And your question is, why didn't they figure this out earlier? And they should have. Because those two games would have gave us such a buffer right now. Because I know we could have whipped those 2 games, won those 2 football games. There's no doubt in my mind. But that's over with and it's gone. And, of course, they finally realized what was going on. They corrected themselves. But, again, too, and I agree. And Ed and I, we look at each other, we say, why in the hell? Why aren't they figuring this out? We're not capable of doing what Mike Martz. This is not a Mike Martz's offense. I mean, you take a look at this offense. If you look at it, you say, oh, there's a Mike Martz offense. No, it's not. But it's a good offense. It's a solid offense, and it's using the best you can with the ability of the players you have.
And, Dave, let me tell you another thing. If they would have stayed with that same formula, most of the teams drop back, have 5 and 7-step drops, okay, in the National Football League. Mostly 7, okay? We can't do it, Dave. We found out we can't do it. We were beating our heads up against the wall week after week after week until finally somebody came out of the coma and figured it out. But we cannot pass block. That just happens to be a fact. If we go back to a 7-step drop and if we don't move that pocket, we're going to get killed again.
Let's go out to Frank and Waukegan. Frank, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug, it'll be a pleasure. And
thanks for taking the call.
You know, I since I've been watching the beginning of the season, I think Peppers has really produced the, line better for us. And I just got to give him some kudos. He's made the rest of the guys look really great. And you know what? I think Tommy Harris should be benched. I don't see nothing from him. So I'll hang up and listen to your call.
Ed and I said the same thing. We were talking about Harris. What the hell is this guy doing? All of a sudden, I'm going to tell you something. That was the biggest play of the game when he made that tip. And
when they were going in to score.
Yeah, and Harris makes the interception. He runs it out, and then we take the football in the remaining minute and a half, whatever it was, and scores.
14-point swing, Frank. That was huge. He made one play, and I don't even want to go with. I don't want to go there. I don't want to go there, Frank.
We're not happy with his performance, but that play was outstanding. There's no question about it.
Well, let's not put him in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, exactly. Not yet.
All right.
Let's go out to Dave in Hobart, Indiana. Dave, you're on the score.
How you doing, Doug, OB?
Hi, Dave.
Used to watch you guys when I was a kid growing up, and loved listening to you. Oh, man, I love listening to you guys.
Thank you.
Let's give kudos to the Bears offense today because they put all the points up today. And Earl Bennett, what a game.
Yeah, great game.
What a game.
Yep.
But what did the Bears defensive line do? And when Tunay did that, what was it, with Izzy? He did the stunt with Izzy?
Yes, they stunted all day, Dave.
Got that sack? Mm-hmm. Whoa, man, was that nice. But Dave, kudos to defense, and, man, they just brought it today.
Well, yes, they did.
Yeah, they did.
And I'm going to tell you what. And, if you listen to Doug and I, we've been screaming for years.
Again,
move the line. Move those people. Don't let them sit there like ducks in the water and you're getting popped off one after another. They know exactly what you're doing. But I'm going to tell you what, Marinelli finally figured it out, brought it in there, and moved the line. No matter if it's Julius Peppers, well, let them keep rushing from the outside. No, they're bringing them in the inside. They're doing everything to create all the havoc they can, and damn it, so far it's working.
Yeah, there's no question. Tonia, the other defensive tackle, he comes in, Adams does what he has to do in there. But the thing about it is, I'll go back 2 years or 3 years. No being, I remember doing the show. We could not figure out why the Bears didn't do more. In other words, defensively. If you line up in the same spot and you take the same charge, Ed, play after play after play, sooner or later, someone's going to figure it out, and they're going to say, hey, this guy's going to be in this spot every time.
Doug, I can tell you.
It's not going to happen anymore. You know better.
If I was playing it,
right.
You know, we won a world championship. We played in the game, and I'll tell you something, I played with some great football players, and if you got put in a position, we had a coach that would listen to you by the name of George Allen, who's in the Hall of Fame. And the head coach is a Hall of Famer by the name of George Hallis, who started everything you see. But I'll tell you what, if you're going to put me in harm's way, that ain't going to happen, Doug. I'm going to go to my D-line coach, or I'm going to go to George Allen or somebody. Listen, you know, you guys are putting me in harm's way. This is not working. We got to do something. And they were smart enough. They were smart enough to listen to the players, because what you'll find, folks, and you can even talk to the players, well, they won't say it while they're playing. But what happens when you go to the coach and recommend something to them, a different theme offensively or scheme or a different play or whatever, they shoot you down right away. Why? Because they didn't come up with it, even though they might think it. Now, you may not believe me, folks, but trust me, believe me on this one.
And I guess the thing that bothered us most, though, that's football 101 and defensive line play. That's football 101. No one's that damn good to line them up, four guys, and say, here we
Doug,
come.
How many years did we do it?
We did it for 3 years.
You saw it.
Yeah.
They never changed. They never moved these guys.
That's what I'm saying. I couldn't figure it out. No one
so
could
I'll tell you
it out.
what, if I'm Tommy Harris, or if I'm any of these guys playing defensive line, and you constantly got me stuck in that 3 position or that 1 position,
I'm squirreling.
And no matter where we're at, you're going to pick them off. They'll set plays. You have no chance, folks. Now they do have a chance.
Let's go out to Calvin on the south side. Calvin, you're on the scoreboard. Opie and Doug.
Hey, guys, that's a great show as always.
Thanks, Calvin.
Thanks, Calvin.
To Hall of Famers. I'm going to take a page out of your book, Doug. I'm going to say Bears almost took a stupid pill at the end of the game there. With, they're kicking the ball shoot up against that last touchdown, and it's the 3 plays. It was very predictable. It was the 2 handoffs to Matt Forte. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think that pass that Jay Cutler threw was almost intercepted. That would have made the score 31-26. Doug, you know as well as I that when you have a team down, I always hear you say this, you keep your foot on their neck. When the Bears got that ball back in those 3 plays, I'm not saying don't throw the ball down the field, but you still got to act like you're behind. What about that quick 3-step pass just to keep the ball moving the chains? Philadelphia never should have got the ball back. They should have said, we need 3 first downs, run the clock out, that's it. And another point I want to ask, why is it that the Bears play up to the level of the teams that they play? Do you think they're going to score 31 points against the Detroit Lions when they play them in Detroit next? And how come they didn't play like this when they played against Washington, Seattle, and the other teams? I want to hear you guys comment on those first 2 points.
Calvin, and we've been talking about it. There's no question why they didn't play, because the formula was all wrong. The whole game plan was wrong for those 2 games. It's not the same team. It's not the same. They're not attacking teams the way they are offensively right now, like they're doing now. I'm telling you, that's the only part that pisses us off, is the fact that if they would have taken the same formula and played those 2 teams the same way, Seattle and Washington would have 2 more wins.
And we had those teams at home.
That's right.
And we lost in our own.
Those were, in my mind, they were gimmies.
Right. Well, that was we were hoping was going to be chalk up a win there.
He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score, Sports Radio 670, the Suburban Tire post-game show. We're live in Elk Grove Village, the real-time sports 312-644-6767. Arizona, Jack, Kevin, Antonio, Tony, Tom, Jim, Bartholomew, Perry, Pete. We'll be right back.
Hang in, guys.
The Good Hands play of the game is brought to you by Allstate. Dollar for dollar, nobody protects you like Allstate. Are you in good hands?
3 receivers with Bennett in the slot. Taylor in the back. Fake to Taylor. Throwing to the end zone over the middle. Touchdown! Touchdown Bears! Cutler to Earl Bennett. Bears have the lead.
And Highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to Suburban Tire Postgame Show on the Score Sports Radio 670. We're live in real-time sports in Elk Grove Village. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears 31, Eagles 26. And let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's head out to Tom in Forest Park. Tom, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Hey, how you doing, OB? How you doing, Doug?
What's up, Tommy?
Yeah, great fan of you guys.
Thank you.
Listen, I wanted to make 2 points. Number one, I think the game was very poorly officiated, and the refs didn't even have a handle on the game towards the end in the fourth quarter there. It's all the pushing and shoving. And I wanted to say that on that second to last, well, I can't call it a drive, but the second to last possession that the Bears had, that was a stupid call to pass the ball on third down and stop the clock.
Well, I thought the play was a stupid play, and in fact, that play almost turned into an interception, which the guy could have ran for a touchdown. I agree there, and I also agree the fact that, when you're trying to kill the clock, so you want that clock to keep going, and an incomplete pass obviously, stops the clock. They could maybe come up with something else. I don't know, maybe a shorter pass or a dump pass or something where you would aid up more time. But they didn't do it. They took a shot, and again, that was close. It was extremely close, and that one call, I just don't know if it was Cutler's fault or whose fault it was, but
it could have been disaster.
Yeah, it could have been. He tried to slam.
It was an unnecessary call, which falls under stupid. And Tom, we can just back about the refereeing. We got a call earlier from Dr. Pat DeCillo, and he's a great Bear fan, and that was the first thing out of his mind was questioning the officiating that went on today.
Well, it's amazing how those calls, especially if it's your team, and you can look at them and say, well, that should be called or not called. But I didn't see anything that was really out of line, except for maybe losing control of the football game. Now, there were a lot of scuffling going on.
There was a lot of pushing and shoving going on.
And that, again, too, I don't know what was said, who said what, but you certainly don't want to get that to happen in a football game. Let's go to Antonio in Lincoln Park. Antonio on the Score.
Hey, man, what's going on?
It's Antonio.
All right, Antonio.
Well, I just don't understand why the defense is dropping back Brian Urlacher and Lance Briggs into pass coverage instead of rushing. It makes no sense.
Well, it really does, Antonio, because what they play that cover two, and that's a fact that when you do the cover two, that means they're doubling up on the outside with the two safeties and the two cornerbacks. That means someone's got to take care of the middle. To take care of the middle, that means it belongs to the linebacker, and it belongs really, the deep part belongs to Urlacher. If you watch what they did was, if Urlacher ran deep with the tight end, Selleck, then they would dump it in front of him to the back. If he played up, they try to go over top of his head. But Urlacher's so big and strong and fast and quick, and Lance Briggs is just outstanding. And they do a hell of a job, and that's what they have to do in that cover two, and that's why you don't see more of those guys blitzing, because Lovie Smith's a cover two guy. Get used to it, and that's exactly what this team is going to play.
Antonio, and also number one, when we had the lead, we were up by several points, a couple of touchdowns or better. And 15 points in Antonio. So they're going to play that defense. Plus our 4-down linemen, they weren't breaking down. The defensive tackles kept caving in that pocket. But I'll guarantee you, Antonio, if it was switched the other way, you damn sure wouldn't see us be playing a cover two. We'd be coming after them with everything we have.
Let's go to Arizona. Jack in Arizona.
How you doing, guys?
What's up, Jack?
Hey, let me ask you 2 questions.
Oh.
When you guys played at Wrigley Field, how was the turf there?
Brutal, but I loved it. But go ahead, Jack.
Hey, Jack, hold on. Let me answer your question. That grass was gone so long out there at Wrigley Field.
It was dirt.
And what they used to do, they would come to dress it up, and on Saturdays they would come after we practice, and they paint. They'd literally spray the field green. So we'd come out on Sunday, and we're running on green dirt.
Every guy looked like a leprechaun.
Another thing, with that turf at Soldiers Field is terrible.
It's brutal.
And before I forget, I'm worried about next week's game. It's a trap game. Watch it. Because Detroit, they'll be thinking about New England the week after.
Well, Jack, not only that's a smart thing you say there. It could be a trap game, but guess what? What also could be trap/revenge.
Well, the fact is they almost lost the first game to Detroit, so I don't think the Bears would be that cocky and going out there.
I'm talking about the way the Detroit lost the game, Doug.
Oh, when they lost.
That would be. They got that's still in their crawl.
They've got some talent up there. There's no question. But let me tell you something.
They don't know how to win yet, Doug.
No,
they've had leads all year, and they just don't know how to win.
If you've gone this far as the Bears have gone, Eddie, I don't think you can be trapped. I don't think you're good enough to be trapped.
Well, I think they understand that they're not good, and they got to fight for everything that they have.
Exactly right. It almost happened today with Pittsburgh and Buffalo. Buffalo took Pittsburgh right to overtime. And I thought that was going to be a game. They're going to at least and they started out that way. They were beating them 13-0, but you can fall into that trap. But I don't think the Bears will do that. Let's go out to Kevin in Brookfield. Kevin's on the score.
Hi, Doug and OB.
All right,
what's up, Kev?
Yeah, I agree with you guys about the defensive line playing the tackles, but the safeties look good today, too.
Yeah? Well, you know what? It's amazing how defensive line play can make your safeties look pretty good. And that's all part of it. And that gives them opportunities to make plays, to come up and hit people. But I was impressed, Kev, with the fact that if you do play the cover two things you need. And as Ed was talking about that defensive line, that's exactly what we had, and that's what we got. The other thing you need when you play cover two is tremendous tackling, sharp tackling, no run after the catch. And you saw that most of today, the guys that they were catching the ball in front and they were tackling all the guys.
Kevin, the defensive line and the scheme of things that they came up with, Marinelli came up with, our defensive coordinator, gave him no room. They gave him no run. They gave him no quarter to be running around here, slipping up in between the defensive end and the defensive tackle. All lanes were pretty much shut off. What I was surprised at coming out after the second half or even late in the third quarter that they didn't start moving Vic out and around from the get-go on sprint outs and bootlegs. I was surprised, again, that they did not do that. Having said that, I'm glad they didn't, but the reason why, we had a good, solid defensive plan, and I'll tell you what, defensive tackles, I can't tell you enough because I'm all over them because they just haven't been getting the job done for quite some time. Well, guess what? Today they got it done. So, guys, kudos. You played a hell of a game.
Yeah, you're right, Ed. Did Tommy Harris play much at all?
Yeah,
he did. Yeah, there's a rotation.
That one play. He had that one play, there was no
the one play that he made, the tip.
Well, the tip that was huge.
Yeah, but Tommy Harris was in there. He got off the line of scrimmage. Believe me, he did. He penetrated a little bit.
Let's go out to Tony in Rockford. Tony on the score.
Hey, OB, how you guys doing?
What's
up,
All right,
Tone?
I just wanted. So, what do you guys feel now about? Do you think the Bears are number one in the NFC now? I mean, I know Atlanta beat the Packers, which I'm glad they did. But, I mean, what do you guys think? I'll hang up and listen. Do you think that they're at least now or at least in the top five? What do you think?
Well, they got to be in the top five with that record. I mean, you take a look at it. You got Atlanta, you got New Orleans, again, too,
only one team's got a better record.
Atlanta. And you say to yourself, well, the Bears are 8-3. That's pretty damn good. You wish you would have 8-3. And so the fact is, when you look at them, though, they can't get... they can't get to that point where their head blows up, and I don't think this will happen either. But they're just going to be a lunch bucket team. They're going to come, and I think that's how they're going to.
Well, I think,
win.
Yeah, Tony, what I think happens too here is the fact that these players, they say they don't read the newspapers, they don't listen to this, they don't listen to that. That's a bunch of BS. You know what? And I think probably what's in their crawl as you look at that 53, 54-man squad, even the coaches. And you know what I think? I think they've had about enough of it. From the locals here, including us, and nationally, they get no respect, none whatsoever, because of the schedule they played and who they played, but they keep winning, and I don't think they're going to get big heads or whatever have you. I think these guys are going to stay within themselves and come out, hopefully, week after week, and prove us in the beginning part of the season and everybody in the country wrong. I think they want that respect, and they're going to earn it for the rest of the 5 games coming up. At least I hope they are, Doug.
Well, then that's exactly how they look at it, Ed. It's called circle the wagons. And when you start circling the wagons...
it's like they say, Doug, we don't read the papers. Right. That's a bunch of BS, folks. Don't you listen to that? They read every damn newspaper there is.
You're listening to Suburban Tire Post Game Show on the Score, Sports Radio 670, Real-Time Sports in Elko Village. That's where we are. Obradovich and Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Ed and I will be right back.
This segment is brought to you by Gerber Collision and Glass. We come highly wrecked. Come in.
The snaps, and again, physicality and pushing and shoving at the line of scrimmage. And that'll do it. No way to stop the clock. Fade to black. Bears have beat the Eagles 31-26 to go 8-3. Packers lose today in Atlanta. And the Bears ignored in the conversation we heard over the weekend about their role in the NFC picture.
Their defense will get recognized.
This time of the year, you have big games. Coming in two good football teams at the top of their division, we knew what type of football game this would turn into. Crowd, of course, was outstanding again. We definitely had a home field advantage.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call, and you heard Lovie Smith talk about a great football game, and he is correct. They did play one hell of a football game. They called a good football game. And again, the offense and defense and special teams all together. And
give them credit.
Absolutely. Word is there. They earned it. Listen, you're listening to the Suburban Tire Postgame Show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. He's Obradovich on the phone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. And Ed, during this course of this game, there are so many big plays. And I want to rattle a couple off for you just so we can remember them, because it's just kind of you forget about it. In the first quarter, 4 plays, 79 yards. It takes the Bears 1 minute and 44 seconds to go for a touchdown. Earl Bennett gets a 10-yard TD catch. In that is when Matt Forte ran for 61 yards. So these are big. This is one of the big plays. The next one up, 4 plays, 59 yards, 2 minutes and 13 seconds. The key play, Hester goes 39 yards, catches a screen pass. Johnny Knox, a 20-yard touchdown catch. Now we go to the next one. In the second quarter, 6 plays, 63 yards in 1 minute and 12 seconds. Key play, Earl Bennett, a 30-yard catch. Key play, touchdown, Earl Bennett, a 6-yard TD catch. And the final one I averaged in the third quarter, 3 plays, 54 yards, 1 minute and 31 seconds. The key play was Hester's 45-yard return, kickoff return. Then Hester has a 24-yard or 34-yard catch. And then how about this one? The touchdown and that great catch that Greg Olsen got in the end zone.
There you go.
And he had to put, that was a perfect call, a perfect pass. And I guess when you look at Olsen, that was the hell of a perfect catch. Let's go out to Wally's Gym in Maryville, Indiana.
Wally Jim.
Walleye Jim.
Walleye.
Big Ed and Uncle Doug.
What's up, Walleye?
Well, I'm gonna throw out the 3 game balls for all 3 phases.
Go ahead.
And I've been debating it. But offense, I'm going to give it to Cutler over Bennett.
Mm-hmm.
Defense, I'm going to give it to Izzy, the way he started out the game.
Yeah.
And set the tone. And special teams, I've been really debating, but I'm going to have to give it to Manning for coming in there and making those 2 long runs and putting them in good field position.
Let me tell you something, Walleye. He's been doing that, not only so far this year, but I'll tell you what, last year, I believe, didn't he lead the league, Doug?
38, I think he was averaging like 28 or 30 yards a return.
Yeah.
He's right there.
I'll tell you what, he's a great talent to have back there.
Yeah, there's no question. I mean, the guys you picked out played tremendous football games, but I guess you could probably add more guys to it if you had enough footballs. I mean, there's no question. Hester's big move, big return was big. His catches were big. You talk about what Knox did. You talk about Bennett, those catches he made. Then you got to talk about the guy that threw him the ball.
You know what? It was a total win.
It was a total deal.
It was a good win. It was a good offensive game plan, good defensive game plan. It was executed. I know they went down and they drove down the field and at the end of the ball game. But I tell you what, the players, they hustled. I mean, they worked. They were game tackling. Yeah. They were all over the place. The line blocking was crisp. It was smart play to run that football, come with the play action, and help our offensive line with the play action, pass blocking, which, folks, believe me, is huge.
I can safely say, after this football game, that a lot of my doubts have been kind of erased. There were games we won this year. We would talk about the games, but I always would say, but, or this, or that. This is the first game that I can look at and say to myself, you know what? These guys were pretty damn good today.
Before, I always had found something that was wrong.
Well, that's because basically of the record and who they played.
Exactly.
I mean, and the ease of the schedule that they had. Not only us and everybody else across the country, and that's why they weren't really getting the respect that they thought that they deserved. Okay?
And I think they'll get more today.
And there should be a hell of a lot more of it after today.
Yep. Let's go out to John on the north side. John, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug and Obi.
Yeah, John.
What's up, John?
I want to compliment you guys for the best football broadcast on radio.
We
you guys are
appreciate that,
terrific.
John. Thank you.
I'm telling you, there's some other guys that have motor mouth buffoons that never played the game. You guys did, and I enjoy listening to you.
Thank you.
First of all, I want to ask, something's been bugging me for years every time I watch football, and they have like a minute left to play in the game. They get a first down, no timeouts. They get the ball and they spike it. I know it's in the rules. That is the most ridiculous play I have ever heard. There is no receiver in the area. The closest man to the ball is the center. The guy is within the zone. I can't understand that play.
John,
I'm not laughing. I'm laughing with you, pal. We're laughing with you.
It's so stupid. I mean, you're saying to yourself, you throw it into the ground. Was that intentional grounding in your mind? I don't know.
It has to be. I mean, what's the guy do? He's going to step on the ball and he's throwing it right into the ground. Yeah. Don't you have to run out of the pocket and then throw
outside,
to get outside the lines?
I know, just another way to kill the clock.
That was a great call, John.
He's right. If there's anything that's grounding to football, that would be it, wouldn't it? That's why you weren't forced to throw it on you. But I realize that. But I don't like the rule either, John.
They should have, something they should have instead of doing that. If you want an extra timeout, let's say the referee throws out a blue flag. I mean, head coach, a blue
flag.
A blue flag.
Right.
And then he throws it out there and said, now when that happens, you get an extra timeout.
Yeah.
But it's going to cost the owner $250,000.
They'll pay.
How many times do you think you see the blue flag going out? Not too often, do you?
There's some rules of the NFL you just kind of laugh at, and that is one of them. Let's go out to Aaron in Lombard. Aaron, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. Happy Sunday. How's it going tonight?
Good, Aaron.
Excellent. Hey, I got two quick questions. One is everybody was ranting and raving on how Philadelphia was the number one team in the NFL, and we kind of handled them pretty well. I think obviously it was a close game, but so where does that put the Bears? Is the Bears now are they number one? Are we going to get the respect that we've kind of deserved and have deserved over the last few weeks, where people have been putting us down, saying, our games have been lucky, the Packers beat themselves. And also, what teams coming up can the Bears not beat? After we've shown what we've done to Michael Vick, what teams do we have coming up with New England and the Jets, I believe, right? Who can't we compete with? I'll hang up and listen to your guys' call. Or your answers.
The fact is that when you come down the line and you take a look at the teams we got coming up, and the ones you're going to mention are New England and the Jets, and, of course, Minnesota on the road and Detroit on the road and Green Bay on the road. It can go either way. And this football game was coming. There's some good football teams. Green Bay Packers are a good football team. New England is a good football team. And so what you have to look at is that you have to play your best to win those games. If the Bears lost to that game, say to New England by 3 points, are they a bad team? Or if they lost to the Green Bay Packers, are they a bad team? Or if they won both those games? So I'm telling you right now, what it is the Bears have to improve to next week. They can't fall asleep against Detroit. And then as far as the rankings concerned, who gives a damn? I mean, I look at these guys, and they got guys number one, next thing you know, they're number 5, and they're number 4. All I can tell you is that right now, with the Bears' record of 8-3, they got to be in the top 5 or 6 teams. But here's the other thing that throws it against them. Ed talked about it last week. The Bears' schedule for the first 10 games this year was the easiest in the NFL. And that is why everybody's jumping all over them. And now you turn around coming back at the end here, it's going to get a hell of a lot tougher, and starting with the Eagles and going to Green Bay and going to Minnesota and obviously going to New England and playing the Jets.
That's where the total truth is. It started today. Who are the Chicago Bears? This was a tremendous start for the Chicago Bears to tell who they are. A lot of people, including myself, had doubt in the back of their head that they could win this football game. They went out and won it, and they won it handily. They did a hell of a job in all three aspects of the game: special teams, the offense, and the defense.
Yeah, no question about it. And the play of Jay Cutler.
Absolutely. 146.
I'm sure Jay would like to fire the ball downfield 60, 70 yards. He'd like to be doing a lot of razzle-dazzle stuff. Well, he had to sit down. They had to bring him and understand exactly what it is that we have to do to win, or hopefully to win football games. And it's changed the philosophy, which is it's a great thing, which is so hard to believe because, again, you people know it as well as we do. This guy, he will not change. I'm speaking about the head coach. But I'll tell you what, he must have listened to somebody because there was some change.
Well, I got to tell you, when I look at it, I say to myself, maybe he's the one that brought it in. I don't know, because Marsh is the type of guy that wants to go out there and we say, throw the football over, and we all knew that they had to bring this thing back. But again, too, we talked about Jay Cutler today.
But it was a change, Doug.
It was a change,
It was a change.
Jay Cutler, his quarterback rating was 146. 146. I mean, that's just phenomenal. And I know we threw the football only maybe, 22 times? What was it, Ed?
Yeah, we had 21 times, 14 to 21.
And we rushed for how many? We rushed maybe 28 times. We ran more than we threw. There's no question about that.
We ran, Doug, I think, we ran 28 times.
Right. And passed 21.
And
the guy has over 11 average gains per pass. That's quality, not quantity. That's quality. So what they're doing is the plays that they're running are tremendously successful. You only had 21 throws. So, I mean, somebody's doing something right here. And too many damn times, Ed and I got to go through this thing and talk about how bad it was and this and that. It feels so damn good to talk about some good things, about what they really did well out there, and they played well. I mean, you can just take that to the bank. Let's go out to Dave in Elkhart, Indiana. Dave, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug, Obi, love your show.
Thanks,
What's up,
Dave?
Hey, the offensive line, I don't know what happened, but all of a sudden they're looking real good. It's pretty bizarre. I can't believe the shoestring tackle by Peppers. I don't think there's a better defensive lineman or an athlete on the defensive line in the league than him. And the secondary, I mean, they're supposed to be a weakness, and they're looking good. I mean, it was a great game today, and we're drinking the Bears Kool-Aid here in Michiana.
Well, you should be. Yeah, you should be. I'm not saying, that today's an answer to what's going to happen down the road, but today we saw so many good things out there today. We saw, and the main of it, you talked about the offensive line. You protect, I think, your weakest part of your football team, and I think they are protecting their offensive line by what they're calling and when they're calling and how they're calling it. And you can do that by screens. You can do that by draws. You can do that by running plays. You can do that by rolling out your quarterback. You cannot do it by 7-step drops every damn time, because you saw what happened. They put color in the body bag. We don't have that talent. We do have the talent to do certain things, and that's exactly what we're doing. Let's go out to Dave on the south side. Dave, you're on the score.
Hey, Opie. Hey, Doug. How you guys doing?
What's up, buddy?
Dave. Listen, first of all, I just wanted to just say firstly that I just want to say offensively, I just want to say that Mike Martz did a great job in utilizing our receivers and putting them in the slots well so that they could, we know we have some of the quickest receivers in the NFL. They did a great job just putting them in the slots, putting them in a position so that they can get up the field. Secondly, I wanted to say that excellent job on the offensive line, Mike Tice being able to make that adjustment early on and stop the bleeding. Philadelphia kind of got on a run, but, the Bears, they defense, they huddled up, the offense stepped up, they stopped the bleeding, and they put their foot on Philadelphia's neck, and, good way to win. So, I just have this one question, though. I got to agree with you, Doug. I don't think we get enough recognition at all. You look at ESPN, you look at all the sports analysts, and after this game, we should have better get some kind of recognition. I'll hang up and let you guys go ahead.
And I agree. First of all, I had my doubts, and I played for the damn team. and I watched them for all these years. But what I saw today, I'm happy about. I'm willing to give credit where credit is due. I'm also willing to, along with Ed, to call it what it is. If it's bad, it's bad. I didn't see anything bad really today. I didn't see anything bad. Now you're saying to me, usually that would happen. You say, well, they're not playing a really good football team. Well, the Eagles are a pretty good football team. Now, again, too, they had some injuries. They had the cornerbacks.
Right, the starting cornerbacks were out.
And the Bears, 0. Nobody on the injured reserve, except for Hillemeyer.
It's a magical year so far, guys. It's a magical year. The schedule is, my Lord, is 100% in our favor. I know we got some tough games coming up, but boy, I tell you what, we've started winning. These guys are starting to believe in themselves. And it's all working, and no injuries, and the special teams, and deep, my God, it's great. It's great to see.
It's beautiful to see. Then again, too, you say to yourself, then again, the coaches themselves had to get into a room and sit down and talk and say, look,
there's no question about it,
This
Doug.
is what's going wrong, and just to have and do it and correct it and correct what's going on. It's the most amazing thing. You say, well, it's easy to do. No, it's not. Everybody's got egos. Everybody thinks about what's best for them. March thinks best. He's got the biggest show on turf. And then they got the other guy talking about his offensive line and defense talking about this and that. But they sat down, and what is the total formula? What is the best thing for that whole football team? And exactly, they've come up with it. Now, if it doesn't take them all the way, it doesn't take them all the way. But at least they'll get a shot at doing something good on the rest of these football games that are coming up. Let's go out to Dave in St. Charles. Dave, you're on the score.
Hey, guys, how are you?
All right, Dave.
What I was wondering is, weren't you kind of disappointed we couldn't pick up a first down at the end there and just run the ball down their throats after running it so good the whole game? And when you guys played, do you remember as many people coming through the offensive line untouched like that? Wouldn't you guys get screamed at? I coached 8th graders, and I'd kind of be upset with that,
Yeah, but this year, 8th graders and the professionals are a little different because it's going to happen. You saw some of the stuff. I'm going to tell you something about this coordinator. He died. And Ed's was a good friend of his. Jimmy Johnson, who went to work.
Proviso High School. Proviso East.
Right.
Maywood.
This guy was a genius. Well, he taught the other kid that what's underneath him. And those blitzes that they have are extremely complicated. That's why they're very aggressive. I thought the Bears did a hell of a job picking up what they had to pick up against the Philadelphia Eagles today. Eddie, what about, we'll talk about when we come back. We wanted to talk a little bit more about the teams down the road because we've got to take a break. Zach, Mr. Sharp, Chris, Scott, Greg, Umak.
Mahmoud.
He's Obradovic on the phone on the score. Sports Radio 670. The Suburban Tire postgame show. We're live at Real Time Sports at Elk Grove Village. 312-644-6767, talking about the terrific win today of the Bears, 31 over the Eagles, 26. We'll be right back.
Forte gets the first down. Lasting to the 40. Forte left at the 50. Forte to the 40. Sideline 30, 20, 10. And that down out of bounds at the 9-yard line of Philadelphia. Shoved up by safety Nate Allen. 61-yard gallop. Matt Forte. 3 receivers about it in the slot. Taylor to the back. Fake to Taylor. Going to the end zone over the middle. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. Cutler to Earl Bennett. Bears have the lead. Cutler from center, play fake to Taylor in the pocket. Cutler with time, going right, 1-yard line, goal line, end zone, touchdown, Johnny Knox. He takes in the shotgun. Vick setting, Vick throwing, caught, goal line, end zone, touchdown Philadelphia. It's Jeremy Maclin with a grab. Brian Urlacher was defending, it appeared, and Macklin's got his 8th touchdown catch of the year, and Vick his 12th touchdown throw. From the 4, he takes the snap. Vick stands, passes, tip, intercepted in the end zone, coming out, Chris Harris there. Chris Harris 20, Chris Harris 30. Bears have the ball at the 35-yard line. To pass, swipe of Michael Vick. First one this year that Michael Vick has thrown. Cutler on the takeaway, back pedals, looking right, throwing right, Bennett to 2, right, end zone, touchdown, touchdown Bears. On Quentin
to Sim. Bennett's second touchdown catch of the day. And the Bears extend their lead over the Eagles, 20-13. Got the snaps, and again, physicality and pushing and shoving at the line of scrimmage. And that'll do it. No way to stop the clock. Fade to black. Bears have beat the Eagles 31-26 to go 8-3. Packers lose today in Atlanta. And the Bears ignored in the conversation we heard over the weekend about their role in the NFC picture.
Their defense will get recognized.
Has to.
We now return to the Suburban Tire postgame show with Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich. Live from Real Time Sports Bar and Grill, 1120 West Devon in Elk Grove Village. The Suburban Tire postgame show is brought to you in part by Motorworks and Motorworks.com, Four Winds Casino, RetainYourGains.com, and Old Second Bank on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's sports station.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. We're live. Real-time sports in Elk Grove Village. Obradovich and Buffone, our phone number 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win 31-26 over the Eagles.
But first, Doug, a little shout out to a father and son right here, Ian Schroeder. Mm-hmm. He presented Doug and I with a memorial plaque of Walter Payton when they had the memorial service for him, and it's a heck of a picture of Walter Payton in Soldier Field, and some wonderful, wonderful words in loving memory of Walter. And so, Ian, to you and your father, thank you so. On behalf of Doug and I, thank you so very much. It's awfully nice of you.
And we really appreciate it.
Yes.
We really do. It's a beautiful picture. Let's go out to Scott in his car. Scott, you're on the Score.
Hey, Doug and OB.
What's up, Scott?
How you doing, guys?
Good.
Good. Hey, just wanted to let you know, really appreciate you guys, everything you did for the team and your radio show. We listen to you all the time.
Well, thank you.
Thanks, Scotty.
Just also wanted to comment, appreciate your comments about Jacob Brinley. I live in Lake Zurich. And
oh, my God. Scotty, that kid, and I'm going to tell you something. I watched it.
You know what?
I remember when he was in 8th grade. I saw him play in 8th grade. I mean, this kid, if anybody ever taped that or you can get that to the Illinois State High School, you ought to get that. I mean, they lost to Wheaton Warrenville South, but I'll tell you what, you want to see a running back, this kid is unbelievable. And the only person I could compare him to was Tommy Zibikowski from Buffalo Grove. But this kid, wow, what a ball player.
Let's go out to Mr. Sharp from Oak Lawn. Mr. Sharp, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Doug and OB, how you doing?
All right, Mr. Sharp.
Hey, it's my birthday today, and I got another friend that's got a birthday, and I just want to give him a shout out, Courtney Scott. Hey, real quick, guys. I just like the way the offense has been keeping the defense off the field, and that nobody can key on any one person on the offense. And I think I like Earl Bennett as a blocker as much as a receiver. Comment on that. And thank you very much, guys. Happy holidays to you both.
You know, I think when you talk about Bennett, you're talking about a complete football player. You don't have the greatest speed in the world, but obviously when he comes, he'll come across the middle. When that ball's thrown to him, there's a great chance he's going to make that catch. He did the same thing in Vanderbilt. Possession guy. In fact, that was, no question, that was Cutler's main guy in Vanderbilt. They led the SEC in catches. So he has to have something, and he is. We all thought, why in the hell didn't he play more his first year? But that's a long time ago, and that's something we don't want to argue about anymore. But he made some big plays today, made some big blocks, and he's become a big part of this football team.
Well, you know what, to our listeners out there, a lot of people think like defensively where we rank in the league, and especially against the run, Doug, and like why is that against the run, where the people aren't rolling us up and whatever have you, and again. There are certain things that you can do to help things, like to help our offensive line. There's certain things you can do, and defensively, Marinelli finally figured it out. And the reason, one of the reasons why we've gotten better against the run is because we move our defensive line. We move them; they're not stationary targets, and we're not relying on our linebackers coming up, and our strong side safety and free safety coming up and making miracle plays. It's just smart, football. That's all it is. Why are they better? They're just doing smarter things. They're moving. Our defensive linemen, we're better against a run. We're better against a pass. And they're doing it. And they're doing it well, Doug.
You know, Ed, when you talk about against the run, I think these...
the point is like, well, why are they better against the run? What are they doing? That's the answer.
And here's part of the other answer, too, and there's no question what you said is correct. The fact is, and I know this kid, Urlacher is taking a lot of flack. And, when he got out last year and he got hurt in this part and whatever, a lot of things.
Well, listen, I like Brian an awful lot. I've met him several times, and I like him a whole lot. But I tell you what, Brian, sometimes he brings that stuff on himself.
No. What I'm trying to make is the fact, I don't care about Brian off the field. I'm talking about him on the field. Okay. And when he's on the field, when he's at middle linebacker, the Bears are a better defense. I'll get arguments, people talking about, well, Brian doesn't do this, Brian doesn't do that. Just take a look at the wins and losses when that kid is playing middle linebacker. Today, he had at least 10, 12 sacks.
Doug, as far as I'm concerned, everybody's got their favorite who is and who isn't. The face. It's, Brian Urlacher is playing some super football. This is his 11th year, coming off a couple of injuries here. And I'll tell you what, he is, to me, I believe he's the heart and soul of that defense, the heart and soul of that football team.
There's no question that he does do that. And then, obviously, what you're talking about, the fact that they're moving everybody around, not stationary.
Absolutely,
They got Peppers in there, and Peppers makes a big difference. I'm not saying that our defensive backs are any better. I don't think they are, but that's a fact.
But Peppers is involved in the line movement,
on the line,
He's involved with the line tricks, too.
That's what I'm saying. And you know what? That's talent, and you take talent and move talent around. Just like a lot of times you take Urlacher, although I see him got stoned today, got stood up by the back.
That's going to happen. You're going to get knocked on your fanny. You're going to get run over. You're going to get trampled on. That's happens.
Right. Let's go out to Greg in Woodridge. Greg, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug, Ed, it's a real pleasure to meet you guys. Actually, Doug, I'm wearing your signed jersey. I bust this out for real important games, and it's a great day to be a Bears fan. It's just absolutely great. One quick idiot question, because I'm kind of a meatball fan. I noticed a couple times Peppers was on the left side, then they would drop him back, in coverage a little bit. Is that
I got your answer.
Kind of a play?
I got the answer
Greg,
for you, Greg.
Before you get started here, before you even talk about it,
okay.
I'm going to let OB handle this because I had to listen to this for the whole half. Go ahead, OB.
Okay. Well,
I'll sit down and let up a smoke while you talk.
Right.
All right.
I'll cut it as fast as I can. All right, Greg. What happened was it was a special defensive play called, and he was always coming in from the right side, so he could make Vic, run the other way, so to speak, which he's supposedly not being able to do. But the only time they brought him to the left side was when they're going to blitz, and what they did. They would get set there, and then Moore would sneak up to the line of scrimmage, and he would be the outside man, and he'd blitz from the outside. And on the strong side, where Peppers was on the left side, he would take a step in, try to draw the tackle, and he'd drop back in coverage. And that is the only time he basically went from the right side over to the left side was when it was a certain blitz called with Moore blitzing from the outside.
And the fact is...
How many times did I tell you that?
300 times.
All right.
301, but the fact is that the question you have in your mind, why? You got somebody that can rush the passer like Peppers. That's the question.
That was the backside of that thing. Why would you do a guy 6'7" and can leap tall buildings and stop a choo-choo train?
Right.
My Lord Almighty, why do you have him, and of all people, him dropping off into pass coverage? I think they could have found somebody else to drop in pass coverage, but that's how they did it. And
did you not drop off in pass coverage a couple times?
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
Yes, we did. Yeah. But I had the ability to do it with the speed I had.
Well,
okay, and that's
I know that. Would it have been said better to just send you for the quarterback?
Absolutely. Okay. And you can devise other blitzes to do that. But that's what they did with that.
Let's go out to Chris on the north side. Chris, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug and OB, I'm looking at the remainder of the schedule, and as much as I want to lock up these 3 divisional wins, there's one win that I want, and I'm going to go back to 2007 when Tom Brady stuck his hand in Urlacher's face for a first down.
Yeah.
And I just want to take Jay did something today that a lot of guys are going to say is arrogant, getting that unsportsmanlike. I call that standing up for your team. Mm-hmm. I call that going out there and letting them know that you're not going to take that kind of call, and you deserve better. And that's the kind of quarterback we've been dying here in Chicago for how long? You know, a guy who goes out
ever.
Absolutely. And struts his stuff and let everybody know we're going to win. We're not going to lose. We're coming to win. But you know what? There's something about Tom Brady I just find absolutely arrogant, and that thing has been sticking in my craw for the last 3 or 4 years when we lost to New England back in 2007.
Well, let me ask you a question. Are you going to go to the game?
I would love to. I would love to, Obi. I would love to, because you know what? This team, in particular in New England, is just a team that's built off of, you know, a great franchise of Super Bowl wins, but a kind of an arrogance that I would like to have in the Bears. You know, they can come in, strut their stuff, and say, you know what, hey, we've won Super Bowls repetitively, but I want to see the Bears become what they are. And I think we got the QB to do that. And when you have a QB like Jay, that's the pedigree of what a QB should be. The attitude, the mentality. You know, and Tom Brady's an arrogant guy, too. I mean, if anybody thinks that he's a calm, cool, collected guy, no, he barks at his linemen just like Jay does. So does the guy down south in Indianapolis. Jay is just dictating to the guys on the field and the officials that he wants to win. He's not there to lose. And that's what we've asked for forever.
Yeah, I have no problem with it either. And in fact, it depends when you do it. But I don't get a penalty if it will cost you. But it didn't. It wasn't a serious penalty.
But more important is to be smart football. Okay?
Yeah, take your time and place to do it.
You can't be running it against the wall all the time. I mean, you just got to do it. You got to be smart. You got to see what works for you. If it doesn't work, you got to go to plan B. If it doesn't, you got to go to C. And you just keep on. You have to do these things, Chris. You can't sit there and stay with one thing and think it's going to work the next week or the next quarter or the next month. It doesn't work. The reason why it doesn't work is because it doesn't work. And you got to have the ability to move on.
And the thing about New England, I mean, Brady's good. There isn't any question about that. But the fact is, I don't like New England's defense. And I got a feeling that Color can carve that defense up. So we'll see what happens.
One game at a time. We got Detroit. We got to go up to Detroit. And I don't think that's going to be an easy one up there.
Let's go up to John in Elk Grove Village. John, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug and Ed, how you doing?
What's up, John?
Good. Listen, I got a question for you. I also want to say that, kudos to the guys today, the personnel. I mean, I always knew that they were a few key players away from being a real good team. But when was the last time under Coach Lovie Smith's tenure that you saw a quality coach like Andy Reid get out-coached? I can't remember a game that was,
bingo.
I mean, this is a kudos to the coaches. Their game plan was out of this world today. They were right and on everything.
There's no question about it.
Yep, and that's the fact, and that's added on to the players and how the players play. But again, too, you put players in position and put positions in where they can excel. And I think that's the main thing here. That's exactly what happened with Lovie Smith and his coaching staff. And they showed it today. Now, am I getting too crazy here? But again, too, the fact is when they lose, we're all over this team. We're beating them up. They're stupid. They're dumb.
It doesn't matter, Doug. If it's a dumb game plan, it's a dumb game plan.
But what I'm saying today was a good game plan.
If somebody's getting whipped,
say it.
Quarter after quarter, game after game, what are you going to say? Oh, no, well, it's this, no, it's that. No, you're bad.
But when they got the credit coming, including the coaches, then you give them the credit for what they did.
We've always done it that way, Doug.
Let's go out to Mike in Bolingbrook. Mike, you're on the score.
Doug, Ed.
Mike.
I got a comment and then a question for you. Basically, I remember a while back when Vic was with Atlanta, and Lovie's defense works well against Michael Vick. But Tampa 2 is excellent against Vic. And he coaches them extremely well to negate Vic's talents. My question is, that a previous caller about the offensive line and guys coming in untouched, they did show a replay of the right tackle. I can't remember his name. He's a rookie. Webb. And basically, he had no one to block, and he helped the guard with his
inside,
man,
right.
and ignored. I think it was a safety that came in untouched and clocked Cutler.
Mm-hmm.
Now, is that sometimes a plan play where you give them up to the offensive halfback or the back to block, or was that just a mental collapse?
Well, there's no one out there to block them. In other words, when you're an open man on the line as you're an open man on the line and no one's on top of you, the first thing you do is you look quickly inside, then you look to the outside because you don't want anything coming inside. If there's nothing coming there, you turn and you can try to pick that guy up, and that's usually what happens.
Mike, what happens when you're on that offensive line and he's playing right tackle? Obviously, you got the right guard, and let's say there's somebody over the right guard, and really there's nobody over you, and there's somebody outside of you. Okay, and then maybe a safety might come up or try to tease you or camouflage a blitz or something. But if there's nobody over you, your first look, it is just a glance, is inside. Because you're going to think, because maybe that guard might fire out at you, and then you have to block him. Now, what happens, that quick look, and like Doug said, and then it's inside, and then everything is outside. So, was it Webb's man? You're damn right it was.
Let's go out to Tom in his car. Tom, you on the score.
Hey, guys, how you doing tonight?
What's up, Tommy?
I love you. You guys have always been my favorites. For 10 years, you've been my favorites. And
well, thank you, buddy.
Today's one of those days where, you have to eat a little crow. You guys hammer these guys on a daily basis. And you know what? Here's the deal the rest of the way forward. If this team doesn't turn the ball over on offense with this defense, I'm telling you, I'm not going to sit here and say we're going to Dallas or anything crazy like that. But you know what? If somehow, some way they get the NFC bye, and they wind up being the 1 seed, they got a great chance of going to the Super Bowl. Do you agree?
Well, the Super Bowl is so far down the line. But when you look at this team, the best that this team can offer you is to do what they're doing now, right, Ed?
Exactly.
That's who they are.
Exactly.
So be who you are and see how far that can take you.
I'm sure if you watch the first 5, 6, 7 games or whatever it was, you didn't want to see our quarterback Cutler being carried off the field, getting sacked 9 times, 7 times, 6 times, 5 times. Okay? And, and there was a reason for it. And so they've corrected that reason. And now things are looking better. We beat a quality football team, and we did it in good style.
Eddie, we're going to take off right now. We're going to say thanks, congratulations, more or less, to the to the Chicago Bears and Green Bay losing. That's really helped us out. So also thanks to Real Time Sports, Celebration Limo, Rich Wyatt, Brendan McCafferty, our famous, what is he?
Top of the line.
Out of this world.
Correct.
Out
of this world.
Producer.
Why? Because he's simply the best. That's all.
Randy Popkowski, Lauren Davis, Chris Tannehill, Mark Joliffe, Adam Harris, Connor McKnight. And also, Connor McKnight is up next on the score, taking your phone calls till 9 p.m. when we will join Sunday Night Football in progress. And basically, thanks to all of you out there, and thank you for calling, and thanks for
your Thanksgiving was
great.
Good, and listen to the Grapper tonight.
That's right.
Let's scrap, Steve.
Takes the snap. Quarterback draw. Running left to the 5. To the end zone. Touchdown. Drew Stanton. Touchdown Lions from the 3. First and goal at the 1. Offset to the left behind Jay Cutler. The Bears backfield. Snap. Handing off. Sprinting left. Walking in for the touchdown. Touchdown Bears. Chester Taylor's in. Snap from center. Pitching left. Matt Forte at the 15. Turns the corner. 10-5. Pylon. End zone. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. Matt Forte from the 14. 46-yard line of the Bears. Shotgun snap. Ready to throw. Over the middle is Calvin Johnson. 35 right to the 20. Breaks a tackle at the 10. DJ Moore can't negotiate him. Touchdown. Calvin Johnson. Touchdown Lions. 46 more yards. 45 to Best. 46 to Calvin Johnson. Here's Robbie Gould for field goal triumph. 54 yards on the right hash. Snap is back. Kick is up. Low to the uprights. The kick is good. Robbie Gould nails one from 54 yards. Gotta love the indoors. Longest kick in his career, 54 yards for Robbie Gould.
Could have been good from 60.
20-17, Detroit, 8:48 to play. Cover on the takeaway. Fakes to Forte. The throw. Inside the 5. Catch is made. Spinning down to the 1-yard line. And into the end zone. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears.
And now live at Fat Sam's, 1225 East 9th Street in Lockport. It's time for the Suburban Tire Postgame Show with your hosts, legendary Chicago Bears, Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich. The Suburban Tire Postgame Show is brought to you in part by Motorworks and Motorworks.com, Four Winds Casino, RetainYourGains.com, and Old Second Bank. On Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's sports station.
Those highlights courtesy of WPBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome to the Suburban Tire Postgame Show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Fat Sam's Sports Bar and Arlington Off-Track Betting Facility in Lockport. He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears 24, the Lions 20. Big win for the Chicago Bears.
Doug, it's starting to look a lot like Christmas, my friend.
I'll tell you what, I'll take all the gifts we can. And then I think the first thing I want to bring up, I want to run this by you. The main thing, you take a look at this football game, and first of all, what you needed was the win, and that's what they got.
Yes.
After that, I could care less what the stats are or whatever. You needed this win. Forget them to get ready for those last four games. But, Eddie, you were talking to me about it at halftime. Adjustments would have to be made defensively. We gave up 253 yards in the first half.
Right.
But again, to come back that second half, I believe they only gave up a total of 60 yards.
Right. Well, I tell you what, Doug, when they went in at halftime, I'll guarantee you Marinelli and the rest of the defensive coaches sat down with those people and had a little heart-to-heart talk with them. And the Bears came out totally. They really didn't do too much different, Doug, okay? But what they did, we didn't have the pursuit. They weren't tackling. It just wasn't working. We gave up 253 yards. So I think when they came out the second half, Dougie, I think they came alive because we only gave them how many yards in the second half?
60, I think, was total.
Roughly about 60 yards, folks. So the Bears defense came back and did what they were supposed to do, and that's a good thing.
Yeah, the defense is predicated on a couple things. One is excellent tackling. We didn't get that in the first half. And the second thing, is pressure. Now, we didn't see the inside pressure like we normally have seen, like we did last week with the Bear defensive line. And the third thing is takeaways, and we didn't have any takeaways. And that defense needs that. But that being said, the biggest play of the game in my mind, there was no question about it. The Lions had the football in the third or fourth quarter there. I think it was the fourth quarter, and it was 4th and 1. And the Bears stopped them. The Bears stopped them. They had a play-action play. There was a good play there by Moore on the outside, and then Peppers came from the pressure on the quarterback. But then we take that football, we go down and score, and then we go ahead 24-20. And to me, that was the game right there.
Absolutely, Doug. Well, there are some good things in there, or not so many good things. The one thing that I liked about offensively, Doug, for the last 3.5 years, so to speak, Doug, when we ran the ball, it was basically one play, the switch play up the middle.
Right.
Okay, the trap on either side of the center. What we've seen so far under this Martz offense now, we've seen us running off tackle, trapping the defensive ends, toss traps, toss to the in run, running the actual in runs. And that's something we haven't seen here in years. So that's a good thing. But the one thing I thought that they should have done more today offensively, Doug,
they didn't do it. Roll out.
They didn't roll out?
No.
They did it, I believe, one time, and I believe that was in the fourth quarter or late in the third. They gave one rollout, but they kind of abandoned that. And the other thing that I did not like to see, we went back to some 7-step drops.
On the play action,
and that's when he got rolled up.
Mm-hmm. The thing about the rollout is amazing. Throughout the NFL, they call it the wheel, where they do what they do, play action to the one side, and the quarterback rolls out to the opposite side of the play action. We didn't do any of that. And the other thing, too, our offense doesn't do, Ed, we don't come out of the shotgun. I don't know how many times we got shotgun today. There wasn't that many. But that being said, Cutler still was 20 for 25 for one touchdown and 218 yards.
But I'll tell you what, Doug, what's happening with the Bears.
There are no interceptions either.
Yeah, give them their dues. They won the football game, and we're going to the last few games here, and these kids got to have a good attitude, and they've got to have a good feeling about themselves.
Well, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was saying we knew this wasn't going to be an easy game. There's no question. Detroit does the same damn thing they've been doing all year. They come out, they're jumping all over you, they're fired up, and in the fourth quarter they blow it. Something happens and they just fold. So we saw that happening. Well, the Bears were, they stayed with their game plan. They stayed what they were doing. They didn't turn the football over. That was the key, I think, in this football game. And they needed to come out with this win. Now, in these next 4 games, They're going to need better play, obviously, than they played today. There's no question in my mind about that. But the idea is to get that game you're supposed to win. Like I thought they blew the Washington game. I thought they blew the Seattle game. This one they could not afford to blow.
Oh, no way.
They couldn't because Green Bay, I believe, is winning now big time, so they're going to be up there. So they had to get this football game. And so, again, too, I've got to say, Earl Bennett had a hell of a game, Ed.
Yes, he did. But I'll tell you what, give that little credit to Detroit, or not so much credit to Detroit. Doug, when you go double wide, whether it's to the weak or the strong side, and you're coming with a blitz because that's what they were doing. I'm speaking about Detroit, folks. You got to come up. And you got to shade on those two double wides. You got to shade the inside. You got to take it away. What did you see happen?
Slant.
Strong side, weak side, either the straight line toss or a slant, bang, bang. Mm-hmm. Half step and a half drop, hit them all day long. Detroit never adjusted, never made an adjustment where we did. And Doug, I'd almost guarantee you that there was a tongue lashing at halftime, and it was dead onto the defense.
Well, the one thing I looked at this defense, and I know you and I were both upset when we saw this. You got halftime. You got maybe a minute and 50 seconds left to go. And you tell me Detroit takes that football, 2 plays go 91 yards. Now, best runs for 45 yards, and they got a 46-yard touchdown to Calvin Johnson. And I'm saying to myself, you don't do that. You don't do that. So there was a lapse that first half that you can't do those lapses when you're going to play the better football clubs. Well, when you play New England, the Jets, you can't do that. It's impossible.
When Best ran on those 2 plays, the 45-yard pass, I tell you what, there's always force fill and containment. Chris Harris, he had the containment, Doug, on that play. And he didn't. He got sucked in, and they wheeled him around, and out he went out around them. When you have containment, you can never give that up. You go as deep as that damn football. I cannot emphasize that enough when you're playing defense, whether it's a defensive end, a linebacker, a cornerback, whoever has containment, you have to contain. That's why when you get the offside pursuit, that's what stops those runs.
Yeah, I was really upset about the defense giving up 250-some yards in that first half, and I would imagine, like you said, something was said at halftime. There's no question about it because they came out really a different football team.
Doug, it's the same damn formula. It's, we're our specialty teams, we're winning with them. Again, basically, we're winning with defense, and the teams that we're playing, it is absolutely Henson, their kicker, is out. Vanden
Bosch is out.
They're number 1 pass rusher, one of the best pass rushers in the league. And they start a 3rd-string quarterback, and we struggle to beat this team. But every week, it's that way. Whoever we're playing, but we're 100% healthy, and it's working our way, Doug.
He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Fat Sam's Sports Bar and Arlington Off-Track Betting Facility in Lockport. Our phone number, 312-644-6767, the Suburban Tire postgame show. Ed and I will be right back. Bears win 24-20 over the Lions. That's right.
Backpedals, looking, throwing, caught, first down, breaking a tackle, spinning inside the 25, spinning inside the 20, dragging the line all the way down to the 14 of Detroit. Extra effort after extra effort. Earl Bennett tells me I'm tough to bring down. You believe him after watching that 33-yard catch and run. Snap to Jay, they're blitzing, throwing, over the middle behind it. Bennett makes the grab at the 40. In open field, moves to the 45, getting by a defender, and a Bear first down. That's his 5th third down catch. Turned to a first down today. 15 yards. The Bears have come back to beat the Lions 24-20 here at Ford Field. They are 9-3 going home next Sunday to meet the New England Patriots.
No, I thought it was going to be easy.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio and Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Fat Sam's Sports Bar and Arlington Off-Track Betting Facility in Lockport. He's O'Bradovich on the phone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. And today's player of the game is Earl Bennett had a hell of a football game. Today's player of the game is brought to you by the Auto Owners Insurance Agent of the Week, Gennady Insurance in Frankfort, Illinois. Contact Gary Gennady at 815-464-8800 or visit them, their website at GennadyInsurance.com.
Hey, Doug, I got to mention, and to our listeners out there, there's a guy who's the head referee out there today. His name is Ed Hockley, okay? And he thinks he's Mr. Universe.
Yeah.
You know, with his arms. He wears those double extra small Junior Miss jerseys. The guy's an embarrassment.
Yeah.
Now, in that fourth quarter, when he had Sue for throwing a forearm, and he walks over, so where he knows where he's on TV, flips his mic on, and he's showing exactly him and how he's throwing with his forearm. He threw the forearm to the back of Cutler's head, okay? Now, I'm not sure what game he's refereeing. That did not happen. Sue came with open palms and hit him right in the back of his pads.
Shoved him.
Plain, you could see that.
Yeah.
Where does Ed Hockley walk over to the camera and show him with his forearm, throwing a forearm, the elbow? On what planet did he see that play?
Well, again, I said the first time I saw that play, I said, you know what, here's what happened.
He almost ripped his double extra small.
It looked like he gave him a little whack from
Junior
behind.
Miss jersey.
And I was all for it. I said, you know what, give him the penalty. There's no question about
Doug, it didn't happen. You know damn well if you're going to pop somebody with a forearm, especially if you crack him from behind, that helmet's going to come flying off, and he's going to go flying.
And all I can tell you is I'm a homer, and I want this to happen the way it happened. And I agree with you. You were right about the call. But I will take the call for the Chicago Bears.
I just wanted to bring it up about Hockley. I mean, the guy's an embarrassment.
Well, the guy, first of all, he obviously, like you said, he wears those tight shirts and he wants the muscles to pop out and all that stuff. But what he saw on that forearm, I don't know where
It didn't happen.
Well, he's looking from the side. I don't know. And they brought the guy in.
Then you don't make the call.
Yeah, well, he made the call.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the guy and the referee there came on and tried to say, listen, you know what? It was a judgment call. See, everything that gets down to that.
Oh, that's the way to get out of it.
It's a judgment call.
Well, it's a judgment. Well, let's judgment that, okay? So how the hell does he see that and actually do it on television and show why it was the penalty and it never happened?
How about this one? This Sue's a hell of a football player, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
This guy is a hell of a football player. In fact, that defensive line for the Lions had our offensive line raggled for a while.
God.
I think they ended up with 4 sacks.
For those people that don't think we have problems in the offensive line.
We still do, yeah.
Jesus.
Let's go out to Mr. Sharp in Oak Lawn. Mr. Sharp, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Thanks for taking my call. Gotta give a quick shout out to 3 new Score fans, Kaylee, Maddie, and Allison.
There you go.
Okay, great, guys. Listen, a win's a win today, but it's not the way I wanted to see it coming out of the win from Philadelphia. I wanted to see them come out and dominate. They didn't do it. And if they played like they did today against the next 4 teams, they're not going to last, guys. But, I do want to say, Earl Bennett had a great game, and I've been talking to him up all season, and thanks for taking my call, guys, always, and have a good day. A win's a win, and go Bears.
All right, Sharp. With Bennett, most of those passes that he caught was that what you call like a line pass, a straight pass, because a lot of times we were double wide, again, to the weaker, strong side, and guess what? Detroit didn't come up on him. Laid off. So it's right there for you. Jay Cutler's a hell of a quarterback. He sees it, bang, step and a half, bomb, right to him.
Yeah, and your other statement, Mr. Sharp, I made it, Ed and I were talking, and I made the same statement. You can't play the football game they played today and think you're going to beat New England, the Jets, even Minnesota or Green Bay. But again, too, it comes down to particular days and particular games. In this game, they went out and they had to do what they had to do, and that was getting the big W. I am with you, and Ed and I talked about it more again. Our offensive line still isn't there.
Oh, Jesus.
There's still going to be some problems. I mean, again, it's going to come down, guys. It's going to come down to the defense again. And that's what happened today. That's why it was such a tight game. You know why it was a tight game? Because we missed a lot of tackles, and we did not get takeaways. Without takeaways, this defense for the Chicago Bears is non-existent. It won't happen to win. They've got to get the takeaways, and they're going to have to get them against guys like Brady. They're going to have to get them against like Manning, whoever it is they're playing. The fact is they have to get these plays, and if they don't do that, Ed, well, we're not going to win too many football games.
Before we get right next to the next caller, Doug, real quickly there, we tried going seven-step drops again.
And got nailed.
Yeah. We just
and
can't
then the other
do
thing, too, is they're still baffled by the blitz coming from the outside.
I know.
They're still baffled by when they got two guys on the outside of the tackle, that one of those guys is coming in
Doug,
free.
It was a mystery to them the first exhibition game.
It's still a mystery.
And it's still a mystery.
Yeah. Let's go out to Steve in Riverside. Steve, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
What's up, gentlemen? Happy holidays to you and all your listeners.
Steve.
The last guy kind of took my thunder. You know what I'm really worried about? If you remember last week, the first half, Cutler's getting beat up. Our offensive line, Cutler, he's getting tore up, guys. I don't know what it is. Too many sacks. I don't know. I don't know if the offensive line is getting old or what, but that's what really worries about me. Now, last week I was impressed. He got sacked 4 times, and at the half they made that transition, which, hey, kudos to the coaches for that. You know, the offensive line helped him out. And one more quick thing. This kid in Detroit, that coach, he's got that team going. I'm going to tell you one thing. That's a young team. That's going to be a threat to us in the next couple of years. I'm telling you.
Well, that was afraid. Yeah, that's why we were afraid of him today.
Steve, the only thing, the Bears find ways to win. Or Detroit, they just can't find a way to win. They've been in a lot of games this year, but they just cannot turn it over.
Yeah, and you got to see, Cutler was 20 for 25. I think he was sacked 4 times, but you're right about the offensive line. I mean, Cutler's taking the hits, but the one thing about Cutler is the things that Ed was talking about with Bennett. The fact it was there. When you read that as a quarterback, he saw it and took advantage of it and got rid of it. And Bennett made the catch, and that was a big part of their drives. They had a 76-yard drive. The Bears had an 83-yard drive, and on top of this is what Ed and I about fell down on the floor and we saw this. Manu Maliuna catches the football. He couldn't block. I mean, today they ran over top of him I don't know how many times.
Yes, Doug and I, folks, if you watch the game intently, and a lot of times the Bears did go to max protection. And this guy, that number 86 we got, gave him, $13.6 million?
Yeah.
And they brought him in here. I'm telling you, folks, if you got it, you TiVoed or whatever you did, please go back and watch this guy play football. It's an embarrassment.
But I'll tell you one thing. He catches a pass. He catches a touchdown. And he got another one. Yeah, got another one. That was his third pass, Ed, by the way.
And a touchdown, so that blows our whole theory.
Blew us up sideways. That's like we were talking about Tommy Harris last week. Next thing you know, he comes up with a big play.
He shows up for the first time in 3 years and tips the ball.
Well, man, that's the good news.
Oh, God.
Let's go out to Fernando in Maryland. Fernando, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, Doug and OB. Hey, it's great to talk to you, you legends. You know what I'm saying? I look up to you guys as a big Bear fan, but I got 2 points. First point, Jamarcus Webb. Can we find some kind of, technician or something on the sideline to check his pulse after every possession? Because it seems like he got beat up by Cliff Averill all day today.
Yeah,
and if I'm the only one that didn't notice that, I'm sorry. And my second point, DJ Moore. This guy has been playing his butt off for the last 5-6 weeks. He has been a factor on defense, left and right. He has done his job, and he's been an asset. Yeah, he got beat up by Calvin Johnson on that long touchdown, but you know what? He has broken up plays. He has been a factor left and right, and he doesn't get a lot of respect. On the big networks and the NFL Network, ESPN, they don't say a lot about DJ Moore, but I just wanted to give those guys those props and all that. And hey, thanks for taking my call, and props to Sean Stretch out there in Chicagoland. Thanks, guys.
Hey, Fernando, one of the things that he has done, and we're talking about DJ Moore, he has made a big, big difference. We've got some great difference makers that are on that defense, obviously, the obvious. But I'll tell you what, this kid has stepped up. Is he getting beat? Yeah. Has he made some mistakes? Yeah, he's a young kid, but I'll tell you what, I mean, he doesn't shy away from action, Doug. He's there. He's quick, smart kid. He's a good thing for us.
Well, yeah, you're asking a guy to go into the slot and to take on Calvin Johnson, man for man.
Yeah.
I mean, that is something else. Besides, what happened after that, though, even though he got beat inside, there was missed tackles when Calvin Johnson ran for that touchdown. So, yeah, the kid is out. He missed one tackle today, DJ Moore did, which cost him a little bit. But other than that, he's been playing pretty damn good football. Now, look at Jay Cutler. He had 21 completions. He had 26 attempts. He had 234 yards. His percentage, how about this, his percentage, 80%. Throwing the football completions. And 9 yards per attempt. Ed, 9 yards per attempt with 80% completions. This is unbelievable. He was sacked 4 times, and he had 1 touchdown, and he had a quarterback rating of 117. Now, let me tell you something. Every time Jay Cutler, you probably have seen this, it's either 100 or more, they win every game. They win every game.
Dink and dunk game
and when,
working for us.
Not only dink and dunk, but the fact is, somewhere along the line there, he gets a big play because of the fact that he has a 9.1 average per attempt. That's pretty damn high. I told you, that's Super Bowl quarterback stuff when you get that kind of stuff.
All right, Doug, when you get to something like that, but there's a bit of an answer for some of that. When you have defensive backs, Doug, and there's ways of playing. I mean, come on. Doug, you see their cornerbacks? They were, not only were they 6, 7, 8 yards back when Detroit was blitzing, Doug, but they're playing the outside. All he had to do, step and a half, bang, hit him in on a slant, and there you got it.
Well, once you find that fault on a team, you take advantage of it. And that's one part of being a good football player, is taking advantage of the stupidity of another football team.
Well, one thing,
and that's the stupidity was of Detroit.
About the coaching, Doug, I do believe there was a big attitude swing, especially defensively at halftime, and that's about the coaches getting after the players, and that's what you're supposed to do. So it's a good thing. It's a positive thing.
This is the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Fat Sammy's in Sports Bar and Arlington Off-Track Betting Facility in Lockport. Obradovich number phone, 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears 20. The Lions, Chicago Bears 24. The Lions 20. Get your Super Bowl tickets now. Drive of the Game is brought to you by Arlington Heights Ford. Number one in what matters most.
20-17, Detroit, 8:48 to play. Cutler on the takeaway. Fakes to Forte. The throw. Inside the 5. Catch is made. Spinning down to the 1-yard line. And into the end zone. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio and Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Fat Sam's Sports Bar and Arlington Off-Track Betting Facility in Lockport. He's Obradovich on the phone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Talk about the Chicago Bears win 24-20 over the Lions. Started out a little shaky. Bears come back. They win the football game. That's all we care about right now, the big W. And it's on next week to New England.
They're doing, Doug, offensively, too, and basically defensively. They're staying what's working the last half of this season. In other words, a balanced offense. On that 76-yard, the first drive, Doug, there were 7 passes, 6 runs. Then on the 83-yard drive, there were 3 runs and 5 passes. And they've been staying balanced because Cutler threw 26 times today. He was 21 for 26. So he threw 26 times, and we had 28 rushing attempts. And I think if we can stay with that balanced attack, which really incorporates, Doug, the bootleg and the play action, that makes it all the more valuable. We're going to be surprising a few more people.
Well, the thing about it is that they finally realize what's going on, that they're not a team that could be a Mike Martz offense. I mean, that's one thing they had to admit to themselves, and they did admit that to themselves.
Not until they get an offensive line. Right. It's an offensive phase that we cannot attack downfield. We cannot go to a 7-step drop. It's impossible. We can't do it.
And they're not going to do it. And the fact is they blew 2 games. We talked about this many times. They blew the Seattle game. They blew the Washington game by trying to do that, trying to be a Mike Martz team. This team is totally different. Here's a kid, Cutler, who is supposed to be a gunslinger. There's no turnovers today. That was big. And number 2, he had 80% completions. 80%.
Doug, he doesn't like the word management. He doesn't want to be called a management quarterback. I think that makes him a little irritated. But that is, in fact, that's what we're doing with our offense. He's a managing quarterback.
And he's one of the better managers around.
Fine. Okay.
That's exactly right.
That's fine. Right. But is that why we gave up half the planet and millions of dollars to get him here?
Well, no.
No, and let's not go into that.
No, that's past and it's done with and it's over. But like you said, the fact is you take what they give you, and that's exactly what he's doing, Ed. He's taking what they give him.
I just said.
I know.
They're right there. How dumb could Detroit be? That's why they won 2 games.
We tried to go downfield a couple times. Remember, they cornered to Hester, but they one time did play off for us when Johnny Knoxville called for interference, and we get the football on the 1-yard line. We still have to make that attempt to go downfield. But as the season started, if I remember correctly, we were going downfield every play.
Right.
Every play, 7-step drop, fire down the field. Then you got turnovers. You got Cutler getting beat up. You couldn't score. It was a mess. It was a circus. Now they brought it back down, but I'm going to tell you something right now, though. This is all going to depend on the offense continue doing what they're doing, but the defense has got to come up with takeaways for this team to win out the next 4 football games.
Everything is breaking the Bears' way.
Yeah.
Every time. The schedule has been unbelievable. And injuries to the opponents the week before we play them. It's incredible what's going on here. It is, and no injuries. And special teams is giving us great field position. I'm going to tell you what, my friend, God loves Lovey.
He must love Lovey, and I'm glad that means he loves us.
God loves Lovey.
Because we love the Bears. Let's go out to Smitty in the south side. Smitty on the score.
Bears, damn it.
Bears, damn it.
A couple of quick points before I get to what I thought turned the whole game around. First off, I want to give a shout-out to all Chicago Bears fans these last couple of games. I mean, we have really been on the road. I mean, there's been more vet presence than I've ever seen in a long time. Have you
Smitty? I missed that. What'd you say?
It's been a lot of Bears presence in away games.
Oh, yeah. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, that goes a long way. You know, forget about Pittsburgh and the Cowboys. I think we've really shown that we're behind our Bears 100% this year.
You're absolutely correct. You go to these away games, and all of a sudden, sometimes you feel like, Detroit was a lot of Bear fans there.
Yeah, the Chicago fans... And this was on way before I came on the scene, or Doug, or Michael Jordan, or anybody else. But I'll tell you something. You people, it's been said many, many times. I played in a lot of stadiums where their teams weren't doing so well, and you'd go there, and there were no sellouts. And I'll tell you what, here, the Bear fans are you people are just absolutely the greatest. Look at how they backed the Hawks. Even when the Hawks were bad, Doug, they're still drawing several thousand people. When they should have been drawn, basically. Nobody.
I was back in Pennsylvania just last week and watching the Steelers and doing some stuff back there. And someone had said, and I think it's true, they said Chicago was voted the best sports town in the United States this year. Yes way. Who said no way? But the fact, yeah, that's right. You got it. What are you, from Green Bay, you moron? Let's go on to...
There's always a Packer backer somewhere.
Yeah, right, somewhere.
I don't care where
He's always sliding through somewhere.
You go to Siberia.
Yeah. There he is.
There you go.
The Black Physicist, Avalon Park. You're on the score. The Black Physicist.
Great being on as always.
What's up, buddy?
Anyway, just wanted to point out your assessment stated Earl Bennett as player of the game. Okay, let's go with that. It's for the offensive player of the game. The special team player of the game, I think, was Brad Maynard. He kept the Bears in the game by pinning Detroit deep in their end zone, particularly with that kick within the 10-yard line. As defensive player of the game, DJ Moore. As previous caller Fernando stated, this kid makes a difference. His sack late in the game in the fourth quarter prevented Detroit from potentially regaining the lead and winning the game. And once again, Detroit snatches defeat out of the jaws of victory. That unnecessary roughness penalty, although Mr. Obradovich, he is kind of concerned of the validity of that penalty. Hey, it's what they did, and you take it for what it is, like you said, Doug. Detroit, they're a good team. I believe another caller previously said that, but they're finding ways to lose, not to win. But you're right. Detroit, they're coming on. The Bears, they have to do a lot better. But, hey, happy holidays, fellas.
All right, thanks, Black Physicist. Yeah, they're exactly right. That's what Detroit does do. I mean, they're going to come out, they're going to play well, but when it gets down to crunch time, they're going to fold.
They can't win. They don't know how to win.
You can't do it. I mean, you can't be a good football team to do that. He's Ed Obradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on the Score, Sports Radio 670, talking about the Bears win 24-20 over the Lions. The Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Fat Sam Sports Bar in Arlington. Track betting.
Arlington Park.
I was in there, had a few horses, Ed.
Yeah, and what happened?
Lost.
You lost, so Arlington Park, okay.
They won.
They were the best. Okay.
Lost. We're in Rockport.
Callers.
We'll be right back. This segment is brought to you by Gerber Collision and Glass. We come highly recommended.
The Bears have come back to beat the Lions 24-20 here at Ford Field. They are 9-3 going home next Sunday to meet the New England Patriots.
No one thought it was going to be easy. It's just tough getting wins each week. It takes 60 minutes.
for whatever reason, we didn't play as well as we need to, opening up the game. Offensively, I thought we did, do some good things, came out ready to go. Defensively, missed tackles, things like that really set us back a little bit.
So important that Lovey admitted to that. The fact they did win the football game. The most important thing was the win, and the fact that now they got to spruce up. As OB said, something must have been said at halftime because they came out in the first half, or the second half, they only gave up 60-some yards. In the first half, they gave up 253 and 91 in his last minute and a half. This is the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at Fat Sand Sports Bar and Grill. Arlington Off-Track Betting Facility in Lockport. He's Obradovich. I'm Buffon 312-644-6767. We're going right now. We're going to go to Lawrence Holmes, who was at the game. Lawrence, how you doing, buddy?
Hello, boys, and I don't know if this will make you happy or not, but apparently Lovie Smith got into the players' kitchen at halftime.
There you go. Ed said that.
I was told that it's as mad as players have ever seen him, and specifically pointed at the defense, not the other two phases of the game, but specifically pointed at the defense. Lance Briggs told me he was hot. Brian Urlacher said it wasn't anything that we didn't know. We knew we played poorly. We gave up big plays, and their speed, I think, was deceptive. The line speed for the Bears defensively was deceptive, and they kept going at him with some end arounds, and Jack Best did a really nice job of making some plays on the outside. So you saw a difference in the second half, and usually what happens with Lovie Smith is that he's not the type of coach that does this very often. He saves it for when he really feels like his team needs to hear it, and apparently after the first half today, he felt like his defense needed to hear him go off.
There you go.
Well, that was it, and that's the first thing that OB told me. So I'll guarantee you that Lovey got in their face because you come out that second half and play like they did compared to that first half, Lawrence, and we were sleepwalking in that first half. And I'm talking about physical things, tackling, stuff like that. And the other thing, too, in this defense, we know that we're going to go on to win more football games because it wasn't a great game today, but they did what they had to do. But you more or less you lean on the defense to come up with something. There were no takeaways today.
Yeah, that's an issue. That's what they try to make sure. They want to win that battle. They want to try and get takeaways all the time, and they weren't able to do that. Drew Stanton did a really nice job of securing the ball. They made some big plays. The Calvin Johnson play where, Chris Harris looked a step slow, and the Bears defense in that first half, guys, looked like they were running in quicksand. And we're used to seeing them play at a lot faster speed than what they saw today. But this Lions team seems to be a tough matchup for them. And you know what I saw them put into their offense some of the stuff that Seattle did against the Bears, where they were being pretty quick to the line of scrimmage early on in the first half and catching the Bears in some substitution issues. And they lost Nick Roach in this game. And Rod Wilson, I actually thought, came in and did a really nice job playing for Roach. He was playing for Pisatino Isamoa. So the injury bug that hadn't bitten the Bears in the first part of the season has now bitten them, and they're going to have to figure out some ways to get more guys out there on the field and get the next guy ready to play.
Lawrence, and I agree, because I totally believe that at halftime something big time happened. Because if Lovie Smith, being obviously the head coach here, if they blow this game in Detroit, playing against Detroit Lions, who arguably probably the worst team in the last decade in professional football, playing with the third-string quarterback who doesn't play, Van den Bosch, their number one pass rusher, the guy doesn't play. Their kicker, one of the better kickers in the NFL, he doesn't play. And I'm telling you something, Lawrence, if we'd have lost this game today to Detroit, having said all that, there would have been I tell you what, it'd have been a mess this week, a real mess. And everything that they did, stacking these wins together one after the other, changing their philosophy after the break offensively, and everything that they would have done would have gone right in the El Toileto after this game if they didn't win it.
I know you're French, huh?
Buffon.
Well, you're right, OB. I mean, this was one of those games where if it goes wrong, you start looking at the back end of the schedule and you start thinking, well, maybe they aren't as good as people were hoping they were. The Lions seem to be a really tough matchup for them no matter what. And it's still exposed. This game's still exposed that there's a problem with pass protection. Cliff Averill destroyed Jamarcus Webb. Yeah. And a couple of times he took Webb and the chipping back into the backfield and got to Cutler. So there's still an issue. When you go up against a team that has really good down linemen, that's going to be a problem for the Bears. They're going to have to figure out those protection schemes and how to make sure that Cutler is upright, because when he's upright, he's capable of making plays.
You talk about that upright and the way he got rid of the football. I want to tell you right now, when you take a look at Earl Bennett, I mean, the last 3 or 4 football games, it was unbelievable. He has never played his first season. And I know he doesn't have the speed that a lot of guys have. You expect that. But I got to tell you, he finds ways to get open, and his desire after the catch, that one he had for 34 or 35 yards, this kid's really coming on strong, Lawrence.
No, you're right, Doug. And it's even further back than that. It's been the last 7 games. He's got over 300 yards receiving and 3 touchdowns, I believe, for Earl Bennett. And, I asked him after the game in the locker room, and I said, is there too much made of the relationship with you and Cutler that goes back to Vanderbilt? And he said yes and no. He said, people probably talk about it a little too much, but we do have a familiarity with each other. And I know what happens when plays break down. I know what Jay likes to do. I know where to be on some of those plays. He's really made a difference. And I've been saying all year that this guy is their best nuts and bolts receiver. He's got really good hands. He doesn't have the blazing speed, but you know what else he does? He blocks. He plays special teams. And he seems to, after the first season when he didn't get on the field because he was having a hard time picking up what they wanted to do offensively, he seems to have really gotten to the film room, gotten to his books. I know that Jay Cutler has helped him tremendously get himself ready. And now he looks like a guy that could be a very serviceable, dependable player for them for a long time.
Lawrence, why didn't Devin Hester start today?
Well, that's a great question. You know what? I think they're just trying to make sure that he's more of a returner than he is a receiver, and they're trying to. They feel more comfortable with the other guys and letting Hester do what he does in the return game, and came up with a big 30-yard return in this game.
Lawrence, they're in direct conflict of what they tried to do with this kid.
No doubt, but it's the right move though now.
That's why I wanted to ask you that question. Why didn't he start today?
Well, I think it has to do with what they feel is the best thing for Devin. Is the best thing for him is to be a returner. And before I go, I do want to point out that it's a bit of a milestone for the Bears quarterback today, fellas. His first winning season since his senior year of high school.
There you go. We're on a roll. Lawrence, any injuries real quickly before we go?
Yeah, Nick Roach, he's injured. They're going to take him back. He had a hip injury. They'll find out what's up with him. That's pretty much it on the injury front. Devin Hester got a little nicked up early on in the game, but he came back and played. But the Roach injury is significant if they don't get Pisatino Isamoa back for next week's game against the Patriots.
Well, Lawrence, have a safe trip back, buddy.
Thanks, Lawrence.
All right, guys. Thank you.
Take care.
Bye. See you, buddy.
You're listening to Suburban Tire Postgame Show on the Score Sports Radio 670. We're live at Fat Sam's Sports Bar and Grill in the offensive track betting facilities in Lockport. Obradovich and Buffon, 312-644-6767. Play of the game is brought to you by Allstate. Dollar for dollar, nobody protects you like Allstate. Are you in good hands?
Snap to Jay, play fake. Jay throwing over the middle. Money under the ground. 35-30. That's a fair first down to the 29 of Detroit. 2 huge fourth quarter catches by Manamaleona. 1 for the go-ahead touchdown. 1 that will serve as the fade to black moment in Detroit.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio with Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire Postgame Show on the Score Sports Radio 670. We're live at Fat Sam's Sports Bar and Arlington Off-Track Betting Facility in Lockport. He's Obradovich. I'm Buffon. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears 24, the Lions 20. And we take a look at this football game. We talk about, the great color rating. It was at 117, but you take a look at it. Drew Stanton, had a QB rating of 102.4, Ed. Now, he went to Michigan State, right?
He went to Michigan State.
Is that where Eddie went?
That's where Eddie went to Hillsdale for 2 years and then transferred to Michigan State.
Went there.
Started at defensive tackle when they tied for the Big Ten championship.
But I tell you, I was kind of impressed with the guy. I mean, first of all, he seemed like a pretty good athlete. He got out there and he ran the football and and threw the ball and there weren't any turnovers or any interceptions.
Doug, I can tell you one thing. When he was at Michigan State, this kid doesn't take scared to death pills.
No,
he doesn't.
Like pretty solid.
He stayed in there against one of the best defenses in the league. One of the very, very best defenses in the league against one of the most fierce pass rushers. And I'll tell you what, he kept his cool, and he made us play awfully hard. And we got a little bit lucky too, pal.
Let's go out to John in Oak Lawn. John, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hi, guys. I want to make a couple comments. We did have a lot of missed tackling today that we'll take and we'll work on that during the week. Also, with the blocking on the offensive line, I didn't notice that today, but maybe going forward, we need to take and use the tight end more for pass blocking in the backfield.
Oh, God.
What do you guys think? I'll take and hang up and listen to your comments.
Well, one play they had Olsen in the backfield as a fullback. They had Mano Maliuna at tight end, and they also had Calvin Davis, the other tight end. They had three tight ends in him,
I mean, my God.
But I'm looking at this. I'd rather see a regular fullback. If I had somebody back there blocking, I'd rather see a fullback. But again, that being said, I thought that, they're using their guys. They're play action, and Mano Maliuna makes a touchdown today. I think it was his third pass caught. He got another one in the second half to make a first down. But those were developed because of what happened with the play action, because everybody was all over, and no one ever expected Mano Maliuna to come out of the backfield, come out from the tight end position and catch the football.
Well,
I mean, that's probably not even on the scouting report.
Doug,
that's what they did.
I don't get me started.
Oh, I know. I understand.
I don't even want to talk about him.
I watched him block, and
that is how this guy. And this guy's going to be able, when he gets out of football, he's going to actually say that he played professional football.
Yeah.
He's going to actually be able to make that statement.
One thing, I saw him get beat by Avery again big time, so who knows. Let's go out to David in Deerfield. David, you're on the score.
Hey, good morning. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Happy holidays.
Same to you, Dave.
This is really towards OB. I mean, since the Buffalo game, I know you talked about it again today, but I must be watching a different Bears team because I think Jay Cutler is a hell of a quarterback, and he's growing in the last 5 games. I mean, their red zone percentage of, doing better is higher. Their third down conversions are higher. He's athletic. He's running. He's making plays with his feet, turning the court. And I know you laugh, OB, but
Dave,
I still have Kyle Orton.
Dave, my God. He is managing what the Bears coaches are telling him to do. Hey, Dave, I heard you. All right. He cannot take a 7-step drop. He can't do a lot of things, and he's a talented kid. He's intelligent. He's big. He's 6'3", weighs about 225. He can move. He's accurate. When he moves out of the pocket, he can throw on the run. All last year, we never moved him out of the pocket. After the first 5, 6, or 7 games after the bye week, then we started moving him out and bootlegging him, and we started running the football. But you can't drop him back 7 yards. We can't go downfield. There's a lot of things that he does well that he can't do.
But if I was starting a football team and someone said to me, Doug, you can start with Kyle Orton as your quarterback or Jay Cutler as your quarterback, and I would definitely take Jay Cutler as my quarterback.
I'm not arguing that,
I think that's why everybody's getting confused on it.
Well, the confusers, they had Orton managing. Right. And they even said they've got him back, that he's managing, that's just exactly what he's doing now. Okay? It's working, we're winning, and it's fine.
Absolutely. And anytime you get to that point, and you could probably say this about a lot of quarterbacks that manage. In other words, 80% completion, you throw a touchdown, you have 100.
Doug, we tried going downfield. The first game, the second game, the third game, the fourth, the fifth. We kept going, trying to move the ball down the field, do everything.
Didn't work.
And we couldn't do it because why? Cutler's getting killed, okay?
Right.
So they pulled in the reins, went to the running game, which they totally abandoned, went back to the running game, brought in the play action, passes and started dinking and dunking the ball. That's what we've done.
Exactly. And dinking and dunking the ball, and I know we look at it this way, but the fact is when you have a 9.1 average attempt per pass, that's pretty damn good. It's better than damn good. And so what's happening here is the fact that he's completing those passes you're talking about, but they're good passes. They're solid passes. They're not this pie-in-the-sky passes. He tried one today, but you're going to have to give him that once in a while. But what it is they're controlling the game. And they control the time clock today. You have to, and the only way that's going to work, Ed, is the fact that you have a defense you can rely on.
You guys don't have to convince me. All I'm telling you is they gave up
an
awful lot to bring him in here that the other kid basically was kind of doing. And that's all I'm saying. It's food for thought. Think about it. And that's exactly what I'm saying. And if he's not, he's managing the game, guys. That's what he's doing. That's what Lovey wants him to do. No turnovers. Don't get crazy. Don't throw the interceptions. Key it in, bring it in, and that's what they've done, and they're winning with it.
When Kyle Orton managed the game, his attempts per pass was like around 6.7 or something like that. Mm-hmm. See, this guy is managing, but he's got potential during the course of a football game to do something above that. Mm-hmm. But as you said, the fact is you can't get the rest out of him because you don't have the team to do that.
That's exactly correct. You don't have. Right. If you had the offensive line, you get a full complement of what Cutler can do, and then he'd really be dangerous.
Let's go out to Rich in Spring Grove. Rich on the scoreboard. Opie and Doug.
Hello, guys. How you doing?
What's up, Rich?
Good. Listen, I understand that we're 9-3, and that's better than I thought that we were going to be. But nobody has talked about our lack of offensive tackles. Those two guys we got in there could not be on a good college team. Our best offensive tackle, Kevin Schaefer, is sitting on the bench. He started the last 4 games last year, and nobody heard his name. What's going on?
Well, Rich, I'll tell you what's going on. They don't have the talent there, including your guy, Richard Schaefer. If he was that damn good, Cleveland wouldn't let him go for us, and we traded up for him with somebody else. So don't put halos on all these guys. We don't have good offensive tackles. We have offensive tackles, but the fact is they got to rebuild or redo somewhere along the line on that offensive tackle situation. And that's the case, and that's what it's all about. So now you have to work around it. You have to find ways to win. But right now, our offensive tackles are not that good. You're listening to the Suburban Tire Postgame Show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Fat Sam's in Lockport. He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. And I'll be right back.
Attitude. Attitude. You know, second half, it became a game that we defense, we needed pride. We needed to step up and make some more plays, and that's what ended up happening.
Upset, yeah, you can say that. You know, we weren't happy about what was happening outside. The message, though, was just to play the way we're capable of playing. I know they were doing some good things, but you know, it's hard to stomach missed tackles and, you know, critical plays, letting a team go over 90 yards and you know, on 2 plays. Should have had them stop. I was really thinking about stopping the clock and seeing if we could make them punish. So, but again, I like the way the guys finished.
We now return to the Suburban Tire Postgame Show with Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich, live from Fat Sam's, 1225 East 9th Street in Lockport. The Suburban Tire Postgame Show is brought to you in part by Motorworks and Motorworks.com, Four Winds Casino, RetainYourGains.com, and Old Second Bank on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's sports station.
You heard Lovie Smith talking about attitude, talking about that it was sickening to see what was happening out there. And I'm glad he said it. And I'm glad he's coming out a little bit and challenging these guys, Eddie. They're saying, hey, listen, you guys are stinking up the joint, basically. And he came out, and I'll tell you, that's what you need. Ball players, sometimes they get into a funk. Sometimes they don't know where the hell they are. Somebody's got to set them straight, and I'm glad that Lovie did something like that at halftime.
Well, yeah, absolutely, Doug. You know, because this you know, if this game would have went south on us.
Oh, it would have been brutal. You're right. I mean, absolutely brutal.
I mean, so I could see where he got emotional at halftime. You know, damn well something had to happen at halftime. And, as a matter of fact, something's going to happen around here.
What's Fat Sam doing?
At Fat Sam. Yeah. Fat Sam's Customer Christmas Party, Wednesday, December 15th. Free appetizers from 3 to 5. Half-price pizza all day. Light Coors, Bud Light pints, $1.50. 12-ounce import bottles, $2.50. Hawks Game Day special drinks. Christmas raffle during Hawks Game. Win Bulls Hawks tickets, autographed Hawks memorabilia, Miller and Bud prizes, and a gift certificate. All at Fat Sam's Christmas party Wednesday, December 15th.
Did the first one say free appetizers? Free appetizers?
Free appetizers.
We can't be in the right place.
Free appetizers from 3 to 5.
And get there before Fat Sam's gets to the free appetizers.
This is all for us. That's a nice thing. On Wednesday, December 15th, 3 to 5.
It'd be a great time.
Yes.
Let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Jack in Arizona. Jack, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, how you doing, guys? Happy holidays for you both, okay?
Same here, Jack.
Right back at you.
All right, now, three things I want to ask you about. First of all, I told you last week the trap game. Remember I said that, the trap game?
Absolutely.
It almost happened. I was really worried about it. The second thing I'm worried about is not a resodded Soldier Field. How is that going to take with all that snow you guys got? And then one other thing, and then at halftime, before halftime, there was 26 seconds left. Why did they kneel? Why did they try to go for a long bomb? Maybe, hopefully, it might be a penalty or interference call, whatever. I don't understand that. Even though I'm glad we won the game, man. I was real worried about it. So that's what I wanted to talk about. What do you think?
Well, Jack, as far as the trap game is, everybody was said that. So if you know it's going to be a trap game, then don't get trapped. I mean, you understand what the situation is. Anytime you have the advantage, anytime you're a team that you're supposed to win, then you always go look for a trap. And Detroit has been playing everybody tough. We all knew that. And they come down, they played the Bears tough at the beginning. The Bears finally come out at the end. But as far as your situation with 26 seconds left to go, I've seen too many damn bad things happen at the end of a football game in halftime to take shots like that. And it turns the damn game around totally. If you fumble the football, you get sacked, the ball goes up in the air. In fact, if you remember correctly, the Bears did that with Peppers against Detroit. Right before the halftime, they came out and made Detroit try to make something happen. Bam, they got hit. This is the first game. So I wouldn't do any of that. And I have no problem with that. The game itself, they did what they had to do. Now we'll see what they can do against the big-timers.
Yeah, as far as the side goes in Soldier Field.
It didn't snow that much.
I mean, that's something you'll never, I'll tell you what, tune in after the first quarter, you'll find out.
And that's, home field advantage. Let's go out to Gino in Orland Park. Gino, you're on the score.
Hey, Dougie, OB, great to hear from both you guys.
Thanks, Gino.
Love your show. The only comment I have is I was concerned about our defensive backs today. My brothers and I remember talking about last year, and we thought, boy, these guys are tackling awful high. And today when they had the Johnson touchdown, I think it was Johnson, they had the touchdown. If you notice, Jennings and them, when they were running, it's like they're trying to grab them. I don't know if that's Lovey's thing, grabbing the ball or what. But I'm convinced if they would have hit him low, they might have been able to tackle him. Other than that, you guys, OB, I know you didn't like this as much as you're commenting about the quarterback, but after the first touchdown, when he took his hands and slimed him over his helmet, I was hoping one of the Bears would kick his loving ass after that. But, hey, that's life, and that's me. Guys, happy holidays. Shout out to my grandsons. I'm doing grass drills with them in the living room, Luke and Andrew, will you?
All right, Gino, thanks. It's amazing, too. Once again, we're going to question the Bears. We're going to question what kind of game, how they want it, what they're going to do. We're going to get phone calls saying the Bears are not be good enough, this and that. But, we were talking, Ed, how the hell do I know? They've pulled some stuff off. The Bears have so far this year. When it started out the way after the first couple games, and they went through that one period after the Giants, I said, there's no way in hell that this team could even ever possibly think about playoffs. There they are, knocking on the door.
Well, that's when the change in philosophy came in.
Right, exactly. Changed everything up.
From what we're wide open, shoot 'em out offense, it wasn't working. Lovey pulled all the horns in. And that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, and again, too, you can see when you play this cover, too, you have to tackle right. There's no question. And he was talking about the Calvin Johnson run there. The tackles were wrong. I mean, they were missing. It was half-heartedly. And that's why he was mad. These guys are supposed to go into him. When you try to take the football, is after you hit, then you rip. But you got to get a piece of the guy. You can't just try to rip the football. Either somebody's got to be a hold of the guy, or you got to be having him wrapped up. Then you rip the football out of his hands. Let's go out to Jim in Lake in the Hills. Jim, you're on the score.
Hey, great show, guys, as always.
I love you guys. But, you know, listen, do you think that Bennett one day will be a Tier 1 receiver? I mean, what a great game, and I know you guys gave him the game ball, basically, today. Do you think he has that potential?
I got to tell you, Jim, everybody talks about the fact that...
Hey, Doug?
Yeah.
I'm going to follow up with this, though, when you get done. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Can I listen?
Well, no, what I'm saying is everybody looks for that speedy, you know, what do you think Welker does for the New England Patriots? And maybe Bennett could do that for us. I mean, first of all, you got to catch the damn ball. Number two, you got to get the first down. Did you see the one to reach for the first down that he got?
Right.
That was so key. I mean, it was so heads-up football that a lot of that is, you know, you got to try to put him up there a little bit and say, listen, this guy knows how to play. He knows how to block. He catches the football. He gets in there and he knows where the first down marker is. So these are all big pluses. And so far, I got to tell you, Jimmy, he's been really, I thought, outstanding. Basically, the way he's playing football right now.
That young guy. I mean, he works his ass off.
That's right.
I'm telling you, you know that. Right. I mean, I saw him on, on Channel 2 one night, going through these drills. Work with speed drills and so on and so forth, and it's great. You know, he's a great guy. He's a good guy too.
Yeah, and there's no question. If you watch him in Vanderbilt, I think he led the SEC in receptions, I think, his senior year with Cutler. But he's got all the stuff that you really want. I was shocked that he didn't play his first season. Didn't play it down. Didn't get out there. Didn't play. Well, I got to tell you, you know what? You can talk about all the speed you want, but you got to catch the football first. And that's what I like about the guy. I think he's sure.
He shows he can get separation. He's got great hands, guys. Don't forget that. I mean, when that ball gets to him, you're not worried about that thing being fumbled or dropped.
Let's go out to Gary in Pengree Grove. Gary on the score.
Hi, guys.
What's up,
Gary? I had a comment and a question on Earl Bennett there. I thought early in the game that play that he made where he on the third down where he stretched out his arm and got the first down. I mean, I thought that was a real heady play. Guy really had his head in the game.
Great awareness.
Yeah, and my question is, Detroit's 2-9. Their third-string quarterback is better than any backup quarterback that the Bears have. And I just don't understand how Jerry Angelo could let that situation be where we don't have a backup quarterback who has any capability at all, and yet a 2-9 team has a good third-string quarterback.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising, and Ed knows more about Drew Stanton than me. I mean, when he came out and what he did and what was going on. But the fact is, you take a look at Cutler, you almost feel like he's invincible. But there are times he takes a shot out there, and if something should happen to him, then what? You know, what do we do? And I don't think they'll go back. You know, Haney's got to be the guy that they want to look at. And I don't know. I think down the road they're probably looking for a backup quarterback.
Well, that's and then, you know, that brings another thing into play, Doug. You know, when we went to the 1.5, or basically 3 and 5 step drop, and eliminated 7, because you got to protect this kid, Cutler. I mean, you're not going to get into the postseason. You're not going to go. Hopefully, you get to the Super Bowl without this guy. It's just not going to happen.
It's not going to happen.
And so if we'd have kept on that path before, Doug, I'm letting him run all over and people coming and firing at him.
He'd been in a body bag right now.
He would be on injured reserve, I'll guarantee you.
He's O'Bradovich on the phone on the Score, Sports Radio 670, the Suburban Tire post-game show. We're live at Fat Sam Sports Bar and Arlington Off-Track Betting Facility in Lockport. 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win 24-20 over the Detroit Lions. That's right.
We got a 9th win. We're in first place. We feel good about that. To win 5 games in a row is tough to do. So we'll just go back and get ready for our next, our next opponent.
It's huge. With all the turmoil I think we went through this summer and learning the new offense, and everyone was discouraged with it early on, but we stuck it through, and we're starting to get some dividends now. We just got to keep getting better. We can't be satisfied with where we're at now.
Smith and Jay Collar talking about the fact that 5 in a row, which is very hard to do. And they're playing some decent football right now. Hopefully they can keep it up. You're listening to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Fat Sam Sports Bar and Arlington Off-Track Betting Facility in Lockport. Or Bradovich and Buffon, our phone number 312-644-6767. You heard Ed talk about Sam's customer Christmas party. That's Wednesday, December 15th. The fat guy's going a little further. Now, Monday night, December 20th, the Bears-Vikings party. All Miller bottles, $2.25. Beer bombs, $3.50. All 16-ounce drafts, $2. Wings and pizza during halftime. Bears Christmas raffle. Chance to win Bears tent, Ottoman cooler, umbrella, Miller cooler, Bears neon, fire pit, plastic chairs, and maybe a pair of Fat Sam's old shorts. We don't know, but a lot of things will be going on, and Bear autograph items. So I would imagine your picture, my picture, be there for $1.50. Sam's going to go hog wild on this Monday night, December 20th, Bears-Vikings party. Let's go out to Mike in Clinton, Iowa. Mike, you're on the Score.
Hi, fellas. Nice to talk to you.
What's up, Mike?
Well, there was two Earl Bennett questions before me, so I'm just going to ask about DJ Moore.
Yeah.
He comes up in every game he's been in. And that's the best rookie I've seen the Bears have this year. He's a midget, but he plays about 6'2". And Doug, I want to ask you, I heard you on Danny Mac's show. How can you miss a 100 scope?
You're probably asking me, how can I miss a deer at 150 yards? Well, Sam, I'm getting old. You know, that's part of it. No, I actually didn't miss him. I was doing the radio. My brother, they missed him. They missed two at 150 yards coming through. And everybody said, well, what happened? Well, we had a drive on before that. So the drive came by, and the deer came flying out right as we were doing the show. Well, they cracked out two shots. The first one missed 150. They obviously got up to 200, and the guy and my other buddy missed at 200 yards. Myself, you know, everybody thinks I may be a decent hunter. I'm very bad. I'm not good at all. But we did come up with about 6 or 7 deer during that little episode when I went back to Pennsylvania. Let's go out to Terry in the north side. Terry on the Score.
Hey, how you doing, Doug?
What's up, Terry?
Hey, man, guys, we got to give Lovey some love, man.
Absolutely.
He didn't won 5 in a row.
Yeah.
It wasn't just luck. I mean, today was a battle, guys. That's what I saw. I saw a battle. We came back from behind when we lost the lead. We got Dink in the armor. But let's talk about more about what they're doing good just as much as, you know, what they don't seem to have that makes us look like the 85 Bears. Mm-hmm. You know, we got to look at this is the 2010 Bears, and he was in a bad state of thought at one time. Now his guy's proven he didn't beat the Green Bay Packers, who were said better than us. I mean, come on, we got to give Lovey some love, man. You know, this guy has really showed that he wants to win for the Chicago fan.
You know what, Terry, you know, think about it. Lovey's always wanted to win. I mean, that's not even a doubt in my mind. But the fact was, what I was worried about, it wasn't his team the first 3 or 4 games. It was not his team. In fact, if you looked at that football team, you would have thought that Mike Martz was the head coach. And I believe this, and I don't know this for sure. But when we talked about the change that happened, I will guarantee you, Lovey's the one that went in there and said, this has got to stop. Well, this is not who we are. Because Lovey basically, remember, run the football coming off the bus? His theory wasn't pass the football off the bus. So they went back to what Ed calls the management of the team. That's exactly what he did. He took his team back. And you got to hand him to that. You got to give him credit for that. Because they pulled off 5 in a row by doing that. Because there were 2 games, again, I'll go back to it, the Seattle game and the Washington game. If they would have done what they're doing right now, that philosophy, they'd have won those 2 games. And besides all the flack that they went through, all the interceptions and whatever in the Washington games, they only lost both those games by 3 points apiece.
I'll tell you, there's no question about it, Terry. And when they made the change, basically almost like from about the bye week, Doug, and we were not running the football. We were running the ball, 5 times 7?
It was something ridiculous,
every week, okay? And there's no doubt that only one man could insert that much pressure to make everything change, and that would be Lovie Smith. I mean, do I know it for a fact? No, but I bet on it. And I would say that he came in and we're going to run this football, and we're going to get back to basic football the way we knew how to win. The way we used to win. Now, when you run 28 times, you run 30 times, 40 times, 27, this opens up your offense like you can't believe. And what part of the offense does it open up? It opens up the passing game. If you can run that football, don't abandon running the football just because they stop you the first quarter or the first 10 rushes. Just keep pounding and pounding, because the play action is so big in this league. It's a tough play to defeat, but when you don't run the football, nobody respects it. If you try play action, nobody respects it. So what happened was, it was Lovie's philosophy. There's no doubt in my mind that's what it was.
And what was the breakdown between runs and passes
today? They attempted 26. It was 21 to 26 passes, and rushing attempts 28.
So you had 28 attempts, and then you had 21 passes.
Right. That's basically the last 3-4 weeks since they've been on this run, since they made the change to go back to the conservative, controlled game, the offense.
And prior to that, I guarantee you we were throwing the football 65 or 70% of the time. See, I believe in throwing the ball. I'm not going to back away from that. But you can't throw the ball 65 to 70% with what you have.
Doug, you have to run the football in this league.
Sure.
You have to.
And that's a fact, and that's what was getting us killed. And that turned it all around, and all of a sudden they switched it up and they made it great. So, keep it going. That's all I can tell you. And we'll see what happens next week against New England. You're listening to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. We're live at Fat Sam's in Lockport. He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug McFone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Bears win. Beat the Lions. That's right. 24 to 20.
He was hot. He was hot. I mean, not at everybody. Just happy with the offense, special teams, but defensively, that's not characteristic of us in that first half.
We made a ton of adjustments at halftime. We didn't do anything. We went out and we played better in the second half. We didn't change. We just didn't play. We didn't tackle the first half. We didn't read our keys. And we didn't make plays. In the second half, we did what we do. We got after the quarterback. We stopped the run. And we got to the football.
That was Brian Urlacher and Lance Briggs talking about what they did the second half, and we all knew they had it. Something must have been said in the locker room, which was confirmed by Lawrence Holmes, that Bobby Smith got all over him, and he had the right to. They gave up 253 yards in that first half, and they come out that second half and give up only about maybe 60. So, the tackling got better, the pressure got better, and they played better football. You're listening to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 600. We're live at Fat Sam's Sports Bar and Arlington Off-Track Betting Facility in Lockport. Bet on those horses. Get on those horses. He's Ed O'Bradovich on Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Bears 24, Lions 20. And Bear fans, be the 670th texter of the keyword victory to 67011 and win a $100 gift certificate card to Applebee's, Chicagoland's neighborhood bar and grill with 34 Chicagoland locations. Talking about the Bears, obviously the Bears win today. Everybody's excited about them, what happened today, how the defense came back, how Cutler played, how Bennett played, and, and good as gold. Good as gold gets up there and kicks that field goal. What was it, 54 yards?
54, as longest ever.
It's as longest, right? And I'm going to tell you something. And then you see Hester make that one run to 29 yards return on the punt return. The punter don't get him, he's going to go all the way. So they're clicking again. I mean, they're back on it, and they're going to need everything to beat the New England Patriots.
Yeah, and again, Doug, the guys that have been making the plays all year and keeping us in, offensively and defensively, and they continue to do it. And boy, this would have been a tough loss, but listen, we made the plays when we had to, and we came out with a victory.
Absolutely. And I think that was the whole case. The thing was go up there, get your win, come back home, and then get ready for New England. Let's go to Joey in River Grove. Joey, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Oh, gentlemen, thank you for taking my call. You guys are great. I listen to you all the time, and longtime Bears fan, grew up, born and raised.
Appreciate it, Joey.
You guys are old school. I mean, the Bears aren't doing anything flashy or fancy. They're just winning games. They're grinding it out.
Yes.
They're controlling the ball. The same formula won them the Super Bowl, won you guys the championship in '63.
Right.
The whole thing about the AFC aerial attack, Tom Brady, go back to San Diego and Dan Fouts going back into the 70s.
Right.
That seems to be, the flavor of the week. Everybody wants to put up a lot of points, but the Bears can do it the way they're doing it.
Joe, what we did offensively, we've condensed the offense, and the second biggest thing that we have done offensively is convert third down. That is the number one thing that we have done, because when you convert the third down, then all of a sudden, now you start clock management. We start eating up the clock. Converting, move the ball down the field, eat up the clock, and eventually if you score a touchdown or kick a field goal. But the number one, we condensed our offense this year. What, Doug, after
3 or 4, yeah.
Right. And then the most important thing that we've done, Joe, is third down conversion. We were the worst in the league, and I think now we're one of the best in the last 3 or 4 games.
And with this kind of offense,
and that's key.
There's no question. We mentioned it many times. I'll even go back to '63 when you guys played and you won the championship. The one thing, though, you have your offense that manage it well. Don't turn it over.
From the 20 to 20, they were the best.
You better have the defense to go with it, because it won't work.
Right.
You got to have the defense, and I think the Bears have that defense. He's Edo Bradovich on the phone, _ Sports Radio 670. We're live at Fat Sam's in Lockport. Our number, 312-644-6767. The Suburban Tire postgame show. We'll be right back.
The Bears have come back to beat the Lions 24-20 here at Ford Field. They are 9-3 going home next Sunday to meet the New England Patriots.
No one thought it was going to be easy. It's just tough getting wins each week. It takes 60 minutes. For whatever reason, we didn't play as well as we need to, opening up the game. Offensively, I thought we did, do some good things, came out ready to go. Defensively, missed tackles, things like that really set us back a little bit. But offensively, of course, Jay, in games like this, you need your special players to be special. Really thought he stood up, stepped up, and made play after play. Mobility, of course, continues to get us out of bad plays. Earl Bennett, each week seemed like we're talking about him. But all the guys got involved on the offensive side of the ball. Of course, Matt Forte did some good things, too. Defensively, the second half, we challenged the guys to play the way we're capable of playing as much as anything. And they did that. Really shut down, the Lions that second half of the game. We got a 9th win. We're in first place. We feel good about that. To win 5 games in a row is tough to do. So we'll just go back and get ready for our next opponent.
That was Lovie Smith talking about his win today over the Detroit Lions and how the Bears come back in that second half defensively. They played extremely well. You're listening to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Fat Sam Sports Bar and Arlington Off-Track Betting Facility in Lockport. He's Obradovich. I'm Buffone, 312-644-6767. Talk about the Chicago Bears win today over the Detroit Lions, 24-20.
See, they respond to him, Doug.
Well, they did. Somebody responded.
I knew something. I told you when we started out, I said something happened at halftime.
That were the exact words out of your mouth. He said something must have happened. And normally that does happen, but with Love, you never think that's going to happen.
Because that usually wasn't. But this year, there have been some different things. And that's a good thing.
That's a great
offensively,
thing.
Mike Martz making all these changes after the first, second, third, fourth, fifth game in the offensive, that never would have happened. A whole change in philosophy offensively. And, Doug, that was never his MO all these years before. Everything, what it was, it's going to go right through 4 quarters, and we're going to do the thing next week, and next week. Not anymore.
Yeah, adapt or die. That's what you have to do. Let's go out to Dave from Indiana. Dave, you're on the Score.
Hi, Doug, OB.
What's up, David?
Thank you for taking my call.
Mm-hmm.
Love listening to you guys. All I listen to is the Score, and I just love it.
Well, thank you, David.
And I love it when you guys have your conversations going on. But I wanted to touch on something that, I don't know, it's been mentioned once or twice, but you got Tice, you got March, and of course you got Levy and the coach that used to coach Detroit Lions,
Marinelli.
With all these coaches who have been through all these years of coaching, they've got to be able to pull out some plans, and I think they have put their heads together after those mistakes they were making and expecting a team that they just threw together with these. They didn't have great draft picks, and yet now you got these guys on the offensive line. They went through how many times, switching them around, and now they finally settled in and, realize what they're capable of and what they're not. And yet, I think also today what was missing was Pisa Tina Isamoa, because that defense was not tackling at all in the first half, and everyone knows it. And then Roach got hurt. But also, it was great to see that they were passing that ball around and giving it up to guys and making whatever positive play they can make instead of just all negative like it used to be last year. You're moving positive. And, Doug, just one more thing before I let you go, and guys, I want to listen to what you have to say about it, Doug. Dave from Deerfield, you had a chance to put in stop yourself, and you didn't do it, Doug.
I didn't do it? No stop yourself, huh? Well, getting back to what you were talking about, the fact that, obviously, there's no question in my mind. If you think in your right mind that you're going to come back next year with this same offensive line, then you're crazy. You better be out there searching and doing some stuff. You can't do much about it this year. So you got to coach them up as best you can coach them up, come up with situations where it's going to help you. But when it's all said and done with, when it comes down to a lot of these football games, it belongs to the player and his ability to play. And that's what they're going to have to look for. They can't do it this year, so they're going to have to come up with some stuff to help out that offense and do certain things. Which the one thing I didn't do, and this is something that's been preaching for the last 3 years, I don't know why they don't roll this kid out. I'm talking about color. They do not take him out.
They did it one time today.
Yeah,
Only
one time. And most of the times, if it does happen, he's coming out on his own.
Right.
But they call it the wheel in the National Football League, and it's done. Every team is using it. It's a great play.
Well, I'll tell you one good thing. Again, on your talked about offensive side, Doug, but defensively, when you look at the different play in our defensive line, now, Marinelli had to instill this, Doug. And you obviously, we brought Peppers in, and he's a difference maker, and he hasn't let anybody down yet, okay? I mean, would you like to see more sack numbers out of him? Yeah, but he is a force to be reckoned with. But the key that they have done, Doug, and what has been effective for that defensive line because of the lack of penetration from our inside tackles is that all the tricks that we do. Today, they were running tricks between the two tackles. Going inside, the other one coming around, vice versa. And we go with the tricks between the tackles and the ends. And then you go with the tricks with the tackle, and you got a MAC linebacker coming in. So we've got a lot of force now, all of a sudden, through all this defensive line movement, and with the blitzes, Doug, and we're like caving that pocket in a little bit more now.
There's no question.
We're making it a little bit more difficult for that quarterback to do, to complete a lot of passes, stepping up. And that's a good thing, a smart thing. I played the line for a long time, Doug. I would never want to be set in one position, whether it's a defensive end or defensive tackle, and they play that technique 3, and et cetera, Doug, and you sit there like nobody knows what you're doing. I mean, come on.
We saw it happen. Remember against the Vikings? And they were in that one position, set position to 3-10. They were hitting the line. All the Vikings did, they knew where they were going. They would drive them right out of the hole.
Absolutely.
Now when you start doing those tricks, you start making that offensive lineman think, where's this guy going to be? What's he going to do?
Absolutely, Doug.
And I never could figure out why they didn't do that.
I don't know, but they haven't done it for years and years. But I tell you, they're doing it this year and they're doing it now. And I tell you, that's one smart move.
Let's go out to John and Roselle. Johnny on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys. Great show as always.
Thanks,
what's up, Johnny?
That caller, just either the last caller or the caller before, kind of stole my storm. I know you guys you're very truthful in what you say about our head coach, Lovey, when he doesn't do a good job. But it's definitely for sure that he's letting the coaches coach now, even though, like they said, they're getting it dialed in together. But, boy, you can tell that he's getting the best out of what he's got, and if they keep working hard together, that's as good as they can be, and they'll be a solid team throughout the rest of the way.
Good statement, John.
Yeah, John, and exactly what they did. I mean, as much as we jumped on Lovey, and we should have jumped on him, right now I'm jumping on his bandwagon because somebody had to pull this thing all together, Ed, and I think it was him.
Yeah, there's, and hey, listen, it's not a mystery. They do good or whatever, we pointed out, and if they falter, tough.
Let's thank everybody. First of all, let's thank the people that call in. I mean,
our listeners,
they're just great.
You people are wonderful. The holiday season's upon us. God love you, folks.
Thanks to Chris Tannehill, Adam Hogue, Adam Harris, Matt Ronewald, Lawrence Holmes, Brendan McCaffrey. That's our crack producer.
That's our crack producer, number one.
Randy Popowinski. Is that his name? Popowski. I'm sorry, Randy. I keep butchering your name all the time. Lauren David, Mike Peterson, Fat Sands. We want to thank Fat Sands especially for inviting us down here.
He's sitting right to my right, right to our right, brother.
That's right. No, he's got 2 chairs.
Oh, is that?
And Jason Golf is coming up next, taking your bear calls on 670 to score until 7:15 when they'll be carrying the Saturday night football game. It's going to be a hell of a one. The Steelers and the Ravens. See you next week.
Rock and roll, Jason.
Against New England. We'll be right there.
Bye-bye.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Welcome to the Suburban Tire postgame show on The Score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at Williamson's Restaurant and Bar in New Lenox. He's Ed Obradovich. I'm Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. There's good news and bad news. The good news, the Green Bay Packers lost to Detroit. The bad news, the Chicago Bears get their ass whipped 37-7.
Doug.
What?
Excuse me.
What?
Shouldn't you use the word lost?
No. I'm telling you, bear weather my ass. I mean, you're talking about how tough we are. I've seen this, let's face it. I thought they had a chance going into this game. I really did. But that first half, you saw where New England scored.
Somebody forgot
points.
to tell New England Patriots.
They forgot to tell Brady it was snowing outside. Right. It was windy.
Oh, Jesus.
I mean, I never saw anything that bad. I mean, it was terrible. I mean, that first half, that 33 points they gave up, all the way down the line.
That was game, set, match. First half was all over.
Let me tell you something. What I saw today, they could play New England 100 times and they'd lose 100 times. And that's that simple. New England's that much better of a football team than they are. We had the advantage here. You're talking about New England came here after playing Monday night. That's a short week. Not only that, they have to travel to Chicago. Then they're walking into the wind, the whole 9 yards, the snow, the rain, whatever. And this was brutal. I mean, this was absolutely brutal football. That first half, the Chicago Bears gave up 273 yards. Now, remember last week against Detroit, they gave up 253. We said, oh, boy, they took Detroit for granted, right? Well, obviously, the same thing happened this first half. 273 yards they give up. And we had a total of 33 yards in the first half. 14 yards passing and 19 yards running the football.
Yeah, Doug, what we had here in passing, we attempted to pass, I believe, 8 times, and we ran the ball 9 for a total of 17 plays in the first 30 minutes of football. But I think, if anything, this showed the fans out there, watching the people that stayed, watched the game, watched on television, et cetera, and are big fans of the game. This game told you one thing and one thing only, how to win football games. And football games are won up front. Up front on the offensive line and defensive line. And if this game didn't show it, then nothing will. They dominated us up front. And that's what you got to have. You get Tom Brady. I know he's got 3 Super Bowls, quality quarterback. He's got all the tools. Well, Cutler's got a lot of tools too, Doug. He can move. He's got a howitzer foreign arm. What is the difference between basically today and you know what? It just showed you up front. Tom Brady had an offensive line that he can go to war with. Our guy, you got to walk in with a white flag.
And not to mention our defense. Our defensive line put no pressure whatsoever on Brady.
Doug, does that surprise you?
Well, no. You know what surprises me, Ed? I'll tell you what really surprises me. That if you told me that the New England Patriots would score 33 points in the first half against the Chicago Bears, I'd die laughing. I would have laughed at you. And then again, too, to what you brought up about the offensive line, this is the best offensive line, our defensive line is faced.
That shows you how you
Right.
win football games. That's
Up
Bill
front.
Belichick, the head coach. He knows how to win
Sure.
games. You win the game. You can't say it enough. That's how you build a team, on the guys up front on both sides of the ball. And, again, it couldn't be more clear than it was today, folks.
And the other thing, too, when you take a look at this game, you say to yourself, where was our running game? We thought that the wind would take away something from Brady. We thought the wind would slow him down throwing the football. Like I said, someone forgot to tell him that it was windy. He comes out, and all of a sudden he's tearing us up. And now we can't run the ball to control the clock, to keep the football from them. New England held the ball 18 minutes in that first half.
Hey, Dougie.
That's no good.
Yeah,
That's no good.
Something for you listeners out there. The New England Patriots are obviously leading in their division, and with Brady, they've got a hell of a team, and they're having a good year. But, Doug, where does their defense rank in the National Football League?
32.
32.
Dead last.
Dead last, their defense. New England's defense, folks, ranks 32nd.
Dead last. I mean, you say to yourself, then why couldn't we do something against them?
We couldn't do anything against them, folks. Couldn't do anything against them.
And not only that, Brady comes out. They do the play-action passes. We're in our beautiful cover 2 where we give up everything. Go ahead, here, take the football. Go down the field as much as you want. Go ahead. If you come up short, we're going to go deep to Branch. If you take Branch, we'll go to Welker coming across the middle. And there is Brady doing the play-action after play-action, the same plays that I've seen New England do the last 3 weeks. This wasn't something like they did something different. This was the same thing New England has done.
Welker over the middle, Welker over the middle, Welker over the middle, and Welker over the middle.
And Branch behind them, and Branch behind them, and Branch behind them. That's exactly what it turned out to be. Now, I'm not saying this. Patriots are a hell of a football team, and I take my hat off to them because they are damn good.
Well, that's one hell of a football
that
team.
Is
you want to see how far we're away?
Oh, it's
after today's game,
close.
Folks, take a good hard look at it, how far we're away.
It's not close. And the fact is you take a guy like Brady, but again, too, that offensive line, look at the time he had to throw the football. Look at the time he was just sitting back there doing nothing. And then they come back with the play-action passes. And then our special teams just fell apart. And then there were certain things that happened out there that you say to yourself, there was poor tackling. All of the above. And yet again, when this game came up, the Bears knew going out into this football game against New England that the Packers lost. They knew the Packers lost. So why not take advantage of the whole situation?
Doug,
if they would have lost, the Bears would have been there, they'd have been nip and tuck down the road, I'd said to myself, fine, that's just the way it should be. But not like this. Not 33 points in the first half. Not just slapping them around like they weren't even existing. That's exactly what's so aggravating about this football game.
Doug, I look at it a little different, specialty teams. I thought the specialty teams gave us a lot of great field position today. A lot of good field position. Did they make some mistakes? Yes, they did. Poor tackling, etc. But they still gave us good field position, Doug, enough for us to put some marches, convert on third down, and put 6 on the board or put 3 on the board. With all that field position we got, you know what we did with it? Nothing.
No,
nothing.
There's no question about it. The only one I was talking about, not the returns, because I like what Manning does and I like what Hester does. Punt return, their punt returns. I could have ran down on that damn thing. I'm 66 years old, and I could have made the damn play. And so that's what happened. And they called the one back even. They called it back for holding. There was another one they ripped off. Edelman rips off for 40, 50 yards or something like that. This whole thing was just definitely not there, not right. And it just says to yourself, now we take a step back. And you say to yourself, wait a minute here. First of all, like you said, the Packers lose to Detroit. The Packers lose Aaron Rodgers with a concussion. Minnesota's whole building fell down. They have no building. They have no place to play. And so all these things are coming in your favor, and now you decide to go out and lay this egg that you laid against New England. Now you have to regroup. Now the fans, what do you think the fans are going to say? What can they say? You know, they lost us. They lost me. And then I got back in there. I jumped on the wagon saying, yeah, the Bears, look at the Bears. Look what they're going to do. They lost us again. Look at this performance they did today. So, yeah, it wasn't, it was
Doug, it was an old-fashioned whipping, beating, basically all the way for 4 quarters is exactly what it was, okay? It shows you where were our strengths, where were our weaknesses. I'd love for our difference makers today to make a difference. I'd love for Cutler to make a difference because we did have some good field positioning through the special teams. That didn't happen, okay? our passing routes. They weren't there. We couldn't get separation. Did you see, Doug, how many times were the New England defenders, pass defenders, all over our wideouts? Now, is that Cutler's fault? Is it the timing? Or could it be that we still don't have the ability to get separation from defensive backs? That's what happened out there today, folks.
You know, Ed, the fact is if you only can gain 33 yards in the first half, 33 yards total yards, and like I said before, 14 yards passing and 19 yards rushing the football, there's definitely something wrong. I mean, you could tell me that this game is playing against New England. They're a great football team. But like I said, New England's defense ranked 32, 32nd in the league. You're trying to tell me that you can only put up 19 yards passing and 34 yards rushing in one half and give them 33 points, and you score a big goose egg? Yeah, that's the problem here.
Total yards, Doug, they had 475 yards, folks. And we had 185 total yards, and a lot of that came in the last drive or two.
It was garbage
when we
time.
were passing, which was garbage time, which meant nothing. I mean, it was a total beating today. And Lovie Smith, all the coaches and all the players, time to take a long, hard look at yourself. The word is called reality, guys. Think about it.
Let's go out to Billy in Danville. Billy on the score with OB and Doug.
What's up?
Right,
who would have
Billy.
thought after the Super Bowl 25 years ago that if we fast forwarded to 2010 that the Patriots would be the class of the league, they'd be the ones with 3 Super Bowls, they'd be and we would be the ones that haven't won a Super Bowl since then. I can't even hate on the Patriots, guys. I'm actually jealous of them. Anybody that says, for all the people that always say Manning is the best quarterback in the league, they need to wake up too. Brady has been better than him now for several years. There's not one thing that Manning has over Brady. As far as today's game goes, this whole season, guys, we have beat up on teams that were either in a huge rut or weren't good teams. The one impressive victory of the year was against the Eagles. Okay? That was impressive. Today, we actually played a team with a pulse. And it just goes to show you how far back we are from the true elite teams in the NFL. And there's probably about 5 of them. We may be top 15. We may be top 15. We may surprise some people this year. I admit that. But when it comes to the top 5 to probably 7 teams, we're not there yet, guys. Lovie Smith got outcoached by the best coach in the game. And, you know, like I said, I can't even hate on them, guys. I'm jealous. They are everything that I wish we were.
Well,
Thank you.
You know, listen, Billy, you know what you saw again out there today? And if you watch the play after play, whether it was passing, drop back, or if he bootlegged out, or if it was play action, or if they ran the ball, did you notice on R3 when it was 3rd down and 1 yard to go, you know what play we ran? We ran a toss with a pulling guard to get around the end. Okay? We didn't make it. They were 3rd and 1. You know what they did? The back dug his heels in, linemen dug their heels in, and zone blocked and blew us right off the ball. A quick handoff right to the back, right into the middle of the line, 3rd down and 1 yard to go. That's the call you make. You don't make a toss to go around the end on 3rd and 1. It'll blow up in your face every time, and it did then. Again, what did New England do? Bam, zone block, man on man, right up the middle, 1st down. Continue to drive.
You know, I was looking at this game, Ed, and I was looking at the teams that New England played. And I start to get worried, and I said, all of a sudden, you know, they beat Pittsburgh at Pittsburgh.
Put up 39 points on them.
39 points.
Put 39 points against
the
Pittsburgh.
Steelers. And then as you look down the road, you see what they did with the Jets last week. So obviously it's a hell of a football team. I mean, there's no question about it. It's just that we weren't even in the game. We were not even in the game. And I think that's what this team needed, because the fact even Green Bay lost, you still would have said, look, you know, we're going up against the best. Let's give them our best and let's come down to it. If the game would have come down, then the fact that it lost. It's okay, fine, but they were there. They were knocking on the door. We could compete with these teams. What you told us today, what the Bears told their fans today, we cannot compete with the elite football teams. And that is hard to accept. And that's exactly where it's at right now, Ed. And so what do you want us to do about it? You know, go back to the drawing board. We do know this. Green Bay has to go to New England next week. We got Minnesota. God knows where. I don't know where we're going to play.
On Monday night.
On a Monday night football game. And then we finish up with Green Bay the last game of the season. It just came down to that Green Bay next week without Aaron Rodgers is not going to beat New England. You can put that on the board. And so consequently, it'll come down to that last game. But it doesn't give you any kind of inspiration whatever happened today. And that's the problem. That's what we're looking at. And that's why I think fans are going to be upset about this football game. Hey, listen, everybody gets beat. There's no question about it. But not like today. Not when you're 9-3. Not when you're playing a team that played on Monday night. Not when you play a team that just were on the road and they had to come here and play you. And it's winter out, supposedly bare weather, and all this crap they've been feeding us, and it just didn't turn out right. And by not right, I'm meaning everywhere, from the coaches to the defense to the special teams to everything. It wasn't just one element of this game. The whole thing was a mess. Let's go out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Rob in Cedar Lake. Rob, you're on the score.
Rob.
I got to say, I'm diehard Bears fan for the longest amount of time. But this to me right now is kind of showing the fluke season the Bears are having. You know, they've been playing good games. They've been winning them in the stretch. They've been coming out with some lucky calls. They've been coming out with some lucky plays. But this right there on the spotlight, having everything going for them today, they came out there and laid an egg against a team that they needed to beat to show everybody that they were what they thought they were. Well, they're not what they thought they were. They're coming out and they're playing flat against a huge game, against a big team, possibly if they make it to the Super Bowl. If it was to be had, that this is probably the team they're going against. So if they get there, why the hell should we watch? What's the point? You know, they're going to get their butts whooped, because when it comes to a team that's refined and plays good football over, in, and out, what are we going to do? We're going to lay an egg, and that's just what I seen tonight, and that's kind of the way. I mean, granted, I love them. They played hard. They played hard all year long, but this just sums up everything that leaves them out of all the contention that I see in the future.
Well, that's about, when you take a look at it, that's about the only answer you can get. You're saying to yourself that the Chicago Bears can't compete with the better teams in the league. That's what it said today. Now, like I said, if it would have been a better of a battle, a better of a fight, a better of a game, you'd have said to yourself, wait a minute here, though. If this happens or that happens, maybe down the road, this could make a difference with the Chicago Bears. They can go on to win the division, maybe get into the playoffs. Not what you saw today.
Well, I'll tell you what, Doug.
I mean, it doesn't give you any kind of encouragement.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Rob, Bears, we do. We have a pretty good defense. We really do. We don't have the great pass rushers as some of these other teams do. We've got a couple of people that are more than qualified and get the job done. And Urlacher's been having a hell of a year, Briggs. But the defense has been hustling. The backside of Phil has been great, which is very important for a running back that likes to cut back. But I'll tell you what, it just shows you what a good offense can do with a good offensive line. And that's what this game is about. At that level, that's what you pursue as a general manager and as a head coach. That's what you pursue. And you look at Tom Brady and their offense, what they did to our defense. Think about it. Look what they did to our defense. Game calling, run blocking, pass blocking. Look at what they did to a great defense. We played against, ranked, the last defense in the league. Take a look at what we did to their defense. Take a look at the calls. Take a look at the run blocking. Take a look at the pass blocking. Think about what I just said. Take a good look at it. There's your difference, folks.
Yeah, and again, too, like I said, you're not going to take anything away from New England. I'm not going to do that. I mean, what I saw out there today,
oh God,
I can't figure a team in the league right now that's playing and doing what they're doing right now.
Look at what they did to our defense, Doug.
Oh, they ruined us.
Shredded them.
Ruined us. There's no question.
And we have a pretty good damn defense.
And so does Pittsburgh. They ruined Pittsburgh. They ruined the Jets. They ruined a lot of people. It's just the idea that we can't even get competitive enough to where we can score some points. Now, we scored in the second half, but those were garbage points. By that time, it was over.
We're not even talking about.
Not even close. Let's go out to Jay in the north side. Jay, you're on the score.
Jay.
Gentlemen, Doug.
Yeah, Jay.
Ed, happy holidays.
Same
I
here,
have
Jay.
3 questions. I want to ask my first one last, my third one second, and my second one first.
answer them in any order that you want.
You got me confused already.
Yeah.
Go ahead. You got me, Jay.
Do we take any we got whiff, but do we take any consolation in holding New England to 3 points in the second half? Number two, what do we do about Cutler? He's throwing too many interceptions. How do we calm him down? How do we tone him down? And third, is Hester going to break the record?
Well, let me start with your one about Cutler.
Answer any order.
Yeah, let me start with Cutler. You know, the factor with Cutler is very simple. You're down 33 points. And what he's going to do now and what Marshall's going to do, they're going to try to score. They're going to take some chances.
Try to make something happen.
Exactly, and they couldn't make it happen. There's no question about it. Hester has a great chance of breaking that record. And that first question, what was he talking about, though? The turnovers? I forgot the first question, Ed. Oh, holding New England to 3 points in the second half?
Can you take a little south?
Stop yourself.
Yeah. No.
Please. I wouldn't even look at holding New England. That was over. I mean, they could care less. They were on the bus was started. The guys were running to the bus to get going after the half was over.
So you're trying to say that we didn't have a chance?
Exactly.
Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, I'm just telling you. Why didn't New England score more points in the second half?
The reason why, because they
didn't want to. That's why. Bradovich on the phone on the Score Sports Radio 670. We are live. That's right. We're live at Williamson's Restaurant, Bar and Grill in New Lenox. The Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670, 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears get blasted today, get beat up by New England. We'll be right back. That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at Williamson's Restaurant. That's right, bar in New Lenox. And the owners, Angelo and Georgia. Les, two great people. Wonderful food here. It's outstanding. You get a chance to stop by. He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on the Score. Sports Radio 670. Talking about the Bears' loss 36-7 to New England. And also here, today's player of the game. We couldn't find anybody on the Bears. So we had to go with Tom Brady. I didn't want to do this. And, I guess for the last 3 or 4 months on radio, I've been calling him Prince Valiant. I changed that now. I'm done with that. I mean, this guy's earned my respect. Today's player of the game is brought to you by the Auto Owners Insurance Agent of the Week, Conan Insurance in Aurora. Call Brian Conan at 630-897-4239 or visit their website, Conan.com.
Doug, before we run out to the calls real quick, there's just like about 3 things there that they're very, very, very interesting. You've got basically the old time of possession trick, okay? They had approximately 40 minutes, and we had approximately 20. Turnovers, they had no turnovers. We had 4. Rushing attempts, Doug, we had 9 in the first half, and in the second half, we had 5 rushing attempts for a total of, I believe, what was our rushing yards, Doug, here?
We only had 19 in the first half, yeah.
Rushing yards were 47 yards. So we had 14 for 47 yards. 5 rushing attempts, 4 turnovers, and basically only 20 minutes of holding the football.
Yeah, that's part of the problem. See, the reverse is supposed to happen because you're supposed to control the ball against New England because you do not want Brady on the field. And so you say to yourself, we're going to kill the clock. We're going to take the clock. We're going to grab it. We're going to devour it. And you can't get on the field and you can't throw the touchdown. Went the other way. And all of a sudden now Brady's moving the football. All of a sudden Brady's picking up the first down.
They're converting on third down. We've been converting on third downs the last, 3, 4, 5 games. That didn't happen tonight. I believe we were 3 of 8. Doug, in conversion on third downs. That's when you eat the clock up.
That's right.
Move it downfield and put points on the board. And we didn't do it against the 32nd ranked defense.
Yeah, and the fact is they had 2 drives. New England had 2 drives in the first half. One was for 84 yards. One was for 85 yards. Now, you got to understand in the first drive, the Bears had them 3rd and 12. The Bears had them 3rd and 10. Those are automatics defensively. What happens? There is no pass rush. They're playing their cover 2. They're down by the Science and Industry Museum when they play the cover 2. They play so deep. So the fact is that you let him get the first down. You let him take the football and move it. Well, that costs you. It costs you big time. You can't let him drive like that, 82 yards and 85 yards. Let's go to Robert on the south side. Robert, you're on the Score.
Hello, guys. How you guys doing tonight?
What's up, Robert?
Yeah. Yeah, I just want to say, Tom Brady, that's a bad man. For somebody to play in the element of the weather what he played in tonight, he looked like he was a real-life Superman. It just, that man went out there and he just made our top defense look bad, just totally just picked it apart.
Hey, Robert, Brady passed today for 351 yards. 351 yards against our defense. And whether that you'd never think would ever happen, and that's what that man did.
Yeah, and another thing, I got to respect that man. He just, he might be one of the best quarterbacks I've seen in my lifetime. I'm going to hang up and listen to you guys starting off. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah. Robert, you know what? I don't care who it is. If it's you pick any quarterback you want in this league in today's quarterbacks. Again, and this game is not we're not talking here about brain surgery and just things that are so far out. This is a basic, simple game. It has been. It's played by a lot of tough people, and it's in a hard football game. And whoever you have, Robert, back at quarterback, believe me, if you don't have those 5 guys up front, it's not going to happen, or it will not happen on a consistent basis. You may get hot, you may look good, you may move the ball down the field, but eventually you will go down in flames.
All you had to do was watch Brady today and take a look at what he did to the Chicago Bear defense and why he did it.
Damn good defense.
A good defense. Why? Because he had time to throw.
There you go.
He devoured us. He devoured us because now your patterns are all in sync. Everything is well. The quarterback can sit there and diagnose everything and then throw the football. When the quarterback's under duress, there's no way in hell he can make those plays.
Put Tom Brady behind our offensive line.
Yeah, he'd be dead if you put that on. Let's go out to Sam in Columbus, Ohio. Sam, you're on the score.
Gentlemen, love the show.
Thanks Sam.
I had an example, a comment and an example of how the day seemed to sum up to me. The comment was, I don't want to overreact because it's not often you're going to face a top 5 of all-time quarterbacks, a clear Hall of Famer. But there was some exposure today. You're not going to face the third-string quarterback every week, and the run of luck is going to run out, and it's starting to feel a little like 2001 to me. A lot of luck, a lot of funny bounces, but once you get to the playoffs, there are no bad teams anymore, and that's what it's starting to feel like. And the one example of just how the day went, I don't want to get all meathead and say this is why they lost. The game was over before this happened. But what really summed it up to me and how I felt was the end of the first half. The Patriots basically gave up. They ran that little draw to Woodhead with 20 seconds left. We had 2 timeouts, and you saw how the punt returns were going all day. And we have one of the best returners in history. And we could have called timeouts. We could have said it. Again, this is not why we lost, but we didn't do it. And I think they saw us lollygagging, lackadaisical, went over the top. 27-7, you're probably still lose, but you got a chance. 33 should have been 34-0. It's over. They caught us with our pants down, and that was just a little microcosm of how the entire day felt like it. I'll hang up and listen to you guys, but I don't have a good feeling. I think we're going to have a good next few weeks, and it's going to come crashing down first round.
The question you talked about was right before it happened. Tillman was that deal, and you're right. He fell asleep. How can you fall asleep? It's still a game. One thing about New England, did you notice in that game? They're not going to quit. They're not going to give up throwing the football. They're not going to just say, hey, hold it, we've got enough. They're going to keep coming at you. And that time, they went right by Tillman. Now, I don't know what the defense was. It was a blown coverage. If the free safety should have been there or Tillman, his man. But he looked like he bit on something. Next thing you know, the guys got by him. And so, you're not alert. And you'd say to yourself, you would think that you would be alert for a type of game like this. I understand. People are going to say, come on, Doug, you and OB, what the hell are you two talking about? It's only one game. I know it's one game. But it was a game that I wanted to find out who in the hell we are. I wanted to know who we are and what we can do. I've heard this stuff. Ed's talked about it 100 times, how we caught breaks all the way through. Playing the third-string quarterback. The quarterback is out on one team. We're doing this, we're doing that. Here we find a team that's loaded, a team that's been winning. Tell me who we are. Tell me how we can compete against this team. I didn't see it. I didn't see the competition. I didn't see the stuff that was going to make me feel better about who the Chicago Bears are. Sure, they might be able to beat Green Bay now if Aaron Rodgers is out of the football game and gone with a concussion. Sure, it may happen. Minnesota has no stadium. They got a quarterback that doesn't give a damn. He's still sending pictures to people. All I'm trying to tell you is that the fact is, when it comes down to it, this game was trying to tell me who we are. I know Green Bay lost. We're still right there. We're still in the division. But it scares the hell out of me.
Well, Doug,
we have to play the better teams.
Yeah, what I like to see the players, I mean, they got to. You talk about a reality check game.
Exactly.
This is your basic 101, right? That's what happened here this afternoon. Now, we go up against, I believe it's Minnesota a week from tomorrow. I don't know where they're going to play that game. But, here, Doug, we're still in the hunt. We're still leading our division. And for these young players that are there today, you better take a good, long, hard look at yourself, and you coaches also, when you look at these films, make the corrections. It's still, you've got, 3 more games to go, guys and coaches, and let's, hopefully, you'll get it right. But I'll tell you what, if you continually address the situation, you don't convert on third down, you don't run this football, you moved our guy Cutler out of the pocket one time in the second quarter. You've got to move this kid around. You've got to do things. You've got to go with a no huddle. You've got to do things to break up the monotony of people just taking everything away from you. And again, I look back today, what they did to our defense, Doug, damn good defense, and they ate us alive. And what our offense did, I can't get over this. They're the 32nd ranked, I believe it's 32nd, Doug, or 31st, 32nd.
Dead last.
And look what happened there today. That's scary stuff, folks.
Well,
scary stuff.
That's right, Ed, because the fact that you looked at it, and like I said, I'll keep going back to it. You want to feel what we can do. And right now there's a big doubt in our head. I think we can beat Green Bay without Rodgers. I think we can beat Minnesota without Favre. And again, too, the Jets. I don't think the Jets are really that damn good. But the fact is, in this game, this football game, it was against the elite. Now, somebody says, well, next time will happen. I don't think you're going to get a better time for the Chicago Bears to play a team like New England like they had today. And I just think that's a big part of it. And that's something we're all going to have to really dwell over. You listen to Suburban Tire Postgame Show on the Score Sports Radio 670. We're live at Williamson's Restaurant and Bar. That's right. In New Lenox, he's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on the Score Sports Radio 670, 312-644-6767. We'll be right back. Mike, Bill, Steve, Joe, Frank, Paul, Joe, Mark, Harry, and Fred. We'll be right back.
Hang in there, guys.
This segment is brought to you by Gerber Collision and Glass. We come highly wrecked. Come in.
36-7, New England comes into snowy Soldier Field and picks up the victory on a splendid day by Tom Brady, directing scoring drives on 6 of their first 7 possessions. He threw 2 touchdowns. Shane Graham kicked a bunch of field goals. The defense returned a touchdown as well, and the Patriots get the win.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire Postgame Show on the Score Sports Radio 670. We are live at Williamson's Restaurant and Bar in New Lenox. He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears loss to New England Patriots 36-7. Let's go back out to the phone lines, Eddie. Let's go out to Paul and Waukegan. Paul, you're on the Score.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up, Paul?
I just want to say you guys are the best on radio. I love listening to you. I just got to say this. It's consistency with me. What kills me about the Bears is that they're like an ugly woman with makeup on. It's just like you don't know which Bears are going to show up. They can play. They played excellent against the Eagles in every way. Defense, offensive line. I mean, everybody played good. It's just the hardest thing for me to see is those guys cannot come mentally prepared to play that way every single game. Even if they're down, if you look at a lot of the quarterbacks out in the league right now, and I don't know if I'm the only one that thinks this, but when Cutler throws an interception, it's just like he implodes. And I know he can't do it without the offensive line, the 5 guys push him out, but it's like I don't know whether it's practicing or it's hard-nosed, just being mentally prepared for the game. And I think those are the things that's been holding the Bears back since day one. And I think that's the problem. I'm going to shut up and let you guys talk, but I think that's just the biggest problem.
You know, Paul, I think the thing that's holding the Bears back is talent. And I think when you take a look at it, that's where the problem lies. And the fact is, I watched Manning from Indianapolis, and you saw the couple games he threw. 3 games he threw like 4, 6 interceptions, 3 of them went for touchdowns or whatever. He lost a lot of players. He lost a lot of players out of his offense. And I think that's part of it. And I think Ed hit right on the nose. There is no question in my mind. I don't care what happens for the rest of the year. They better revamp that offensive line, and they better find some horses. They better find somebody like what happens in New England, that you can have your quarterback sit back there, literally sit back there and take his time and wait for plays to develop. That's not going to happen with the Bears. They've got to come up with all kind of angles. You know, the semi-rollout, this and that, so they can compensate for what they don't have. They don't have an offensive line to give this guy time enough to throw. And number 2, we have to get back to what I'm talking about, our defense. And it came on good the last 3 games, but we have no pressure whatsoever coming from our defensive tackles. Tommy Harris is a waste of time. It's not going to happen. And so what happens here is you better work on your stuff. You better work on your offensive and defensive line.
Well, I think, Doug, what should be priority here, when you hit that in your opening statement just now, we talked about that we better address this offensive line. And, Doug, we have a quarterback, folks. We've got a quarterback that can win you a Super Bowl. I mean, this kid's a tough competitor, and he's got some ability. As a matter of fact, he's got quite a lot of ability. And you saw today what a team has, a quarterback, and has an offensive line and how it functions. And us, take a look at our quarterback and our offensive line, see how that functions. Okay? But we better do it quick. Time is running out here, guys. We better get that up front fixed, those 5 guys fixed, because you talk about a big problem. That's where it's all at, right there. We've got the quarterback to go. Let's get this job done.
He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on the Score Sports Radio 670, the Suburban Tire postgame show. We are live at Williamson's Restaurant and Bar in New Lenox. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears lost 36-7 to New England. We'll be right back. That highlight courtesy of WBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. The Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. We're live at Williamson's Restaurant Bar, and we are out here at New Lenox. He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Now we're going to go out to Soldier Field. We're going to go out to Lawrence Holmes, our another crack reporter. Lawrence.
That's right, Lorenzo.
Hello, man.
Hello, Lawrence.
This was a domination by the Patriots this afternoon. A scary statistic for you guys. At the end of the first half, the Patriots had as many points as the Bears had total yards.
That's right.
In this game. 33 was the number. They end up with 27 first downs in this game. Tom Brady throws for 369 yards. It was a mess, and there wasn't anything that the Bears could do, whether they were in their base, whether they were in nickel, whether they were blitzing. They barely laid a hand on Tom Brady, and when you do that, he is going to cut you to pieces.
What did Lovey say about all this? I heard a little clip about it when he's talking about, we couldn't hold them on the drives, which they did. They had an 84-yard drive, an 85-yard drive, but it was men and boys out there today. It wasn't even close.
Yeah, he was really disappointed. He thought that his team had kind of moved past some of the problems that they have, and they haven't. You know, and it's funny, in the locker room, there were a lot of guys saying that they may have needed a wake-up call. Lance Briggs said, you get your butt kicked, it serves to let you know that maybe you're not as good as you think you are. And there's still miles and miles for the Bears to go. I mean, there wasn't one phase today that played well. There wasn't one thing that you could point to and say, hey, they did that right. It was everyone. Defense, over the last couple of games, their yards after contact has just been incredible. They've been giving up a lot of extra yards to guys. And Wes Welker, it seemed like whenever they noticed that the Bears were in nickel, they went right after DJ Moore. And the tight ends, they won that battle between the Patriots tight end and the Bears linebackers and safeties. So, I mean, they were pretty much dominated. And then at the end of the game, you have Jay Cutler kind of trying to get more points than you can with a touchdown, and he goes back to some of the bad stuff that we saw him do earlier in the year. So it was an embarrassing loss. And, I heard Tom Thayer say this during the broadcast. I'd love to get you guys' thoughts on it. He said that it was a bad thing for the Bears to know that the Packers had lost that game against Detroit before they kicked off against the Patriots. What do you guys think about that?
It's a bad thing for teams that are not worth a damn. In other words, when I'm talking about when you got a football team, and you're out there, you could care less what's going on in the scoreboard.
You
take care of that damn game that happened today. It has nothing to do with the Green Bay Packers losing. We got our ass whipped out there today. And that's something they have to look at and say that maybe they're not good enough, Lawrence. Maybe they're just not good enough today. But the fact is, we got brutalized today. And like you said, in all aspects of the game. It wasn't just one little part of it, or there was a fumble here, or there was something there. We got destroyed. And that's what they have to look at.
This is the game where you were really hoping that Julius Peppers would show up. And he didn't. I mean, the defensive line couldn't get pressure, and they were forced to do things that they didn't want to do. They didn't want to blitz Tom Brady. They wanted to sit back and cover two, and they couldn't do that for most of the game because they weren't getting any pressure. So they were blitzing Urlacher and Briggs. And when you do that to Tom Brady, that offensive line, they kept him clean. Pretty much the entire game, they kept him clean. And when you give a quarterback time, and you know it's bad when you see him tap the ball a couple of times when he's in the pocket, it allows those guys, and this is where the field conditions do come into play. Those guys know where they're going, and the defenders don't. And if you're asking defenders to cover on turf like this, well, with icy conditions like this, they're going to lose that battle just about every time. You got breakdowns in coverage at the end of the half. You know, you had Major Wright out there jumping the seam route and not having the over-the-top help. And Lovie Smith kind of put it out there and said, hey, our safety's got to be there. You know, and those are things that against the good teams, against the elite teams, you can't get away with. You can't. And the other thing, defensively for the Bears, when was the last time they got a turnover? You'd have to go back to a significant one that first half of that Philadelphia game. They've got to. If they're going to be successful with what they want to do defensively, turnovers has got to be a part of it. And they weren't able to do that. The tip ball that Chris Harris probably should have caught in the end zone, and then they immediately the next play they end up scoring a touchdown on. So it was an embarrassing loss. I mean, that's one of the words that a lot of the guys in the locker room used today, and they got their butts kicked, and now they got to figure out where they're going to play next week because that's still up in the air.
Lawrence, the big thing that happened there was the first half. The first half of football, first quarter, the first series. Are you ready to play football? Okay, and you look at some of those stats in the first half, Lawrence, they're sickening. We had 2 first downs. We were 1 of 5 in third down conversions. We passed for 14 yards. We had a total of 17 plays. And how much did we have? Like 11 minutes? Just 11 minutes and 52 seconds of time? I mean, they weren't ready to play, and there were no adjustments, and they've been making adjustments. This was a real bad game, and I'm going to tell you something. Nobody showed up to play, Lawrence. Nobody.
OB, you're absolutely right. There isn't one facet of the Bears game today that you can look at and say those guys were prepared. You know what's funny? And the conditions were kind of a big story all week. Well, inside the Patriots locker room, we talked with some guys, and they said that what Belichick did is he showed them the game that they played against Tennessee last year. It was in conditions very similar to what we saw on the lakefront today. They whooped Tennessee's butt in that game. I think it was 59-0 or something like that. And they said there was the proof that they needed to get prepared, that they could still do all the things that they do, whether it's throwing short or going deep or running the ball with authority. They were able to do that. I mean, Ben Jarvis, Green Ellis, you try to tell people that this guy, he runs hard, and he's hard to bring down. And it was another example of Bears players. They struggled with tackling over the last 3 games. And he took advantage of it, and the Patriots took advantage of it, and they seemed like they were not going to be deterred. They threw 5 wide receivers out there and said, we're going to do what we do, and we're going to see if you can stop it.
Yeah, that's the other thing, too, and we talked about it, the fact that this is probably the best offensive line the Chicago Bears faced all year. This offensive line, if you watch, Ed and I were watching the runs, there was a hat on every player of the Chicago Bears. I mean, they had a hat on every guy. They were so well trained and organized, and who they were blocking, who they're supposed to block, all that stuff. That's just on the runs. And on the passes, there's no way. I could beat the cover 2 all day long if you have time to throw, because by the time those patterns work themselves out, you know, you got Welker doing the short stuff, Branch doing the deep stuff. Linebacker goes deep, they throw it in front of him. Linebacker comes up, they throw behind him. But you need time to do all that. And that's what that offensive line gave Brady. And you were right when you first come on. That kid Brady was clean. There wasn't a hit. There wasn't one. I think we got a couple sacks here and there, but there never was the pressure during the course of the whole game.
You know what, Lawrence? One of the things I wish I don't know if somebody. What is the question I would have asked Lovie Smith? Okay, and our offense. They've been moving the ball, converting on third down, putting some points on it. We've been winning ball games, although against bad teams. But the fact of the matter is, we were winning. But what I'd like to know, I would ask Lovie, we played the 32nd ranked defense. No matter how you look at it, that's exactly what they are, ranked 32nd in the league. And you could not counter what they were doing. You couldn't run the ball. You couldn't pass the ball. You couldn't convert on third down, and you couldn't put points on the board. Would you please explain to me why, Mr. Smith or Coach Smith, how come you could not counter the 32nd ranked defensive team in the league? Please give me an answer.
Yeah, their run game today, if you take Cutler out of the mix with his 2 runs, Forte and Taylor combined for 12 carries for 26 yards.
Unbelievable, Lawrence.
So that's 2 yards a carry from your running game that supposedly was looking better. And they really had no answers. It's a team that struggles a lot against the 3-4, and this was another example of them not having answers for some of the fronts that they were seeing.
Who would say the fact of the tight end? And this is one of my pet peeves. And again,
oh yeah,
I'll bring it up. This is my last time I'm ever going to bring it up. I mean, I know about tight ends. I played on 14 years against tight ends, and I know when you get down in that red zone, I know they're going to go to the tight end. Why don't they have somebody to go on top of him and not let him off the line of scrimmage? You can't take a linebacker, even Urlacher. You can't play a defense on a guy. All he needs to do is run 10 yards, 15 yards as fast as he can and turn around, and at 6'7", the ball is right there. I don't get it. I don't understand it. If I would have done that, if I would have been on top of that tight end and I let him off the line of scrimmage like that, I'd have been gone. They'd have cut me and told me to go home. I don't understand that. I don't understand the defenses like that.
I'm with you on that, Doug. And it's a philosophy all around the NFL.
Yeah, exactly right.
It's the whole is a free release.
Exactly. I don't get it. I don't understand it because once you slow that guy up, that means now that the defensive backs back there can make adjustments, do certain things. It's all a matter of timing. It's running 15 yards as fast as you can, turn around, and the football's there. Meanwhile, you're asking either a strong safety or a linebacker to make that coverage. He can't do that. Not with a guy that's 6'6" or 6'7".
And the thing about it, Lawrence, is let's say obviously where the tight end goes, that designates the strong side. So you've got your strong side linebacker there. He lines right up on his nose,
top of him,
and jams him right at the line of scrimmage. And then if he's blitzing, he continues with his blitz or whatever the linebacker's duties are on that particular defense. But you never let that guy off the line of scrimmage. You pop him right at the line of scrimmage, break up the timing play, and hope that everything filters down the way it's supposed to after that. But nobody touches nobody.
They're 2 very good tight ends. Gronkowski and Hernandez had 7 catches for 62 yards and a touchdown. And I got to tell you, there was another play that Brady actually missed. The one play that he missed where they had to settle for a field goal down in the red zone, Gronkowski was wide open. Mm-hmm. And just what you're talking about, Doug, he got a free release off the line of scrimmage. He was running to the left side, was open, in the corner of the end zone, and Brady turned and went the other way for an incomplete pass. But I thought that would be a marquee matchup. I was really looking forward to seeing the Bears linebackers go up against their tight ends, but it seemed as if everything that New England wanted to do, they were able to do. They ran the ball. Ben Jarvis, Green Ellis, 4 yards to carry in this game. Danny Woodhead, he made plays in this game. Wes Welker, 8 catches for 115 yards. They had 2 wide receivers that went over 100 yards. Those things shouldn't happen to a defense that's supposed to be this good.
Hey, Lawrence, let me ask you a quick question before you go. And I had picked the Bears to win this game. And I am so disappointed in myself and maybe not seeing this thing coming, maybe because I looked at it and I saw where New England beat Pittsburgh. What were your thoughts about going into this football game?
I was a little uncomfortable just because it was hard to figure out because you didn't know what the conditions were going to be in this game. And I just think that Brady's so good. The matchup seemed to make sense. The cover 2 against what they like to do, a lot of short underneath stuff. But I thought that we'd see a better effort. I thought we'd see better pressure from Julius Peppers and the front 4. And I thought that they had gotten to the point now where they were going to not allow as much run after the catch. But those guys, they came out there, and I was super impressed with Wes Welker. I mean, he's a really, really good wide receiver. Understands the kind of play where the Bears were in nickel, Doug, and they were going to showed blitz with DJ Moore. Brady and Welker just looked at each other, knew what was getting ready to happen. Hot read right to Welker. He gets 24 yards on the play. I asked Chris Harris after the game about matching wits with Tom Brady and Bill Belichick, and he said, if we were playing chess, those guys walked up to us, made a couple of moves, and said checkmate. And it lets you know that they were just outdone by a phenomenal coach-quarterback combination and a great game plan that they had. They executed to perfection.
Lawrence, real quickly, any injuries?
None significant, but the story to watch for the rest of the week, guys, is where the Bears are going to end up playing. The Metrodome, that's where they're supposed to go to play Monday night next week. But the issue is that with the roof collapsing, they don't know if they're going to have it ready for Monday Night Football. So it's possible that the Bears could end up playing in Detroit, maybe Indianapolis. We'll figure out where the league is going to send them, maybe even here at Soldier Field if they get desperate. But the league's going to contact the Bears in the next 24 to 48 hours to let them know if they should plan on traveling to Minnesota or if they should pack their bags and head back to Detroit.
Thanks, Lawrence.
Thanks, Lawrence.
Take care, buddy.
Thanks,
You're
Lawrence.
listening to the Suburban Tire postgame show. On the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Williamson's Restaurant and Bar in New Lenox. He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Mike, Bill, Steve, Joe, Jeff, Chris, Jeff,
Guys,
Rashad, Lawrence, Mikael. We'll be right back.
We promise we're going to get to you guys.
Good Hands play of the game is brought to you by Allstate. Dollar for dollar, nobody protects you like Allstate. Are you in good hands?
Here's Jay to throw, line up this time. Pass is caught and intercepted by Gary Guyton. Coming to the near side, he is popped out of bounds. No one near Gary Guyton. The pass intercepted by the linebacker who replaces Brandon Spikes, the suspended rookie of the New England Patriots. Guyton now with a touchdown fumble return and an interception of Jay Cutler. That ends the scoring chance for the Bears.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio, Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Williamson's Restaurant and Bar in New Lenox. We want to thank UV Vodka for being our sponsor, for being our friend, and being with us for a long time.
Absolutely.
He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on the Score, Sports Radio 670, 312-644-6767. And Eddie and I, real quickly, Ed and I played at Wrigley Field many years. And there's a book out called Pro Football at Wrigley Field, and it's photography, really. It's photos of a lot of his shots in Wrigley Field, and Ron Nelson is the guy that took the photos, and it's an outstanding piece of work.
It's really a nice book. I'll tell you what.
Gorgeous.
There's over 240 photographs of I don't know about all through the 60s, and I'm certain there's some other many other years, and a lot of these were never published before. Also, of the 240, and this is available at Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com. And it's only $29.95. Christmas is coming, folks. It'd be a heck of a nice gift.
Yeah, it's really nice.
It really is. It's a lot of photographs.
You're going to see Mike Ditka. In fact, you and I are on the back cover. We got a picture of us and Johnny Morris.
You got Sayers. You got all the Bear greats. Butkus, everybody. And
anyway,
it's all about Wrigley Field. Ron Nelson.
Pro Football
Good job, Ron.
at Wrigley Field. Good job, Ronnie. Let's go out to, let's see, where are we here? Let's go out to Mike in Midlothian. Mike, you're on the Score. Mikey.
Mike. Hello,
Yo.
Mike.
I guess Mike's gone. Let's go out to Bill in Green Bay. Bill, you're on the Score. Bill.
I'm intrigued about the book on Wrigley Field with the Bears. They got a picture there where Horning throws the ball into the end zone at a beautiful blonde, and Hellas fined him $25.
That sounds about right. I think it's on page 72.
It's got to be a good book if there's no Cub highlights, that's for sure.
That's right.
Exactly. Gentlemen, I don't know why Bear fans are crying. I mean, you guys are so in first place. You lost to the best team in the league. We lost to the worst team in the league. You still got your quarterback, and we got Errol Flynn, who died with his cleats on today in Detroit.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. I got to tell you, you just depends how you lose. We lost badly today.
Well, that's true, but
we weren't even there. We weren't even there. We should have just, X-nayed the game and not even played it. How's that sound, Billy?
I did watch the game. I was going for the Patriots after we got beat by Detroit.
Absolutely.
At least we're still a game behind you with 3 left, but Rodgers is out for the year.
Is that what they said?
I don't
he's
know.
got a concussion.
It's his second concussion of the year. We don't know. We won't know till Wednesday. I'm sure he'll call me if he can remember.
Yeah.
But anyway, you guys are you look pretty bad, but then again, you're playing against the best quarterback in football.
Well, there's no question about that. But I was thinking that we were better than that. That when we faced this guy, that we would look better, that we would play better. And, and somebody said, well, maybe the Bears found out the Green Bay one. I don't think that has anything.
That has absolutely
nothing to do with it.
Nothing to do with it.
And you guys have your problems up there, too. And so if you want to win a division, then is it Flynn? Who's that backup guy you have? Matt Flynn is your backup guy, and he may be all right. I'm not so sure. But when it comes down to it, we're talking about more than the division. We're talking about can you go further, and how are you looking at playoffs? Well, obviously we did play the best team. And it wasn't good enough. It wasn't even good enough to be something that we were proud of playing. We gave those guys a hell of a fight, or we put up a great fight. Or if this would have happened, it wasn't even close in all aspects of the game from the Chicago Bears, and that's what's so disappointing with us. And I don't know, Ed, if that changes or not. How does it affect the team? When the guys look at it, before they were kind of a little chip on their shoulder. We went 5 in a row, and we're going to circle the wagons, and we showed you guys and we showed everybody in Chicago that, that we are the team. We're the guys. We're the ones. Well, you showed us something else different today. So what do you want us to believe? Are you somewhere in the middle? Are you going to be better? Or what's going to happen? And I don't know. What I saw today, I'm saying to myself, if they played New England, I said before, 100 times, they would lose 100 times. That's exactly what I saw today with Brady at the helm.
What I hope to do, Doug, is just get right back into meetings and really go over these game films, with a fine-tooth comb, Doug, and make the damn corrections. Because, again, we do have difference makers, and we have been winning with a defense that has been more than adequate, Doug. We've been winning with special teams, and since we changed the offensive game plan, we've been winning. Now, there's no reason to think for the next 3 games, I know after this debacle today, that we can't go and get a victory against Minnesota and against Green Bay and against the Jets. I think all 3 teams can be beat. And we're sitting in a damn good position to come out with a hell of a record and go in, hopefully, with some kind of a momentum into the playoffs. And so these guys just got to believe. But what they got to do is take a long, hard look at themselves. And, again, especially the people on offense. Lovie Smith, you're the head coach. Mike Martz, you're the coordinator. How the hell it is that you can't put points up on the board in 4 quarters of football against a defense, and forget about if it's New England Patriots or not. You can't put points up in 60 minutes of football against a 32nd ranked defense. You got a problem, guys.
Let's go out to Steve on the northwest side. Steve, you're on the score.
Hi guys, how you doing?
All right, Steve.
Great. Yeah, I just want to make a few comments about this bear weather thing. It was just that Super Bowl team, and hopefully after today, Chicago and the world would stop talking about this bear weather.
That's a joke.
Right. The Bears look like the team from California today. But the thing I was calling about was Charles Tillman. I don't know why no one's complaining. This guy, the whole year, I know he punches out a ball maybe once or twice in a season. This guy has been getting burned the whole complete year. No one talks about it. He resurrected Mike Williams from the dead in that Seattle game. He gets burned game after game. No one talks about it. And right before the half, it happened the same thing. They had that when Lovie Smith went to sleep and the Bears players went to sleep, and they had that big Tom Brady and that Bill Belichick. They made them fall asleep, and they acted like they were going to run the clock out. And the coaching, it's just not about the players, how far we have to go as a team to get to the Super Bowl, but it's the coaching staff, too. You just see how far we're going to have to go to get to a Super Bowl. And, it doesn't look really good at all. And one thing, Lawrence Smith, I was on hold a little bit. I'm answering my own question because they just showed Charles Tillman like 30 minutes ago with crutches. So they showed Charles Tillman leaving out of the locker room with crutches. So I think this is the chance, to give Zach Bowman. I know he was our best cornerback going into the season, but he missed 1 tackle in that 3rd Green Bay game, and he disappeared, and I know he had an injury. But I think someone else needs to get a chance to play in Charles Tillman's position, and it maybe by default, because I just saw him leave the locker room. Maybe Lawrence missed it, but I just saw him leave the locker room with crutches. So maybe by default, Zach Bowman or Corey Graham, or just get someone else in there, because he's been getting burned all year, and I'm tired of watching it game after game, because they're hoping he's going to punch a ball out once or twice a year, which is big, but he does that once or twice a year, but he resurrects receivers who are bad from the dead game after game, and I'm tired of watching it week after week.
Well, the fact, if you take a look at this, Stevie, the Bears basically haven't been getting burned this year because of one reason. They're playing the cover two. They play so damn deep, you can't burn them. And that's exactly what they've been doing. So I'd like to play cornerback for the Chicago Bears, too. The fact is you got an up-front guy and you got a back guy. So you got the thing covered. And they play that most of the time. They're expecting the defensive line to make some moves. But when it's all said and done with, I think that play that when you're talking about Tillman, I'm not quite sure whose fault that was. It looked like Tillman should have had a man for man, but it also looked like the free safety should have been on top of that play. Instead, bit on the play coming across. So he should have had help to the outside. He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at Williamson's Restaurant and Bar in New Lenox, the Suburban Tire postgame show. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Ed and I will be right back.
Yeah, just a little quick shout out here. Doug was at a wonderful Christmas party at Earl Maloney's house. He has every year, and wonderful. And we had the Middle of the Road band. Remember the band that was at my birthday party from Indiana, Michigan?
This is the band that keeps you out to about 4 or 5 in the morning.
That's right. And just danced the night away. And the Middle of the Road, you guys, Mark, you guys, all of you. Frank, you guys are the best. David,
you ever want to see Ed dance? He looks like a cattle stampede.
What?
We'll be right back. Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak talking, also Brian Urlacher talking about how they got their butts beat. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670, we're live at Williamson Restaurant and Bar in New Lenox. He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Eddie, let's go out to Joe in Lake in the Hills. Joe, you're on the Score.
Hey, guys. Great show.
I'd
like to comment on the game today.
Okay.
But forget about that. I mean, a game like that, my ass.
Yeah.
You know that.
Yeah.
But I want to ask you, who do you feel are the most powerful people in the league? The AFC or the NFC? Who do you go with?
Myself personally, I'm AFC. I just think the AFC, the guys that can do certain things. I think San Diego's going to have to be contended with sooner or later. You take a look at New England. I mean, there's a big part of it. I think the Jets are overrated. I do that. If I look at the NFC, I got New Orleans sitting there, Atlanta sitting there maybe, but I think the AFC.
I got to tell you something. You got to put Pittsburgh in the mix too, Doug.
Sure. Oh yeah, definitely.
I mean, they win, but I tell you, you play Pittsburgh, not except for what New England did to them this year. But I'll tell you what, it's going to go down on a wire, and they're going to beat you to death for 4 quarters. So, if you anything that what team really looks better or what teams do look better, I'd say AFC more than the NFC.
Yeah, and the thing about it, we're seeing young teams like Atlanta coming on, making a move. I don't know how good they really are, but I'll tell you one thing, they got a good quarterback down there. They're playing good football. And we saw some other teams. Jacksonville looks like they improved that.
Yeah, but you know what? Absolutely. But, Doug, I still, I go to say quick here again, Doug. We got 3 games left here, and we can win all 3 of these games and still wind up with a respectable record and get the momentum going into the playoffs. It's doable. We can do this. This National Football League this year is just crazy with teams. But I'll tell you what, it's doable. We can do it. I hope these kids don't get down. Our coaches get a little bit smarter, and let's attack these next 3 games, starting with Minnesota, one at a time. But it's doable, Doug. We can do it.
Let's go out to Chris on the north side. Chris, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Doug and OB, can I ask you guys a question?
Sure.
Did the field cost us the game today?
No.
And did it hurt Tom Brady?
No. No.
This is the thing I can't figure out. And you know what, Doug? And OB, I know you mentioned they can't get down. They're already down. Last night I sat there and I watched the Vince Lombardi special. I'm not a Packer fan. But, you know what, back then pride still mattered. And to this Bears team, they're in hibernation. They're not out there playing hard. Their defense gave up. They just gave up today. They made moves on them like they couldn't believe. And the cover 2 is a joke. It doesn't work. It's not working at all. It didn't work for us in the Super Bowl. It's not working now. We just had the best quarterback in the NFL come out in the worst weather and pick us apart. It wasn't just a coincidence. It happened because we weren't prepared. And if people think Lovie Smith is the answer or the solution to what's going to a Super Bowl and winning the Super Bowl, it's not going to happen. I don't care if we have to go back to square one. We have to go and get another coach.
Chris, there's a lot of people that share that opinion. And although he did stack some wins here, and I know this was an embarrassing loss today, to say the least. I mean, it showed you where the hell all the weaknesses were, which Doug and I have been pointing out all year, and exactly where they lie. And but the fact of the matter is, Chris, is that we're basically all still Bear fans. We want to see them win, and when they do good, you're gonna tell them they did good and why they did good. But when they do bad, you're going to tell them why they did bad, and take a bit of a beating. You got a coach making $5.5 million, a head coach. You've got offensive, defensive coordinators making about $1 million. You've got players. You've got a defensive end there making $20 million to play 16 games. You got a quarterback making $12 million. You know what? And you guys better have some answers. And you only play 16 games, and you better get your fanny out there, and you better give everything that you have for 60 minutes. Not about, you let yourselves down or who you let down. It's all about pride, and it's about attitude. And to make that kind of money, you players, I tell you what, you better lay it on the line. And sometimes, Doug, I don't see it all either.
Ed, the scary part about this whole thing is maybe they're just not good enough. And that's something I really don't want to look at.
Well, that's not a mystery to me.
Well, that's what you look at. You say, well, they're not trying or they're not doing this or not doing that.
No, I'm not saying they're not trying.
No, I know the caller did.
Yes.
And talking about the fact was maybe that's what they're doing. They're not trying. Maybe just that they're not good enough, even if they tried. And I think when you take a look at what happened today, I'm sure the Bears wanted to win this football game. I'm sure they wanted to go out there and stick it to New England. I'm sure they knew what the position they were in, but they faced a faster, quicker, stronger, smarter team than who they are at this point in time, Ed. And so that in itself can't be corrected until off-season, if you can correct it. That, and that's the problem.
But Chris, again, going back to you, Chris, we just can't. And I like a lot of what you said there. I like an awful lot of what you said. But we got 3 games to go, and these guys, they can't give up, Chris, and you can't give up as a fan. And we all just gotta rally behind them, push them.
You give your best shot. That's all you can do. And then at the end of the year, when the smoke clears, you figure out what the hell you have to do to get better for next year. Let's go out to Bill in Evergreen, PA. Bill, you're on the score.
Hey, how you doing, Doug and OB?
All right, Bill.
Great to talk with you guys. I just want to, as I said on hold listening, I think I'd speak for Bear fans everywhere that you guys are beloved. You do a great job on the radio, and I love the honesty and passion you guys bring. 3 plays jumped out at me watching the Bears game today, and I came at this game with much more curiosity than I did expectations. And Belichick going for it on 4th and 11, I believe they were up by 30 points in the third quarter.
Mm-hmm.
Both you guys played in the league and were great players. Does that get in your head a little bit like, wow, these guys are not taking their foot off the gas? I was curious about that. And then I also wanted to mention the touchdown at the end of the half was really unexcusable and hurt. And lastly, I'd like to mention that Cutler, the propensity to keep throwing interceptions in the red zone absolutely has just got to stop. I thought Martz was the guy who would be able to get in his head, make him stop that. Love to hear what you guys think. Thanks for taking my call.
About your one question about the fact that them going for it or, on 3rd down 11, in my philosophy in that football game, and always been, kill me if you have to. I don't care, but don't spare anything. I don't want to see you. The worst thing I used to see in football was back in the day when the teams would go on one knee. I hated that. I absolutely hated that. You just don't want to say, okay, fine, here. That's, to me, is more embarrassing. I don't mind. That's the name of the game. The game is to go out there and score, to do certain things. As far as I'm concerned, if they got their foot on your throat, then that's the way it's supposed to be. But, the thing about it is that, this team, when you take a look at it, again, are they good enough? And I think that's what we have to look at. And I think that's what the Chicago Bears, coaching staff has to look at. I think there's no other way to look at this thing. Let's go out to Rashad in the South Side. Rashad, you're on the score.
Doug and OB, appreciate you taking my call tonight.
Got you, buddy.
Rashad.
Look, man, I consider myself a young guy, 26, but I'm a football purist, and I know I want you guys' input on this. Listening to Lovie Smith week after week, especially after big losses, as well as the key players like Cutler and Lacker and Briggs, where's the accountability? Where's the acceptance that, we know you didn't play well. We know what you didn't do. Won't you step up to the plate and say, hey, we sucked today. We got out-coached. The line didn't play well. Defense didn't do nothing. No one takes accountability. And you guys kind of hit on the tone that I was leaning on, talking about the talent factor. In big games against the best teams and elite teams, just like in 06, we had to luck up to win against the great teams. Today, we just showed ourselves in our true colors, I believe, because we don't have an identity on offense. And on defense, the cover two is shown over and over and over again. It's inferior defense. You're playing to lose, not to win.
I think that's the problem that we're all facing right now. Are we any good? Are we any good compared to the upper echelon? Oh, sure, we'll handle the second part or the lower echelon or the middle echelon, but are we any good? Are we good enough to face teams like New England? And I think fans, myself, and players are going to look at it and say to themselves, what, was this a fluke? Normally what happens, flukes don't happen to good football teams at the end of the year when they need to win a football game. And I thought the Bears needed to win this game, and we'll hear that crap about, they found out that the Green Bay Packers won, so that affected them. No, I'm not buying into that whatsoever. So this is something, Eddie, they're going to have to figure out for themselves. And they're going to have to take a look at it and say, what did we do wrong? Did they get beat because the other team was better? And I got to go that direction right now. Well, the other team was a hell of a lot better than we are at this point in time.
There are questions which I alluded to that I was, if I would be somebody on that staff, if they want to be honest about it and look at it. And again, at this game, there's two sides. You play offense, you got football, you play offense, and then you got defense. And again, one of the big mysteries to me is it showed why Brady is and why he's so good, and because of that massive offensive line that they get things done. And you take a look at what we have. But I'll tell you what, Doug, how is it, again, and I can't get this out of my mind, that today, what happened out there today, us playing against New England's defense, which is not a very good defense to say the least, okay? How is it we couldn't run? How is it we couldn't pass? How is it we couldn't convert on third down? How is it we couldn't put points on the board playing against a very, very bad defensive team? That's the damn question I want answered.
Well, sure, when you take a look at it, we'll talk about the first half. They had 14 yards passing, the Chicago Bears, 19 yards rushing. That's not even embarrassing. 1 for 5 and third down conversions. That's not even embarrassing.
And 2 first downs.
I don't know.
Against a bad defense.
I don't know how to describe it. How do you describe it?
Well, you want to know what happened
We
today?
weren't ready to play. They were better than we were. How do you describe that? To me, you take a look at this. This is not professional football. This is not professional football. In the first half, you gained 14 yards on pass.
They got beat up front all day long for 4 quarters. That's what the hell happened out there today, okay?
Aggravated again over that. Let's go to Cliff on the west side. Cliff, you're on the score.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, Cliff?
Depressed just like the rest of you guys. But listen, you guys are saying, and I asked Dan this morning from the pregame stuff, and I still see it. I see the same thing. This team is, I'm sorry, I'm just going to say it, this is one cocky, overrated team when they want to be. If they don't play fundamentally sound every play each down, it's not going to work. And I know that's cliche, but for this team's lack of talent, that's what brings them over that hump. Think about it. And just to prove my point for a minute. You had the Philadelphia game. They played 4 good quarters, and they beat a good Philadelphia team. Mm-hmm. It was still close because they threw for 300 yards. And this wasn't running or nothing like that. He just took whatever they gave him, still got 300 yards. Okay, now, you go to Detroit and you blow your wad pretty much the first 2 quarters, okay? And so you get 2 quarters after that. Then you come into today's game, you get all the hype, and I'm hearing all the interviews the whole week, and I'm just sensing something with this team, and I've seen it with the Lovie Smith team every year. They get a little good because they start to play discipline, and they think they're great. Another example, is you hear the press conferences, and you always hear him say this. And notice the two different press conferences as well. We're 9-4. We're still in first place. Wait a minute. Did Belichick ever say that? Did Belichick ever say we're 11-2 and we're still in first place?
No.
No. They're thinking of next game, what they have to do, how they have to scheme and do this and that. Last thing I'm going to say about this team being cocky once again. We go into this week, and with the Monday night game against the Jets, they should be blah, 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 blah. Guess what? When they went to practice Tuesday, they got ready for this team right here. And you know what the Bears did today? You had Tommy Harris acting a fool the first couple of series when he gets a tackle or he gets back there and they get the screaming and yelling. And for the love of God, in the third quarter, and I believe it was Jennings, I don't know what he said to Deion Branch, but he shouldn't have said nothing, whatever it was, because you got burnt and Peanut. You guys got burnt for 156 yards. And don't get me wrong, I like Branch, but by Branch?
Hey, Cliff, hang on a second. Just one thing. Cliff, are you referring sometimes to when they have the press conferences and Jay Cutler gets on and maybe even Brian Urlacher and some of these guys after a loss or whatever, and you see that smart sarcasm, that look, smart remarks. Is that what you're referring to, too?
I think he's gone.
Cliff is gone?
Yeah, I think so, but I think that's what he was referring to.
I think he was, yeah.
He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on the Score. Sports Radio 670 Suburban Tire postgame show. We're live at Williamson's Restaurant, Bar in
Hell of a crowd here.
New Lenox, pal. Our phone number 312-644-6767. We'll be right back. Those highlights courtesy of CBS TV. Jim Nance on the call. It's the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at Williamson's Restaurant and Bar in New Lenox. He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears loss, 36-7 to the New England Patriots. Let's go out to Jeff in his car. Jeff, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Hey, man. Hey, I got 3 quick points. First of all, hey, tell Georgia I said hi.
Georgia, yeah, great.
They're at Williamson's.
Yeah.
But, how do we not run the ball all day long? It's the worst defense in the league. How do we not just go out and run?
Great question, no answer.
Yeah.
All right.
What's the next one?
I can't figure it out.
How do you not go, you guys answered this prior. You don't think that the Packers losing had anything to do with the Bears?
No.
I don't think so.
Oh,
Come on.
Stop yourself.
You're worried about what the hell they're doing?
Football,
you better worry about what you're doing.
Please.
That should have not one iota of interest of what the hell you're doing. Believe me.
You mean to tell me if the Packers would have won, the Bears would have turned around and it would beat Brady? Stop yourself. That ain't going to happen that way.
All right, what's your third one,
What's
Jeff?
your third, Jeff? He's gone.
Where'd Jeff go?
I think he blew us off.
He's mad at us.
Yeah. Let's go out to James on the south side. James on the Score. James.
James.
James. I think you have to go, James. I think they're all getting rattled. Eric in Milwaukee. Eric, you're on the Score. Eric.
Eric.
He's gone.
Typical Packer.
Let's go to Keith in Glenwood. Keith, you're on the Score. There's something going on here. Let's try Bob in Wakanda.
This is our
Bob, are you there?
Bob, are you there?
I'm here.
Thank you, God, Bob.
All right, Bob.
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call.
We had to.
I'm glad those other guys hung up.
Go ahead, Bob.
Listen. I'm 70 years old.
Uh-oh.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Watched you guys through your whole career. And I was going to call up. I called up to talk about Tillman, Harris, and our line. But you know what? Listen to all these calls waiting for 25 minutes. I want to say something to you guys.
Go ahead.
I watched you. I loved you. I'm a Bear fan. I'll die a Bear fan. I'm humiliated today. And if you guys were playing today, trust me, I watched both of you. I was out there when Sarah's run for 6 touchdowns. Been a Bear fan. Moved out in the suburbs. Don't get around much anymore. But let me say something to you guys. You guys would be worth $10 million plus. What I see on the field today is humiliating. I don't understand what's going on with coaching. I don't understand how Tillman, I don't know what he's doing. I don't know what Garza's doing with all this grabbing and holding.
It's something to take a look at it, and you would wonder, and I'm pretty sure it hurts a lot of ball players too, Ed. It's just not like it doesn't bother them. But again, too, though, there comes a time when you have to face reality, and when you have to get out there and you have to do it, not talk about it. You have to do it. Okay, Ed, I think we're going to close it up, buddy.
All right, my
day
friend.
Like today, and
again here, let me just say this one more time. Come on, guys, we got 3 games left. Coaches coach better, players play your hearts out, guys. You can still wind up with a good record, and let's get some momentum going here.
Ed, thanks to all of our callers, and we really mean this. I mean, you guys called, keeps the 2 hours rolling, and a lot of interesting phone calls, and I especially
well,
thank you very
the callers.
much.
Are you kidding me? Listeners, we thank you guys so much. Thank you.
UV Vodka, that great vodka, thank them. Williamson's Restaurant and Bar, Chris Tannehill, Mark Joliffe, Adam Harris, Connor McKnight, David Lewis, Mike Peterson, the great one,
and
Brendan McCafferty,
our crack ace
producer, out of this world. Randy Popkowski, Lauren Davis, Lawrence Holmes. Coming up next, we will join Sunday Night Football in progress. The Philadelphia Eagles versus the Dallas Cowboys.
Thank you.
Thank you, people. Good night.
Favre of the Vikings at the 19-yard line takes the snap, ball batted in the air and intercepted by the Bears. I believe Henry Milton tipped it into the hands of Julius Peppers, and the Bears get the first big break of the game, and they'll have the football inside the Viking 15. 1st and 30, Cutler to throw. Cutler has a nice pocket. Cutler winds up, going deep, underneath it at the 30, 20. Johnny Knox waltzes in. Touchdown Bears. Mike Martz goes for the juggler on 1st and 30. Cutler to Knox, 67 yards and a beauty. Bears have the lead. Bears bring 4, Favre to throw. Favre hit. Favre in trouble. Favre, down he goes. Ball comes out for the whistle blows. Sacked on the play by Corey Wootton. Favre is down. Favre is not getting up. Corey Wootton, the sack for the Bears. Jacob takes back pedals. Winds up. End zone. Touchdown Bears. Devin Hester. 15-yard strike. Well executed, and the Bears strike in the red zone and expand their lead. Kluwe takes the snap, sends it to the Bears side, trying to kick it out of bounds this time. Hester's under it at the 35. Finds an opening at the midfield to the 40. Hester 30. Hester 20. Hester 10. Hester to the end zone. No penalty marker.
Yes, there is. There's a penalty marker at the 33-yard line towards the Minnesota sideline.
Penalty.
Illegal motion number 41 of the kicking team. That penalty is declined. Result of the play, touchdown.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio and Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at Total Sports in Naperville. That's right.
What a crowd.
You got to love these guys. I mean, it is bad outside. It took me 4 hours to get to Chicago to get here. That's right. They're all ready.
They're ready to go tonight.
He's Obradovich. I'm Doug Buffone. 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears 40, Minnesota 14. North Division champs, NFC playoffs for the Chicago Bears, and what a football game. And you know what the thing about that whole game was? Everybody was talking about how bad it was going to be and the weather and the snow and the ice. The Bears went out there and just did their business, and they did a hell of a job all the way around. I'm talking about special teams. I'm talking about defense. I'm talking about color. I'm talking about running the football. And they just played great, great football. And that's Minnesota, obviously. Favre got put out of the game. Wooten knocked him out of the game. They bring in Joe Webb, who was a young guy and obviously made a lot of mistakes. But Minnesota didn't have Adrian Peterson. They didn't have their Henderson at guard. And, of course, Favre was knocked out of the game. But that doesn't matter. What matters is getting the W. What matters is getting to the playoffs. And that's what the Chicago Bears did. And how about Hester? How about Hester, Eddie? Hester running the returns, of 64 yards for a touchdown on the punt, and I had a 79. Right, and broke the record, by the way. Brian Mitchell had, I think, 13 return touchdowns. Now the record belongs to Hester with 14. That's right. So all in all, when it's all said and done, is it over? The Bears have won a division. It's not over, because what they want to do right now is they want to get the best seating position they can get. And that would be probably, hopefully, number 2, and they would get a bye week and still play at home. And that's what they got to play the Jets for, and that's what they got the Packers for. So this is not over, and I think what we'll see is not like years in past that Lovey will not rest ball players. In other words, play the damn game. Play it right straight through, and I think that's what he'll do. But today, hats off to the Chicago Bears.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Let's give them a big hand for what they did.
NFC North champions.
Exactly right.
That's the first step.
And the thing about it is, too, you saw what Cutler did. You saw the play to Johnny Knox, the 67-yarder. That was just a beautiful throw. That was a gorgeous throw. He gets back here, and he got protection. It's like everything else. If that quarterback gets protection, then they have a shot to make something happen downfield. And that's what his offensive line did for him most of the game. And the other times, he bought protection. In other words, he got outside of the pocket and he made the throws. So all in all, I have nothing to complain about in this football game. And it went according to how we thought it would go. But once again, though, everybody kept thinking about maybe the weather would make a big difference. Favre, I don't know where he came from. He started out this week. He said he was out. And then he came in, and all of a sudden he's going to play. And then he gets in and throws a touchdown pass. Then it's all over.
You know what, Doug? To heck with Favre. To heck with the Vikings. They you know what? And what I really loved today was they brought back the 50 greatest Vikings. Wow. Whoa.
They need more.
That'll scare the hell out of you.
Yeah.
And we put 40 right on their nose.
That's right.
Now what happened, what you saw today in 4 quarters of football, folks, when you go back to the first third of the season and what we were trying to accomplish, we were only running the ball sometimes 12 times a game, 8 times, and just really stretching the field with 7-foot drops, five-step drops, and trying to hit the ball down the field. And then all of a sudden, the coaches got together, had a meeting, and they came out with the running game, committed to the running game. And that commitment really changed everything around, the total philosophy. Because I'll tell you what they're doing with the running game now. If you watch, they're trapping, they're running counter plays, they're running counter delays, they're running off tackle, they're running toss plays. And what also they're doing, they're rolling out, they're bootlegging, and the key is play action. And the reason why we couldn't go downfield the first third of the season is because we did not run the football. The defenses never respect when we did come with play action, and they came after Cutler with everything they had on a 7-foot step drop. So what they did now, because of the running game and the commitment for 4 quarters, the last 5, 6 games, whatever it's been, that makes the play action so strong and made us today. This is the first time all year, folks, I've seen us go down the field, over the middle, the hot reads, run up the middle, traps, tosses in the game, in the running game, and the ability to go play action. I believe I was, on the 6-yard line or whatever have you, 1st and 10 or 10-yard line. We came with the play action, popped it right in the end zone, and that's what you should do. But what's happening, we went downfield, we stretched the field today. We went over the middle to Bennett and to Olsen. We went deep to Knox. And Forte ran very hard today, and there were some great blocks by the offensive line. We still have a lot of work to do, but this was the first complete game that I saw all year, and it couldn't have come at a better time to clinch the NFC North and to stick it right up Minnesota's nose. I'll take that back. Stick it up their horns.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and the other thing, too, if you take a look at it, the Bear defense is not any good unless it gets takeaways. I think we had 6 of them today. And that's the key, for them to take away the ball. That's what they're taught to do. That's what they do. If you notice against New England last week, we didn't get any. This game, we got the takeaways.
Doug,
that makes a difference with that defense by them getting the takeaways. And then they get the pressure from the defensive line. We had 4 sacks in the first half. 4 sacks now.
The defense, for the most part, has been there all year. We've been healthy all year. And what has kept us really going, and you look at, like we talk about, like a difference maker. Our difference makers, we all know who they are offensively. Cutler has been playing unbelievable. His escapability, the ability, and his play action, if you watch him, he's really carrying out the fakes. He brought Henderson right up, sucked him right in, popped the ball right over his head for a touchdown on play action. So Cutler's doing well. The guys that we're counting on are basically have been there almost every week. Last week, did we get it handed to us big time? Maybe that was a wake-up call, such a thing as quote-unquote wake-up call. Hell, I don't know. But I'll tell you what, they sure came tonight to play football. And, again, I'll say it one more time. This is the first time all year I've seen them go to a complete game. And by that I mean utilize everything that they have. Stretch the damn field, go over the middle, play action, move the pocket. And they put up 40 points, folks.
And the other thing, too, we talk about, we're running, Lovey said it, and we all kind of chuckled at it this year when March came in. We're going to run when we come off the bus. Well, that's what they're doing. Tonight we had 33 rushing attempts and 24 passing attempts. So that's what we're doing. They're running the ball, like Ed said. They're doing the play action, and they're not making the mistakes. Now, he had one mistake on an interception, but other than that, when you get that along with Hester, Hester, trust me, this field was supposed to be that bad. This Hester looks like he exploded out of a cannon on those two returns. Exploded. And they got that, and you're getting Cutler playing the way he's playing. The offensive line is coming around. The defensive line is putting pressure on the quarterback. We're getting takeaways. I don't know, guys. Pretty damn good to me, guys.
And not only that, from week to week, it seems whatever team we're playing, they come up with a multitude of injuries. And that their top players can't play. But you know what? Fine with us, right, guys?
That's right.
Let it keep happening, pal. We don't care.
You're listening to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Total Sports in Naperville.
Hey, everybody, is Dallas... I don't want to put the carriage too far in front of the horse, but is Dallas that far away? Is that too much of a dream? Too much to ask for? What do you guys think? No?
You'll rent a bus if that happens.
Hold it. Look at this right in front of us.
Yeah.
There's always one. Yeah. There's always a Packer backer. Look at this guy. 9. Dallas Cowboy jersey.
He's O'Bradovich on the phone on the
You sure you're going
to make
it out of here tonight?
312-644-6767 is our phone. We'll be right back.
Kluwe takes the snap, sends it to the near side, trying to kick it out of bounds this time. Hester's under it at the 35. Finds an opening at the midfield to the 40. Hester 30. Hester 20. Hester 10. Hester to the end zone. No penalty marker.
Yes, there is. There's a penalty marker at the 33-yard line towards the Minnesota sideline.
Penalty.
Illegal motion number 41 of the kicking team. That penalty is declined. Result of the play, touchdown.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio, Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Suburban Postgame Show, the Suburban Tire Postgame Show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Total Sports in Naperville. That's right. It's a hell of a crowd, you know that. He's O'Bradovich on the phone, 312-644-6767, talking about the Chicago Bears win, 40-14 over the Minnesota Vikings. Bears now North Division champions of the NFC. It's playoff time. And the player of the game is Devin Hester.
Breaking the record, folks.
Today's player of the game is brought to you by the Autos Owner Insurers Agent of the Week, Fazio Insurance in Joliet, Illinois. Contact Paul Fazio at 815-727-2611 or visit them on their website at fazioinsurance.com.
You know what, Dougie? The one thing we talked about offensively, some of the things that I believe they did and really stuck to a game plan and stretch it and use an entire field, which was great for 4 quarters. But I tell you what, folks, you people listen out there and you people here, did you see that defense tonight? For 4 quarters, they were blitzing safeties, corners, linebackers. We put the heat on them, even though we're winning 30-some, and we wind up 40-14 or whatever it was. We were still coming with the heat. That sends a hell of a message, folks.
Yeah, the thing about it, which I didn't think they did against New England, I thought they were too conservative defensively, and they just sat back there. And, of course, Brady picked them apart.
Well,
they went after him. They went after Joe Webb personally. They thought Joe Webb was going to start. And then all of a sudden, Favre jumps out of nowhere. He makes a pretty good drive the first time down, but then they changed it up on him. Then they went after him. They started doing the tricks. That Peppers, what an athlete. He made an interception off of a trick they did on the right side.
Milton
tipped the ball. All those guys, all the defensive line, all the defensive backs, the linebackers, they all played extremely well. Now, I think the Minnesota Vikings stopped their football attitude 3 weeks ago. But that doesn't matter. The fact is that when they beat them in Minnesota and they played them outdoors, all week that's all we heard was about the weather. I didn't see anything with that field, did you? I saw nothing to do. It looked worse when the Bears were playing last week. So the Bears didn't take that to heart. They went out there, they played. Now at the fourth quarter, it started getting a little icy, but by that time the game was over.
Well, the one thing, I tell you what, how it's been every week for the Bears, and like everybody's like a non-believer, and earlier in the season, almost halfway through, and then about, like 3/4 of the way through, Doug, everybody wanted Lovey's head. They wanted everybody's head up
so
there.
Did we,
okay,
by the way.
No question about it.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody did.
Yeah.
And kept on believing us. Then they got the feel of winning. Although last week, I tell you what, they took a pasting. They took a heck of a beating. And that's the one thing I didn't understand in our defensive game plan last week. Folks, anytime you play against a Peyton Manning or Tom Brady, 9 times out of 10, you're probably going to get beat anyway, okay? But I tell you what, if you let them sit back there and dictate to you, if you're going to take the deep middle away from, or come up and they're going to come at. He'll find a way to beat you. What you have to do, you have to disrupt them. You have to go after them. You've got to get in their face. You got to come up the middle, make them get out of the pocket, make them uncomfortable. Last week we didn't do that. Our defensive game plan was not very good. So today you saw us come for 4 quarters with pressure. I certainly would have liked to have seen that a week ago. And next time, if we ever face Tom Brady again, no more passive stuff, boys. Go after him. Make him beat you. Big time.
And see, that was a problem last week, too, because you knew Green Bay lost. So what the hell? Take the chance. Go after him. Don't sit there. What do you have to lose on that deal? But instead, you played that conservative game, that conservative cover 2, and they ripped us apart. They changed that this week. They went after him. They didn't worry about the field, didn't worry about anything. And then what happens, all of a sudden now, you start getting aggressive. Everything starts to going faster and quicker. Offense came around. They come out to the ball. They start pounding the football, play action the football, scoring touchdowns, making things happen. This is something, when you look at the Chicago Bears, this is what we want to see next week against the Jets.
And by the way,
play them up. Go get them.
I tell you nothing. Yeah, we play the Jets, and then at Green Bay, this coming Sunday, hopefully will not be our last home game. But anyway, Lovey, please don't start with that resting guys again, okay? Let these guys, let Urlacher play. Let them go after, let them be aggressive, and let us go in to the playoffs on all 6 cylinders, all 8 cylinders, all 12 cylinders, okay? And don't start resting people. Well, we want to rest them. We don't want to get this guy hurt, that guy hurt. Play your people, make it meaningful, and have that positive attitude going into the playoffs.
And I think you will, too.
You don't want your guys taking Urlacher. You don't want to take Julius Peppers, who they've been ready to go every week, rare to go. Now the last 2 games, you're going to pull them back and you're going to sit them down. Not the way to go, folks.
Well, they have something to fight for now, though. They have something to fight for that number 2 seed. That last time they didn't, and they said, well, we're going to sit. I don't believe in resting. I'm with you. I rest nobody. I take no prisoners, and I go all the way to the end. And I think that's what will happen in this one. They will go after them, and they will play football and play the Jets and play the Packers straight up with all of their guys.
Well, I'll tell you what, I hope so. You know something? Well, we want to rest them. They're tired. 16 weeks, you're tired?
Can't get tired.
Please.
Let's go out to the black physicist in Avalon Park. Black physicist, you're on the air, buddy.
Happy holidays.
There you go.
Okay. More of my thoughts on this game today. First of all, I know 2 former Chicago Bears that are grinning ear to ear on this victory, that were watching this game or may hear about it. That's Dick Butkus and Gale Sayers. Why? Well, ironically, today's game featured a tribute to the 50 greatest Minnesota Vikings at a home turf. Not that Crash Dome, but, of course, University of Minnesota alternate. And they had to see the Bears win a division title, have Devin Hester establish a record for most return punts, kickoffs for touchdowns, see Brett Favre getting knocked out. Now, the irony is that in 1994, on a Monday Night Football game, we had Gale Sayers and Dick Butkus just have to take the indignity of had Brett Favre been a Green Bay Packer, beat down the Chicago Bears. I love the score as well. I mean, the final that we did today, 40-14, it just looks so good. Oh, on an additive, can you, Big Doug, and Edelbradovich call your evil twins in to crush those sycophants with ESPN who just kissed Brett Favre's ass? Thank
you. I tell you, I don't know about your crowd out there, but the fact is that, and I admire Brett Favre, but I'm tired of hearing about Brett Favre. I'm just tired of hearing about the whole 9 yards. How can you be out during a whole week, then all of a sudden, miraculously, there you are, you step in, you go out and you throw some passes, then all of a sudden you're starting, and you throw a touchdown pass. Again, too, I mean, enough's enough, and I'm glad they put him out of the football game. It's time for him to go home, sit in front of the fireplace, and call it a day.
You know what play that was? With Brett Favre, they're holding him back, saying he's out, and then all of a sudden he's in. It's the old trickery and deceit play.
Yeah.
That's right.
So all of a sudden, the miracle, whatever. But anyway, they get him out of the game. Wooten had a hell of a pass rush on that, and they took care of Joe Webb, which Joe Webb is just a young kid running around. He's just running all over the damn place. They knew they were going to beat him.
Tell you, the luck of the Bears this year is unbelievable, Doug.
Well, they're catching all the breaks.
It's incredible. You know what? So better for us than anybody else.
Hey, I'll take them. I'll take every one of them. Let's go out to Jim in his car. Jim, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hello, Doug. Hello, OB. Happy holidays to both of you and your families.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Congratulations to the Bears. I picked them to win about 5 games, so I'm shocked as anybody is.
Well, you're
not alone,
well
buddy.
in the majority, my friend.
You guys were talking about not resting the starters over the last 2 games. I couldn't agree with you more.
Well, I hope he doesn't do that.
I was very surprised, though, at the end of this game that the starters were in so late with the conditions the way that they were, it being a blowout. Were you guys kind of surprised that Urlacher was in there late and everybody else?
No,
after Urlacher made the interception, and they brought it back, and he ran, I don't know, about 40, 50 yards, and then they took him off the field, and they took him down. I see you play as long as you can. I thought there was no problem how long they played today. I really didn't. They were out there. They came up here to do a job. They did the job. But we're talking about, Ed and I talking about down the road, I don't want to see anybody on the bench. I want to see everybody playing. And I think that's what they need. They need to play. That's the first thing I thought about even during preseason. They probably should have played more. But when I do say that, you're talking about the Chicago Bears. They're not getting injured. Take a look at this football club. Every other club, look at Green Bay. They lost 12 or 13 guys to IR. We've lost nobody. We've got all the guys healthy and ready to roll. There must be something to what Lovey's doing, because I've been on top of him about playing guys more. But whatever they're doing, they got to keep on doing it.
Absolutely. And, Jim, especially with Brian Urlacher, a couple of things real quick here. I remember when it was the last game we were playing up in Minnesota. We were ranked number 1 in the defense, and they pulled Urlacher, Briggs, and everybody off. And you could see Brian Urlacher, they showed him I don't know how many times, seething on the sidelines, and they wound up because they didn't play him. They wound up 3rd. Believe me, when you're playing defense and you got a shot to be the number 1 defensive team in the National Football League, you want to wear it. You want to own it. You want to have it. And I'll never forget that. And then it followed up, Doug, when we went into the Super Bowl late in the 3rd quarter, when we're playing with that passive defense. And then you saw that picture of Brian Urlacher screaming at the Bears bench. In other words, let's get aggressive. Let's go after him. And they didn't do it.
He's Ed Obradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on the Score, Sports Radio 670, 312-644-6767, Suburban Tire postgame show. We're live at Total Sports in Naperville.
What a crowd. Give yourself a hand, folks. You guys are great.
We'll be right back. Driver of the game is brought to you by Arlington Heights Ford. Number one in what matters most.
First and 30, Cutler to throw. Cutler has a nice pocket. Cutler winds up. Going deep. Underneath it at the 30, 20. Johnny Knox waltzes in. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. Mike Martz goes for the juggler on first and 30. Cutler to Knox. 67 yards and a beauty. Bears have the lead.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Total Sports in Naperville. He's Ed Obradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on the Score, Sports Radio 312-644-6767 is our phone number. Talking about the Chicago Bears win 40-14 over the Minnesota Vikings. The Bears now the North Division playoff champs. They've won it 3 out of the last 6 years. And here's another little tidbit for you. Cutler's rating was 106. Every time he's 100 or better, he's never lost a football game. So he was 106 today. And we were talking a little bit about the Bears and what's going on with them. And Ed mentioned to me that something I think is really important. Why is our running game better? And Ed, you got a suggestion for that.
Well, here, you know what, folks? If you listen to, when they had the bye week, and what we were trying to do that first basically third of the season was really go with the Mike Martz madness. Attack all the way, do everything you can, and has it worked before for him? Yes, it has. Well, obviously it wasn't working for us, and we really didn't have a running game. We just ran. I mentioned earlier, just a few times a game, but pass, 7-step, 5-step, drops, and we're getting nowhere. We're getting killed. And I believe the main force behind that decision to go to the running game was Mike Tice, who was a former head coach and is our line coach. And the reason why I say that is because I think when they sat down, they all got together, and everybody gave their opinion. What I believe Mike Tice said, listen, guys, I'm having a problem here with the offensive line. I've shuffled guys from right tackle to left tackle, from left tackle to left guard. I'm moving people, youngsters in. I'm trying everything, and we're trying to throw the ball deep, and we're getting killed, and we're not committing to the run. I don't know how good these kids could block on the run. Let's commit to the run, and let's see what that can do for us. And I believe that, and I have a strong opinion that I believe that's what Mike Tice said, or something thereabouts. Because after the bye week, we came out running the football. That gave way to the play action working. That gave way to the hot reads. That gave way to the middle, over the middle. And that just gave way to stretching the field. But I believe the whole deal was he knew he couldn't pass block, but let's try to run the football. Let's see if we can get some confidence, and let's see how that goes. Because what we've done the first third of the season is disaster. How much worse could it get? So that's why I think it happened. I think Mike Tice was the guy that was more influential than anybody on that coaching staff in switching the way we attack on offense.
And the other thing, too, I believe in is the fact that I think Lovie Smith had something to do with it also.
Well, he's the final word. He'll give the approval, but that's just my opinion, Dougie.
But the thing about with Lovie Smith is we beat him up pretty good. We beat him up from the beginning of the year. We beat him up when he did certain things. We beat him up when we used to laugh. And
rightfully so.
Right, and running off the bus. But rightfully so, we have to go a little bit and start giving credit where credit is due. This guy's due some credit right now. I'm talking about Lovie Smith. He held this football team together. It was falling apart. It was gone. It was totally gone at one point. And what happened was somewhere along the line, and I don't know Lovie that well. I've never been in the locker room. I don't understand what his philosophy is. I do know the fact that he does not really get aggravated, but it was, when was it, Ed, when you said they're going to get it this halftime? Was it 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
At the Detroit game.
I said.
And then he finally flared up in the Detroit game and said, look, enough's enough.
That's the first thing I said after the game. I said, Doug, something happened in that locker room.
And that was Lovie. So right now the credit goes to Lovie. You have to give him credit for what he did and what's going on. So we'll see what happens down the road here. But what I like, what I see. Also, Mike Martz had to swallow a lot of pills here. Because you know what? He was the guy, the genius, the golden guy. To come in,
madman.
throw the football. Let's go. Down the field, 7-step drops, move it, circus, the whole 9 yards. We got our brains beat in doing that, like Ed said. So what happened was it took a lot of guts to turn this thing all the way around and said, this is not who we are. We don't have a line to do that. We don't have wide receivers to do that. What we need is to control the football. That's what the Bears are doing right now, and hopefully that'll happen next week against the New York Jets. Let's go out to Fernando in Maryland. Fernando, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, Doug, OB, how you doing, guys?
All right,
how you doing, Fernando?
Hey, look, I just wanted to 2 points here. The first one being that, hey, look, we came back from last week being just an ugly game and bad weather, and we came back in another game with bad weather and totally dominated the team. Granted, those are two totally different teams, but, hey, look, we showed we can play hard, and we can play hard in bad weather. And the second one, I know both of you wish you were playing back in those days, in that bad weather and playing those outdoors. And this type of game was made for both of you. And thanks for taking the call. And, hey, it's good to talk to you, legends, and Merry Christmas.
Yeah, no, Fernando, Ed and I played a lot of games at Wrigley Field, and it was tough playing there. The wind was blowing, but I never thought about it. I never did. When I went out there, we played the game. And I think that's something. At the beginning of the week, I was a little worried about the Bears. I kept hearing about guys are going to fall down, guys are going to get concussions, guys are going to slip, guys are going to do this, doing that. That's the one thing you can't worry about when you go into a game.
That's
you never
if you
have
do,
to worry about getting hurt.
If you do, and you go half speed, and you worry
You're
about
going to
getting
get hurt.
Guess what's going to happen?
Exactly. And so that's what I worried about a little bit, but they didn't do that. They came out and they started playing extremely well. He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score, Sports Radio 670, Suburban Tire postgame show. We're live at Total Sports in Naperville.
Tight end left hand on the ground. It's Greg Olson, one back set. Jay takes fakes, going to the end zone, over the middle. Touchdown, Rashid Davis. Touchdown, Bears. 9 yards. Throwing over the middle. It is Webb. Passes caught and then fumbled.
Matt Toina.
Toina recovers at the 44-yard line. Fade to black. 40-14. Bears are going to be NFC North champions for a third time under Lovie Smith. They're going to the playoffs.
Fade to black. I like that statement, huh? Ooh, ooh. Those highlights courtesy of WBM Radio, Jeff Joniak. Fade to black on the call. Welcome back to Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Total Sports in Naperville. Obradovich on the phone, our phone number 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win 40-14 over Minnesota. Bears win the division. Bears on top, and bring on the Jets the way the Bears are playing. The only thing I saw that in the stats that it kind of said, wait a minute here, we were only 2 for 10 on third down situations. But when the smoke cleared, we had passing yards of 189 yards, total yards of 293, and I think the rushing yards 104. And I believe at the beginning of the show, Ed brought up the most important thing. The running games, the attempts are the most important thing, but what comes off of that is the play-action pass that Cutler does extremely well. It sucks in the linebackers, and all of a sudden you're hitting guys over the middle. Olsen and Bennett and all that, and that's so important. But you have to give them respect to run. That's exactly what the Bears have done, and that's made their offense a hell of a lot better.
Yeah, you know what, Doug? That's again, just to go back what I mentioned, I don't know, about an hour ago or whatever, about the fact that I think Mike Tice was, I'm sure they all had their say, but I think Mike Tice, and that's just my opinion, that really pushed it because, hey, listen, what we've been trying to do, we're getting killed. I don't even know if my guys can run block. I've moved them everywhere. Let's give us a chance. Let's make a commitment to the running game after this bye week, and let's take it from there, and we'll adjust from there. But let's give our guys a chance to block. Maybe we can get the rest of it going. It's just a guess on my part, but I'd put a couple of bucks on that one, pal.
Frank and Waukegan, you're on the air with OB and Doug.
Ed and Doug, that's a pleasure, and Merry Christmas, and I hope you guys have a good holiday.
Same to you, Frank.
It was great victory, and the only thing I kind of had a question about was when Joe Webb went for the touchdown, it looked like he was out of bounds before the ball hit the pylon, and I just wondered why Lovey didn't throw the red flag. And I'll hang up and listen to your comments on it.
Frank, I saw that from two different angles. One angle looked like it was a touchdown, and the other one looked like it wasn't. And this is just a guess on my part. And I think if that call is made a touchdown, and it's got to be overwhelmingly, that it's the other way, or else they're not going to change that call.
And also, too, I think if the game was closer, he might have made that call. At that time it was tight. I thought he was in, but once again, too, it depends on the angle you're looking at.
Yeah.
Let's go to Julio and Elgin. Julio, you're on the score.
Gentlemen, Merry Christmas and Happy Hanukkah to those Bears, to the Jewish Bears fans
there you
out
go.
there. And, I want to talk about Lovie Smith. Yet again, he accomplishes. Oh, by the way, I want to say Merry Christmas to John Buffone, related to Doug, a good friend of mine. But anyways, talking to Lovie Smith, we all recall day one of his press conference. He said he wants to beat the Packers, win the division, and win the Super Bowl. So pretty much he's done everything he's told us he was going to do except winning the Super Bowl. We've been there yet not won it. And he talked about how they got our butts kicked against the Patriots. And, we came back, kind of had a big game. Lovie Smith's the captain of the ship. You never want your captain, your leader, to get rattled. And, yeah, we didn't make the playoffs the last couple of years, but he was still the positive-going Lovie Smith, even though lots of people didn't like it. I think he's kind of like a Zen-type coach. He gives positive attitude to the players, and the players respond to that. He has former head coaches surrounding the staff, and the players feed off of that knowledge and experience, and it's translated out on the field. And I want to get your guys' thoughts on it. And all the Bears fans listening, please invest in silver and gold to diversify your portfolio. Go Bears, Merry Christmas, and Happy Hanukkah, Bears fans.
You hear that? You got silver and gold, Ed.
I listen to
Did
Julio.
you hear that? Yeah.
I listen to it.
The back in your trunk of your car, I heard about 20 pounds of gold.
I wish.
You wish.
Don't I wish.
You're talking about Lovie Smith, and once again, too, there's a lot of things I disagree on with him, but when you take a look at what he's done and what's happening to this team, now you can go on, and I know what we're going to say here. They played Minnesota. That team was shot 3 weeks ago. You're talking about teams they beat they shouldn't have beat. You're talking about injuries that happened. Guys, they played against 3 teams that third-string quarterbacks. So, all in all, but the bottom line is to win these football games. And that's what he's done. And so let's see what happens against the Jets. Let's see what happens against Green Bay. And let's see what happens in the playoffs. But, like I said, the fact is he kept his team intact, together. All those guys. Marinelli, which no one's really talking too much about Marinelli, but he's doing a hell of a job with that defense, except for the New England game. And I think in that New England game, they just got too damn conservative. But other than that, you got to take a look at a 10-6 record. I had the Bears coming off at 9-7 or 8-8, not making the playoffs, not winning the division. And I was dead ass wrong. Let's go out to Jim in Lions. Jim, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Good morning, guys. Pleasure talking to 2 Bear greats here.
Morning,
Thank you, Jimmy.
You have touched on a couple things since I've been on hold, but people have forgotten the off season. We acquired 2 former head coaches,
right?
And we already had one, and we have Lovie Smith, who he had to suck it up, giving up his defensive calling, which he liked doing. So after that Washington game, we had the bye week, and then we played Buffalo. Well, in those 2 weeks there, that's a half a preseason. So something happened there because our game plan did change a little bit after that, and it had to take somebody to say, and I hope it was Lovie, listen, you guys, you're all head coaches, and you had your way of doing things. I had my way. It's not quite working. Let's do it what you guys know what to do. And it seemed to have worked, but somebody said something, and it seemed they all took the responsibility of what they're knowledgeable at.
Well, there's no question. Ed thinks that Mike Tyson had a lot to do with it. I think also, too, Lovie had a lot to do with it. And I think this also, Jerry Angelo had a lot to do with it. All you had to do was say a statement that he saw, that I saw in the paper and he made. And the fact he said was the basic thing is this. If you can't be what you want to be when you start out the season, after the first 3 games, and you find out you're not what you thought you were going to be, you've got to change. Even if that means you've eaten crow, you've got to change who you are. And they changed who they are in those 2 weeks in that bye week. And they went back to what Lovie said, running the ball. They went back what Ed talked about, Mike Tice, running the ball, which affected the offense throwing the ball. And they scrapped the 7-step drop, 5-step drop, 3-step drop, quick, get rid of the football, try not to turn the football over and go from there. because they do not have the talent that is needed to run an offense like Mike Martz was used to.
No, there's no question about it. And I'll stick by what I said earlier today. I've been giving that a lot of thought, Doug, and the more I think about it, again here, that what wasn't working, it was just god awful. Where we almost put a quarterback in a hospital. I don't know how many different times, and I just happen to believe that we had an offensive line coach that was doing everything he possibly could, switching guys left to right, doing this, trying to make everything to work. But the 7-step and 5 were killing him. And he couldn't find out, again, like I said before, Doug, that we can't run. Let's give it a roll. Let's see what we can go. And I'm sure, again, each and everybody had their say. But I believe Mike Tice was the man.
And see, the other thing, too, that I see, that what happened with this football team, no longer did they say so-and-so has to play. Have you seen Tommy Harris lately? They're playing the best players. They took Jennings and put him at cornerback. They benched Bowman. So what they said to themselves was, look, the best players will be on the field. I haven't seen that with the Bears in a long time because they know everything's at stake here. Their jobs are at stake. The best player has to be out on that field, and that's what they're doing. And that's exactly what they did defensively. That's why that defense is better. That's why they shift that offensive line around so many damn times. That's what they're doing.
I tell you what, well, I'll disagree with that on one thing. I think Des Clark should be suited up every week.
Well, with Des Clark, they brought in Mano Maliuna.
Don't even go there.
And every time I bring his name up, Ed gets hot.
Don't even go there.
Well, come on.
Well,
Ed,
what about you?
Passes.
What about you?
I'll tell you, he's not worth $6 million a year, in my mind.
All right, now move on.
Move on. Okay, let's go out to Jim in Rolling Meadows. Jim, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Gentlemen, how you doing? First of all, it's Tim from Rolling Meadows.
Oh, Tim. Okay, they got Jim down here. All right.
It's okay. And Ed, my God, I can't believe you just brought that up. I've been wondering where Desmond Clark's been all year. You guys can talk about that after I'm done here. I want to know the address to send thank you cards to all the Minnesota fans that went down there and cleaned that field up so the Chicago Bears can come in there and win the North Division. Where is the address so we can send our thank you cards? Thank you very much, Minnesota. We love you. Merry Christmas.
Send the Chamber of Commerce in Minnesota. They'll love to hear from you and say, thank you for clearing everything up for the Chicago Bears to whip your ass. So, yeah, they did a great job. They got some people some work. They're paying $10 an hour. People went in there and they got jobs. They clearing that snow out. I thought they did a pretty damn good job myself.
I guess they weren't going to pay him, and then the people started moaning and groaning, and they said, "Okay, we'll pay you."
Let's go to Larry on the west side. Larry on the score.
Larry.
How you doing?
What's up, Larry?
I'm gonna say this here, man. Now, y'all talking like the Bears are great, man. The Bears been lucky all year, man. They had some weak teams they played, man.
No question about
We're not
it.
even questioning that.
Huh?
We're
I'm not questioning
We're not
that.
arguing. No, we're not.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
What I'm trying to say is, you see, they still got a long ways to go, man. They're gonna be one and done in the playoffs.
I don't know what they're going to be. The fact is that you're right. They played teams that, first of all, how about this one? They should have beat Seattle and Washington. Those two football teams, if they had the same philosophy they had after that bye week, but they didn't do that, and they lost by 3 points, I think, each one. So, yeah, they played some teams that had bad problems, had third-string quarterbacks. Yeah, but, Larry, they're 10-6. I mean, let's go with it. Let's play with it. Let's don't just start throwing darts at them now because they're 10-6 and they play some weak teams.
Yeah, Larry, what's happened here is they're playing weak teams, yeah. I mean, and they've gotten every break in the book. Whoever they're playing the week prior, I mean, these teams fall apart with injuries. And we understand that, tip balls, etc. But I'll tell you what, good thing it's happening to us, pal, and not Green Bay and not Minnesota.
He's Obradovich on the phone on the score. Sports Radio 670, 312-644-6767, the Suburban Tire. Post-game show on the score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at Total Sports in Naperville. That was Hester talking about his punt return, his kickoff return, and also breaking the record of Brian Mitchell. And heartwarming, wasn't it? I mean, that itself tells you about giving credit to a lot of his blockers and that. But when it's all said and done with, when Hester hits that hole and is going 100 miles an hour, it's all over. That kid's going to take it all the way. This is the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Total Sports in Naperville. Obradovich and phone number 312-644-6767.
Douglas, a little correction. The Bears are not 10-6.
Well, I was hoping that's not a bad omen.
No, wait a minute. Yes.
You know what? I hope it's not a bad omen,
okay.
and I'm going to wash my mouth out with soap for saying that. What?
If it does happen that way,
I will take credit. Okay.
And you will take a beating, my friend.
Yeah.
That I guarantee you.
I don't know why I said 10-6. It sounded like a good number. 10-6. Actually, I like to see, obviously, 12-4. That would be the number. That would be the great number. Or I may even
Doug, you know
slide
what
in
my
with
prediction was after 14
wins.
games?
What?
Beginning of the year? I said the Bears would be 10-4.
You said that right away, didn't you? Huh?
After 14 games.
I must have been sitting next to the wrong guy then for the last 15 weeks.
I'm the only guy on the planet that called it perfect. 10-4 after 14.
It's amazing what you know.
Oh, my God.
I always loved to find out if anybody really, even all the picks and everything that went on out there, I mean, everybody I know had Green Bay, Minnesota, 1, 2, and obviously they had the Bears third. I had the Bears third, too. Again, too, some things happened in Minnesota. Favre fell apart. Their team fell apart. Green Bay, they lost Aaron Rodgers. They lost 12 players. 12 guys went on IRR. So I'm saying to ourselves, why not us? We'll move up the ladder. We'll take it, and I don't have to apologize to anybody for it. And the Bears don't have to apologize either. They caught the brakes on the way. They took advantage of the brakes, and that's where they are right now. At 10-4, correct?
According to you, the Bears season's over with.
It's over.
You're the only one on the planet. That's my Dougie.
All right, let's go out to Tony and Hammond, Indiana. Tony on the Score.
What's going on? Happy holidays.
Same to you, Tony.
Merry Christmas, Tony.
All right, I got two things. Okay, here go. For one, the Bears are who we thought they were. Even though a lot of people out there said, Lovey, get rid of Lovey, get rid of everybody.
No question about it.
But here it go in the whole nutshell. The man has done a great coaching job. Even though he got 3 other coaches with him, even though them coaches didn't get to the pinnacle, but still in all, they are working together. That's the first thing. But the second thing is, I got to take this from her, Edwards. You play the game to win the game. No matter what it is, you play to win the game. And dude, Larry, you a hater. Go jump off the plane. That's all I got to say, y'all.
Okay. And you understand that to play the game, that's what you need to do, and that's what they did tonight, and that's what we're going to give them credit for. And we're going to give Lovie Smith credit for putting that all together, because when the bottom line is this, the head coach will get the blame. They also will get the credit. Let's give them the credit.
Also, Tony, what you saw today, and we mentioned this about an hour and a half ago or so, the fact that what the Bears did offensively, but defensively what they did, they brought the heat for all 4 quarters. It was in the beginning of the fourth, the middle of the fourth, late in the fourth quarter. We were still coming with heat, still coming with blitzes. Good thing, guys. Believe me, that's a good thing.
And that's the other thing, too. Last week after the New England game, did not put doubts in your brain. You start thinking, what kind of team is this? They got slapped around silly. But if you remember correctly,
we never went after New England, Doug.
No. What?
That's
what I'm saying.
We never went after New England.
We still got beat, Ed, because we didn't go after him. I thought it was a coach's mistake. I agree with you. It was conservative. We sat back playing that cover 2, and it beat the hell out of us. But if you all think correctly, you remember not too long before that, the Cleveland Browns beat the hell out of New England. Beat them to death. What they do, they came back, they reorganized, and look where they are. So maybe that's going to happen to us. I don't know. I don't have the answer to all that. All I know is this, that the teams that were supposed to beat, the Bears beat, except for 2 teams. And that's when they changed their philosophy after that, Seattle and Washington. They could have had both those teams. But now we'll see what happens against the Jets, obviously, and against Green Bay. But the thing is, a lot of times you have to change it. When you go against a good quarterback, you can't sit back there and let him take you apart.
Never.
You just can't do it. So you got to come up with some changes. So hopefully that will happen down the road. Let's go to Kevin in Brookfield. Kevin, you're on the Score with OB and Doug. Kevin.
Kev.
Not there. How about Brad in Harvard? Brad?
Doug LB.
Hey, Brad.
What's going on? This is Brian in Harvard.
Oh, Brian.
Brian.
Not Brad.
Yeah. I want to say Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, a crazy Kwanzaa, and a solemn and holy Ramadan.
There we go.
All right.
You covered it all, buddy.
What I want to talk about is I was watching the game tonight, and I saw those couple of plays with Brett Favre. He's drawing people off sides, you know, and I saw that, and I'm thinking to myself, he's bobbing his head crazier than Joe Kim Noah bobblehead night over at the Bulls at the United Center. Now, isn't that illegal in the NFL or no?
Yeah, I mean, bobbing, if you're doing it on purpose, if you're, doing that. But most times what happens to quarterback, you're allowed to get a little play in there. You're not going to check that out. But what it is, the offensive line or defensive line, all of a sudden want to get ready to go. In fact, I saw Julius Peppers tonight get called for it. Very rarely does he get hit with that, but he did. And the good quarterbacks know how to do that to get away with it. And he got away with it at the beginning. But not fortunate for him, or unfortunate for him, he got knocked out of the football game. You're listening to Score Sports Radio 670, the Suburban Tire post-game show. We're live at Total Sports in Naperville. Obradovich on the phone, 312-644-6767, talking about the Bears' 40-14 win over Minnesota, the Chicago. Come back to Suburban Tire post-game show on the Score Sports Radio 670. We're live at Total Sports in Naperville. Obradovich and the phone, 312-644-6767, talking about the Chicago Bears win, and we're all excited. Next two games, then playoffs, and then we'll see what happens then. Let's go out to Harry on the south side. Harry on the Score. Harry.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Harry.
Hey, I'm just calling just to praise Devin Hester. I've been blessed to watch number 23, Michael Jordan, growing up. My son's watching Devin Hester. I couldn't be more happier to live in Chicago, be raised here. What a great city and town to watch sports in. And just everybody, Merry Christmas, and let's go win a Super Bowl.
That's well put, Harry. Chicago was voted the best sports town in the United States, and it is. I mean, these people, these fans, just here. When I came here tonight, it took me 4 hours to get out here from Chicago. 4 hours. I was caught. And by the way, if you guys had to live out here, you should take the Route 59 and blow it up. But anyway, I got on 59. It's brutal, absolutely brutal. But anyway, I said, well, there are probably about 3 or 4 people there. This place was packed. This place was packed, and they were screaming and yelling. And
look
I got
at the people that are
look,
still
they're
here.
Yeah.
You guys are, I
It's
tell you
unbelievable.
what. It's unbelievable. You
It
guys,
really is.
It's wonderful. God bless you.
I mean, that's the kind of support, and that's what you're talking about in this town. That's why it's such a pleasure, I think, and also a privilege to play the sports in this town and the area. When I say this town, I'm talking about the area, and that is the Chicago Bears and all the rest of the teams. Let's go out to Double A in Frankfurt. Double A, you're on the Score.
Yeah, happy holidays, guys. How you doing?
Same to you.
All right, I just kind of go on what Obi said a little while back, because last week at the Pats game, it just aggravated me that they were still putting the pressure on. Fourth quarter, they had Brady in there, and they just would not stop. And that is what I saw tonight for one of the first times all year, is we did not stop trying to get the ball in the end zone. And I don't know, maybe because it aggravated me watch that game because they would not run it out. Brady's still throwing the ball, and that's something we were doing today. And OB, you said it right on. We put the heat on for all 4 quarters. This is what's needed the next 2 games. Don't rest the guys. We need to put the heat on for the next 2 games, all 4 quarters.
Give them something to think about it, Double A.
Well, that's the whole key. The thing about quarterbacks in the National Football League, if you watch them, they all can throw the football. They all can complete the pass when there's nothing bothering them. That's the key. The key is pressure. The pressure changes everything with a quarterback. And that's what you need to do. And that's why Brady was so successful against the Chicago Bears.
We had the wrong philosophy. We had the wrong defensive game plan to go. We think, well, he's not going to score over us. He's not going to do this. No, the way you beat that guy, and it's not going to change. The only way you're going to beat him is fire.
And you saw what the Packers did against New England. They were coming playing a lot of man for man. You saw those corners coming up playing them tight. They didn't give them any room to throw the football. They were all over them. And I'll tell you what, the Packers gave a hell of a football game. So that's what we got to know in the next couple weeks and see what the Bears do against the Jets, because you know the Jets are going to come after the Chicago Bears. You can take that to the bank. Let's go out to Josh in Scottsdale. Josh, you're on the scoreboard. OB and Doug.
Hey, Doug and Ed, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. How's the weather out there, Josh?
Oh, it's beautiful, beautiful. I'm a transplant out here, but I listen to your guys' show after all the games on the internet. So.
Thank you, my friend.
Yeah, so all I really wanted to say is, at the beginning of the season, Mike Tice said that it was going to take until about the bye week for the line to come together. And, it's really coming through. And there's still some mistakes here and there, but I think our line is solid enough. And if you look at it, our defense is as strong, if not stronger, than the 06 team. Our special teams is firing on all cylinders right now. And, all I really want to see is them to go out and play these next 2 games out and stay practiced up for the playoffs, because I really think we got to run for the Super Bowl this year.
Well, the thing about it is that Ed said it, I've said it, and everybody that's called in has said it. You know what? You have to keep going after these guys. You got to keep playing them. You got to get yourself ready. You got to get battle ready when you get into the playoffs. And hopefully they can get a number 2 seed. And that's what you got to fight for, because if you do get that 2 seed, then you have the first week as a bye week. Then you play the next game home. So that's what you're trying to fight for. You have something to play for those last 2 football games.
Josh, the key is when you have the guys that we have, the difference makers that we have on defense, with their quickness and their speed, especially in our linebacker position, that's the last damn thing you want to see is those 3 guys dropping back. That is not the way. You've got these people that they can make things happen, and they can be difference makers, and they are difference makers. And you saw it tonight. They went after people. I wish the hell they would have done it a week before, but we got 2 more games before we get into the playoffs, and let's just go after these people and set the tone.
I thought the sequence of plays that really turned this football game around. It was, you remember on first down, they called Chris Williams for face mask. In other words, hitting the guy with a face mask. So that was 15 yards. Next play comes up. We go a screen. They call Crouch for holding. So that pushes back another 15. So now it's 1st and 30. 1st and 30, and Mike Martz throws in this play. Touchdown, 67 yards.
Stretch the field.
To Knox. That, to me, was the call that turned the game around, that made this football team say, hey, hold it. We can do this. And that was an outstanding call by Martz.
Because normally the thing is, let's say you got to
dink and dunk,
dink and dunk it, 1st to 2nd down.
Right.
Hopefully you can get some of the yardage back and then do it. Well, bang, he went for it and got it.
Let's go out to John in Pilsen. John, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Well, Ed and Doug, I enjoy your show. I have a few questions, observations. I think the Bears are giving Cutler much more protection. Would you agree with that?
Oh, yeah. Well, the protection is because of the fact that they're only taking the 5 steps or doing the quick play action. Look at the plays he's successful in. Now, there are times like he did to Johnny Knox. I mean, he had plenty of time. He stepped up into the pocket. But they knew in that first down situation they'd be playing the run. They were doing something short, and all of a sudden now they had time to throw it. But, yeah, you're right. But a lot of times it's what the plays are called. Not like at the beginning of the year when you had 7-step drops, when you had all the time in the world for those guys to get to them and kill them. The fact is now everything's shortened up.
Absolutely, John. They don't know what the hell Cutler's going to do. No, they don't know if he's going to bootleg, roll out, and come in with the play-action passes, and that gives the offensive line. They fire out to our offensive line on the 4-down linemen, or if the linebackers are in the gap, they fire out at them. They hold everybody, then they drop back. And that gives our offensive line, a quarterback, a little bit more time to see the receivers, to see his different choices. So that's what we're doing different.
And the other thing, too, we're doing different, and we talked about this a lot last year, and Ed being real familiar with the defensive line. Our linemen, our defensive line, are active, right, Ed?
You have no idea how much folks I don't think I know what I'm talking about, Doug.
I know you do. You played it.
The ability to move those people inside to different gaps, to switch positions, and constant movement, and coupled with the blitz, Doug, and you got Julius Peppers going, creating havoc, and it's a great thing to see. Instead of just 4 guys sitting there like 4 stones and getting picked up and rolled over game after game, year after year. It's smart play on defense.
Yeah, and you love it. You know, what we used to call it the Lex, means left side, the tackle, and the left end.
Rex.
Twist, the right side is Rex.
And the middle were Isaacs.
They're Isaacs. And so you had all that going. Then you incorporate the linebackers with that. So what happens here is you make them think
Absolutely.
Something's going to happen. Before, I'm telling you, last couple of years, we would sit in the room and he would start screaming. And I was right with him. You know, the fact is, you're sitting there like dummies. I mean, you're a punching bag. They know exactly where you're going to be every time. Don't do that. Give them something to think about. And once we start moving the guys, especially when Peppers comes in, because Peppers can really move. He's got the speed to come inside from the outside position.
And, Doug, one other thing that they're doing, they're slanting the line now.
Mm-hmm.
I see him slanting either to the strong or to the weak side. In other words, all four guys, and who's ever slanting inside on the weak side or the strong side, where the end is coming in, then the linebacker or the cornerbacks got control on the backside.
Total
or
difference.
The strong side.
Total difference.
Yes,
so
it is.
We ended up with 4 sacks in the first half this game. Jerry and Aurora. Jerry on the score. What'll be in Doug?
Hey, gentlemen, how are you? I just left the location. You guys are doing a great job.
Oh,
what's up, Jerry?
I got a question for you here, and this is what I wanted to ask it earlier. This is what's upsetting the heck out of me. So you guys are professionals. You take a game against New England at home, same type of conditions that we had here tonight, and we get pasted. And then we come out tonight. Granted, the Vikings are not the same type of team as the Patriots, and we reverse the trend. Is that a player's responsibility, or are we looking at a coach who really and truly can't get his team motivated and prepared for each of these games? I appreciate you responding.
You know, real quick, and I got to tell you, I don't think it had nothing to do with motivation against New England. We played them wrong. I didn't like the damn game plan the defense had.
And, Jerry, I agree with Doug 100%. That game call, our game plan on defense against New England, I mean, you couldn't pick a worse.
No.
You couldn't pick a worse plan for 4 quarters than what we went through. Obviously, it was quite evident.
And you can't sit back on those guys. You look at tonight, they were more aggressive tonight. And the fact is, everybody worries about, guys slipping and falling. Well, that's not it. You cannot give guys, we talked about this many times, you cannot give a quarterback time like that. Brady dissected us. You know why? He was comfortable. When he set up to pass, he knew exactly where we were going to be. He knew we were rolling up with the 2 corners. We were playing cover 2, and they just picked us apart. Just picked us apart. And then all of a sudden, bam, then they hit you with your big one. Green Bay didn't do that to them. Green Bay played them man for man. Green Bay made them and forced them to play, and finally, the last drive, that's how they won the football game. So I'm saying, though, once we get into these other games, we do more of that. The Bears can do that. You don't have to sit in cover 2 all day long. Cover 2 can handle, so-so quarterbacks. When you get against the good ones, it's time to change up a little bit, Ed. You have to go after it. And if you don't, then the same thing's going to happen to you what happened to us in New England.
Is that it?
That's it. We had a great evening tonight, and we want to thank Ed and all of you people for staying.
Yeah.
Coming through
all
the
of
snow.
you people are wonderful.
And all of the callers. And congratulate
Wow.
the Chicago Bears for what they did tonight. We won the division. Gives us hope. And once again, thanks for coming out. And like I said, Total Sports, thank you so much also. We also give our thanks to Herb Lawrence, Dave White, Joe Ostrowski, Adam Harris, Lawrence Holmes, Rich Watt, Randy Popkowski, Brendan McCaffrey. That's
it.
Crack guy.
That's
crack
it.
Producer.
There's nobody better on the planet.
Celebration Limo. That's your guy.
Yes.
Total Sports Bar in Naperville. Les Grobstein.
Oh,
Les
you
Grobstein's
callers,
coming
if
up.
you're still there, hang in there. There's
nobody knows more
folks,
than Les.
You got to take a back seat to him. He's the best, folks.
I would love to get into any kind of game talking about sports and have Les as a partner. This guy knows more sports.
Straight eye behind Jake Cutler, who sticks it in the belly of Matt Forte off the right side to the 20, to the 15, down to the 10, to the 5, goal line, end zone, Matt Forte, touchdown, touchdown Bears. Richardson and Sean Green behind Sanchez, who takes and turns, giving Sean Green sheds a tackle to the goal line of the end zone, touchdown for the New York Jets. Easy. Snap to Jay. Going to throw near side. Pass is picked off. Underthrow it into the end zone. And a touchdown for the New York Jets. That's Dwight Lowry, the safety, coming over. A pick 6 for the Jets, and they've taken the lead on the Bears. Sanchez back in under center from the 3. The handoff to Daniel Tomlinson. Head down to the end zone. Touchdown for the New York Jets. Out of the eye. Cutler takes. Play fake. Going to go out the back door to the right. To the 5. To the 1. To the goal line. To the end zone. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. Cutler from the 40 of the Jets takes, back pedals to throw. Sets. Launching deep inside the 5. Caught. Touchdown. Johnny Knox. Touchdown Bears. 40 yards. Rutherford to punt. He's going to punt it to Devin. Line drive to the 30. Devin the grab. Runs right. Devin cut back to the 40. Breaks a tackle to the 45. To midfield. Right sideline 40. Devin on his feet to the 31-yard line of the New York Jets. Woo! 2 on the play clock. Snap to Cutler from center. Looking right. Now going left. Going to the end zone. Devin Hester. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. He turned around. Drew Coleman and the Bears stick it to the Jets. 25-yard touchdown. They've got the lead. Sanchez takes booting right. Sanchez pumping. Sanchez thrown to the end zone wide open. Santonio Holmes. Touchdown Jets. He got behind Tim Jennings on the pump fake. This will be a 34-yard try. Snap placement made. Kick up by Nick Folk, and the kick is good. The Jets tighten it up. 38-34. Bears have the fourth quarter lead. Here's the snap to Jay, giving to Matt Forte, breaking a tackle out the left side. Forte a first down. Forte inside the Jet 28. Big run for Matt Forte to the 17-yard line of the New York Jets. Olsen is the lead man for Forte. Cutler takes turns giving Matt Forte behind Greg Olsen to the 10, fighting to the 15. Matt Forte close to a Bear first down, and it's Greg Olsen leading the way.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio with Jeff Joniak on the call along with Tom Thayer. That's right. Welcome to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed O'Bradovich and Doug Buffone talking about the Chicago Bears. Our phone number is 312-644-6767. And Chicago Bears 38 and the Jets 34, Eddie.
11-4 with one game to go, pal. Who'd have thunk that it?
I would have never thought of it, trust me. But what a hell of a football game.
Wow.
This was an exciting football game on both sides. And the Bears, I'm telling you right now, today they pulled off a lot of plays, defensively and offensively. But I got to hand it to the dumbest play I saw all day. Had to be Rex Ryan.
No, wait a minute. You stole my thunder.
In the third
That's
quarter.
where I was going. I didn't think you were going to lead. I didn't think you were going to lead with that.
No, I think the thing sticks out so much that you're on your own 40-yard line on fourth down and you're winning and you're going to try to fake a punt.
That would be Doug, that's it. It's impossible to have a thought like that in your mind. First series, the third quarter, you're leading the game, and in the 15th game of the season,
right,
and you're going to pull a trick play.
I would never have thought.
You moron.
Wildest dreams. And I understand about guys being aggressive, but that's not being aggressive. That's being stupid. And not to mention the guy dropped the football, obviously, that had it in the first down. But the thing is, when it's all said and done with, this was an exciting football game. We saw that the quarterback situation with Cutler. I think in the first half, Ed, his quarterback rating was 43.
Right.
Nothing going on. In the third quarter, he comes up with 3 touchdowns. And those 3 touchdowns, I think, basically 2 of them set up by Hester. Hester takes that punt return, takes it back, and all of a sudden, 38 yards, he takes it back, and then 25-yard touchdown to Hester.
And here's the thing, Doug. At the end of the game, Cutler's passing rating was 104.2.
Is that amazing?
104.
I went 43 at the beginning in the first half.
Yeah, right, exactly, and follows up with a 104.2. You know what, Doug, was interesting today, we've been going to the run and pass ratio balance, so to speak. But I think kind of in the middle of the second quarter, they kind of abandoned and went to the passing game. But I'll tell you what, Doug, their defensive line, the Jets, really, they cannot put pressure on anybody. So what they really rely on are the unique blitzes that Rex Ryan and his people come up with, to blitz and get after you and try to upset you and make, have you cause mistakes. But I'll tell you what the Bears did, what they really did smart, Doug, was they went to max protection. A lot of times they'd go with play action, but stay with the max protection, and we'd run corner routes or the straight routes or the fly routes. Very few post patterns I saw deep. As a matter of fact, I don't think I saw one. But where Cutler's been hitting our guys are on the wide outs, on the fly patterns and corner patterns. But we've kept the people in to help our offensive line. We've gone to max protection, Doug, and it worked today. So that's what you saw. When you saw play action, or if there was not play action, when Cutler would make the move, there was still basically max protection. 6 guys, maybe 7 guys. They kept in at a block. We went down deep. We went for the striker. We got a turnover. We get on the field. Instead of the first play being a 3-yard out or whatever have you, we went right for the striker, right for the end zone, and it worked. And that's the things that we should have been doing, Doug, for the last several years. But under Ron Turner's tutelage, we never did that. But I'll tell you what, with Mike Martz, pass protection, because they know they have a problem with protection, especially with blitzing teams. They kept them in. We went deep. We went for the striker. The smart things to do. But getting back to this play by Rex, Doug,
maybe he was worried about that foot problem he had all week. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, with his wife, the feetsies, the footsies. My Lord, how could you in a football game, Doug, you're winning the game 24-17, and you're going to come out the third quarter and say, well, now here, if the series don't go, if we don't get that first down, if we don't convert, we're going to pull the trick play.
Now, wasn't Sanchez the up back?
I believe he was the up back.
I'm not quite sure on that. If he was, then
he was the up back.
How's that going to fool you defensively?
Doug, it's the 15th game of the year, you idiot!
Yeah. But I'll tell you one thing, though. We get back to the Bears and get back to that offense and get back to what Cutler did in that third quarter.
You know what? Hey, Doug, before we do that, you know what it was? It was always our special teams. How about special teams?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm getting to. The special teams right now in that third quarter, Hester not only sets up the punt return 38 yards, he catches a touchdown right after that. Then he comes back and he does a 40-yard kickoff return, and that's when we were talking about the quick hit. He comes right away. Cutler comes right away after that 40-yard return. Johnny Knox, bango. I mean, they're just unbelievable where they've been playing.
First three series, we start off in their territory, and we converted, and we got 6. We didn't settle for 3. Normally, that's what we would have done.
Well, the thing about it is that you talk about the returns by Hester. The fact is that they weren't even kicking to him. We were getting the field position all the first half, third quarter especially.
Manning
we're getting the football 35, 40 yards, and they even called that one back.
Yes.
But I got to tell you, though, that special team is setting up the offense. But I got to hand it to the Bears. Jay Cutler, and this has something maybe to do with the defensive line for the Jets, had plenty of time to throw. And that was that maximum protection. There's no question about that.
When they blitzed, they had max protection in. They couldn't get to them. And that's smart thinking on March's. And absolutely, Doug, because I tell you what, that's the only way that they've been getting a quarterback is blitzing, and we have problems. So what we did, he thought we'd hold him in even with play action, hold the back in, 6, 7 guys, whatever it takes. And our speed guys, Knox, Hester, go downfield, and Jay lay it up. What a way to do it, guys.
And not to mention the fact of the running game. Not to mention what Forte did today. Forte had, a 22-yard touchdown run. Forte had a hell of a run. Now, Greg Olsen made a great block on that one touchdown run. But at the end of the game, too, they needed, 5 or 6. He picks up 8 or 9 for a first down. I think Forte had over 100 yards rushing, and I don't know how many catching, probably around 60 or 70 yards. So he had a hell of a football game. So when you take a look at this, you're saying to yourself, they had plenty of time to throw the football, which he did. Cutler hit the guys he was supposed to hit. The defense came up with big plays, obviously, getting a turnover. And the bad thing we saw was the fact when the Jay Cutler went to throw, and like you said during the course while we were watching the football game, they were on that play. I mean, the Jets knew that play was coming. They doubled up on Bennett, knowing that.
Absolutely.
What they wanted to do.
They jumped all over it.
Anytime Bennett went into the slot, they tried to put, Revis on him because they knew that was going to try to take away. That's where Jay Cutler goes on third down.
And the one thing all game defensively, when you watch the game, it's whenever the Jets bootlegged or if it was a play to the opposite side, we did not have containment on the strong side or the weak side until finally Adonijah
at the end
of the game in the fourth quarter. Somebody finally figured it out that on every play, whether it's strong or weak side, there is containment, okay? And he was there and didn't give Sanchez a chance to get out and make something happen. But it was finally fixed, Doug. But that was gone for almost 3.5 quarters.
The only real bad thing I saw was Tommy Harris. And I saw Tommy Harris, down there especially. He shouldn't be near the goal line at all. But they blew him sideways. I mean, they knocked him right out of the way. And it seems like he's taking himself out of plays. He's standing straight up, Ed. He's not really coming down low. He's not making a move. And when he moves, he takes himself out of the plays. So that's something they got to shore up on a little bit. Now, we didn't hear too much today of Joey Peppers either, by the way. He was out there and he was playing, but we didn't hear his name that much. But when it's all said and done with, that defense came up, played organized, didn't get caught too deep at anything, and they were getting hurt across the middle. They got hurt across the middle. The slants were killing the Bears' defense. Now, I don't know why they don't jump on that earlier, but the fact that, to me, if you're telling me that Sanchez had a bad arm, then wow. I mean, this kid was throwing the football 100 miles an hour. There was nothing wrong with his arm. I think that was a bunch of baloney. But when it's all said and done with, this game was a hell of a football game for the Chicago Bears. It was really a great game to watch, too.
Absolutely.
It was exciting.
It had to be a great game
for
all you people in your cars going home or people in your homes. It was a hell of a game. But I tell you what, offensively again, Doug, the game plan, we never abandoned the run game, though I thought
it came back with
it. And it came back with it, but didn't abandon again, which absolutely, for years and years, play action, and it worked. And the smart move to keep Cutler was the max protection. Now, one other thing, Doug, a lot of times people criticize Cutler, and you've heard it from other quarterbacks about Cutler, his bad footwork.
It's a joke to me, but go ahead.
Well, you know what? Maybe these people that are criticizing him, that are some of these quarterbacks that have played this game, maybe they don't have the ability to Cutler, because I tell you what, I see him throw off his left foot, back of his left foot, his right foot. I see him escape out of the pocket. I see him throwing accuracy 20 yards, 40, 60 yards while he's on the run, whether he's throwing off his back foot, throwing forward, or no matter what he's doing. And I'm going to tell you what, maybe down the road in a few years when he gets a little older, maybe it won't work for him. But this football game is called now. It's today. You win today. The hell with tomorrow. And I'll tell you what, he's got the talent. And Doug, and maybe you can jump in on this. I see him do these things, and you know what he does? Sometimes he makes poor judgment, and I'm not sure. And then all of a sudden, he threw off his back foot. Oh my God, he doesn't have, the wherewithal. He's got to learn the mechanics. You got to throw forward. You got to do this. No, he's got the ability to throw off his back foot, front foot, on the run. He gets it all done, folks.
Yeah, it's called form follows function. And that's the whole deal with this. The idea is this successful what he does? Now,
form follows function?
Absolutely.
I never heard that one before,
that's
Doug.
I learned that in art class. But anyway, I know that what it means is the fact that, to get the job done. Now, I've heard, Steve Young talk about him and Jim Miller talk about him and, his mechanics.
Now, just let me jump in here right now.
They wish
with
they had
Steve
this kid's
Young.
arm.
Steve Young,
right.
They kind of cloud the area when he was the quarterback at Tampa Bay.
Remember that?
He was a stumbling, bumbling. He couldn't hit a bull in 5 yards with a scattergun.
Now, bull in the ass with a banjo, and that's how I put it.
Okay, well, you have your... But I'll tell you what. Yeah, Steve Young criticizing Cutler. Okay, first of all, Cutler's a foot taller than him. All right? How about that for openers?
And here's the other thing. Take a look what Steve Young had in San Francisco. I mean, look at the offensive line he had. Look at the receivers he had. See, here's the thing. These quarterbacks come up and say, well, you know what? You got to step. You got to do this. No, you don't. What you have to do is get the job done. And a lot of times Cutler's in a position he can't do those things. And you saw him throw off the wrong foot, the back foot, or whatever it is, and a completion. There were a couple passes he made today were phenomenal that no quarterback could really make.
Absolutely.
Could not make.
And you know what else is helping him, too, is March finally getting him the hell out of the, in the pocket quarterback mode. Okay, that we seem to be into under all the years of Turner. And with him last year saying, move this kid, get him out of there. Now you see more bootlegs, more sprint outs, and this kid has the ability to do that, and that has helped Jay. That's had to give him a lot of confidence. So, again, what happened today, the number one thing I saw offensively was max protection. Let's not get Cutler killed, fly the ball down the field. I thought that was great, Doug.
No question about it, and I tell you, go back to it, and let's go back to the running game. And that helps the offense so much as far as throwing the football. And Forte was running with authority today. And that, to me, is important, getting those first downs, running for a 22-yard touchdown. Once again, I'll go back to Greg Olson. I got to say, the kid made a hell of a block on that one run. And we're talking about now the protection, like you said, for Cutler was all there. And then they came back, and this is what you've been talking about for many years. He comes back, he rolls him out, moves the pocket to the outside. He hits Bennett for a 24-yarder right down the middle.
Absolutely,
So
Dougie.
you change up all this stuff, and you're talking about 38 points that was put up. Here, if you look at the Jets rarely give up over 10 points. So there was something good there. And now their offense came out. The Jets made some plays there. But the final thing is the Chicago Bears won this football game.
And let me tell you something, folks. When you come out and you get set up in an H backfield or an ace backfield or an I backfield, or you go to no backfield, all wide outs, and you could take Cutler. Now, what happens when they come in? We're talking about the Jets here. I mean, they're a blitzing football team. They're coming with some kind of a blitz, whether it's corner, safety, linebackers, whatever. Okay? But what you do when you move that pocket, coupled with play action, whatever that defense is, you blow it all to hell, folks. You really do. And that's what happens. That's why you saw Bennett open. That's why you see these people open, is the ability to move Cutler out of that pocket.
And that's the key. The key is to give him much and give him time to throw.
You negate the defense that they think is going to work against us. You take it right away from them.
And that, with the running game, sets it up. And in the defense coming back, of course, that one turnover they got, Santonio Holmes, they make him fumble. He fumbles on the 40-yard line of the Jets, and the Bears make him pay. They go in for a touchdown. All these things add up to what we saw today. And today, I'm telling you, this is probably one of the best games I've seen all year.
Yeah, it was fun to watch.
Fun to watch. Wasn't, there were mistakes made yet again. They were trying to put points on the board. We saw both teams. But that Rex Ryan, I thought, was really a stupid play.
Oh, my God. Doug, one more thing before the break. Though, what I saw defensively, which I didn't like and I haven't liked all year, and this is the 15th game, I do not like the play of our inside people on the line.
That has to get better.
I
there's
do
no question about it.
You could point out play after play after play where they got rolled up like you could not believe. That has to improve.
Yeah, there's no question. Tommy Harris doesn't help the project whatsoever.
No.
You're listening to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears at 38. That's right. The Jets 34. We'll be right back. This segment is brought to you by Gerber Collision and Glass. We come highly wrecked. Come in.
Sanchez has the ball in the shotgun. No pressure. Pump fake. Now throwing. Open to Soap. And it's intercepted by Chris Harris. Chris Harris comes over from safety and a sideline throw.
He baited
going
him.
for Holmes, and he picked him up. Fade to black.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio with Jeff Joniak on the call along with Tom Fair. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. He's Ed Obradovich. I'm Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears 38. The Jets 34. And Ed and I look over these stats a little bit. The one thing that is starting to become consistent, we had 25 passing attempts. We had 27 running attempts. So the balance is there. Let's go out to the phone lines, Eddie. Let's go out to unknown, it says, but best of all year. Let's see who this is. Hello.
Hello.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello, is this Doug Noby?
Yes,
you got it.
Hey, this is Mr. Sharp from Oak Lawn.
How you doing, buddy?
Hey, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you.
I'm going to have a celebratory mug of glug for this victory because it was probably one of the best games the Bears played because they came back from not a great first half to come back strong in the second half, and they played hard. And I just want to say, too, also, fellas, that Chester Taylor hasn't had the greatest of years, but he came up with a key first down.
Yes, he did.
I think the Bears are coming together, and, boy, they're just playing great. And good job, guys. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year.
Yeah, Merry Christmas.
Yes.
You're right, Chester Taylor. It seems like when they need someone to do something or somebody to jump in there and to make a play, they're getting it. Again, they had some things go their way. I mean, that one play, I forgot who went up for the ball, but they didn't get it, and it ended up in Johnny Knox's hand. Remember that, Ed?
Oh, absolutely.
They tipped that ball up in the air and goes right back to him. Maybe that's what we're talking about here. Maybe it's, I don't know. I don't want to get crazy here, but a lot of things went our way. A lot of things we earned to go our way. So that's the whole question. Let's go out to great effort.
Hello, great effort. Are you there?
This is Black Physicist.
Oh, okay. Well, we don't have the names there, guys. So
yeah, you got to put the names up here so I know who we're talking to.
Yeah, we're talking to. Go ahead,
okay.
guy.
Hey, hi, fellas. Hopefully your season's been a good one thus far.
Mm-hmm.
And as always, I just wanted to point out the positives and one small negative. Let's first, again, as I stated, Johnny Knox is the Bears' number one wide receiver. Doug, the play you were talking about was that...
I think it was to Olsen, wasn't it?
Right. It was the attempted pass
yes.
in the first quarter to Olsen that bounced off. I mean, aside from the 2 touchdown catches that Johnny Knox had today, I mean, he was instrumental in keeping that play alive. And how many times have you seen him make these fantastic catches like, well, just this past Monday, that shoestring catch, again, in the first quarter against Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
And then, hey, by the way, Doug, you're a baseball man, so does Olsen, besides having that great block during the game, because the ball bounced off of him and the reception was made by Knox, does that count as an assist?
Absolutely. We're going to count everything today. I don't know for sure, but we're going to make it an assist.
Okay.
Now, I don't think so, but I mean...
Okay. Now, defensively, everybody, they're kind of focusing in on Chris Harris, but let's say, let's give the accolades to DJ Moore. I mean, in the first quarter, he caused a fumble. Again, that was instrumental in giving the ball back to the Bears, starting the momentum. And then late in the fourth quarter, he had a stellar defensive play that stopped the Bears' drive and maintained that lead that the Bears nursed. Tim Jennings, he gets an honorable mention. Now, the one negative, Chris Williams. What is he doing playing? I mean,
he had 2 false starts.
It was real crucial in the game, and he makes these 2 false starts to take them out of good field position. Anyway, gentlemen, this is my last call to you guys this year. I'll be talking to you next year. Have a great season. Talk to you later. Bye.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you. You talk about even Jennings now. Jennings dropped the football. Dropped the pass he should have caught. Intercepted. There's no question. Was right in it. See, the Bears are predicated. Their defense is predicated on getting takeaways. That's what they do. They need to get the takeaways. And that's it. When that opportunity does come up, you have to take advantage of that. And well, Jennings didn't at that point in time. He says, so what? Well, they won the football game. But yet again, as we get down more crucial to the games we're going to play, especially when they start meeting more and they get into the playoffs, you need to make those type of plays. There's no question about it. You got to make the interception. And the sacks, I believe we had 2 sacks total
but
for today.
The thing that we've seen, Doug, and is the ability to go back to a balanced attack. But I'll tell you what I've seen more and more each week, which is starting to make me really believe here that this offense can move again, and it can move against anybody. And the ability for them to convert, pretty much on third down, Doug, which they weren't doing, obviously, the first half of the season because there was no commitment to the run game, et cetera. But I'll tell you what, when I see what I've seen now and what we're doing offensively, basically we're not, going back to the 7 and throwing the ball wildly, throwing 60 times a game, 50, 55 times a game, playing smart football, helping out the offensive line, and taking advantage of situations from our special teams. And again, Doug, those special teams and defense has been there basically all year, especially the special teams. Folks, when you can start out, you come out after halftime, and your first 3 possessions, you start out in your enemy territory, that is huge. That's huge stuff. And the ability to convert is big. Now, defensively, starting to worry me a little bit, my friend.
Well, again, too, Evan, when you talk
starts
about
to worry me a little bit because you neutralize 90. We haven't had play from our inside people all year. You neutralize 90. All of a sudden, it's a little different, Doug. It's a little different. And what I'd like to see, obviously, is more help from the rest of the defensive line. But the things that they have done good defensively in the defensive line, Doug, is movement on the defensive line. The ability to switch up with the tackles, the ends and the tackles. And what I saw today, you had Melton line up at left defensive end and Peppers line up at left defensive tackle and came with a Lex change. That was good. I've never seen that before.
Well, I think the fact that, that they did this in the past, not as much. Now they're starting to move around a little bit, Ed, and they're starting to make it more, more effective. And I think that's what they need to do. They just can't sit there and say, hey, hold it. The fact is that we are here and we're just going to line up and we're just going to play, and that's not the way it's supposed to be. There's no question about it. You're listening to Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Al Bradovich and Buffone talking about the Chicago Bears win 38-34 over the Jets. We will be right back. The Good Hands play of the game is brought to you by Allstate. $1 for $1, nobody protects you like Allstate. Are you in good hands?
Cutler from the 40 of the Jets takes back pedals to throw. Sets, launching deep inside the 5, caught, touchdown! Johnny Knox, touchdown Bears, 40 yards!
Welcome back to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Those highlights were courtesy of WBBM Radio with Jeff Joniak on the call. He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win over the Jets. The Bears 38 and the Jets 34. And Ed and I were doing a little talking here in between, and we're kind of concerned maybe about the fact that the Jets almost put up 400 yards against us.
Yeah.
So
Absolutely.
I don't know if you take a look at that, then if you take a look at the takeaways, what the Bears did do, does that compensate for it? But that's a lot of yardage. I mean, close to 400 yards. And the fact, though, the Bear offense came around, obviously the special teams were there. We saw some great plays out there. All said and done with, I'll take it. There's no question about my mind. But, yeah, you certainly don't want to give up more than 400.
Well, who stepped up to the plate basically is the offense.
Sure did. Absolutely.
And again, I cannot. I don't recall. I mean, Doug, since Devin Hester's been here, and there's some people. Manning is a hell of a return artist from the punt or the kickoff. But I'll tell you what, that's incredible to me what the special teams have meant to the Bears this year. They have put this offense in a great position. I mean, game after game after game, Doug. I mean, to come out the second half and your first three starts offensively are in your opponent's territory. That's almost unheard of.
You know, remember the complaint we had a couple of years ago? We kept talking about the offense and the fact that we said, well, how could that possibly be? See, the special teams were doing the same thing. We were getting the ball in the 40 to 45.
But we were scared to death offense. Exactly.
We were scared to score.
Remember, we'd be on the 12-yard line, and, you know, not once did they ever try to go to the end zone. They'd throw their 6-yard out. Hopefully Olsen or somebody would break loose and score a touchdown.
And call Golden to kick the field goal, which today he had, they said 65 in a row, 40 yards and below. And he missed that one today, which I was totally shocked.
Yeah, he threw up a tarnish instead of a goal.
Got to give the kid one because I tell you what, he's doing a hell of a job.
Oh, my Lord.
Let's go out to Doug in Hanover Park. Doug, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys, it's Dubs, not Doug.
Oh, Dubs.
Yeah.
Okay.
First, Merry Christmas, and hopefully you guys have a great New Year's.
Same to you.
My thing is, I cannot. I know we got an interception at the end of the game with the cover 2, but the cover 2 just completely sucks. I don't care what anybody says. It sucks. It's horrible. That's why we gave up 400-something yards. That's why we gave up 31 points. I don't care what anybody says. You get rid of that. We were doing good, and we were doing good when it was snowing. As soon as the sun came out, we started doing bad. But, guys, again, have a great, happy New Year's. Hope you had a great Christmas. And no matter what, I'm always going to be a Bears fan anyway, so go Bears.
Thank you. Hey, Dubs, it's your right to pick. And,
that's right, Dubs.
And say whatever you want. And you know, and we love to hear from you guys and from all you people because more often than not, certainly we agree with you, and there's no question about it. But I don't know.
I'm no fan of the cover 2.
Is there anybody on this planet that thought the Bears, after 15 games, would be 11-4?
Yeah, exactly. Think about it. Think about what's going on here. And I know, trust me, we can throw in here, they played against third-string quarterbacks for fourth time, and injuries were all the way long.
From week to week, it's incredible how it's been going. But guess what? Doug, it's so tough to get there, folks. Get to the Super Bowl and win it. And you think with all the talent you have, we're ready for next year and the year after. And I remember we won the World Championship one year, and we thought we were ready to go back. We had the right people. We had everything going. We had the good coaches. And, boy, we never got back. Look at 85. They had the youngest team in the league. And with some of the most dominating – a guy like Dan Hampton, man, dominated a game from his defense position. And guess what, Doug? One time.
Yeah, one time.
One time.
And with that defense it was outstanding.
It's unbelievable. Best I ever saw.
Yeah, me too.
And so here you are in a situation, come hell or high water, no matter what it is, if God's on your side or not, I'll tell you what.
Hey,
these guys realize it now and go after it because you may not have it next time. May not have it next
You always
year.
told me, you said, well, God loves Lovey. I mean, you've told me this 100 times. Well, let me tell you something, though, Ed.
Okay.
And let me finish.
Yes, I did.
The proof was the start of the third quarter with Rex Ryan.
Can you believe that call?
And you know what?
Is there such a thing as like the 10 dumbest calls in the history of
I'm going to
football?
tell you something. I like being aggressive. I like making changes, doing certain things.
I understand.
You're winning by 7. You're on 40.
The opening series.
The opening series of 30, and you decide you're going to go
and
for it.
And you're going to trick the Bears.
Yeah, right. You're going to trick them. And what were you thinking about their offense then? How much respect do you have for that offense?
Jesus Christ. Folks, I tell you what, I saw that as this guy, as somebody lost their mind. Here's the 3 things the Bears don't have going for them now. Yeah. Okay, here, Doug?
Yeah. Okay. Tell me.
Defense.
Yep.
Slightly faltering lately, but still defense. That got us there. They help.
Right.
Special teams.
Oh, big time.
Okay, I changed my 3rd thing. Okay, it's defense, special teams, and God.
God.
That's on our side.
Let me tell you something. You don't need the first 2 if you got God.
Yes.
Trust me.
God's a Bear fan.
He's a Bear fan.
God's a Bear fan.
But, again, too, certain things happen in these football games. I was saying to myself, how does that work? Just like they called that interference call with that kid down on the 19-yard line.
Oh, my God.
It was 3rd down. And if anything should have been called, it should have been called holding to stop the line.
Absolutely.
They called interference.
They called interference.
They called the first down
there
there.
There was no interference. Just like the opening game, you go against Detroit, they say it wasn't a touchdown.
Yeah.
On any planet, that was a touchdown. But guess what? God loves the Bears.
And we'll take it. Trust me. Let's go out to Frank and Waukegan. Frank, you're on the score. It'll be in Doug.
Merry Christmas, Ed and Doug.
Frank.
Pleasure to talk to you guys all the time.
Thank you, Frank.
You know what I noticed in the game today when Cutler stepped up in the pocket? Their offensive line just broke down from blocking the poor guy. And if he could stay out from stepping up and it'll make him a better quarterback. I'll hang up and listen to you guys.
Yeah, it would. But I'm going to tell you something though, Frank. He got most of the time. He got the protection today, and that was because of what Ed and I were talking about, maximum pro. Every time they wanted to go deep, they maximized their stuff. They kept their 2 guys in, and that's what they did. And so there were a lot of times. In fact, one time, remember, I was screaming at him because I think he made a huge mistake. He had so much time to throw. Remember, he was rolling around, and got sacked about the 2 or 3 yard line. He should have got rid of the football, because that wasn't the line's fault. They held him out for a damn long time. So the protection is getting better. Whether the calls, how they're calling it, if they're going deeper, they're keeping more guys in. If it's a short call or pass, play pass, then of course he gets rid of the football quicker.
One thing again, Frank, what you see offensively, when there's a change now, when you get an interception or whatever it's been, we're coming out now, and they're calling it the perfect time. On the 41-yard line of your opponents, the 35, and basically in that area there. When you get a turnover and you've got the ball, or the special teams give you the ball like that first play, because I know all the years I played defense, when something like that happened, we said, watch for the striker, watch for the play action. They're going in the end zone, and you're aware, and you're waiting for it, and guess what?
It happens.
It still happens.
Right.
We never did that until now. Now we're going for it, and we're making things happen.
And especially when you're in good field position, you have nothing to lose. You go for it, and just like he did when the fumble recovered, when they recovered the fumble, all of a sudden now the next play, they're going deep. They're going into the end zone. They're going to try to put points up. And playing defense like Ed and I played for many years, that's the one thing you always knew was going to happen, but I don't know what it is. Maybe because
it still happens today.
Yeah,
you watch Brady. Anytime that they get a turnover and they're in that position, bang, there it goes.
Take advantage of it. Let's go out to Chip in Glenview. Chip, you're on the score.
Hey, guys.
Hi, Chip.
Hey, Chip. This is tough. Even our victories are gut-wrenching. They just suck the life out of you. I got to nitpick a little bit.
Go ahead, nitpick, Chip.
Go ahead.
I got to nitpick a little bit.
Go ahead.
Julius Peppers, our $1 million a game defensive end.
$1.5 million.
Yeah.
Okay, why is he taking plays off? Why is he on the sideline for 2 plays in a row? If he needs a breather, he knows how to take a play off. It still puts a bug in that quarterback's ear that number 90's on the field. I don't understand that. The other thing is, why is our number 33, our cornerback, still playing? He cannot cover anybody. They talk about the cover 2. He gives into those slant patterns every time. They drill passes. He can't cover anybody. Why is he playing? I just don't understand why Peanut Tillman is starting. Anybody that could not cover that well, I don't care if it's Pop Warner, I don't care if it's college, that player would not be playing.
Well, when you take a look at it, that slant killed them all day today. And I'm not so much, maybe it's Tillman, But once again, too, how they're taught, and I was taught that at cover 2 to always redirect that ball player, the wide receiver, and that means getting up on him and not letting him get the inside. You'll give him the outside, but you won't give him the inside. Why they play differently now? I wouldn't play it that way. My first rule to a cornerback would be don't let the guy get inside you. Period.
Chip,
That's it.
That happens a lot. You watch New England Patriots, Brady to Wes Welker. I'm going to tell you what. Anytime that guy's 7 to 10 yards off their wideouts or off their slot man, you'll see Welker every time. Come inside. Brady hits him every time. If you're going to play it, if you're going to come up 7 yards or 3 yards or whatever you're going to do, if you're going to go back 10, you shade to the inside. So when that ball is snapped and he makes that break, then you're breaking. You're right there, right, hopefully, when that ball gets there. But they don't do it.
No, and also, too, you need more help from your linebackers. You need more help from your linebackers to get back into that zone as quick as they can and make a play on that. And maybe sometimes play that damn play. If that quarterback thinks he can sneak it in, and I've done it a million times.
Well, Doug, isn't that the way it's supposed to be? In other words, if there's a safety blitz, pardon?
They teach differently now. When you and I know exactly what I had to do, where to go with it, and what was going to happen. And that was the one thing that I helped the corner with. I said, look, I'm going to take away the slant. That's exactly what I told him.
That's right.
And I would do that.
It's called communication.
Yeah. You're listening to Suburban Tire Postgame Show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win, 38-34 over the Jets. We'll be right back.
They still got Sanchez in the game, 4th down.
And he snapped it right to him. He's going to roll to the right, throwing on the run. Pass is broken up. They go forward, and Rasheed Davis knocks it away from Brad Smith. Bears are going to get the football at the 40-yard line of the New York Jets.
All right, okay. I'm going to do this.
All right.
Our player of the game, Rex Ryan. That's right. Today's player of the game is brought to you by the Auto Owners Insurance Agent of the Week, Snyder Insurance in Darien, Illinois. Contact Joe Snyder at 630-960-4848 or visit their website at snyderinsurance.com.
Hey, Doug, even though there's one more game to go, we got to make him the player of the year. That's right, Rex Ryan.
Welcome back to the Suburban Tire Postgame Show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Bears 38, Jets 34. To set out to the phone lines, Eddie, let's go out to Mike in Rockford. Mike, you're on the Score.
Hey, guys, how are you?
What's up, Mike?
Listen, I just want to ask you, I'm sitting here watching the Packers beat up on the Giants. As a Bears fan, do you think we should be rooting for Green Bay or Giants? It really doesn't matter, does it?
No. Mike, at this particular time, what you didn't never believe before, you got to believe in the Bears now. And I know these players believe in themselves, and you hear them talking all this past week or couple weeks how much they love Lovey, et cetera, and that's all good stuff, okay? But I don't think it doesn't matter who they play here from here on out. I think they're all thinking about Super Bowl now. I think we're all thinking it could possibly be a reality, and because we've got a lot of luck and again, some of the difference makers and people standing up, still doing it, special teams doing it, Mike. So I don't think.
Let me ask you this. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Doug.
Go ahead.
This is just my imagination. I was watching a game with a friend of mine, and when they're at home at Soldier Field and the turf is in bad shape, their defense doesn't play as well. Did you notice that when they're on fields where the turf is better, the Bears seem to play better? Now, what do you guys think about that? And that kind of scares me for that first round of the playoffs. If they have to host the game, obviously, and they will because they're division winners, doesn't it seem like their defense is not as fast and they don't get the footing? And I'll hang up and listen to what you guys had to say about it. Thanks.
I think you're onto something, Mike, because that's true. When they get on, an artificial surface, their speed, the Bears are built for speed. I mean, that's what they do. They want guys running every direction as fast as they can. And they're better off, obviously, on artificial surface. Now, when it comes to this kind of stuff, and when it comes a little heavier, their feet become a little heavier, they don't move as quick. Yeah. They're not as good as they are on artificial surface. There's no question about
Mike,
that.
And I think what probably maybe you're thinking about, because we really didn't get all over Sanchez today, with our pass rush, and we really haven't had it all. But I tell you, the guy that has been the difference maker and has made Adonijah, look a hell of a lot better, but we still have problems inside. And I think what you saw today is maybe what you're thinking about, because we really didn't get after Sanchez. We really didn't. And I tell you what, they took care pretty much of number 90 out there for 60 minutes. Maybe I think that you might be alluding to, because we didn't get upfield. We really weren't pushing him out of the pocket. We weren't really getting after him and sacking him. And I think if you neutralize 90, it makes us a different kind of a defense, guys.
And I think also, too, and this happened in this football game, we saw a couple games ago where we had inside pressure. We had no inside pressure today. And that's been the problem with the Bears, and coming down to, you need that inside pressure. You know, we can't expect Peppers to do it all. So you need that inside stuff that's going to force that quarterback to step out, and, of course, you'll get nailed by the defensive end.
Remember in the second quarter, you know, we're on our goal line, and if anything, your defensive tackles, I mean, you get your nose to the ground and plow forward and get under that offensive center or guards, and you drive in and hope that people clean it up behind you. Tommy Harris stands up. They drove him back. He was almost airborne going backwards. You know, that is totally unacceptable, folks. I don't care who you are, where you are, what you think, good, bad, or indifferent. You can't play football like this in the National Football League continually and get away with it game after game, especially on the goal line. To get blown out like that, I don't know what the word beyond embarrassing is, but I don't know what it is. But I'll tell you what, you can't play football like that and survive in this league. Not on the goal line.
And especially when he's coming down. He's making like a slant move, and he's moving across.
He's going into the gap low, and that's what he's got to do.
Not low. He went in high.
He went in high.
And they drove him all the way down to the sideline.
They drove him all the way in the end zone.
Absolutely.
Touchdown.
Let's go out to Jason in Bourbonnais. Jason on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, what's going on, guys? What an awesome
Jason.
game, huh?
It was a great game
to watch.
Yeah, there's a lot to talk about. I was kind of going with your last caller there, bringing up the field. I think that has a bigger impact than I think a lot of people realize. I don't know why they let it go. I mean, I didn't play any serious football growing up, but I used to play defensive end, and I don't know how you can pass rush on that stuff. I mean, get down in a 3-point stance, and you're gonna try to explode. And when you got a guy that you paid for like Peppers, some guys are saying, "Where is he?" Well, I don't know how you – I mean, the guy he's nothing but speed. He's a big, giant body that's a bolt of lightning. When you're that big, you go ahead and try to take quick stops and turns and twists when you can't get your footing. And then that's the same problem with the corners, too. I mean, I think the cover it's not a cover two, but the zone that they play a lot of, it works fine. Look at last week when they played in Minnesota. You know, I mean, it's an outdoor field. It was crappy conditions, but they weren't on a terrible field. They were on AstroTurf. So, you know, I don't know why they don't fix that problem.
Well, when you take a look at the field, there's no question it hurts the defense. But let me tell you something. It also hurts the defenses coming and playing against you. And that's an advantage to the Bears' offensive line. You just think about it, what you just said. The fact that defensive ends can't get off the ball, defensive linemen have a hard time getting off the ball, that's a disadvantage to our defense, but it's an advantage to our offense. So you have to adjust to where you're playing. And there's no question in my mind, our team basically, I'll tell you what, I think our team was basically built for, a dome team, for special teams where they're going fast, the speed that they have and the speed that they show on artificial turf. Now, that field, it didn't look that bad on television when you watched it, but then you start to see guys slide all over the place. There's no question about it. That's why a lot of times it favors the cover two, because you don't got to get beat deep. In other words, you're going to have somebody back there who won't slip and slide. We saw the Jets play a lot of man for man. They were real successful in the second quarter. They start to falter there, and they start getting beating deep. And we saw Knox do that. And so a lot of that was guys slipping at the end, if you remember correctly, in the end zone. So, yeah, there's both ways it can work, but if it's going to be a disadvantage to our defense, it's an advantage to our offensive line.
Well, let me tell you something, Jason. If you're a football player and you're making approximately $1.5 million a game, there are no excuses. There are no excuses. Next caller.
Everybody has to play on it.
That's right.
Let's go out to Austin in Rockford. Austin, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
You got it, Austin.
I just wanted to say, being a Bears fan for a long time, there's been so many times where the defense let this kind of game happen, but at the end, we lose. This was one of the great times where it just got stopped. Chris Harris, that great interception, awesome. It made you feel good that we could score 38 points. I know we gave up a lot, but it was great because we got to stop.
Yeah,
and then,
go ahead.
Secondly, this is something I haven't heard brought up, but our special teams are amazing. You watch Devin Hester today, and it brings you feel like it's a video game. I don't care what the footing was. I don't care what he gets breaking things. It's that one point where he pulled the guy's groin because he popped the right way. You know what I feel like? I feel like that our special teams coach has a decision on some level about who gets drafted, because there's no way Devin Hester comes in here if he's just going to be a wide receiver.
Well, you may be right. I mean, I don't know how he got here. A lot of people thought he should have been a defensive back. Some thought he should have been a wide receiver. The next you know, he's returning the football.
Well, no, he was brought in as a specialty guy.
Yeah.
That's basically what he was. That's what he was brought in, or Austin.
The scouting reports wanted him to say that his kid could be a defensive back or a wide receiver.
And if anything came of it, offensively or defensively, counted as a bonus. But that's really why they brought him in, or punts and kickoffs. That's why. And again, anything else, it was a bonus.
And it's been a successful bonus for the Chicago Bears. I mean, he's contributed. He's not the first line, wide receiver, but you saw him catch a touchdown today.
Since that kid has been here, you go back to the Super Bowl year. In 05.
Well, he's done everything.
Well, the reason why we were there, but that kid gave us field position. It was unbelievable.
And today is the reason why I think basically we won, Ed, because of field position from that kid.
There's no question about that. And Cutler being able to handle it and convert, and we didn't give up on the running game.
He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score. Sports Radio 670. Our phone number 312-644-6767. This is the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score. We'll be right back.
Were victorious over Rex Ryan's Jets. Keep it here as our post-game coverage continues. And don't miss Mully and Hanley starting at 5 a.m. when they kick off Bears Monday on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's sports station.
Illinois' #1 volume Honda dealer is Schaumburg Honda Automobiles. More than 1,500 Hondas available during Happy Honda Days. 0.9 APR for 60 months on Accords now. Bob Rohrman, Schaumburg Honda Automobiles. SchaumburgHondaAutos.com. Think about a pre-owned luxury car. Built by Mercedes, backed by Motorworks. And now open in Wheaton, Motorworks certified sales and service outlet. Hey, is your busy schedule keeping you from watching your favorite shows? Well, now...
Driving the Game is brought to you by Arlington Heights Ford, #1 in what matters most.
From his 36, he goes back to throw. Cutler looking wide open. Forte's got it, 45 to midfield. Forte to the 40 of the Jets. Nobody covered Matt Forte. Dwight Lowry saved a touchdown for the Jets. Jets are blitzing. Cutler throwing. Lofts it. Down the left sideline. Leading Forte to the 5. To the 1. They'll call it the 2. Beautiful throw, led by Forte, 24 yards. Out of the eye, Cutler takes, play fake. Got to go out the back door to the right, to the 5, to the 1, to the goal line, to the end zone. Touchdown! Touchdown Bears!
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio with Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670, Obradovich on the phone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win 38-34.
Yeah, Doug, I just want to give a little shout out to the people at Sleep Solutions. I've got sleep apnea, and since I've gone to these people, Dan and Joe, the owners, these people at Sleep Solutions, my God, have they been a help. They've been a lifesaver to me. And Errol Johnson, the tech that takes care of me, Doug. If any of you guys have a problem with that sleep apnea,
I got a problem with it.
I mean,
I don't sleep whatsoever.
Well, Doug, you got to go.
I always think
told them about you.
Did you?
And and Dan and Joe, they want to see you there, especially Earl, and they'll take care of you.
See, I always think when I think of that, I think of some guy wrapped up in a space helmet, and he's laying there. It's not that way.
There's a little teeny weeny mask that goes right in your nostrils, Doug, and it's really been. These guys have been great.
I'm going to give them a call, Eddie.
Do that.
Let's go out to Aaron in Arizona. Aaron, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Arizona Jack, how you doing?
What's up, Jack?
Oh, man, a great game. But, before I say what I want to say, I want to thank my son for giving me for a Christmas present a Greg Olsen authentic jersey with his signature.
Oh, that's
his
nice.
brother-in-law knows Greg Olsen real well. So I got that. Now, second thing is I want to find out about the playoff situation. Now, the Bears won today, and if the Vikings lose, if the Vikings win Tuesday, are they in? as far as the seed.
Well, Philadelphia, has to beat. I think win their last two. I think that's how it goes. Or they got to go 2-0. Right? Yeah. And so we're not expecting Minnesota to win that Philadelphia game, and I don't know who Philadelphia's game is, the last one of the year. I don't know that.
Green Bay's game?
Well, Green Bay too. They're fighting to be a playoff. This could come down to where the Bears, if something happens, they could play Green Bay or the Giants in their first playoff game. So we got to find out what happens. And the Giants play this afternoon. We know that Philadelphia's been postponed to what, till Tuesday? They're playing Minnesota, kind of that blizzard they had out there. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens there. But I think Philadelphia has to go 2-0. Everybody's fighting for that number 2 seed.
Right.
They want to
go on.
They want to get the number 2 seed because that gives them a bye, obviously, in the first week. And that makes it kind of neat. If not, the worst scenario is that they still get the home field game, but it'll be the first week of the playoffs and not the bye.
Well, I tell you, I'm really happy today. It makes my day. I can't wait to get to work tomorrow with a big smile on my face. I had some personal bets.
Well, you won, Jack.
All right. Thank you very much. Go Bears.
Thanks for listening, Aaron.
Let's go out to Tom in his car. Tom, you're on the score.
Tommy.
Oh, Big Doug and OB, how are you?
What's up, Tommy?
He's kind of got around to what I was asking. What's our best bet when we get into the playoffs? Are we looking for the New York Giants? Are we looking for the Philadelphia Eagles? We vice versa them. We beat the Eagles. We lost to the Giants. Who do we want to see?
I got to tell you, I don't know the answer to that. I mean, at first I thought maybe it'd be the Packers. You want to take on the Packers, but do you really want to do that? How about the Giants who slammed us to the ground? Now, I don't know what's happening right now between the Packers and the Giants. I don't know anything that's going on there. And we did hold Michael Vick. There's no question we played them strong. I don't know who the hell you would want to play. But I do know this, that you would certainly like to have that bye week and then go into that second week, in the playoff game and play here at Soldier Field. So I don't think they should be counting on any one team or hoping for any one team. They've played all these teams. And whoever the team is going to be, they're going to have to be at their best to win that football game in the playoffs.
Yeah, well, the one thing we do know, Tom, you're down to just a few teams that we know are going to play. And how it plays out later today
It'll be New Orleans,
and tomorrow. And, yeah, it could be. But I'll tell you what, I don't think the Bears, from what I've seen this year and what the heck's been going on there, I don't think they have to be scared of anybody.
Well, the thing is, like you said, you played most of the teams, the top teams. You played the top team, New England. And you got murdered, but you did play the top team. You played Green Bay when they were at top, and when you beat them at the beginning. And Dallas at the beginning when they were supposed to be better, and you beat them. And so, yeah, there's situations out there where right now I just saw on the screen the Giants and the Packers are tied at 14. And you know what the Giants did to us? They ruined us. There was no question about that. So, again, too, I just think you shoot for that bye week. Try to get that. And in the worst scenario, then you play the first game of the playoffs, you play it at Soldier Field.
The worst damn thing that could happen if Fluffy starts this resting stuff.
I don't think he'll ever do that.
Oh, he should have learned his lesson.
Yeah, I don't think that'll ever happen. Let's go out to Zen in Titusville, Pennsylvania. Zen, you're on the score.
Hey, how you guys doing? Happy holidays.
Same to you, Zen.
Hey, I was just wondering if you think we can expect the 35, 40 points in the games in the playoffs. Do you think the offense could finally carry us if needed? And also, do you think Chris Harris has solidified in mediocre to average secondary?
Yeah, Harris has really come on. The kid can stick. We know that. We knew that coming up. But the concern is the speed. Is concerned of him, being able to cover it back there, especially on that cover two, and that's what they're concerned about. Again, too, like I said, the guys play a lot faster on artificial turf than they do on natural turf. But Chris Harris has come a long way. I thought he played very well so far. And not making the mistakes, making the interceptions, and making some pretty damn good tackles, too, by the way. So, again, too, I just think that scoring 38 or 40 points, I don't think that's going to happen in the playoffs. I don't think that's going to be in the deal. Let's go out to Ben in his car. Ben, you're on the score.
Hey, fellas, we're on our way home from Soldier Field, obviously with a victory. We got to wait till Tuesday to see what the Eagles are going to do. But, Danny, I guarantee it that we're going to have a victory celebration for the number 2 seed, okay?
How do you figure?
Well, I'm going to figure that because that Philadelphia, we already beat them. You know what I mean? That's just bottom line. We already beat them. I don't think they're going to get it past what they have to do. But today it's kind of disappointing. And the only thing is that the one little tiny itty-bitty thing that's disappointing is Jay Cutler throwing that pick that was returned for a touchdown, and he's got to, I don't know if it's Smarts who's got to say it, if Lovey's got to go slap him in the face. I don't know what it is, but I was sitting in Section 150 for the past 13 years, okay? My grandfather has season tickets for the vice president of Union Morrison Construction Company, and I've never seen a quarterback for the Chicago Bears throw right in the arms of the defense, okay? And now on top of that, we give the love to the Bears defense for stepping in and up, okay, being a 12th man and stopping what we had to stop and getting the victory in this game. We're going to get the 2 seeds, okay? Who are we going to face, Eddie? Who are we going to face, Danny?
Well, here, Ben, stop yourself and pull up your shorts a little bit and relax here. First of all, you start on Cutler about throwing an interception. You ever see Manning throw interceptions? You ever see him do that? How about this kid comes back, Cutler comes back in the third quarter and throws 3 touchdown passes. How about he had a quarterback rating of 104?
He started out the first quarter's rating was his first quarter's rating was 9. Then he finished the half at 43 point whatever. Right. And he finishes the game at 104.2. Yeah, so
it's why it's called 4 quarters, Ben. You play 4 quarters. 1 quarter don't count. They all 4 count, and all put together, and they're compiled, and they find out who the winner is. I just think you guys are just being a little too hard on Cutler myself. You're listening to Score Sports Radio 670.
Like we haven't?
Yeah. No, when they deserve it.
Oh, absolutely. I know that.
You know? Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score. Obradovich and phone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears 38. The Jets 34.
11-4.
We'll be right back.
Has the ball in the shotgun. No pressure. Pump fake. Now throwing. Open to Soltz. And it's intercepted by Chris Harris. Chris Harris comes over from safety and a sideline throw.
He baited
going
him.
for Holmes, and he picked him up. Fade to black.
That highlight, courtesy of WBBM Radio with Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and phone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. It's Chicago Bears 38. The New York Jets 34. And right now, Eddie, let's go back out to Lawrence Holmes in Soldier Field. Lawrence.
Hello, man.
What a great day, huh, Lawrence?
Lorenzo.
You know, guys, it didn't look like it was going to be a great day.
No, it didn't start out that way.
6-6 from Cutler, and they go up 21-10, and you're thinking, man, this is the Patriots game all over again. I don't know what you guys thought, but I thought the most significant play in this game was Rasheed Davis coming up big on that idiotic 4th and 3 call by the Jets.
That was our biggest play of the day. We said, how could he be so stupid?
Hey, Lawrence,
Rex Ryan doing
our
that.
Player of the game
was Rex Ryan. Lawrence, I'm sure everybody must have been dumbfounded when this thing happened. I mean, he's on his own 40. They're winning by 7, and you're going to do a fake punt?
At your first series, and you're going to pull the old trick and deceit play, and it blows up in your face.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
They didn't check the history of Rasheed Davis, who came to the Bears as a defensive back.
Right.
So he was totally ready for that play, and he saw the personnel grouping move over to his side. And he knew exactly what was going on. They ordinarily run that play with Brad Smith under center. But when he saw Sanchez out there, he knew exactly what they were trying to do.
Hey, Lawrence, and you're going to try to trick the best special teams unit in the league? Are you kidding me? Oh, God.
And OB, here's the best part about that. For the whole game, they decide they're not going to kick to Devin Hester.
Right.
And then the possession after the botched, 4th and 3 play, they kick to Devin Hester. And he comes up with a 38-yard return that puts the Bears in business.
Lawrence, henceforth, Rex is our player of the game. Henceforth, my friend.
Hey, Lawrence, I tell you, if you really take a look at it, we saw some great play by Cutler. We saw some great running by Forte. Some big plays defensively.
The key was, Doug, and Lawrence, they didn't abandon the running game.
Right. And the thing that's really, if you take a look at it, is the catalyst for this football team, especially our offense, is Hester. You take a look at the punt return to 38 yards. You take a look at the kickoff return. Both of those times they were set up for touchdowns. And not to mention the fact that when they didn't kick to them, we had field position all day long. Great field position. This kid is such a catalyst to this football team. It's just unbelievable.
The fear that he puts into other teams. And it's back. You know, for a while there was about a 12-month stretch with Devin Hester when he was playing where he wasn't the guy anymore, and teams weren't afraid to kick to him. And now that he's back, focusing a little bit more on special teams than what he's doing offensively, and he came up with a big play today, you know, offensively too. You can see the fear in teams' eyes. Look at the starting position. I got the starting position right here for you guys. The 40, the 48, you know, the 36, the 41, the 40, the 43. That's all a byproduct of what Devin Hester has done in his career, and that he is on every special teams coach's radar.
That's unbelievable. That is unbelievable that you can give it to this offense, which the offense took advantage of it. That's the other thing.
Here's the difference, Doug and Lawrence. If we'd have had Ron Turner here with his philosophy, because we've had the field position since 2005 with these special teams unit with Tobe. And I'm going to tell you what, but we didn't go for the striker. We didn't go when we were on their 41-yard line, their 35-yard line. Our offense didn't come on the field and try to pump six, shove it right down their throat. This guy, we're doing it. We're taking advantage of the situation.
No doubt, OB, and they've got the quarterback to do it. You know, Cutler, he loves those opportunities. You know, ever since he's been here, I remember him doing it in a practice where one of the guys on the defense was chirping before he even knew who everyone was, and he went back to the offensive line and he said, "Who is that guy?" And they told him, he said, "We're going right at that guy on the next play."
Well, you know, it's amazing, too, when you take a look at this offense. What Cutler, the first half was 43 quarterback rating, and Ed said the first quarter he was a 9 rating. He ended up with 104. He ended up with 3 touchdowns in that third quarter. But once again, too, all the stuff that had come together, I thought that Forte had a hell of a football game today.
He's had an unbelievable year, too, Doug. And when we look back on it, you know, it makes you wonder why they felt like they needed to bring in Chester Taylor. And if that worked as motivation for Matt Forte, then fine. He's got that year average above 4 yards a carry. He's making big plays, and everyone knew that he can make big plays in the passing game. And now he's making them in the run game. But I want to give some love to the receivers today. Johnny Knox and Devin Hester went up against the best corner tandem in the NFL in Cromartie and Revis, and they came up with 3 touchdowns, you know, between them. So, I mean, that shows you that they can make plays. Johnny Knox, I believe, is knocking on the door of 1,000 yards for the season. And to see the back shoulder throw to Devin Hester, I thought was a beautiful thing to watch. To see him adjust as the ball is in the air and come up with the ball.
You know, real quickly, the other thing, too, though, Cutler had time to throw. Now, they were max protecting quite a bit, but he had time to throw. There were time for him to get that football down the field. But we can be getting calls about the field itself. We know this field is not an advantage to our defense because we're so fast. You know, artificial turf probably would be better, but I don't imagine the reverse works, too. It helps our offensive line that defensive linemen can't get after us because one thing for sure, the New York Jets still don't have a defensive line that's going to get after the quarterback.
No, they don't get after anybody.
And their team, that ordinarily they go blitz crazy,
right.
and they weren't able to really do a lot of that today. They didn't feel as comfortable leaving Cromartie and Revis out on islands today. There was some over the top safety help on it. They didn't do a lot of empties or anything like that.
Lawrence, when we did when we play action, we did a lot of max protection. In other words, we went not only to 5 regular people, we went 6, sometimes 7, and that's when we had maximum protection ready for their blitzes.
They did, and the offensive line did a nice job. The only thing that I walk away from this game a little bit concerned about is the fact that the last month, the defense hasn't looked quite sharp.
Nope.
You know, you had the first half against Detroit, the entire, problem with the Patriots in that entire game. And then in this game, you had some issues too. So that's something that I know that they want to get cleaned up. I know Urlacher, Briggs, Peppers, those guys are not happy about the way that they're playing going into the playoffs.
Yeah, the name you mentioned, Peppers, we hardly heard anything about him during the course of the football game.
Yeah, they did a nice job protecting. That's a big physical offensive line that the Jets have, but you'd like to see him show up in some of these situations. He just got blocked today, and the Bears' defensive line as a whole, I think, has been playing pretty well. You're getting contributions from guys like Henry Melton and Corey Wooten when he's in there, but today they didn't get the pressure that you needed. There were plenty of times where you saw Sanchez just sitting back there doing whatever he wanted, and the Jets did a lot of nice stuff on misdirection, too. Bootlegs, they were doing play action, the stuff that they were doing with end rounds, bringing in Brad Smith, and the Bears better be ready for that because more teams are going to try and do that against them if they feel that that's a weakness.
How'd the health come out? I saw Bennett limping off the field. Everybody else pretty well okay?
Yeah, everyone's okay. Bennett, he's had an ankle problem for the last couple of weeks. He went and got it retaped, so he should be good to go against the Packers. And depending on what happens in their game, that game could be moved to a night game next week. It could be the game of the week next week, depending on what happens with Green Bay. If they lose this afternoon, they're eliminated from the playoffs. But health-wise, they got Pisatino Isamoa back. He didn't play a bunch of series, but he just wanted to kind of get back into the rhythm of it because they're going to need him. Nick Roach has done a nice job in his stead, but they're going to need Pisatino Isamoa in the playoffs.
Thanks a lot, Lawrence.
All
right, guys. Thank you.
Happy New Year, Lawrence.
So Lawrence Holmes, our guy down at Soldier Field.
We got time to go to Tim.
Let's go out to Tim in Frankfurt. I think we do. Tim, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays,
Same to you, Tim.
Hey, I just want to, give kudos to the defense. Doug, you said it brilliantly. It's a 4-quarter game, and they had a bad quarter, but they only gave up 10 points in the second half. So kudos to that. I thought they colored Miss Bennett today, especially when they were in bad field position for some of those quick hits where Bennett kind of knows where to be and where Cutler wants. And I'm glad I followed the last call because I just want to say something about Jay Cutler, who I love. I won't say the name of the show because I know you guys don't like people show bashing, but a guy called from Colorado to one of the shows on the score about 2 weeks ago, and he got cut off because he got a little belligerent. But what he was trying to say was that he was really hurt because Denver let Cutler go. I mean, he said he was a long-time Denver fan, and he had to deal with Brian Greasy and Bubby Brister and all these losers after Elway, and here they get this great future guy in Cutler, and they lose him. And before he went into his rant, he was saying, you guys in Chicago wouldn't know a quarterback if you saw him. And in some ways, he was kind of right. Because when I listen to
I'd say so.
Because I hate that he got belligerent and got cut off because I like what he was trying to say. We've been used to so much bad and so much average. We don't know a good thing when we see it. We got a guy here. I mean, the guy is he's so talented. He's so gifted physically, and I don't care if he throws off of his head. He can do things that a lot of these analysts can't do. I mean, I even heard Trent Dilfer saying when he was criticizing him, he was like, I'll admit, the reason I criticize him is because I didn't have the physical tools he has, but the guy is so gifted, and I think sometimes we just don't know how blessed we are to get to see this young guy mature and grow. So thanks for taking my call, and thanks for not wasting a segment of the show talking about his jerk face or how he looks on the sideline. Thank you guys for that. Thanks for keeping it real, as the youngsters say. So thanks.
You're welcome. I mean, we could care less what he looks like. I look at, again, too, what's the results? And you take a look at Cutler, and Ed and I played against a lot of quarterbacks, a lot of great quarterbacks. The one thing is talent. And when you have a certain talent, and like you said, and I agree with you 100%, I don't give a damn if he throws off the top of his head and he's doing spins. It could care less about that. Could care less about what they call so-called mechanics. The idea is to get the football into the other guy's hand. Throw him the football. And I think he can do that. I think he needs guidance. I think he needs to get better. There's no question about that. If you can harness that talent that kid has, he's going to be around a long, long time.
The fact of the matter, Tim, this kid can do everything.
That's
in
right.
that position.
Look at him run. You're in for a touchdown.
He's 225 physically, can move. He's got the smarts. Sometimes he doesn't make the best decisions. But I'll tell you what, you can move him strong, weak. You can do a lot of things. He's an accurate passer. And finally, under this system here now, we finally figured it out. They're doing the things that go to his strength, and that's a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, how you're to judge a guy because his shoulders are sloping a little bit and maybe he has a smirky smile or he looks different or whatever, and you're going to judge a ball player like that? Come on.
You know what?
Real.
If there's a ball player, you talk about some of these other guys you hear in some of the shows, Doug, and criticizing, and fine. Everybody, if you want to criticize, however you do it. But I'll tell you what, if you played this game and you criticize somebody, you better have played this game for a long time before you start blowing your mouth off.
Let's go out to Gary and Roselle. Gary on the score with OB and Doug.
Happy holidays, gentlemen.
Happy holidays.
Hey, you're right about OB with the special teams being the best in football.
Oh, my God.
I agree with you on that one. The Bears, I know they gave up the 31 points and 7 of them was on a pick six, but for the most part, they're getting better every week since the Buffalo game up in Canada. They're gelling as a group, and the thing about this game here that I was impressed with was that they're making plays in the clutch situations that they need to make, and they're coming through. And I can't, that's the thing that they're going to need to go far in the playoffs. If they can continue to keep making the plays in those clutch situations, who knows what they can do. But I'm very pleased with what's going on right now with the Bears.
I agree with you. And you talk about the clutch situations. First of all, you always talk about the Bears. If somebody gets on top of the Bears and they get behind, there's no way we can win. Well, I'm not so much that's true anymore, Ed. Because it looks like now we got an opportunity. We can strike back. We can come back with some points.
Well, I could understand that. I could understand why people would say that because when we got down, it was next to impossible. It was pretty much over.
But the last couple of games, it's been getting to the point where, like you said, certain situations. Now, call it luck, call it what you want to call it. They're coming up with big plays to put points up on the board. Again, Hester is a big part of this.
Doug,
Hester's pushed this football club tremendously, the offense.
You know what? The things that's happened to the Bears, in my lifetime in football, I've tried to think about this. It is absolutely from week to week. It's incredible.
Yeah, it is.
The opponents, what happens to the opponents the week before the Bears play them. But having said that, we're winning. Now, having said that again, and we were losing, then that's a whole nother story too. But we're winning them.
And we're taking advantage of somebody else making mistakes. I think that's the other thing, too, that we're looking at. Let's go out to John in the South Side. John on the score with OB and Doug.
Happy holidays, guys.
Happy
holidays,
New
John.
Year to you, John.
I am so proud to be married to the Bears for almost 37 years. And throughout the good and the bad, today I will stand and talk to you on the phone and tell you, Lovie Smith, I apologize. Tom Landry didn't have to throw a rant and rave to get his point across. Just because Lovie holds his demeanor the way he does, he's doing his job. The offensive line is doing their job. I am so happy to see that things are changing when you sit there and you watch Cutler 4, 5, maybe almost 7 seconds be able to sit there and not be laid out on the ground. It's just a proud day to be a Bears fan, and it's also a good day to call and not have to hear you guys get your blood pressure all up and be excited about Bears football. And I'd like to hear your comments, guys.
Yeah, there's no question. And I think with Lovie Smith, and I think you brought up something really important. The fact is, we were all over him. I was all over him. Ed was all over him about certain things we didn't like, certain things that happened.
Rightfully so.
Rightly so, yeah. But they changed. After the bye week, they changed who they were and who they thought they were going to be. And they adjusted, and they pushed, and they turned, and they took the defense, they took the offense. They changed. They won 11 football games. Should he not get credit for those games? Of course he should. You talked about the percentage of winning. He's right up there. And he deserves, at this point in time, he deserves a contract because of what he did and what would happen with the football team that he had. I gave no chance for that offensive line. But again, too, they switched it around. They turned it around.
They've turned it around. They've gone to Max. They've done a lot of things there. But I tell you, John, when you're talking about Lovie Smith not changing, we after the bye week, there were changes.
Major.
Believe me, and in his Lovie's world, those are massive changes because he doesn't. Now, I'll tell you the other time there was a change. 2-3 weeks ago, whatever it was, we're playing Detroit, up in Detroit. And I told Doug when they come out, I said, something's going to happen here at halftime. Remember that, Doug?
Mm-hmm.
I said, somebody's going to get up and somebody's going to start ripping into somebody at halftime. And lo and behold, it did happen. And who was it? It was Lovie Smith. Because the players all said after the game, John, that is something they've never seen from him before. So at least he had the wherewithal to step it up and make something happen when something maybe should have been doing long before. But the fact of the matter is he did step it up. And we did win that football game.
No question. And he also won the division. I mean, already, just with 2 games left, they have won the division. Now they're fighting for a higher seed. So somewhere along the line, somebody's doing something right. That's all I can say.
Mike Tice. if you were to Doug me right now and ask me, and even the listeners out there that we're going to go to, if you were to tell me what coach has been the most influential on this team on either side of the ball, my vote is Mike Tice.
Well, that's a good vote.
That's my vote.
Because they could have changed that offensive line around, which he did.
There was an offensive line that they could have played for the Sheboygan Red Raiders.
No.
They wouldn't have made the team.
But again, too, then it was the philosophy, and we could second guess
He kept changing and changing, Doug, and under Lovey's things, you don't change. But he was moving tackles to guards to tackles, praying to God, and doing every other thing that something's going to work.
I agree with that. But somebody, and it may be Angelo, somebody said, this is not who we are.
Let's not bring that guy into this conversation.
I'm going to tell you something, though, Ed, and I heard him prior to all this happening, and I got to give credit where credit's due. He said it. We are not this team, meaning the Mike Martz team. We are this. We have to change. And they did change. He said, even if you don't like it. Now, that's something he did say prior to
what else could he say?
Well, that was it. They had to change. They had to make the move.
He's made 58 moves that were negative.
Exactly. And this one was right. Whether it was Martz, whether it was Lovey, whether it was
Mike Tice. My bet, when they went into a meeting, Doug, in that offseason, in a bye week.
Yeah.
Okay? And I'm sure everybody had their say. I would tend to believe that everybody had to say something. And I believe Mike says, listen, we've been doing it, Mike Tice, not working. Give me a chance. Let's run this football, and let's see if we can get that going and go to play action.
Whoever it was, that's Mike Tice.
My money's on Mike Tice.
You put your money on him, but they were correct. Again today, I think they ran the football, 25 times, and they threw 23.
Past 27 and ran 25. Yes.
And so you see that balance that we never had. What was the first 3 games? It was almost like 70% passing.
Oh, Doug, we were passing 50 times, 40-some, 50
right. It was
times.
ridiculous.
We were running the ball 8 times, 6 times, 10 times, 11.
We thought we were the circus act with Mike Martz with St. Louis. And that's the way it wasn't, So.
Well, you know what? Maybe because we had the other head coaches in there, and they got beat up, too, along their way. Maybe they said, this bye week, let's have a little meeting of the minds here, and let's this isn't working, guys.
And absolutely. And I think that's where they sat down and said, look, what can work for us for what we have? And they did it so far. So, let's just jump on the bandwagon.
But real quickly, I think it's Mike Tice. Who do you say?
I believe it was Lovey Smith himself. I just think Lovey was what he always says. When you get off the bus, we get off us running. I think he saw that. He understood that he wanted his defense to get takeaways. He wanted to control the clock. But again, too,
all right.
Who knows? I don't know. But I'll tell you this right now. That what they got going right now with those coaches, if they stay together, this team does well this year, there could be something really down the road.
There's obvious that they're believing in themselves.
Oh, absolutely.
You know what I mean?
And
I'll tell you,
counts.
they've circled the wagons,
right?
And they're believing and they're making things happen. So see how it goes.
And that's the big difference is to believe in yourself when you start playing these games.
This attitude is so big, and even in life, Doug. I don't care what business you're in or where you go. If you're a salespeople or if you're a tech or whatever, it's all about attitude. It really comes down to about attitude. Can I or can't I? That's really what it is.
He's O'Bradovich on the phone on the Score. Sports Radio 670, the Suburban Tire postgame show. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. All excited about the Chicago Bears 38, the Jets 34. We'll be right back.
When you have 2 10-4 teams playing late in the season, playoff bursts and different things like that on the line, you expect a game like that. Just a, great football game for the fans to see.
Started off, we had that first drive, got down there, and then got a little confusing up there. They show a lot of different crazy looks and stuff. So once I settled down and got a good feel from them, the offensive line played exceptional. All game long, gave us a lot of time, and receivers made some plays for us.
It's important to get this win just to, as far as the postseason. It's important to win out. This is our last regular season home game. Give the Chicago fans something to cheer about.
That was Lovey Smith talking, also along with Jay Cutler and Lance Briggs. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670, O'Bradovich and Buffon. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Bears 38, the Jets 34. Let's go out to Robert on the south side. Robert, you're on the Score with O.B. and Doug.
Hey, how you guys doing there today?
What's up,
Robert?
Yes, I just got 3 things I got to say, and I'm going to hang up quickly.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, I thought that if anybody would have told me that it was going to be a 38-34 game win the day by the Bears, I told them that was crazy.
Yeah, I hear you.
Second of all, when the Bears went down 21-10, first thing popped in my mind, which probably popped in everybody else's mind, here we go. We're going to get embarrassed again on TV. You know, I didn't think they were going to come back. Another thing, they need to just ball up that cover 2 defense and just throw it in the trash, because that's what it is. It's trash. And I just want to tell you, gentlemen, happy holidays, and thanks for taking my call.
Well, thanks, Robert.
Happy New Year to you, Robert.
Happy New Year. Now, some of your points are well taken. This cover 2 has been a big question for a long time. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Depends on your offense, depends on your defensive line. A lot of situations. But today they made some plays, and the last play was off a cover 2. And that was an interception by Chris Harris. Let's go out to Eric in Crown Point. Eric on the score with OB and Doug.
Tim and Doug, what's going on?
All right, Eric.
Hey, I just want to talk about special teams, and no one actually pinpointed, like, the center, the direct snap for our Chicago Bears. What's his name?
Manley.
Whatever his name is, a lot of people don't know. When we were pinpointed way back within our 10, he got the ball off, and Maynard only missed one punt. He barely got it off, but the main punt was in the fourth quarter when he pinpointed him way down in, like, the 30-yard line. That was, like, I think a difference in this game, because we rely on our offense, but we never really had an offense. But come of late, Lovie Smith just kind of just threw the dagger today with Cutler. He kind of surprised me. But I really do think that our special teams is probably, may I quote, the sickest in the NFL. Am I right?
What do you mean by sickest?
They're untouchable. I mean, you can't kick the Hester. You can't kick the Hester. They're going to kick him to the 40-yard line. Mm-hmm. What NFL team is going to go to the playoffs and not kick to a person and say, okay, we're going to give up a 40-yard line?
Well, that's correct. And the fact that if you listened, we were talking about not only the returns that Hester had from the punt and the kickoff returns, which turned into touchdowns, by the way. It was field position during the course of the whole football game, where they got the football on account of they didn't want to kick to Hester. So they kicked up close, they kicked up short. In fact, Lovey was pretty smart, or Tobe was pretty smart. He put Manning up there on the front line so that if he did kick short, somebody up there could grab the football and run with it. But that's been a big part of the Bears. That has been the special teams, and Hester certainly has been one of the biggest. Let's go out to Tom in the Crystal Lake. Tom, you're on the score.
Hello, how you guys doing?
All right, Tommy.
Great show. I wanted to comment, kind of a shout-out, and I just want to make a comment, and I'll be off. I wanted to, I don't know how many games, I was trying to figure out how many games he's really looked good in, but Chris Harris on the defense, he's really stepped up to the plate.
He has. And not only his tackling, which he's done very well all the time, but also his coverage. Because the thing to worry about Chris Harris is his speed, but today you saw him make a big play, and he's been playing well. So let's hope they keep it up, Ed. Got to keep going, like next week, Green Bay, and if they could play something like this today, it should be a hell of a football game.
It just falls back to the old philosophy, which will never, ever change, whether you're winning only one game at a time. And that's the only way you can look at it. You can't look past, you can't look behind. What was, and you got to get ready for next week, come hell or high water. And I'm going to tell you something, the belief that these young kids have in themselves right now, it's obviously it's shown, because whoever falls down, somebody's there to pick them up, Doug.
Ed, we give our thanks to Dave White, Chris Tannehill, Adam Harris, Connor McKnight, Lawrence Holmes, and our intern, David Lewis. And happy holidays to all of you out there, and especially the ones that called in and all our listeners. And up next, Jason Goff. That's right. Jason Goff will take you to 8 o'clock, then Connor McKnight will be on. So they'll talk to you about the game, talk to you about what's going on in football, and it should be a hell of a conversation with these two guys.
A prosperous and a healthy new year to all of you fans and all you people out there in the Chicagoland area and Great Bear fans. And again, Happy New Year, everybody.
Good night, everybody. We'll see you next week after the Green Bay game.
Cutler under center on 3rd and 8 for the Packer 36. Blitz is on. Cutler to throw. Being chased by a Hawk, and he's swallowed up. Green Bay's Jarius Wynn sacks Jay Cutler back inside. Outside the 45-yard line, it's 2nd and 9. Jay on the takeaway. Play fake to Forte. Hit from behind. Jay Cutler sacked. Did not feel the heat from linebacker Eric Walden at around the 12. 30-yard field goal try. Snap placement made. Robbie Gould's kick to the uprights, and Robbie Gould is good. Bears get on the board and cap a 10-play, 62-yard drive and they have a 3-0 lead on Green Bay, a 5-minute and 15-second drive. Snap to Rodgers, play fake to the pocket. It starts to close, weaving through trouble. Throwing the pass is intercepted. Snagged out of the air and running right. Charles Tillman to the 40. Tillman the cut back to the 35. Tillman gets free of a tackle, still on his feet to the 30. Cuts at the 25, to the 20, to the 15 of the Green Bay Packers. Brian Bulaga on the stop for Green Bay. What an interception and run back for Charles Peanut Tillman, who swipes his 27th career interception. Here's Mason Crosby, right hash. Angle left, snap spot, the kick is up. We're tied at 3. Consider it a huge save by the Bears defense on a sack by Tommy Harris of Aaron Rodgers. 6 plays, 39 yards, and 3:26. A goal line stand for the Bears defense. Cutler back to throw. That blitz comes up the middle and brings him down inside the Bear 35. He was playing possum and he burst through and sacked Jay Cutler. It's Eric Walden again. Clay Matthews Jr. also on the scene. Cutler's dropped and the Bears have to punt. Rodgers takes, play fake Kuhn, throwing right side of the end zone. Touchdown, Donald Lee.
Now the game starts. It's going to get tougher from here.
Snap to Jay. Jay with time. Not anymore. Blitzing up the middle. Charles Woodson brings him down to the 7. 5th sack by the Green Bay defense. And it's Charles Woodson on the corner blitz. Dropped him for an 8-yard loss. 3rd and a country mile for the Bears with 8:05 to play in the ballgame.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. We're live at Jameson's Pub in Joliet. Ed O'Bradovich and Doug Buffone, our phone number 312-644-6767. Talking about Chicago Bears lose to the Green Bay Packers. The Packers 10 and the Bears 3. And what a football game. A lot of mistakes made by the Chicago Bears, but the one thing that sticks out in my mind is the fact that they wanted to win that football game. It was the fight in this football club that I really respected they did today. They could have laid down. They could have quit. They didn't have to play. They didn't have to go out there. They were already in. But they went out there and put up a good fight. Now, they made a lot of mistakes. Yeah, they did. And I think this is going to help them, Ed, when they get into the playoffs.
You're damn right.
This is going to help them. I understand there's a lot of things. Color did not look good at all today. There were plays made out there, obviously, were made a lot of mistakes. But they fought tooth and nail all the way down. No one came out of the football game. They gave everything they had, and they played this damn football game. Played it the way it was supposed to be played. And I say this will help them once they get into the playoffs.
Absolutely. People were wondering about our defense. I'll tell you what, up in Green Bay, against a guy that can fire the ball all over the parking lot with the receivers that he has. Defensively, Doug, the defensive line, again, we had line movement, we had tricks, we were camouflaged, our blitzes, we were up there. Rodgers didn't know if we were coming or if we weren't. And when we did blitz, Doug, our D-backs came upside, took away the inside route, the quick read for him. And, again, I agree with you, Doug. You talk about playing hard to win a football game. And basically, did they have to? No. But I'll tell you what, kudos to Lovie Smith.
That's right.
Kudos to Lovie Smith.
Yeah.
I mean, he takes a beating, and sometimes rightfully so, but I'll tell you what, kudos for him. These kids were ready to play. They wanted to play. They were up against, believe me, Green Bay wasn't going out there to lose. That's for damn sure. So it was a tough opponent, and I liked it. Defensively and offensively, Doug, they gave everything they had. But again, well, you see some of the weaknesses, Doug, on us. Again, I know a lot of people think lately about how good our offensive line is, but I'm telling you, folks, that's a problem. And what I would like to see more of that we saw in the last few games and not too much today was when we do pass, Doug, we've got to go to max protection.
The other thing
got to go to max, Doug. A minimum 6, 7, maybe sometimes 8 guys. We got to do that.
Well, the thing that killed the Bears today was the cornerback blitz, and Woodson coming from the outside, and that happened all night long. There's no question about it. But that was a big part of their defense, was sending the cornerback, sending Woodson. Now, during the course of the football game, certain things happened out there. I mean, let's face it, the Bears get a good, takeaway. They didn't score but 3 points. They should have scored 7. And then the fact that, the touchdown pass, you're talking about mistakes that are made out there, defensively and offensively. But still, all that being said, the Lovie calling timeout after, Chester Taylor making a first down on a 19-yarder on 3rd down, and they had to bring it back. We didn't get the first down. The punt return by Williams. But I'm telling you, just physically, by going out there and did what they did today, by going out there in the football game all day long, Welcome back to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. We're live at Jameson's Pub in Joliet. Obradovich on the phone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears loss 10-3 to the Green Bay Packers, and Ed and I were talking about the effort that was out there. They played the full football game. They were out there. They were trying to win this game. They even go for 4th and 2, Ed, trying to make that play.
Absolutely.
They were going to win it, and that I respect. Now, Cutler didn't have a great game. There's no question about that. I started out with Forte. I thought Forte was running very well. They come out, they ripped off the first half. They had 65 yards passing and 65 yards rushing. So they were out there and they tried to do it. They made mistakes. There's no question about that. I'm not going to say that they didn't. But the thing that impresses the hell out of me, that they were out there trying to win the football game, not laying down, not playing a quarter, not resting this guy or resting that guy. This game will help them when they go to the playoffs. No doubt in my mind.
Doug, and again, and I just mentioned a couple of minutes ago, again, kudos to the coaches. Kudos to Lovie Smith and all the position coaches, offensive and defensive coordinator, because you could see those kids were out there. I tell you what, they fired hard. They blocking, tackling. You could see, Doug, that nobody took scared to death pills out there. They were running, going after people, trying to take each other's heads off out there. I'll tell you what, very much impressed. And again, kudos to Lovie Smith and the Bears coaches and the Bears players. Even though they lost, but boy, I'll tell you what, this was a proud afternoon to be a Bear.
Let's go out to Frank and Waukegan. Frank on the score with OB and Doug.
Guys, Happy New Year and a pleasure talking to you.
Happy New Year, Frank.
We had no offensive play sets, to go down the field and that, but I couldn't understand why 3rd and 15 on that one drive where they call a timeout and we just shot ourselves in the foot. I'm going to hang up and listen.
Yeah, Frank, they did it, and it was come from Lovie Smith because they saw the countdown on the clock down to 1 second, so they called a timeout. I don't know what the mix-up was, but we did get a first down on that play. That was a huge play. It was 3rd and 19. So it did not work. There's no question about it. And, again, there were a lot of mistakes made in this football game. I'm not going to say there was not, especially offense. I mean, there are things that were done. There's one thing they're going to have to look at in the next 2 weeks. What happens when a team comes in now and starts doing that cornerback blitz against them? And as you know, going into the past, that was one of the big things that hurt them, especially in the Giant game, was the cornerback blitz. We've got to figure something out what the hell's going on with that.
Well, you've got Manu Maliula.
Please stop yourself with him.
I tell you what,
please,
Doug,
I don't even want to hear about it.
That kid is one of the great mysteries of this year in professional football.
I don't get it. I saw Woodson go right through him. The guy is 300 pounds, and he's supposed to be the guy out there blocking. And this is not the first time this has happened. This has happened many times before.
That's a huge question. What that guy's even doing on the football field? I have no idea. None.
It boggles my mind on that one, Ed. Really, it does. Let's go out to Billy and Danville. Billy, you're on the score.
What's up, guys?
Billy.
This was definitely a weird game to. This was definitely a weird game to watch because we knew we were in either way. What definitely worries me is from here on out, all of the teams we're going to be playing in the playoffs, we're not going to be playing any more second or third string quarterbacks, and they're going to come after us unmercifully with blitzes. And that's what's scaring me, guys. I think Jay this offseason, if he doesn't draft 2 offensive linemen with the first 2 picks, I don't know what else to do, guys.
Here's what scares you, Billy. Here's what scares you. They bring in number 86 to help block. Now, has he blocked like he's supposed to? We're paying this kid millions of dollars. And in the front office and our coaches, whoever it might be, everybody seems to point to Mike Martz. This kid...
This is not the first game this happened, too, by the way.
I understand it. You watch this
has been going on all year.
This kid,
Manu Maliuna.
They blow by this guy, Doug. Sometimes he doesn't even get a hand on him.
And today Woodson did the same damn thing and sacked Cutler. Cutler, in fact, got sacked 6 times. But once again, we'll go back to the offense. They have to figure out the cornerback blitz. They have to get the blocks on there. Well, Miguel obviously made a couple of plays, too.
I'll tell you what.
He got beat up front.
Yeah, in this upcoming draft, I hope Mike Tice has a lot to say about who they draft if they're going to draft some offensive linemen. I'll tell you what, the way it's been going here, Doug, the last I don't know how many years with Jerry Angelo, it's unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Here's the other thing, too. The Green Bay Packer defense, and I was reading about a week ago, quarterbacks to play against the Green Bay Packers to play against the Green Bay Packers, their quarterback rating, average-wise, is 69.5. I don't know what Cutler's was today. I want to find out. But that's the best in the National Football League, 69.5.
Well, Doug, they come with the 3-4, and you've got number 52. I mean, it's tough to block that kid. And they come with the different blitzes, Doug, and the different line slants and
Don
games
Capers does a hell of a job, yeah.
Oh, my God.
He does. There's no question about that. And, again, too, our defense, I thought, come out and played extremely well. I mean, they shut the Packers down. No points in the first half.
And that's a hell of an offense. That's a hell of an offense to shut down.
Absolutely.
I know that basically they passed the football, but I'll tell you what, folks, the offense stepped up to the plate pretty damn good today.
Let's go out to Chris on the south side. Chris, you're on the score.
Hey, how you doing, guys? Happy New Year.
What's up, Chris? Happy New Year.
Good, good. You know, the word here is consistency. I see consistency on the defense. I see the consistency on the special teams. I even see consistency on the running game, things that weren't so apparent earlier in the season. But I just don't see the consistency in the passing game. I mean, you can't put it all on Cutler, but his mechanics are so bad. I don't think this team is really going to do much in the playoffs. I just don't see it. I mean, yeah, he does have some ability, but ultimately it comes down to his mechanics.
Oh, you're breaking up, Chris. Well, you know, the fact you take a look at this football game, I said he got sacked 6 times. He had some bad throws. I'm not even going to question that one. You know, the touchdown one in the end zone with the interception, he should put more mustard on that football and said that maybe Johnny Knox go up and get it. Knox couldn't get open, number one. Hester caught one pass. So they were shutting them down. They were shutting them down. There's no question. But I thought myself personally that the running game was going well. And look at the Green Bay Packers. I was telling you about their quarterbacks who go against the Packer defense. Their quarterback rating is 69.5. Well, they're not that great at stopping the run. They were like 19th or 20th stopping the run. Maybe we should have ran the ball more. I don't know. I do know this. And the one thing that sticks in my mind is the fact that this team had the balls to go out there and play the damn game. And play it. And that's what they did. They weren't good enough today. The fact is they made a lot of mistakes today. But now the fact is you've got 2 weeks to get into the playoffs. I don't know what's going to happen, but I do know this. I would certainly take this loss today like it happened. Then they would have not have played anybody and have come in the first quarter and benched everybody and said, we're waiting for the playoffs.
Chris, 2 things. If we don't make the change in the bye week, our offensive philosophy, and if we don't have Cutler at quarterback this year, we do not have 11 wins. We're not even in this position.
There's no question. There's no question about it. Now, how much better can we get? How much more can we do? I thought today, too, I thought that Johnny Knox would get open more. He did not. I mean, I thought they missed Bennett. There's no question. But Rasheed Davis came in that first half, and he caught 4 or 5 catches, extremely important catches for first downs. So there was a lot there, and there's a lot that needs to be done within the next 2 weeks. I'm not questioning that. But I'll tell you what. They went out and they played. That's what I care about that today. Let's go out to Mark in Bloomington. Mark, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. Hey,
Hi, Mark.
I agree with you guys 100%. You know, the Bears went out today, and they really played it all, and they played it all to the end, and that was really great to see. What I get frustrated with, though, is not to see when Cutler gets jammed up. Now, I had to listen to the radio, so I didn't get to watch the game, but Cutler just doesn't seem like he ever throws the ball away, and that's frustrating for a Bears fan to see those constant 9 and 10-yard hits when I've watched other games where he could easily throw the ball away.
Again, too, one of his biggest flaws is the fact that, you know, he got this mentality that he can get the football anywhere he wants to get it, to throw it. I mean, that's what he does. That's why sometimes he's successful. But on the other hand, like you said, there are times you got to eat it. But he did eat it 6 times today. So they were trying to make something happen, did not work, and today was not one of his better days, I'll tell you that right now. But the fact is they came out there, and I'll keep saying this, because I was expecting this, and I'll tell you what, I was expecting a lay down. I was expecting something to happen where they were not going to play, or they're not going to play their starters. They gave Green Bay everything they wanted. When I saw them go for 4th and 2 on the 50-yard line or the 40-yard line, I said, that's it. They're going out to win this football game. I saw Manning back there returning kickoffs in the third quarter. You don't do that if you don't want to win the football game. That's a starter for you.
Yeah, Mark, and the other thing is you could have taken Cutler, too. In the fourth quarter, when he was trying to escape from the pocket or whatever, he could have thrown the ball out of bounds or to the sidelines or whatever. He didn't. He tried to make things happen, tried to get first downs. That's a hell of a thing late in the fourth quarter. And you got all our hopes are on Cutler. And there's a kid out there trying to make things happen with a few minutes to go for us to win the football game. Kudos to him and kudos to the Bears.
He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score Sports Radio 670, the Suburban Tire postgame show. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. We are live at Jameson's Pub in Joliet. We'll be right back. This segment is brought to you by Gerber Collision and Glass. We come highly recommended.
Packers bring 3, drop 8. Here's Jay on the back pedal. Winds up. He's got an open man. He overthrow him at the top, and it's intercepted at the 15. That's going to end the ball game. Nick Collins, the swipe, the Pro Bowler on the overthrow by Jay Cutler, just too tall. And he had his receiver open. The Bears and Packers could meet again in Chicago in the playoffs. 10-3 Green Bay. They get their 10th win.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at Jameson's Pub in Joliet. Obradovich and phone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears loss to the Green Bay Packers. Packers 10, Bears 3. Eddie, they're lit up. Let's go out to the phone lines real quick. Let's go out to Gary in Cary.
Hey, Happy New Year, guys. How you doing?
Happy New Year.
Oh, okay. All right. They played their starters the whole game. They gave a great effort today. I'm very pleased with the effort. I'm very happy that they came away healthy and that they have an extra week off to prepare for the upcoming opponent in 2 weeks. As far as the relentless blitzes, I'd like to see Cutler do more of those quick hit slants like they did against the Cowboys when they were blitzing relentlessly against them, and that was success. If they could do that, I think they can fix a lot of the problems they had on offense today.
What happened, Gary, when they did blitz, they were camouflaging just as much as we were. But you can do a heck of a lot more with a 3-4 than a 4-3. But anyways, and when they did blitz, their backs were right up on us and took our insides away.
Yeah, and the timing was off. One time I thought the ball was tipped, but the ball slipped out of Cutler's hand. Sometimes they jumped into the middle. They played the play. There's no question they got to get better at that, and they got to get better at picking up that cornerback blitz. And they're going to see. They're going to see a lot of that down in the playoffs. But again, too, what you said, what Ed said, and what I said. I mean, I just love because it was competitive. I love the game of football when two people just go at it. Maybe one is a little better that day and the Packers were better today. But the fact is they really went at it, and the Bears wanted to win this one. That means so damn much when you get somebody out there that's laying it on the line when they don't have to. They didn't have to do that.
Dougie,
that to me is important.
It comes down to things this whole year. I mean, it's all about change as opposed to the years before of no change. No change at halftime, no change from game to game. Game plan is what it is. But, boy, I'll tell you what, you've seen a whole turnaround in Lovey and with Martz coming in and Mike Tice. And you've got to believe, and Marinelli, that they have made the difference in their thought process offensively and defensively, the way we're attacking. And that's a good thing to see. And Lovey, instead of being that stubborn guy that we see, no changes, here's a guy, obviously, Doug, he's listening to his coordinators, his position coaches, and they're making the changes. And that's why we're at 11 wins, and that's why we won our division. And you know what? There's a lot of people who didn't really want to see this, Doug. And I know it, because they wanted him and everybody else and Jerry Angelo out of town on the last train.
Yeah, and we were one of them. I was part of that deal. At the beginning of the year, I couldn't stand what was happening, how they were calling and what they were doing. I saw the gradual improvement. And now in today's football game, we saw a step back. It was about
change, Doug. That's the biggest thing about the Bears in the 2010
and they saw
is change and the ability.
And everybody saw what should be done. They start doing it. But today's football game, again, too, like I said, you got 2 weeks to get ready for the playoffs. Somebody's got to come up in playoffs, and I think it might be New Orleans. And they got to play us here in Chicago outside. Then we'll see what happens. But this game, in my mind, sharpened this football club up. Even though there were mistakes made, I'm saying right now, this sharpened this team up and got them ready to play in the finals. Let's go out to Pistol Pat in Westchester. Pistol Pat.
Hey, guys, great show.
Hey, Pat. What's up, buddy?
You guys are like the Jimmy Perso of football. You guys tell it like it is. You know what I like about you guys, too? You guys just tell the truth. 86 on the Bears ain't doing his job, getting all that money, and he should. Hey, you hold with it? Are you there?
Yeah, go ahead. We're listening,
Pat.
yeah.
We're listening. What happened to Pat?
Yeah, he was talking about Mano Maliuna. And again, too, Ed and I have been from day one. I don't know what the hell they saw in this guy. I mean, I don't want to, again, talk about money, but money's a part of it. You got paid a lot of money. But
money's a huge part of it, Doug.
But even that, though, anybody that comes in, you put him in that position, he's supposed to protect the quarterback. I mean, what the hell did he do? I saw him today with Woodson and say, oh, geez, you just missed that one. This is not the first time. He's missed them all damn year. And so what do you say to yourself? You'll get somebody killed doing that. I can take a guy off the street that could block better than that.
Doug, let me tell you something. There's a guy that's been inactive. For a kid that I think he is the best tight end all around that we have.
He was active today.
Well,
they didn't play him.
Yeah, right. For what reason?
Well, yeah.
But, Doug, and Clark can block, he can catch, he can do it all. And this kid has been just not active, missing in action. And that's one question I'd like to find out from Lovey or Mike Martz. Why?
Yeah.
Why? Don't tell me that they can't see number 86 out there, if he's on the strong side, whichever it is, left or right, or if he's in at an H-back blocking or wherever he is, that you can't see consistently this guy getting beat like a drum. Okay? I hope this guy doesn't get Cutler crippled back there.
You know what I was talking about at the beginning of the show, the fact that the Packer defense, any quarterback that faced them, their average quarterback rating was 69.5.
That's a hell of a fact, my friend.
Yeah, it is a great one, and they're the best in the NFL. Cutler's rating today was 43.5. Well, he didn't have a great game. We're not saying that. We're saying he didn't have a great game. But the Packers defense, they make quarterbacks sweat, and for 69.5 average against them, and they played against some good teams. But today, Cutler was a 43.5. Not a good day. Let's go out to Bill in Peatone. Bill, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
All right, Bill.
Billy?
What's happening? Hey, listen. Hey, both you guys. Hey, you got to give kudos. You got to give kudos to the way these guys played today. That's a fact, 100%. And thank God they played it hard. You know what I mean? They played hard, and they went for the gold. My only problem is this, and it takes you back to the Super Bowl year, and it takes it's like.
All right, Bill, we lost you, buddy.
Let's go
out to John in Rolling Meadows. John, you're on the score.
Hi, how are you guys today?
All right, John.
The thing that surprised me the most, and I guess it was the third quarter when Cutler started getting pounded back there. The defense started pulling back their ears and just going after him. Why Lovey just didn't say, you know what, enough's enough. We're not getting it done. I'm not going to get him injured in a nothing game. I'm going to get Caleb Haney in this ball game, let him finish it out, and get Cutler ready for the playoffs, man. They had to be scary out there watching him take that beating and not pulling him. He's the offense for us, and if he gets hurt, the playoffs, you know what? We're not going to win without him.
John, that's a thought, and it's an opinion. There's no question about it, but I don't agree with it. The fact is, players want to play. No player wants to come out of a football game, and I'll tell you what, that would prove to be advantageous to them or to the player himself later down the road. This will happen. I would not have pulled him. I would not have pulled him out of a football game, especially when things were going wrong and didn't have a chance to correct it or try to make it better. And I think he did the right thing. I understand your thought is, well taken. You don't want anybody to get hurt. You don't want this to happen, that to happen. But I'm telling you, it's football. Go out there and play the damn game. That's what I was concerned about. They did that. They went out and they played. They put everything they had on the line to win the damn game. They didn't win it, but they put it all out there. To me, that makes me feel good. Down the road, something good's going to happen in kind of that. Instead of rolling over and playing dead and saying, I don't want to get hurt. It's football, mister. That's what it's all about. And I'm glad they did do it. Let's go out to Uncle Meatball in Panama City. Uncle Meatball.
Good to talk to you, Fuzzy. First of all, Caleb Haney wasn't dressed today.
I believe.
No, they had Collins a backup.
Yep. And then this is going to pain me to say, but for the first time in 3.5 years, I have to give Lovie Smith props. Remember when we went to the Super Bowl, how he rested the defense? He put everybody on the sideline.
Right, I remember.
Terrible. And today, I was expecting to see that, and I know we lost the damn game, and that stinks. But I was cheering for Lovie. Granted, there were a lot of other things we could talk about another day. But for today, I think a lot of people who wanted to see Lovie Smith gone, if you do not have intellectual honesty and give him credit for what he did today, well, then I wonder about your integrity, because game plan was a little flawed, but he coached his ass off, and he deserves props for that. And that's all I really got, Uncle Fuzzy. It's good talking to you again.
Thank you, Ball.
Well, I'll tell you what, well said. Well said. You can't say any more than what you just said.
Ed, do you remember the game you and I were doing in the playoffs? We watched the Minnesota game, and we saw the guys on the side. You remember that, Ed?
Oh, number 54.
Remember that?
He was seething. You could see because he wanted to rest them the last game of the year, and they were the number one defense.
Right.
And both Doug and I obviously played defense. And when you can make that statement after 14 games or 16 games, whatever the scheduled amount of games were at the time, that you were number one, not many people can make that statement. Okay? And not only did they lose their number one ranking, they dropped to third, and after that it all fell apart.
Yeah, they go to Carolina, or Carolina comes here, and they whip our ass. So, yeah, you're right. Lovie made a major move here. I know you're going to say, gee.
It's his change. That's the biggest thing that's happened this year. If you were to point to one thing, it's Lovie Smith has changed.
It's called respect. I mean, that is it. That's respect. That's a team that went out there, that threw it all to the wind and said, we're going to try to win this football game. When they were going for 4th and 2, I was screaming. Screaming. I was more excited in this football game than any game, I'm going to be honest with you, all year.
Doug, when Cutler was scrambling, and, he was trying to make first downs.
Yeah.
He was trying to get as much yardage as he could. And you watch Rodgers, some of the times he scrambled, he would slide in, whatever. So you think it was just reversed. Who was playing for what?
Let's go to Robert in Naperville. Robert, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Gentlemen, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Robert.
I'd like your opinion of a couple of quick things. First of all, I couldn't agree with you more. Isn't Lovie Smith? Wasn't that fantastic? How they gave 150% when so many of the commentators were just so ridiculous about Willie Woney. I couldn't agree with both of you more. What a terrific courage that the entire team showed, and I think it'll get them places down the road. I couldn't agree more.
What you're going to get there with that, just let me interrupt
with
you.
With that attitude, I couldn't agree more. They didn't let the world get in their head. I'm so impressed with Lovie and everybody else. Now, what I wanted to get your opinion on, both, if you'd be so kind. Just a couple of quick ones. One, in your opinions, is it just my imagination, or is the refereeing totally inconsistent? That's one question. Another question I have is, gentlemen, why in the NFL are there so many false start penalties? That's the second question. And thirdly, why do teams, whether it's Packers, Bears, New York, and all these teams, waste their timeouts at the beginning when they're really going to need them at the end?
There's a lot of questions, Robert. Real quickly on the one about the refereeing, I don't know. I guess you'll get good calls, bad calls, but I got to tell you one thing. That was a bad call against Peppers, calling him roughing the quarterback. When he hit him on the shoulder, that was a terrible call. And so that in itself, but it happens in football games. You accept it and you take it and you move forward. Now, as far as calling calling timeouts, some coaches are different than others. I'm with you. I like to save mine till the end when I need them.
Well, sometimes you're obviously, and sometimes when you've got a few seconds to go, and it's either you're in second or third down, mostly third down, and that clock is running out. And then the coach feels, bang it, call a timeout, guys. Mm-hmm. Let's not lose the position where we're at on the field. Let's not lose the down. Let's not take 5 yards. So that's basically why they would do it.
Let's go out to Steve in Northbrook. Steve, you're on the score.
Hi, guys. How you doing?
All right, Steve.
Great. I just wanted to make a few comments real fast. First, let's talk about the positive. Was Rasheed Davis surprised me. They finally let him play, and he had a big game today, Rasheed Davis. Matt Forte, and also the defense. They were outstanding. My only negatives are this Cutler. I know I'm glad Lovey played him because I wanted to see how we play. Let's give us a little test for the playoffs ourselves, even though it didn't mean nothing to us. But Cutler, this guy's going to break, I believe. I'm just going to predict he's going to break all the Chicago Bears' hearts. Break all our hearts. This guy, you had a chance to look at him in a 2-minute drill. Early in their game, he had 2 picks. The one, he just tosses it up. I don't know what Mike Martz or somebody's got to work with this guy. They got to tell this guy, stop throwing points away. He just continues to throw the ball up for grabs. He's going to do it 2 to 4 times a game, and he cannot do this in the playoffs. And then the last interception, he threw over Devin Hester's head. I don't know if this guy is going to lead us. I know our defense was outstanding, but this Cutler is starting to worry me. These stupid game of 2 years now. We've been seeing these interceptions in the red zone. This is now the season. The playoffs, the real season begins now, and I don't see any improvement from this guy. And one last thing, this Mani Mamalulu, whoever this guy is, they signed this Mamalulu guy. This Woodson is 5 pounds. He just bull rushes this guy.
Right by him. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know what they were thinking when I would rather see Desmond Clark because he just disappeared. Desmond Clark was doing a great job for us, at least blocking, and this Mamalulu guy, whatever, I don't know where they found this guy. I wish they can keep their receipt and send him back. It's just a joke how Woodson is a small guy. He just blew right by him and sacked Cutler. And Johnny Knox today, he kind of disappeared. He disappointed me a little bit today. He kind of disappeared a little today, and he had alligator arms a lot on some of the catches. But overall, I'm happy Lovie Smith played the guys. It was exciting, but I'm just concerned about Jay Cutler. That's all I'm really concerned about. He continues for 2 years, and I've seen this guy 2 seasons in full. He continues to throw these red zone interceptions. He just, instead of just throwing the ball out of bounds, he just continues to give these guys these picks. And we got to see him in a 2-minute warning. I was excited to see how he would play. I was considering this was our last, this is a playoff game for us. And he threw an interception. Devin Hester was wide open, and he threw it right to Nick Collins, whatever. So he didn't look good at all today, and I'm really concerned about, Cutler going into the playoffs, and I want to know what you guys think. You have a great show. Happy New Year.
Steve, what happened with Lovie is that you are right. He let him play. He wanted him to play, and, on the other side of the coin is the players wanted to play. You could see it. There was no tiptoeing through the tulips for the 60 minutes out there today. Those kids played hard.
Yeah, and Cutler's, like I said, his quarterback rating was 43.5. It was not good. He didn't have a good game. But I'll tell you what, I have faith in this kid. I think our chances are, if we're going to win, is with this kid.
Steve.
And he has to do it. There's no question he has to go out there and do it, but he can do it. And what I saw today, there were times that he threw the football where he shouldn't have thrown it. He made some major mistakes. But once again, I'll tell you what, give this kid a shot because I think this kid can do it.
Yeah, Steve, I'll say it again. We don't have 11 wins. We do not have 11 wins if it's not for Cutler. And first of all, number one, a change in the coaching way, and number two, Cutler. We don't have 11, guys.
He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score, Sports Radio 670. The Suburban Tire postgame show. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. We're live at Jameson's Pub in Joliet. We'll be right back.
Snap to Jay. Handing out Matt Forte, gets blockers on the edge. Great block by Olsen. Springs him free at the 30, 35, 40, and out of bounds at the 41. How about that for a perimeter block by Greg Olsen, Tom? Your favorite. The cut. Snap to Jay, takes turns, gives. Matt Forte following Olin Kreutz. Cut back to the inside of the midfield. 45 right to the 40, to the 37-yard line of Green Bay. 2 big runs with big blocks by Forte, working his offensive line. Collins and Shields, the safety and corner on the stop. Big gains, 21 more.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Jameson's Pub in Joliet. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number, 312-644-6767. Eddie, the player of the game is Matt Forte. That's right. Today's player of the game is brought to you by Auto Owners Insurance Agent of the Week, Gennady Insurance in Frankfort, Illinois. Contact Gary Gennady at 815-464-8800 or visit their website at GennadyInsurance.com.
By the way, what'd you celebrate New Year's Eve? Did you go home? Did you go out? Or what'd you do?
I went to Gibson's. I was at Gibson's.
Oh, you were at Gibson's downtown on Rush Street?
Took the whole family down.
Rush Street, Doug?
Yeah, and I lasted till 9.
Was Steve around there?
No, I didn't see Steve.
He wasn't.
But it lasted till 9. How about you?
Did ya? Danny and I, we went out to Lakemore to my favorite little restaurant called La Vichyssoise.
Yeah.
See Priscilla and Bernard. We had a wonderful, we were back by 10:32. Yeah, absolutely. But we had a great time.
I watched the ball fall down from somewhere. I don't know where the hell it was.
Yeah, that was from snoring, Doug. That was you.
Let's go to Packer Jay in Kenosha. Packer Jay, you're on the score.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up, Jay?
Jay.
What a great game, huh?
Absolutely.
Hey, I was saying all week long that I think Lovie would be a fool to play the starters, but I'll tell you what, I'm glad he did. Just like you said, Doug, that this game helped sharpen up the Bears. I think it did the same for the Packers. And I don't think, it would have done them any good to play, and win against the backups.
Snap to Jay. Jay with time. Not anymore. Blitzing up the middle. Charles Woodson brings him down to the 7. 5th sack by the Green Bay defense. And it's Charles Woodson on the corner blitz. Dropped him for an 8-yard loss. 3rd and a country mile for the Bears with 8:05 to play in the ballgame. One back set. Jay hit. Drop. Get rid of it at the 9. Catches made to the 15. Well shy of a first down. And Jay Cutler is slow getting up at the 1.
Quarterback forward progress to stop.
Oh, they're going to give him a sack.
Fourth down.
Clay Matthews Jr. The sack to the 2.
And why would we do that? I mean, there was a game on the line. We're trying to win the football game. No, that was never a part of the mindset at all. We have a week off, and we saw it like that. Last time we were in this position, we had a lot of guys banged up, and we kept some guys out. We didn't play them the entire time. But for us, we didn't have any injuries. Great time for us to get some good work in and try to improve. I think it's a concern every time you give up a sack. We probably, it's a little bit too much pressure on our quarterback today. A lot of reasons for that. Again, man, there's nothing negative about what happened today. The things that we need to clean up on, we have a little bit of time to do that. This will, again, be a good measuring stick as we go forward.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call, also Lovie Smith talking about the football game. Welcome back. The Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at Jameson's Pub in Joliet. And the owner, Gus Galis. Gus, where's Gus? What a great guy. He's helped us out, fed us, did everything for us. Obradovich on the phone, 312-644-6767. Let's go out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Dave in Rockford.
Doug and OB, thanks for taking my call. It's a privilege to talk to both of you. I just want to say that because 86 is already getting a lot of mileage tonight, I guess I just want to say that the best thing he could do is take half of his salary from this year and give it to the Gridiron Greats. But the question that I want to ask is, why don't they run more shotgun? And I'll hang up and listen to your call.
Well, Dave, that's a great question. And I've been asking this question for I don't know how long. You take a look at a lot of the quarterbacks. You're talking about Rodgers, you're talking about Brady. They all use it. We don't use it. And there's room around, well, Cruz can't get the football back there. I don't buy that whatsoever. But I don't know what the answer is to that. I wish I had the answer because I certainly would like to see our quarterback a lot of times in that shotgun, more times than we do.
Wait a minute, guys. One thing at a time. It's really nice to see our quarterback sprint out, roll out, and bootleg. Okay, and let's go back to play action and us actually running the football. So the ability to move the pocket, that's all fine and good. I'll take that.
Well, the fact is, when you take that shotgun, a guy can overlook and see what's going on. You spread everybody out, and you can pick things up real quickly.
I understand that, Doug. For all these years, we never did anything.
Well, I know. I don't know why they don't do it. I mean, some of the major quarterbacks, Manning, not a bad quarterback. You talk about Brady, not a bad quarterback. Rodgers, not a bad quarterback. So you take the guy from Rivers from San Diego. I mean, all of them, most of them, all the top ones are coming out of the shotgun.
We're getting there, Doug.
Okay, next year.
All right.
Let's go out to Brian in Winfield. Brian, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug and OB. Happy New Year, guys.
Happy New Year, Brian.
Thank you. Wanted to kind of give kind of a quick scorecard. I thought that the coaches did a fantastic job. They gave the fans what they wanted to see and get the starters in, give people their reps. I think that the defense played hard, and then on the offense, it's kind of weird, but I got to give them an A because I think both on the offensive and defensive side of the ball, they played it kind of vanilla. Didn't throw them a whole lot of different packages out there, and kind of give people their reps, but still keep them somewhat fresh so we have the week off and work on their timing a little bit. But Cutler, I think that the few times that we gave him a chance to throw the ball a little bit because we didn't go downfield too much, I think he definitely made some bad decisions, and that's one question that I think really needs to be answered going into the next couple of weeks. I'll hang up and hear what you guys have to comment.
That's a legitimate question on your part because you do and have to take him to be responsible for what he called and how he threw and what happened out there. And certainly when you can't get a quarterback rating of 43.5, you did something wrong. And there's no question they're going to dissect that and find that out. But once again, we're all talking about the same thing here. We're talking about the fact that I think the overall effort down the road will help this football club in the playoffs no matter who they play. Let's go out to Kevin in Champaign. Kevin, you're on the score.
Yeah, guys. I think today.
All right, Kev.
Go ahead, Kev.
Hey, guys. I think Cutler missed Earl Bennett today being in the lineup. He's been their blitz leader for quite a while now. And Davis and Knox just weren't getting it done. They couldn't really shake the man coverage at all.
Yeah, Kev, you're absolutely correct. They couldn't get away. Knox.
Well, they totally shut Johnny Knox down.
Yeah, and Hester, too. I think only caught one pass. Rasheed Davis taking Bennett's spot. He made some nice plays at the beginning of the game, but you're right. We couldn't get anything downfield, and we didn't really try that much downfield, Ed.
But, I think, again, right about now, Doug, it's important. The rating for the prior 15 quarterbacks that have played the Packers. What is their average rating?
69.5.
69.5, folks, going against the Packers defense. That was the average quarterback rating. That's an unbelievable stat.
Best in the NFL. Let's go out to Brian in Rogers Park. Brian, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys, how you doing?
All right, Brian.
I want to make a couple points. I think Lovie Smith is a really good prep coach for the game. I don't think he's a good game coach. I mean, that timeout he called, I think, was a big turning point in the game. And the other point I want to make is the fact that they don't have a over-the-middle receiver that can catch the ball. Knox is not that guy. And I wish they'd stop throwing to him because he just doesn't, he's like he gets scared, he hears footsteps or something. But I don't understand why they keep throwing to him. I'd like to see them find someone else they can throw to because that could have made a big difference in the game. I'll hang up and listen to your answer.
Yeah, the fun thing you looked at, the one thing that we thought coming into this year that Aroma should do would be that guy you're talking about, a bigger guy.
That's kind of a mystery too, Doug, yeah.
And Olsen's the guy they want to use. Now, Olsen dropped a big pass in the course of the game. That was right in his hands. That was one of the smoothest plays they had all day. And, that was at least 25 yards or something like that. He dropped it. Yeah, you're right. And the other thing, too, what Cutler's got to learn, he can't play jump ball with his two wide receivers. They can't go. They're not big enough. He throws that one in the end zone. Man, if you're talking about a guy that's 6'4", maybe he's going to make a play on that ball. Cutler can't. Knox can't do it. Hester can't do it. They're speed guys. They're guys down the field. They got to beat people, and then you throw it to them. When you throw that ball up in the air, jump ball like he did in the end zone, that ended up being an interception, you can't do it with a guy like Johnny Knox.
Yeah, but you know what also has helped us too, Doug, is when we went to the running game. We made a commitment after the bye to go to the running game. And, years we've been talking about, like toss traps, counter traps, Doug, end runs, running off tackles, running to the 6 to the 8 hole. There's so many different plays instead of that switch play up the middle. And we've done it. We've actually pulled our guards, pulled our center, and they've got out there and they've made some blocks. So, the run game, I like where it's at now, Doug. We ran the ball 20 times today, as opposed to passing, 39? I believe we threw today, 39 passes. But we can never abandon the running game. The more we run, the better we get it, the better our passing game is going to be.
And I thought the running game was going pretty good. I thought maybe we should have stuck more to it, but once again, you look at it,
But what they did, they trapped to the weak side. They saw something on. Every time we went strong right, we'd run back left with Forte, either with trapping the defensive end or the linebacker and pulling the center or offside guard up into the hole, or we did a counter trap, and I think it worked good.
It worked because the Packers, you take a look at them, their biggest in defense, their biggest asset is against the pass. Against the run, Ed, they only rank on 19th or 20th against the run. So that was their one weakness, if you want to look at the Packers' defense, is to run at this team instead of passing against
Doug,
them.
and that's why the traps to the weak side, I think, worked. And we saw it, whoever saw it, Martz or Tice or somebody, because you go to a 3-down lineman, all you got to do is influence that right defensive end, Doug, or it's the left defender, whichever way you're weak on, influence him to come out, and all that guard or the onside guard has to come around, or the center or the offside guard. He might not even have to block that guy, and he turns up into the hole and tries to catch somebody coming on the inside. So it was a good call.
Let's go out to Patrick on the northwest side. Patrick, you're on the score.
Hey, Happy New Year. I got a real quick question, Doug. When you were on Rush Street, did the wall say if we could write a tell-all story about the Bears, it would be a bestseller?
It'd be a great seller, wouldn't it?
I'd buy a copy undercover. Before we start, putting Lovie Smith in Canton, the problem with the timeout, okay, I'll debate that with anyone, but the thing is, it's been a problem all season long. And at what point doesn't he whisper to his offensive, whoever gets to play in, if next time you get a play in late and I got to call timeout, I'm going to kill you. I mean, really, it's got to stop. And for Devin Hester, the last play of the game, someone ought to tell him, Devin, if you jump and your fingers actually go higher than your helmet, you got a better chance. And someone ought to tell Johnny Knox, hey, Johnny, offensive pass interference on the goal line. It's a good play for us. Don't let him intercept it. I don't care what you do. Knock his teeth down his throat, but don't let him intercept the ball.
That's part of it, Patrick, and it's a good point. And that's why a lot of times teams prefer guys that are 6'3" and 6'4". They can go up with the football. If they don't come down with it, they make sure the other guy doesn't get it either. So, yeah, there were some mistakes made there. There's no question. Now, I saw, who was it that fell down on the play, and then he made an effort and knocked the ball down. The ball was going to be intercepted. Was it Johnny Knox? Knox did that. He made a cut. He slips. The ball is thrown. He sees the receiver, the defensive back there, stretches out his hand, knocks the football down, and, of course, saved an interception. So, yeah, it can be done. There's no question about it. Let's go out to Dan in Naperville. Dan, you're on the score.
Happy New Year, guys.
Right back at you, Dan.
I just want to say that I'm the first one to be pessimistic about a Bears game. I love them, but it's just hard to believe. And I honestly thought they were going to phone this one in since they got the bye. But I was really impressed with the way that we played today. I mean, the defense today went out when the Packers had us on the 2-yard line, something like that. We held them, and we made an impressive tackle twice, I think. And even though our offense wasn't exactly, we didn't win, the offense was good for what we had to do. Our running game was pretty great. And even though Cutler threw some interceptions, there was nothing he could really do. He could have thrown the ball away. He made some bad mistakes, but I honestly think that we just need to practice more, and once we get to the playoffs, we're going to do fine.
And I agree with you. Usually I'm tearing it up or tearing somebody up or looking at something and being real critical. I got to tell you, I was impressed today. And I've said this and I keep saying this. I enjoyed the football game today. I enjoyed it because I saw that there was a real desire to win this ball game, not only by the players, but by the coaches and by Lovie. And this makes a big difference when you get into the playoffs.
You know what? And there were a lot of people looking at this game. Quite obviously, no matter, if it was the Giants or whoever, but across the country, to seeing if the Bears, what did they play for nothing? How are they going to react? And I'll tell you what, for all the fans, the Bear fans and the fans up in Green Bay and across the country, you saw 253 rosters and coaches go at each other, tooth and nail. One hell of a football game. I know we lost it, but I'll tell you what, kudos to both of them.
He's Obradovich on the phone on the score. Sports Radio 670, the Suburban Tire postgame show live. That's right. We are live at Jameson's Pub in Joliet. 312-644-6767. Ned and I will be right back. The drive of the game is brought to you by Arlington Heights Ford. Number one in what matters most.
Rodgers takes, play fake Coon, throwing right side of the end zone. Touchdown, Donald Lee.
Now the game starts. It's going to get tougher from here.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at Jameson's Pub in Joliet. Obradovich and the phone 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears and their loss to the Green Bay Packers. Packers 10, Bears 3. And Eddie, we got a little note here. We have to say happy birthday to Dorothy. I don't know where Dorothy is. She's back in the back. She's 87 years old. So 87 years old. Happy birthday.
Happy 87th. That's one heck of a number, young lady.
That's Ed's number.
That's right. That's why it's one heck of a number. Happy birthday, sweetheart.
Let's go out to, Chip in Glenview. Chip, you're on the score.
I guess I'm a little surprised that people are taking this loss so calmly. It is the Packers, and I know we're in the playoffs, but there were a bunch of things I saw that weren't good. First of all, our glaring need of a big wide receiver. They pushed our Smurfs all over the place. We couldn't even get open against them. And we got away from running the football. I don't understand. Every week, we got Matt Forte in our backfield. We run the ball pretty good, and then we start passing on first, second, third. And, it puts you in a hole. We weren't pass blocking, so why not run the ball and see if we can run block? Because we weren't pass blocking.
Well, we did. We had 20 attempts today at running the football and talking about passing the football. Wasn't the fourth quarter? Well, as a matter of fact, back in our own territory. Didn't we go to a shotgun?
Yeah, a couple times.
Yeah, which is like few and far between.
Well, no, and I can understand what he's talking about. The fact, you could. There's certain things that happen in this football game need to be changed. Maybe the running game would have worked better. There's no doubt about it. But I got to tell you, today's game, once again, how it could mean the most to the Chicago Bears is how they went after this football game physically. And that, to me, the other stuff could be corrected. Let's see what happens, because the Bears will be playing their NFC Divisional playoff game on Sunday, January 16th at noon, Eddie.
Yes.
Noon. You love the noon games.
I love the noon games. You get out there right after church, go to real early service, get out there, tailgate, have a couple of beers or a couple of whatevers, and then go and cheer the Bears.
January 16th, a Sunday at noon. The Bears will have their NFC Divisional playoff game. Let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Bob in Milwaukee. Bob, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. First of all, I was really happy with the way the Bears played the game today. I was glad they played the starters all the way through. They played it to win. I got a couple concerns with the coaching staff, though. Mm-hmm. First of all, the chance to go for it on fourth down early in the third quarter, that was not a good move. The defense obviously bailed us out, but not a good move. And then the timeout. I haven't heard anybody talk about that timeout that Lovey called when we could have got a first down, changed the whole momentum of the game. Talk to me about our coaching staff going into the playoffs.
Yeah, first of all, we talked about the timeout. And to come down, there was 12 seconds when he broke the huddle. And in fact, probably what happened upstairs, somebody called down to Lovey. It's getting down. There's going to be a penalty. Call a timeout. He called it. We get a first down. Yeah, that was a mistake. Get the plays in earlier. Get the calls earlier. Get them out of the huddle faster and quicker. And that's the one thing about our offense, too. I like to see us quicker. I like to see momentum go faster.
Bob is right there. He's correct on that one.
Yeah, and get ready to roll, which we did not do. And as far as the coach is concerned, I don't know what kind of mistakes made. They did make the mistakes. There's no doubt about it.
Bob, let me tell you what the coaches, and I'd like to look at things more offensively than defensively. What Marinelli has done with the defensive line last year and being a defensive coordinator and had all that line movement on the strong and the weak side, mixing things up, coming with blitzes is very good. But what our coaches on the offense, they've coached up these players. Mike Tice, our new offensive line coach, has taken 5 guys, maybe only one of them could have started in the National Football League. Period. Lucky the other 4 maybe might not even make a team. And he made all kinds of moves. He did everything he did and coached these kids up and went to maximum protection. He tried everything. And I'll tell you what, he's done one hell of a job. And I don't know if there's another offensive line coach that could have come in here, Bob, and done what Mike Tice has done. You talk about like who would be the most valuable. Obviously the head coach gets beat up and he gets all the praises. But I'll tell you what, as a position coach, kudos to Mike Tice. He did one hell of a job this year.
And the other thing, too, I have no problem with the Bears going for the 4th and 2. I think they're on the 40-yard line. I have no problem whatsoever. You're going for the win. You're trying to put this thing away. That 4th and 2, they had an opportunity. Maybe I'd have ran the football. I'm not quite sure. But that ball either tipped or something was incomplete, and, of course, it turned over. But the defense came back and, got a pick with Tillman. That was a big deal. But all in all, there was, I said, a lot of mistakes were made. But the overall look of this team, I feel a hell of a lot better about this team. Don't ask me why. There's something there. There's something there that tells me that this team has some guts. And to me, that's what it takes to win in the playoffs.
Well, the one thing, Doug, they have not quit all year.
No.
They haven't quit on the coaches, and the coaches haven't quit on the players.
Jai gave me was a little more of a beating, and, I saw guys hanging it up.
That's a good old-fashioned
ass whipping. That's what that was. Let's go out to Bill in Grand Rapids. Bill, you're on the score.
Hi, Doug. Hi, OB. Thanks for taking my call.
Hi,
I want to know what you guys think about the Bears kind of abandoning the running game. After that first series in the second half, they seemed to just quit. Did the Packers take it away from us, or did we just quit running the ball?
I think we just quit running the ball. I mean, there's no question. We knew they could throw it. There's no doubt about that. And, again, I questioned some of the calls. I would have stuck maybe more to the running game because I thought we were doing very well with the running game. But they come back in, and I'll tell you what, there were times his Collard was not on. He missed some good plays. He missed some slants. He missed some plays where guys were open. If he missed those plays.
Doug, he's playing against a defense that's what it's done. That's what the defense is designed to take all the avenues away from you.
And it did. But the fact is, when it comes down to it, though, the quarterbacks, a lot of times you want to be good, you got to make the plays against the great defenses. And like I said, this team forces opposing quarterbacks to a 69.5 rating.
Nine rushes the first half, 11 the second.
Mm-hmm. And that's part of it. I mean, so you add it all up. There are times that, things could have been different in this football game if they had made the 4th and 2, if the timeout didn't happen, if the guy didn't take the punt return 41 yards, that Williams guy, which put us in a bad position. So, you can talk about this all day long, what they did do. But it's the overall look of what happened today, what I'm impressed about, because they wanted the damn game. And to me, that carries over. To me, that should carry over when they play January 16th, Sunday at noon. Who they're going to play, I don't know. Could be New Orleans coming up. I don't know who that's going to be.
We're going back defensively, Doug. What I like today, and I tell you, the defense played a hell of a game. And by the way, last few games they kind of been, so to speak, missing in action.
Oh hell yeah!
But basically they've been there for the most part all year. But what you saw the D-backs when we knew it was a blitz, they were coming up, playing tight, and taking the inside away. I love to see that. The defensive line, again, I cannot emphasize that enough. Instead of standing there like ducks, their movement, they're going inside, outside, still coming with a lot of movement and the blitzes. And the way we're starting to camouflage blitzes now, Doug, you kind of look in there and I think, they're coming now. No, they're not. Yeah, no. I tell you, they're doing one hell of a job of camouflaging, and that helps, obviously, hopefully, make the quarterback call the wrong audible.
And since we shut out the Miami Dolphins, talking about the defense, they shut them out. After that, the Bears are averaging. Points against them have been 26. 26 points against them. Their third down situation went down the drain. Their takeaways went down the drain. You take a look at their third down situation today defensively. What was it, Ed? It was at least, I think 4 out of 16.
Packers, Doug, I'm looking right here. Just hold on 1 second. They were 2 of 11.
2 of 11 on third down. And prior to that, the Bears were going downhill. They got the takeaways. They got 2 takeaways. They got the sacks. They got the
They only rushed for 60 yards, Doug.
They only rushed, right, exactly.
Packers rushed for 60 yards, passed for 224.
All right, what is this? Werebear in Port Washington. Werebear.
Hey, guys, how you doing?
Okay.
Good. Hey, I mean, obviously, I live in Wisconsin here. I watch a lot of Packer games, and more than I care to admit. But one thing I can say about their defensive backs is that they're very, very, very physical people. They put their hands on you. Obviously, the one in the end zone that should have been a call for holding that we didn't get. But most importantly, I mean, our guys cannot get off the line if you press us. And I obviously, with Bradley, being out, I sure looked to me like Jay was throwing high, expecting, him to be there. And you've got Davis, who's just as short as can be. He couldn't go up and get that. So I think moving forward, I think, we need to do something. Yeah, if I was playing against us, I'd be pressing us all day long because those guys just cannot get open.
That's the one thing, too, though. A lot of times you're afraid to press a guy that's fast, a Hester or a Knox. But the Packers don't play that way. They're coming up right on top of you. They're taking it away. And right now we have to use more of our tight end situation. And we saw that one play to Olsen that he dropped, but he ended up catching 2 or 3 but we need to work the middle of the field more when you have the outside pressure or the outside cornerbacks covering up on our offensive receivers.
What I would like to see is more consistency from our receivers. Okay, this is the 16th game, Doug, and there's really no consistency. And what I mean by that is separation. Some games you can see Knox, Hester, whatever.
Not today.
Mean, blow them away. I mean,
Not
wide
today.
open. And then a game, you see other games, I mean, they can't get away. If it was a jailbreak, I mean, they can't make a move. They can't get away. So what I would like to see is more consistency with our ends in separation. That's the key, separation.
And the other thing, too, you want to see is to take advantage of the takeaway. We did not do that. We had one field goal. We didn't score off of Tillman. So that you need to do, too, Ed. You got to get, when the time comes, when you get the takeaway, that's what the cover 2 is supposed to be for. You've got to score when you get the football.
But a lot of times, Doug, you're talking about a perfect game, and a lot of times you're not going to have that perfect game.
No.
You got to find other ways to win.
But the fact is, though, 7 points have been a lot better than just 3. I mean, there's no question about that.
I understand that.
He's Obradovich on the Score, Sports Radio 670, 312-644-6767, the Suburban Tire postgame show. We're live at Jamison's Pub in Joliet. We'll be right back. The Good Hands play of the game is brought to you by Allstate. Dollar for dollar, nobody protects you like Allstate. Are you in good hands?
Snap to Rodgers, play fake to the pocket. It starts to close, weaving through trouble. Throwing the pass is intercepted. Snagged out of the air and running right. Charles Tillman to the 40. Tillman the cut back to the 35. Tillman gets free of a tackle, still on his feet to the 30. Cuts at the 25, to the 20, to the 15 of the Green Bay Packers. Brian Bulaga on the stop for Green Bay. What an interception and run back for Charles Peanut Tillman, who swipes his 27th career interception.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. We're live at Jamison's Pub in Joliet. Obradovich and phone 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears loss to the Green Bay Packers. Packers 10, Bears 3. Let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Packer Jerry in Kenosha. Packer Jerry.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up, Jerry?
Hi, Jerry.
How's it going?
Okay, kiddo.
Say, I was saying all week I thought Lovey would be a fool to go out and play the starters. But I'll tell you what, after watching that game, I think it was the right call. Like you said earlier, Doug, it sharpened the Bears, but it also sharpened the Packers too. And winning this way means a lot more than if we had played and beat the backups. Also, I just had one question. What do you guys think if the Bears had scored a touchdown? Do you think they should have went for the 2-point conversion to knock the Packers out? Because that would have been the ultimate thing there.
Jerry, I said the same thing. I'm thinking to myself, if the Bears score, why not? Put it all on the line. Go for the 2 to try to win the football game, because you certainly played all your guys that whole football game. You didn't want to really go to an OT. Go for it. And I had no problem whatsoever if they had went for the 2 trying to win the football game. I'm glad you brought that up, Jerry. Because to me, that would have been the ultimate. If the Bears could have scored, went for 2, got it, and ended up winning the football game.
Well, you got Green Bay at Philadelphia next week, I believe. Am I not correct on that? Green Bay is at Philadelphia. Tell you what, that could be a hell of a game, pal.
Well, they're going to be. They rested Michael Vick, which they should have done. They didn't play today. And, the Packers.
Well, he was hurt.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to play the guy. He's beat up, for the last couple of games. So, yeah, that's going to be a hell of a football game.
Let me tell you something, Doug. The way things are here, New Orleans has got to play the winner of St. Louis or Seattle.
They're going to be here.
And I'll tell you what, Doug, I like the way things are looking here. You never, ever did I ever think anything like this would happen this year.
And the way that's set up, New Orleans probably will be here. They'll beat either one of those teams. And so they'll come here. There's the wild card. They'll play here in Chicago. I think that's the way it's going to line up, that New Orleans could be here in Chicago on January 16th, noon.
Well, I tell you what, Philadelphia better be aware. Beware of the pack.
All right. What we got here? Oh, Philly wins. They play the Bears if they win the game, right? So if Philly wins, they come back. They come here and play the Bears, and I don't think the Bears are that worried about them. They should be. They got a good team. Let's go out to Bob in Palatine. Bob, you're on the Score.
Hello, Doug and Ed. I'm
Hey,
real
Bobby,
proud,
how you doing?
real proud of the Bears, Ed. I was one of those guys that wanted the first-string team to play. I wanted to see them go all out, and they sure did. They played their hearts out. And I really think Lovey wanted to do it this way, too. I didn't think he wanted to put the substitutes in. Also, I wanted the Bears to win badly because I didn't want them to meet the Packers again.
Yeah.
Which they
Wouldn't
may have to.
Wouldn't that be something, though, Bob?
Yeah.
You know, that's the one team, Bob, I would hate to hit. A team playing on all cylinders are the Packers. They've got a passing attack when they're on, Dougie.
Yeah.
I mean, they'll just rip you apart.
Yeah, see, if they do meet, it would be the NFC Championship. If the Bears should meet the Green Bay Packers. So, who knows? Stranger things have happened.
Yes.
Let's go out to John on the south side. John, you're on the scoreboard. Opie and Doug.
Hey, how you doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Hi, Johnny.
Yeah, so real quick, I think one of the most important takeaways from today's game actually came in Jay Cutler's news conference. If you listen closely, he said that the 9 route wasn't in play, meaning he wasn't able to call a deep pass or a deep route all game. It wasn't in the playbook. So that changed everything. When we're evaluating Cutler, when we're evaluating the Bears, they wanted to win, but they still limited the play calls on the offensive side. And I think that goes to the reason why we started throwing the ball more than we had in the last 5 weeks. I think the Bears wanted to win, but they more wanted to prepare for the upcoming weeks, where they wanted to put Cutler in a situation where he was passing again, believe it or not, to see how he fares in that kind of condition on the road. But the biggest thing to me today was the fact that he did not have that deep route in the playbook at all.
Well, part of that, if you think about it, logically, why would you want to put, and this is what they're probably thinking too, when you have to go deep, that means you take more time. That means you step back. It's a 7-step drop. They didn't want nothing to happen to Cutler. And a lot of times, too, we saw maximum protection then.
Right.
And so they went into that mold. I mean, some of it was safe call. There's no question about it. What they try to do with what they had, and they try to work shorter, but even that, it was there. There were certain plays that were there. The Cutler did not make.
Against the Jets, when we went for the striker, when we got the turnover, bang, we got 7 points.
Right.
Threw the ball on a fly pattern or an up pattern, and it's a great call. It's a great thing to do. But they went to max protection.
Yeah.
They went with play action and went to max protection, and which is sound for us.
Well, especially for this game, it's sound. He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score Sports Radio 670, Suburban Tire postgame show. We are live at Jameson's Pub in Joliet. Our phone number, 312-644-6767.
Happy New Year, everybody.
Yeah, I mean, Lovey never swayed in his decision. He said from the very get-go that we were going to roll in this game, and we did, even though Atlanta, clinched number 1. So, we wanted to come in here, a tough environment. We haven't been in that in a while, so I thought it was a good idea.
Packers bring 3, drop 8. Here's Jay on the back pedal. Winds up. He's got an open man. He overthrew him at the top, and it's intercepted at the 15. That's going to end the ball game. Nick Collins, the swipe. The Pro Bowler on the overthrow by Jay Cutler, just too tall. And he had his receiver open.
They did some really good stuff to us. They had a really good game plan with some of their slot blitzes and mixing things up with the coverage and going some max coverages. And then towards the end, just kind of, doing a lot with Charles Woodson and A.J. Hawk and those guys. So they had a good plan. It's nothing that we can't deal with. We just, have to take a look at it. No, it's some of the same stuff that the Jets did. We were able to take advantage of some 9s. We didn't really have some of those going there late in the game where we could take advantage of that. But, like I said, it's nothing we haven't seen before. It took us a little bit to really get adjusted to it, but by then, it was too late.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jay Cutler talking about what the Packers did. The fact is that they come up with something, especially that cornerback blitz. The Bears have had a problem with that all year. And so somehow during the next 2 weeks that got corrected because that will pass on to whoever the Bears play. You're listening to Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score Sports Radio 670. We're live at Jameson's Pub in Joliet. Obradovich on the phone, 312-644-6767. 6'7", 6'7".
You know, Dougie, that statistic that you came up with about all the prior 15 games of quarterbacks playing and that rating, well, they have to go to Philadelphia next week and play. I assume that Mike Vick will be back and ready and get ready to play. But I'm going to tell you what, and you saw it there today. I think they're the only one in our division, North Division, that plays a 3-4, right, Doug?
Yeah.
I don't know, everybody else is 4-3, but I'll tell you what, when you saw it today, they can do so many things with that front seven and their cornerbacks. It's incredible.
Yeah, you know, they have to corral Vic. There's no question about that. But like you said, defensively, against the pass, I don't think there's anybody better in the National Football League now. The key here, though, you can run against them, and I think that's what a lot of teams are going to start gearing up against the Packers to try to run the ball.
I tell you what, Philadelphia, I don't think they're too happy if they got to face the Packers, my friend.
Let's go out to Jeff in Bloomington. Jeff, you on the scoreboard, OB and Doug.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Great show.
All right, Jeff.
Hey, I usually don't look for positives in losses, but, you know, the Bears couldn't have asked for more. Basically, they got like a free playoff game. You know, they got a chance to go out and play a game that meant nothing, but with the playoff atmosphere against a talented team who had everything to play for. So, you know, I think that was great. And I tell you what kind of concerns me a little bit, the field position game. I know that the two games where the Bears scored 40 and 38 points, Devin Hester made more of an impact as far as field position. I think we probably average started on about our opponent's 40. I'm a little concerned with the offense when they don't get field position and they have to drive the length of the field. I'm a little bit concerned about that. And just like to know what you guys think about that, because today, the punter today did a great job of keeping the ball out of his hands, so he wasn't able to make that impact and give us that field position. So I'm a little concerned about that, and just like to hear your take on that. Other than that, I thought it was a great day.
Yeah, that's a great point. And the fact is, you take a look at the Bears, and the fact is that their field position offensively is enhanced tremendously by Hester. Whether he catches it or they're trying to kick the ball out of bounds. That didn't happen today. But on the other side, I thought Maynard had those guys pinned down pretty good many times, and our defense had good field position to come out and play.
Absolutely. Hey, it was a hard-hitting game, and I'll tell you what, the breaks went actually both ways. Some of the calls by the referees on both sides, to me, were a little ridiculous, but that's football, folks.
Let's go out to Mike on the south side. Mike, you're on the score.
Hi, thanks, guys, for taking my call. Both you guys have played the game, so I wanted to get your opinion on something, if I'm way off base or if I'm on target. I don't think so much, let me preface by saying I'm not a big Bears fan, but I am a football fan. I don't think that the Bears lost to a great football team today at all. I think the Green Bay Packers are very one-dimensional. They have absolutely no running game. That being said, I think the Chicago Bears can beat any team in the NFC. I think Green Bay can beat any team in the NFC. I think it's a down year, especially in the NFC. I think the Bears have a serviceable running back, but he's not going to make you forget Walter Payton. We don't have the big, tall wide receiver that we need. And I think that the Super Bowl winner might probably come out of the AFC. But like I said, that being said, I just wanted you guys' opinion. If I might be right on that, because generally in football you want a well-balanced running attack and a passing attack. Green Bay has no running game. And, I mean, it's a tribute to them that they can do what they've done without a running game. And I also wanted to say, come next year, it should be a lot of fun in the North, because for the first time we won't be able to say that you can chalk up 2 wins against the Detroit Lions. I'll hang up and listen to your comments.
Now, there's no question, Ed and I talked about look out next year for the Detroit Lions, because the Lions have come on strong.
Yes.
They're going to be there. And the balance is important. I'll tell you one thing about the AFC. I think any team can beat any team. But right now, the team to beat is the New England Patriots. You see what they did today. They didn't need that game. That team is really, really good. Other than that, any team can win. I mean, New Orleans comes out. New Orleans can do it. The fact is that you're talking about, the Chicago Bears, they could do it. The Packers could do it. The Eagles could do it. But when you get on the other side, you look at Pittsburgh and you look at New England, these are some of the stronger teams.
Well, I'll tell you what, you've only got one way to look at it. We're in the playoffs, okay? We got here. We're in the playoffs. I've been in this position before, and I'm going to tell you something. We won a world championship, and I thought that was just the beginning of many to come. Of many. Never got back. The 85 Bears, I believe, with the youngest team in the National Football League, with probably the greatest defense that I have ever seen in my lifetime, and they never got back, let alone win again. So what the players have to do and the coaches have, take advantage of the situation now. To hell with next year. Everything is about now. We've got to get it done. Don't wait, hope, or pray for next year, how good you're going to look or who you're going to draft or what you're going to do. It's everything about going out and total annihilation for our defensive players and our offensive players to convert on third down, move the damn ball down the field, and get some points. Because you've got this one shot at it, kids. Don't blow it.
Isn't that amazing, Ed? Isn't that amazing, the fact that what you said was absolutely true, that he just changes so much during the course after a year, whatever happens.
Oh, my God.
The Bears fell into something here. They fell into the fact that no one's hurt. This is unbelievable.
They got a schedule that was unbelievable.
Yeah, they played against 3 third-string quarterbacks. That's not their fault. They take what comes up against them. So those things all fall in place. Next year, who in the hell knows what's going to happen?
I don't give a damn about next year.
No, that's what I'm saying.
They're in there now, and you play this game to be a world champ. That's what this ring says, Doug. That's why you play this game. Not 8-8, not to do this, not to do that. Win the damn thing, okay? There's got to be 31 losers and 1 winner.
That is why I was so impressed today what they did about the fact of the effort that they put out today.
You betcha.
And they went out and played. To me, that was the most important thing of this football game, that they put out the damn effort and didn't do what everybody else was calling them to do. Rest the starters. And I know our next question up, Mike from Rockford's got that question,
But
too.
you know what, though, real quick, before we get to Mike, Doug, you're going to have people say, I don't care. They never should have played him the whole game. They should have played him a quarter or never played him or a half. You're going to have 50% think that way now, and 50%, yeah, they should have done it the way they did it.
Well, the fact is that you played the game, I played the game. My idea is that you play. You go out and play. You trying to tell me you get worried about getting hurt the last game. Well, couldn't you get hurt the first damn game? Couldn't you get hurt the third game or the fifth game? The first time you start thinking about getting hurt, you will get hurt. And so you got to go out there and play it. They did that today, and they got my utmost respect for how they handled it. Let's go out to Mike in Rockford. Mike, you're on the score.
Mike.
Yeah, guys. I before I get to my point, Doug, while I was on hold, I was thinking of something. I talked to you guys a couple of weeks ago. Actually, it was last week. It was after the Jets game. And, you had 2 great defenses going against each other. And what, the Bears scored 38, the Jets scored 31. And, Doug, there's something that's worrying me here. A couple of weeks away, we're going to have a playoff game at Soldier Field. We talked about how bad the playing surface is there. The Bears defense looked the best it's looked in 4 weeks today because the field up in Green Bay is good. They got good footing and they got good pressure. On the quarterback, they were, able to fly around the field. That's what the Bears defense, feasts on. But what's going to happen in a couple of weeks to whoever we got to play here? And if it's bad weather, and that's why I'm saying the Bears next year, guys. I know we don't talk about next. They got to do something with field turf. They have to address the issue because I'm telling you guys, I'm scared. And the hell with the Packers, guys. We sit here and talk about them. The Bears' defense played good. You're talking about a great quarterback in Aaron Rodgers. The Bears held the Packers to 10 points. They played third-string quarterbacks 3 times this year, but they held one of the best quarterbacks in the league to 10 points. And to me, the Bears' defense showed up because they played on a good playing surface. I want to know what your opinion is. And the other thing is, with this playing the guys all half the game, I just don't know what to say. I guess you can go either way on it.
Mike, let me say this. My opinion of somebody coming in 2 weeks from now and playing us at noontime, who is going to have the advantage of playing on this field? It has to be, Mike, the Bears. They've been playing on this field. We've had this field, last couple of years? It's basically the same field. And if anybody has an advantage, Mike, it should be the Bears. Even though a lot of people don't like it, some of the players don't like it, whatever. But if there is an advantage, it's to the Bears, Mike.
Yeah, and especially if you're playing a dome team. It's a dome team. The Bears did that to New Orleans a couple of years ago. They practice in the dome. They win in the dome. They stay in the dome. When they came up here to play us, they couldn't find themselves. They were just falling down, getting up, slipping
Mike,
and sliding.
You can go back when the 49ers, we played the 49ers, in a playoff game back in the 80s, and we had a phenomenal team. There was 86 or 80, whatever it was, I can't remember. And the 49ers came in there. What did they do? Wallop us?
Yeah.
They just kicked us all over the field. And that was what's the so-called bear weather.
Well, the fact is with the Bear defense and taking on that field, and obviously it slows them down, but come on, guys. It slows down the opponents, too, so that's an advantage to our offensive line.
It has to be an advantage. It has to be.
Sure. Let's go out to Tom in Bolingbrook. Tom, you're on the score.
Hey, it's an honor to talk to both you gentlemen. How are you doing? Awesome. I wanted to say it was an excellent game. I'm very proud of the Bears for taking it all the way down to the wire. I'm very excited about our outlook with the playoffs. And, OB, I just want to say it's an honor to talk to you. And I heard a quote from the Bears History DVD. The one guy made a quote that there wasn't enough alcohol in Chicago to take care of you, my friend, and you did an awesome job for us. And I just wanted to say that because I think you're the best.
Thank you.
Wasn't that about
that was a thing.
Our safety.
That was Dave Witzel, at the time, and what it was a thing that the National Football League did on the toughest guys to have played the football game. And the opening for the series was Jim Taylor, the Green Bay Packer running back, Jack Youngblood, the defensive end from the Rams, played in the Super Bowl with a broken leg, and Jack Lambert, the middle linebackers, and yours truly, myself. And that was the opening series of the toughest guys to play in the NFL. And that was just a part of a tape of what they did about me. It was Dave Witzel.
I've never seen you take a drink.
Huh?
I've never seen you take
I never drink, Doug. Why?
Not according to Witzel. There's not enough whiskey in Chicago to you.
Doug, it was iced tea.
Iced tea.
That's right. It was iced tea.
You show Bradford on phone.
You gotta love it.
On the Score Sports Radio 670. Our phone number 312-644-6767. It's the Suburban Tire post-game show. We're live at James's Pub in Joliet.
For you people, I'll tell you, they've been listening to Doug and I for years. I'll tell you what, God bless you people, and you and your loved ones, and we can't thank you all enough for listening to Doug and I, and hopefully we're around for several more years anyway.
We'll be right back. Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio and Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich on the phone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Seattle's 12th man was out for today's game against the Bears. The other 11 were not good enough to beat the Chicago Bears. Bears win 35-24. NFC Championship game against the Green Bay Packers in Soldier Field next week. And what a game, what a football game for Cutler. 2 touchdowns he runs, 2 touchdowns he passes. Olsen gets a touchdown, and that was the biggest play I thought, Ed, was right at the beginning of the game. And it's 3rd and 2, and they go deep, and they get a 58-yard touchdown to Olsen, which started out the football game 7-0. That must have been in their game plans because in the fourth quarter, they did the same thing with 3rd and 1. They went to a play-action pass and went to Callan Davis for a 39-yard touchdown.
Well, Doug, the Bears offensively came again out with a balanced attack ever since after the 7th game of the year, the bye week. In the first half, Doug, we rushed the ball 17 times, passed 16 times. By the end of the first half, it was 21-zip, pretty much basically over with. But the one thing, Doug, that I saw today, and offensively, we go back to Doug to last year and the year before and all those years before, and the running game was basically a switch up the middle. Hopefully that Olin Klutz could block somebody and we'd run up the middle. Well, I'll tell you what, they found something in Seattle's defense. Doug, we hit those edges on the strong side and weak side for 4 quarters all day long. Forte gained yards. I think very seldom was he held at the line of scrimmage or for loss. So we attacked the edges. We found weakness there. We stayed with the 3 and the 5-step drop every time, Doug. Every time we try to go to a 7-foot drop or a trick play, it blows up in our face.
The other thing, too, and I wasn't too happy about the way we finished the football game. There's no question about it in my mind. It ended up 35-24. And, of course, it wasn't as close as that score sounds. But, once again, we got sloppy at the end. And I think we're going to have to toughen up when it comes to that. But basically, overall, the Bears did what they were expected to do with Seattle. Seattle hasn't won a road playoff game in 28 years. So everybody and their brother, I can't think of anybody that picked Seattle to win this football game. All of us did. All of us picked Chicago Bears to do it. They did do it. Now, there's certain things that happened in this football game, they have to improve on. I thought the pass rush was kind of weak at first, and then it came on a little bit later. But the blitzes you and I were looking at, we didn't see much blitzes in the first half.
No, we didn't. They're checking on it now, Doug. The first half, I saw very little. Third quarter, very little. Then in the fourth quarter, we started dancing around and coming with some blitzes. Now, I don't know if that was to show Green Bay something or really try to get to Hasselbeck, because I'll tell you what, Doug, again, our pass rush with our 4-down linemen, it's just not there. And you've got Green Bay coming in next week, and they come from every formation known to mankind and every passing, running formation. And I'll tell you what, these 4-down linemen that we have, especially those 3 inside guys, they're going to play the games of their life next week against the Packers, because they're not sure as hell coming in here to lose, Dougie. But I'll tell you what, kudos to the Bears.
Absolutely.
To the owners, to the president, the general manager, the head coach Lovey, the assistant coaches, all the position coaches, coordinators, coming through against all kinds of odds. And here we are, 1 week away from playing the Green Bay Packers for the NFC Championship, the right to go to the Super Bowl, and we haven't played them since the year in a playoff game, 1941. So, again, congratulations to all the Bears. Again, ownership, management, players, you guys did it. Actually, you did it. But you got one more game to go. Let's just keep it rolling, babe.
It was so important today to see Cutler have a good football game. There's no question about that. He's been taking some flack all week about, being a jerk face and stuff like that. But basically, he needs to come out and play. Well, you don't judge a guy by a jerk face. You judge it by, what goes on with the numbers and that. And his numbers today, obviously,
Doug,
were good.
Let me tell you something. Jerk face when he loses, he's a real jerk face. When he wins,
well, no,
kind of a cute look.
Well, I guess, but whatever the reason. With that face, the fact is that he did do it. He went out there and played one hell of a football game. Now, Hester did his part, too. You remember the punt return, from the 26-yard punt return, and right after that, they go on in to score. And so there were setups. The defense come up and played some nice plays. All in all, again, too, it was something the Bears should have done. What was your statement about in the dictionary about if the Bears would have lost to the Seattle Seahawks?
They would have redefined the word impossible.
Right. Impossible. Which it was impossible in my mind, in your mind, in a player's mind. But once again, we're always in the back saying, well, what if this happened or what if that happened? Well, it didn't happen.
Well, common sense prevailed out here, Doug.
Right.
With our offensive and defensive coordinators. The first half, we came out with the play action, obviously, and we stuck to the running game, Doug. And we hit, again, did we hit the edges all day long? And we're pulling our guards, pulling the center. I don't know, almost every play I saw, Doug, us pulling linemen, trying to get around the edges and make things happen. And that's things that those are the things that, Doug, we haven't seen in years around here. Trying to attack the edges, get out wide, counter plays, sucker traps. Those are runs that we never played before, not until Mike Martz came in here and Tice came in here. And again, with all the adjustments that Mike Tice made, with the talent that he had, maneuvering guys from the strong side to the weak side, left guard, right guard, doing every other thing, and sticking with people, and it's paid off, Doug. Now, do I know that they've had an unbelievable year with luck? I mean, my God. I mean, you got to be a fool, to deny that. I mean, things break their way week after week after week. But guess what? Sometimes things are what they are. And we're playing in the NFC Championship, and I'll tell you what, I think it's going to be a hell of a game, folks.
My only suggestion to the Chicago Bears would be this after today's game. Take the paper and the game plan that has the Wildcat on it, take it outside and burn it. Just burn it and blow it up. I hate that wild card. I have no idea, Wildcat. I hate the way they put it in there. Then on top of that, you get Forte throwing the football. And the fact is, he throws the interception. I don't know why you use the Wildcat. I just don't know why they do that. I don't understand it.
Doug, it's the old trickery and deceit play.
Yeah, who are you tricking?
Yourself?
The
old trickery and deceit play. That what usually happens.
My Lord, I hate
exactly
that thing.
What the hell happened.
Yeah.
Interception.
What can you do off of it? You know, and what Forte did. I mean, he's looking there trying to make the
look like a fool. That's what you can do off of it.
Well, anyway, just burn that part of it. But other than that, I have no complaints. They did exactly what they were supposed to do.
Doug, if they stick to the running game, if they don't abandon the running game, okay, again, 17-16 the first half, all the way down. If they can stick to that game plan, Doug, and to go to the 3 and 5-step drops and roll him out, move that pocket, we're going to be in football games. Why? Because our defense, I don't think, is going to totally break down, and our specialty teams are going to get us great field position. So I think with all that being said, I think we're going to have a shot, and I think we can play with anybody. Again, 3 and 5, move the pocket, great defense, good special teams. We've got a shot, folks. I really believe we do.
Let's don't forget, we gave a shot losing to Green Bay at home 10-3. It was a hell of a football game, physical football game. We were in that football game all the way to the end. And we watched Packers last night, and they're unbelievable. And Aaron Rodgers is just smoking.
They had Clay Matthews, Doug, who usually plays on the left side on their defense, our right offensive side. I'll tell you what, I saw him last night. He was on the strong side, Doug, on the weak side. He was in the 0 gap, the 1 gap, the 4 gap, the 2 gap. He was all over. They camouflaged their blitzes. They were coming from everywhere last night, and obviously very effective.
Yeah, and they're effective not only on defense but offense with those wide receivers they have. So, yeah, the work is cut out for the Chicago Bears. But that being said, it's here in Chicago. As you said at the beginning of the show, the fact is, who would have thought this was going to happen? Who would have thought that the Bears would be there knocking on the door? The NFC Championship, you know, if you win that football game, you're to the Super Bowl. It's almost hard to digest.
What do you think the odds in Vegas would have been?
At this point?
Yeah, that the Bears would play in the NFC Championship game.
Extremely high.
And not only that, have home field advantage. How about that one? How about $1 billion to 1 maybe?
It'd be way out there. Anyway, congratulations to the Chicago Bears and also to all the management, to the coaches.
Absolutely.
For keeping it together. And a lot of us complained. I was one of them. Ed was one of them. There were a lot of people out there complaining about Lovie Smith. But when the smoke cleared, Lovie was standing tall. Let's go out to Frank and Waukegan. Frank, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, Doug and OB, pleasure and honor for taking my phone call, guys.
Thanks,
all right, buddy. Frankie.
Hey, last drive for Seattle when they scored that quick touchdown, I thought we're going to have problems if we relax like that against Green Bay. We'll get our butts kicked. I'll hang up and listen to your comments.
You know, Frank, the situation says when to relax, and I know they relaxed. There's no question about it. But if that was the point in time and you needed to make a stop, I'm sure the things would have been different. But, again, it doesn't give me an excuse to go out there and relax because I believe what you believe. You just don't do that. You don't want to get in the habit of doing that. But the game was put away. The game was shut. In fact, the game was done at halftime. The Bears were winning 21-0, and after that it was just coasting. And so, yeah, you're right. The end I didn't like the way they handled it. But the fact is, when it comes out, the score was 35 for the Chicago Bears and 24 for Seattle. Let's go out to Mr. Sharp at Oak Lawn. Mr. Sharp, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, Doug and OB. I just want to reiterate on that. I don't think you can really lax on that. You got to stay tough. If they're going to go down the field, make them earn it. However, like you say, Chester Taylor had a great game. I think because the offensive line is coming together. And if I could say this to you guys, you're looking live at beautiful sold-out Soldier Field in blustery cold Chicago, Illinois, where your Chicago Bears going to open up a can of whoop-ass on the Green Bay Packers.
You know what?
That sounds good.
You know, Mr. Sharp, what I've seen, again, since the bye week, and my personal opinion, everybody, they talk about Martz and Lovey and whoever. I think Mike Tice was the guy that stood up in that meeting and said, hey, my guys can't do this, but they can do this, or let's give us a try, because if we can do this, then we can help with the passing game, with the play action, and move the pocket. That's what I think happened.
Well, when you talk about Mike Tice, talk about the running game.
That's the guy I think made the difference, Doug. I don't know exactly who, but I'll tell you what. I believe he was the man.
Well, they had 176 yards rushing today.
Yes, they did.
So with 176 yards rushing, that's exactly what we're looking at. We're looking at balance, and that's what we need from this team.
Well, Doug, there's no question about it, because the other way was suicide.
Yep. You're listening to Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670, Obradovich and Buffon. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. And our phone number, I gave it to you, 644-6767. And we're talking about the Chicago Bears win over Seattle, 35-24.
You know what? Quickly here, Doug, I'm looking at the board here. It looks like there's a lot of people that are really not too happy with the win or the way it went down.
Take it, believe me, trust me. Take the win and go for the NFC Championship the next week against Green Bay Packers.
I think we're going to have some tough callers here.
We'll be right back. The drive of the game is brought to you by Arlington Heights Ford, number one in what matters most.
Jay drops the throw. Jay hangs in. Jay going deep. Down the seam. He's got Olsen inside of 20. 10, 5, end zone. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. Running away from a defensive back, Laura Malloy, and a 58-yard touchdown. Bears strike first.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio and Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire postgame show on The Score. Sports Radio 670. He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone. Our phone number is 312-644-6767. And Eddie, the player of the game is Greg Olsen. Today's player of the game is brought to you by Gennady Insurance in Frankfort, Illinois. Contact Gary Gennady at 815-464-8800 or visit the website at GennadyInsurance.com and take a look at some of the stats. Ed, how about that time of possession for the Chicago Bears?
Well, I'll tell you what. The Bears had it 37 minutes and 2 seconds. So, and you know what's really interesting, Doug? When Green Bay last night, Green Bay held the ball for 38 minutes.
That's right.
And this afternoon we held it for 37 minutes. And a great stat here, 10 of 18 on third down conversion. Total net yards of 437. Net yards rushing 176. Net yards passing 261, Doug. And so that was, as a matter of fact, going back to Olsen, that was that seam route, you know?
Right, on 32.
And I'll tell you, he ran it. And who was it? I can't remember. Who was the guy that was defending, Doug? Was that...
I can't remember his name, but I know who you're talking about.
I tell you what, when he sees him, he comes.
Right.
What was he thinking about? He came right up on him and let him blow right by him.
Malloy.
There you go. Thank you, Malloy. And right over and popped it. He got 6 points.
The one thing, too, that was kind of neat when you take a look at this, the fact when it's settled, as far as the stats are concerned, the Bears ran the football 45 times. They passed it, attempts 46. And I mean, we're right on the button with this thing. You know, they're keeping it right there, and that's a big thing. The other thing, too, though, when you take a look at this, and Ed and I were talking about Hasselbeck. The first half, I think his quarterback rating was 60. But a lot of passes were dropped, Ed.
Oh, yeah.
For this guy. And Hasselbeck lost some players during the course of it. Well, make a long story short, though, Hasselbeck ends up with a 94.3 quarterback rating. Now, Cutler had a 111.3 quarterback rating. But you got to say something to Hasselbeck. That second half, a hell of a lot better than it was in the first half.
Here, Doug, Doug, that stat that you came up with. Green Bay, folks. Green Bay. This is Green Bay's defense, and throughout the 16-game season, the rating of the opposing quarterback was what, Doug?
The average quarterback against the Green Bay Packer defense, the quarterback rating was 69.9.
And last night,
guy had
in Atlanta,
Ryan had 69. And when the Bears played him that game, they lost 10-3. Cutler had a 45.3. So what we're talking about here and what we're saying is that Packer defense plays hell on quarterbacks.
I'll tell you what, Doug, when I watched last night, I was mesmerized by those defensive calls and how they moved around at Clay Matthews. And, I mean, that defensive line constantly in and out. They play that 3-4. What an unbelievable game plan they came up with. And obviously, next Sunday, are we going to see a lot of that? I'm sure we will, my friend.
I think so, Ed. And I'll tell you why. You can do a lot of that because what they have, those two corners they have in Williams, and the fact that they, they can cover, they can chop down people real quickly by coming up and not giving them any room to breathe. So then Dom Capers can make a lot kind of. Did you see all the tricks that were done with Clay Matthews?
Oh my God!
The Rexes and the Lexes that you and I called, with the tackles inside, outside, the twist, the whole 9 yards.
Doug, they were unbelievable. I mean, that was Capers really called he put it together a hell of a game plan, and no question about it.
Yeah, and when you got guys like I said, Woodson and Williams on the corners, then makes a big difference. Let's go out to Mike in Rockford. Mike, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys, listen, it's great to have a Bear victory, but it just left a bad taste in your mouth at the end of that game, the way they let down. And good teams, guys, you said this before on the radio, we've said it for a long time.
Know how to finish.
finish them off, put them down. They're down on the ground, leave them down there. Don't let them have any life, because you know what? I mean, they could have got that onside kick. God knows they could have got another touchdown with a minute and 21 seconds left there. They almost recovered that other one. And so you don't mess with that. And the score was a lot. The game was a lot farther than the score showed. But guys, here's a question for next week. I'm a big Bear fan, but I got to tell you, I'm really concerned about this game just because of the way the Packers have played the last few weeks. And the defense is what scares me with their defense versus our offense. And our offense, or our defense versus, I mean, what do we do? Do we blitz them more? Because it does. Rodgers just sits back there and he'll pick you apart. With the four guys, they're not going to do the job. We're going to have to throw some blitz packages. What do you guys think? I'll hang up and listen.
Mike, offensively, what we're going to have to do, because of that 3-4 defense that Green Bay plays, and the amount of stunts, and from where they're coming from, the corners, the strong, the safety, they move Clay Matthews all over. Their line tricks coupled with the blitzes, and they don't give you a break. They come at you first down, second down, third down. It doesn't matter. Now, how can we beat that? Again, the hot reads, what are we going to have to do? 3- and 5-step drops. 7 is out of the question, and you're going to have to move the pocket. And the one other thing you're going to have to do offensively, which will limit you a little bit, but to make us move that ball down, is you're going to have to go to max protection. You're going to have to keep a tight end in, two tight ends, and maybe a back to chip block, or a tight end and a back to chip block. But that's the only way I see for this offensive line to stop the Green Bay attack. Because I'll tell you what, they destroy the opposing quarterbacks. Destroy them.
And if you remember, though, don't forget that the Chicago Bears lost to Green Bay Packers here 10-3. And the Packers needed that football game. And I saw the Bears do something they didn't do, what they were not doing. Balance in their offense, balance with the running and passing. We did all that passing stuff. We did all that stuff that caused us trouble and still lost 10-3. There's a chance here. The Packers looked extremely good the other day against Atlanta.
They're on a roll.
Everything was perfect for them. They were in a perfect field to make their moves. With their wide receivers, everything was right. But let me tell you something. The Bears slugged it out with them and lost 10-3. And did not the Bears win the first damn football game? And then what you're going to tell me? Well, Doug, Green Bay had all those penalties. Why did they have all those penalties? They had those penalties because they were forced to, because they were trying to hold Peppers and they were doing all kinds of stupid things. The shot is still there. But if you want to take a look at both football games, the one you saw last night with Green Bay and the one you saw today with the Chicago Bears against Seattle, I'm with you. The Packers played one hell of a football game, and they looked like they're unbeatable. We'll find out when they come here to Chicago.
Oh God, I tell you what, this game, I'm really jacked up here, Doug. I'll tell you what,
it just had to go that
Green
direction.
Bay Packers coming in here, the Soldier Field. I'll tell you what, folks, I can't wait. I'm on it already, and again, if we don't try to do crazy things. And if we can stay to what we've done the last half of this season, we're going to have a chance, folks. We're going to have a chance.
The only thing I like to see more of is I like to see more pressure from the defensive line. I like to see more takeaways, more interceptions and stuff like that. You're going to need that against Green Bay.
Well, the one thing that we haven't done all year, Doug, are our 4 down linemen. We just don't.
No, we're not.
We don't get to the quarterback.
Coming, we saw a couple moves once with Peppers. We saw the inside guys with Tommy Harris.
Doug, all in all, it has not been there because you got to have 4 guys, and you got to have 4 guys going constantly. 2-3 guys can't take a playoff or whatever. And our rotation at the inside, I've been talking about it all year. Sick of talking about it. The listeners are probably sick of hearing about it. Those 3 guys that we got in the middle, folks, they can't rush the passer. They cannot rush the passer. What you're going to have to do is come with a unique blitz package for somebody to come up in the middle so you don't let our opposing quarterback get the escapability out through the gaps.
He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score, Sports Radio 670, the Suburban Tire postgame show. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Ed and I will be right back. This segment is brought to you by Gerber Collision and Glass. We come highly wreck. Come in.
Cutler takes. Play fake, gonna throw. Going for it, Kellen Davis. He's got it over the shoulder, left to the 10. 5, end zone, touchdown! Touchdown Bears, 39 yards, and that should be the finishing touch. 34-10 Bears. Jay takes a knee, and that'll do it. The Bears have won the NFC Divisional playoff game, 35-24 over the Seattle Seahawks, and it sets up a colossal renewal of the oldest and best rivalry in the NFL. Bears-Packers, round 3 at Soldier Field, next Sunday, 2 o'clock. It'll be one of the biggest sporting events in Chicago history for the right to go to Dallas to represent the NFC. It's going to be something special.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire postgame show on The Score. Sports Radio 670. He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone. Our phone number is 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win 35-24 over Seattle. Eddie, let's get out to those phones.
Doug, before you do that, though, I just thought of No.
Why are you chuckling?
I mean, the odds out in Vegas, okay?
Yeah.
What do you think the odds are in Vegas right now, whether Jim Belushi will be on the sidelines of the Bears NFC Championship, Packers NFC Championship game?
I think they're even, 1-1.
You think they're even?
Yeah, they're even. There's
that
no
guy,
question.
is that amazing?
Belushi will be there.
He
You can count on it.
He's unbelievable.
Yeah. There's no question you'll be there. Let's go to Dave on the northwest side. Dave, you're on The Score with OB and Doug.
Hey, Doug and OB, it's always an honor and pleasure to talk to you guys.
Thank you, my friend.
I have about 3 or 4 things. First of all, we beat up that offensive line all year.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let me tell you something. Today, they showed me something. They really come together, opening holes for the runs and clear passing lanes. That's number 1. Number 2, let's give it to Cutler, okay? Finally, he's matured. You know what? Instead of throwing the ball, he threw it out of bounds or something, and he ran. And number 3, Doug, I'm with you. If they ever run that wildcat again, do me a favor. If you do run it, have him roll out because he's a runner, isn't he? And then if he doesn't, then just let him throw out of bounds. What the hell are you doing? That actually gave them the momentum for Seattle. I'll talk to you guys later.
Yeah, Dave, I'm no big fan of the wildcat. I just think it's a waste of time. I mean, you got the quarterback standing out there in the wide receiver position. I mean, all you do is make your keys. And then again, too, if you had somebody who could throw it, I mean, it would make a little difference, and I can understand it. But why, Ed? Why do you want to put that thing in?
Doug, I could say 10 things negative about it, and I don't even want to go there. I don't want to do it. Okay, just Mike Martz, throw the damn play out, will you, please?
Really?
My God.
I know he's got a bunch of other ones that are pretty damn good. And by the way, Mike Martz called 2 great plays today on 3rd and 2 and 3rd and 1. When defenses are expecting you to try to pick up that first down, and you go for the striker. And both times he hit it, Ed.
Absolutely. And I tell you again, the key, what I've seen, and just harkening on here, what Dave was mentioning about the offensive line, the fact that now our guards, we can pull out and we can attack the edges, which we never could. And you don't think the teams used to defenses for that? Now we can hit the wings, weak and strong side. That's a good sign, my friend.
Let's go out to the Earl and Cicero. Earl, you're on The Score.
OB and DB, the best post-game coverage in the world.
What's up, Earl?
Tell you what, guys, you know me. I go to those Bears-Packers games every year, and this is going to be the most awesome game we've had here in years.
Oh, God, yeah. Isn't it?
Guys, I was so disappointed with the refs, some of those lame calls. I hope we don't have the same refs that we had today. It's a ticky-tack calls on pass interference, brutal. And one more thing, guys. I'm telling you what. This is going to be the time. The Bears are coming together. We played the Packers, lost 10-3. Didn't even really have our base packages in there against them. We're going to be set for this week, and I'm glad the game got closer today because it'll make the coaches fire the players up. And we're going to be ready to kick some Green Bay Fudgepacker butt.
There you go, Earl. And the fact is, too, the Packers, again, couldn't look better than they did last night. They just couldn't have. I mean, you're talking about Aaron Rodgers. I mean, the guy was elusive. He was mobile. He bought time. He extended the play. He was accurate. Ran the football. In other words, his release also, too, against the blitzes was outstanding. They were putting points up. And as Ed said, their defense, Clay Matthews, they have all over the place. They're coming after you. They got 2 corners in Woodson and Williams that could shut you down. There's those wide receivers they have. It's going to be a hell of a football game. But don't forget, We played the same team the week before and lost 10-3. So don't worry about it.
Yeah, real quickly here, Earl, I played in the World Championship game, and I'm going to tell you something. And, again, I've said it before, and I think it's worth saying again, because you got 1 week here. 1 week to get ready for the Packers coming here to win the NFC Championship and the right to go to the Super Bowl and be a world champion. Guys, you're listening in your cars or whatever, and I know you've heard it before, but I'm telling you from somebody that's been there, there is no tomorrow. The Packers, your thought is you will not lose this football game. Offensively, defensively, special teams. That doesn't even come into your mind because you never know. Are you going to get back next year? Are you going to have the luck you had this year? Are you going to be as healthy? You don't know. You're right at the threshold. Take advantage of what this is in front of you. This is what you play for, to be a world championship, not an 8-8 team or an also-ran. To be a world champion, you're on the threshold. Guys, take advantage of it.
And that was important today, what happened today. The Bears came out strong, quick, fast, not waiting to wait the second half, not waiting for anything. They went up 21-0 at halftime.
Yes,
and that's what you need to do.
That was a great thing, Doug.
That was
first
the best
half,
thing.
Absolutely.
You got to come out smoking. You can't wait for nobody. And again, too, we'll see what happens next week, but I got a gut feeling. And people out there, they were so upset about the Chicago Bears playing that whole game against the Green Bay Packers. That's the best thing they could have done.
I agree with the damn best thing they could have done.
Because they're battle ready. They're getting ready. There was almost like a playoff situation in that football game. That's the best thing that could have happened to that team. Let's go out to Terry on the north side. Terry on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, what's up, D?
What's up, Terry?
Hey, Terry.
How you doing? Hey, Mr. Ovanovich, you were doing some preaching there, huh?
A little bit.
So football
Terry got the best of me.
Yeah, you get some football preaching done there, man.
Yeah,
I hear you, man. Hey, listen up. We're going to beat those guys, man, because today, let's talk about that tight end Davis and those two plays. We put a hurting on Seattle, defensively and offensively. I hate to see those guys got hurt, but we look pretty awesome today, man. I mean, Manning hit old boy. I mean, I hate to see him get hurt like he did, but he tried to dive, and he got lit. And then with that play with the tight end Davis, old boy tried to tackle him, and Davis is huge. That wasn't too nice. So I believe Green Bay need to look out for us. I think we're going to Mike Martz has got something for Green Bay next week. And I want to hear your take on that, and you have a good evening.
Terry, I hope the one thing Mike Martz has for Green Bay is common sense. Okay? Don't go crazy now.
And I think, too, when this game happens, I believe that the Green Bay Packers are going to be favored in this football game. And I'm looking like maybe a 2.5-point or 3-point favorite. What do you think, Ed?
I don't think there's any doubt that Green Bay will be the favorite, Doug. I have no idea what it will be, but, all that being said, they got to come in here and we got to play them no matter if it's 3 points, 2.5, 5, whatever it might be, a 7. I have no idea. But I tell you what. Let's get ready for him, kid.
I mean, it's almost impossible. Not impossible. It's not impossible. But to realize the fact that the Bears are only one game away from winning, a game against the Green Bay Packers, going to the Super Bowl.
NFC champs. I tell you what.
I tell you, it's like, it's like
nobody
a dream.
On the
it's
planet,
a fog.
Nobody on the planet would have ever thought that. And if somebody said, if one of those coaches come up and said, yeah, I knew that's where we're going to be, I'd give them a smack right in the mouth. And then they'd follow with liar.
But maybe like we were talking about, maybe it is destiny. We're talking about the Bears, getting to the NFC Championship, beating Green Bay, and then taking on New England in that football game as far as the Super Bowl is concerned, and going back 25 years ago when it happened. So
New England's up right now 3-0 with about less than a minute to go in the first quarter.
Well, there's another team that's pretty damn good, too. Let's go out to Mike in Bourbonnais. Mike, you're on the score.
Doug and Ted, it's truly an honor to talk to you two gentlemen this afternoon.
Thanks, Mike.
No, thank you. It's a privilege. I noticed one thing about the game today, that Hester was somewhat neutralized. Well, gentlemen, I kind of do have a solution for this. Hear me out here. Whenever a Bear gets an interception, I think the interceptor should make a beeline for the sideline, looking for Hester, looking for 23. And then just before the interceptor runs out of bounds, he throws the ball up in the air. Hester then hops over the sideline and catches the ball kind of like it's a punt. Then he's free to do his magic, gentlemen. I just want you to tell me why this wouldn't work.
Mike, you've been drinking.
I had about 2 Miller Lights today.
I tell you what, I like your thought, kid. It's pretty good to me.
Keep being imaginative, Mike. All right, buddy. Let's go out to Bob in Hanover Park. Bob, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys, it's Dubs. I think you misheard me. Dubs from Hanover Park.
Oh, Dubs, okay.
What's going on? Well, I think you guys know me from talking to you guys many times. If they play this stupid cover 2 defense, we are going to get destroyed in the game because they dropped a lot of passes, and at the end of the game, they just sat back and hoped to God they didn't get burned. And I thought Jennings got very lucky today because he got burned most of the game today, except for he made one good play. And they got to be careful with Jennings because I don't think he's a great cover guy. And besides that, I thought the Bears played great overall, but I do not like the cover 2. And for them to sit back on that lead like they did is ridiculous. And the stupid play by Marks with the pass from having Forte turn that dumb pass.
Well, Dubs, you take a look at this football game, and the other question that we have, and Ed and I talked about this during the whole football game, the Bears did not blitz. Are we thinking maybe they're doing that basically so that when it comes against the Packers, they're going to send people? I do know this. You can't let Aaron Rodgers back there too long before he starts tearing you up. And then on the other side of it, he gets rid of the football so quickly he picks up the blitz. You're going to have to do both. You're going to have to get to him. You're going to have to pressure him because they're not afraid to take the football and just pass it. That's what they did yesterday, the Packers, in the first half. All they did was throw. And then they come back to the running game after everything was over with, and they were just mopping up. So, yeah, I think there's a lot of things that has to be done, but you cannot be complacent because the only time that cover 2 is worth a damn is when you have a pass rush. And also you come up with takeaways. We did not have any takeaways today as far as interceptions.
Dubs, I can tell you this right now. When it comes to this NFC Championship game here in Soldier Field, it's going to come down. It's not going. It'll be like Cutler. Yeah, will he be? Hopefully he's good. Hopefully, we run the ball. Everybody does. But I'm going to tell you where this game is going to be won, and it's going to be won up front. Our offensive line, no matter if it's max protection or what we do, if we move the pocket, our offensive line has to play the game of their life. And what's more important, on the other side of the ball, we cannot continually or hopefully rely on a blitz. Our defensive line, our 4-down linemen, especially that rotation on the inside men, they have to play the game of their life. And if you hear that, if our offensive line does their job, and if our defensive line, without blitzing, can put the pressure on, we're going to win this damn football game. I'm telling you we're going to win. But they have to step up, and they have to play like they've never played before. And I believe they can do it.
And then in combination with that, then you can sneak in some of your blitzes. And I think then you can sneak in some of your corner stuff and some of your free safety blitzes.
But their basic football, they've got to do it, Doug.
They've got to do it on the line.
Yes, they do, Doug.
And that's where it's at.
That's where that game is going to be won. If we break down on offense side of the line, on defensive side of the line, Katie by the door, it's all over with.
You're listening to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. He's Obradovich on the phone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win 35-24 over Seattle. We'll be right back.
Yeah. Head football coach, you take heat from the moment you become one but that's all a part of it. Just love our football team. Not being in the playoffs for 3 years, normally you are going to go through some things, but the guys have fought. We had a good feeling, going into the season that this could be a good football team. Not having any injuries and just guys showing up the way they did today each week makes it all worthwhile.
That was Lovie Smith talking about the flack he had taken, and probably because he hasn't been in the playoffs in the last 3 years, but I got to tell you, he's done a hell of a job this year. You're listening to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. He's Ed Obradovich. I'm Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767.
Doug, I have a hard time swallowing that from what he just said.
What's that?
Knowing that this is going to be a hell of a football team.
From the beginning?
Yeah. I don't. Maybe some people do. I don't.
You
My
don't
own
know.
personal thought.
Again, Ed, you don't know how much, and I know you're a proponent of the fact that Mike Tyson's helped quite a bit.
Big time.
And Mike Martz had his ideas, and Marinelli had his ideas. Maybe after they sat down, they had a powwow after the bye week. They said, listen, this is where we got to go.
Doug, that's halfway through the season, not going into it.
No, right. I mean, in training camp, Ed, I wouldn't. I had him 8-8.
I just have a hard time swallowing that. Mm-hmm. That's all.
But anyway, he bounced back.
Yes, he did.
That's the only thing that really
question
counts.
about it.
Let's go out to Mike in Kentucky. Mike, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
What's up, Mike?
Hey, I got a couple points. The first one, you got to give kudos to the Bears for running the ball as much as they did with everything going on, getting 176 yards. Great being able to time of possession, almost 40 minutes to 20 to Seattle. Second, though, is one thing the Bears cannot afford going into Green Bay is Cutler making the errant throws, some of the mental lapses that he did against Seattle. Green Bay has a better secondary, top-notch secondary, and they cannot afford some of those mental lapses. That's all I got, so I'll listen to what you guys got to say.
Mike,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Mike, unfortunately, that's Cutler.
Yeah, and
that's all. That's the only answer I can give you.
And
unfortunately, that's him.
He's got to raise the level next time when they play the Green Bay Packers. Because you take a look at Cutler today, was 15 for 28 for 274 yards with a 53% completion. But the one thing is yards per attempt was 9.8, which is pretty damn good. There were 3 sacks. There were no interceptions. He had 2 touchdowns he threw. He had 2 touchdowns that he ran, and he had a quarterback rating of 111. Now, that's decent.
There would have been interceptions, but they right in their gut. But the opponents dropped it.
Right. Now, listen to this one. This is Aaron Rodgers. He threw the football 36 times. He was 31 for 36 for 366 yards. You know what his percentage completion was? 86%.
And that's a team that had the best record in the National Football League.
And that's the team with all those NFC. Wide receivers, right?
The NFC.
And his yards per attempt, and I thought Cutler's was damn good at 9.8.
Yes.
Aaron Rodgers was 10.2. And he ended up with a quarterback rating of 136.8. And Cutler ended up, I think, with 111.3.
And again, I love that point that you continually bring up, Doug.
Oh, that defense. Oh, is it Greg's on? Greg, you out there? Greg Olson.
Yes.
You on, buddy?
How we doing?
How you doing? It was just a terrific game today, Greg. Ed Obradovich and myself, Doug Buffon, were talking about it. At the third play, as we start out, the fact was, that bomber that you went down the seam there for 58 yards.
Yeah, it was huge. To get off to that start with that momentum, our defense got them 3 and out, got the ball back quick. First, third down, to get up over the top like that and convert on a big play, just to get the momentum and, with the crowd and being fired up. I think it was just a perfect way to start the game, and we kind of never looked back.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Greg, when after the 7th game in the bye week and everybody, thinking, they're meeting other minds, how to come back the last half of the season. But I'll tell you what, the commitment to running the football and the commitment to moving the pocket, and when you can do that, then the play action comes in. Has that helped, Greg? Has that helped the passing game?
I think it has. I think today we saw a lot of 8-man boxes. I think with our 2 backs, with Matt coming on the way he had this last half of the season, Matt's been as good as any back in the league. And Chester, when he comes in to spell him, there's not much of a drop-off at all. So with those 2 backs and with our O-line playing the way it is in the run game, you want to play us in a lot of 8-man boxes with our speed getting down the field, especially on the outside with Johnny and Devin and Jay throwing it. It puts a lot of pressure on a defense. So we welcome those middle closed defenses, 8 guys in the box, and that we saw a lot of it today.
Greg, the one thing, watching you play, coming off and making those catches, and I know there's one time I thought you would have had another touchdown if they didn't tip that football. It was down near the goal line.
I know.
You were there, and I know you were going to get that one. But the other thing that I'm really impressed with, and not only this game, but a couple other games, I'm seeing you made some hellacious blocks today. And you set, it's tough coming out there, and you're not taking down linebackers, you're taking some people out. You wiped out one guy today. I mean, literally wiped them out. So, kudos to you for that.
Thanks. It's it's something that is part of the position that the tight end is in the offense this year, and it's something that I know myself and the other guys have really embraced. We've been asked to do a lot of different things, from obviously the route running and all that stuff, and catching the ball, but a lot of blitz pickups and stuff, especially on third down in the backfield, and then a lot of fullback lead blocks, and just a wide array of things. And it makes it fun each week. We do a lot of different things, put a lot of pressure on ourselves with the different looks and the different things that we're asked to do. And it makes each week new and fun, and we've really embraced it.
Well, the one thing I saw today, you guys really, in the running game, Greg, you guys really attacked the edges on the strong and weak side. I mean, Forte with the guards pulling, and some, there were like some A blocks. Tackle comes down, the guard pulls out. The offside guard, 2 guards pulling, guard in the center. But you attacked the edges. You attacked the outside. Obviously, there was a weakness.
Yeah, and their weakness is also kind of part of our strength. We think that with the way our guys kind of get that edge, and the way our offensive linemen, especially with Chris and Garza and Olin being athletic guys, they can get out on the edge and pull. Gives us an advantage, and getting Matt and Chester out on space with their speed and their running ability, getting them outside the box and make guys miss, kind of plays into our hands. So those outside plays have been pretty good for us throughout the course of the year, and today when we went to them, they came up big for us.
The other thing too, Greg, this football game, and I thought it had to be, and it was a hell of a game for Jay Cutler. I'm reading all the papers during the course of the week with the jerk face and the how he handles himself and how he looks and this kind of stuff with the media and all that. What is that with him? I mean, you guys, you play with him. He's your quarterback. He's your leader. Is any of this stuff true?
It's not. And the thing we've said all week is all that matters is what the guys within the team and the coaches know about him, and that's really all that matters. He's not worried about it, nor are we trying to change people's minds on the outside, people that don't know him, that people that don't associate with him. So it's just part of it. It's part of playing quarterback. You get a lot of scrutiny, but his performance today should take a lot of that off.
Well, no question about it, because he's got a great arm. I thought he made some great plays, great passes, the one to you, the one to Kellen Davis, and there's no question that's there. Again, too, I just see the fact that he's gelling along with Mike Martz. I know at the beginning of the year, and I also have a lot of respect for you, for, holding your tongue a little bit a lot of times when they were talking about in training camp, we're not going to use the tight end, we're not going to use Olsen, we're not going to do this, we're not going to do that. And they said, hey, hold it, we're going to do that. And they did do that. But Mike Martz, again, too, I think with the 3-step and the 5-step drop, things are starting to come into shape for the Chicago Bears because of the balance. I mean, today you looked at, I think we threw the football maybe 46 times and we ran 45.
Yeah, I mean, and that's 91 plays. That's a lot of offense. It just shows the control we had. I'm sure our time of possession was up there. And,
big time.
And when you have that balance and both things are working hand in hand, one plays off the other. It works both ways. So, when you have that kind of balanced attack, and with the players that we have at those positions, and the O-line playing the way they did, we feel like we're a pretty good offense. And with the amount of short fields that we get, combination of our special teams and them being worried about kicking the Devin, and our defense between forcing turnovers and just getting 3 and outs,
Greg,
that doesn't hurt either.
Yeah, Greg, you guys after the locker room, I'm sure it was very positive, and a lot of backslapping and congratulating each other. And this coming week, you're going to play the Green Bay Packers in the NFC Championship game here in your own living room. And that hasn't happened. Last time that happened was 1941. Yeah. And I got to tell you something, Greg, and I mentioned this before, and I'm sure you've heard it from all other people and everybody. When you get in this position, Greg, it is so important. There is no more tomorrow. You will not lose this football game. You got one game, and you're in the Super Bowl, and you don't know if this is ever going to come again. I played 11 years. We won a world championship one time. I thought we'd be back, Greg, 3, 4, 5 more times. We got there one time. Yep. So this is right at your doorstep. These people are coming in your house. Greg, give it everything you have, guys. Concentrate all week. And when the Packers come in here, just, damn it, take care of business, babe.
Yep, we will. We plan on it. Thanks a lot, guys. I appreciate you having me on.
All right, Greg. Take
Thanks,
care,
Greg.
buddy.
Thanks for coming on.
That was Greg Olsen, and Ed and I voted him player of the game. Yeah, in this football game, he caught that third play, and it was a 58-yarder.
Well, getting out of the box immediately, Doug. That first half, that was
huge.
Basically pretty much the game.
Right.
And obviously, what happened to Seattle. They had to change whatever game plan they had, make adjustments, come out at halftime, and we hung in there. And our specialty teams, again, they came up, but with plays, which Olsen, how many times did you see today Seattle dropping the football?
That's right.
From Hasselbeck. Drop after drop after drop. Our guys catch after catch after catch.
And the other thing, too, again, a little pat on the back for Greg Olsen. I don't know the catches, but he did some good blocking today. And he did some. He's starting to block better and blocked better last week. And now you need that. You need that one block where you can get to the edges you're talking about.
You got it.
With this guy coming out of the backfield, almost like a fullback making those blocks.
It's all hands on deck and everybody doing exactly what they're paid to do and make it happen.
He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on the Score, Sports Radio 670, the Suburban Tire post-game show. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Ed and I will be right back.
Shotgun is back, pushing the pocket. Peppers, then here comes trouble around the other side. And down goes Hasselbeck. Brought down on the sack by Tommy Harris.
Tommy has worked hard each week. We haven't gotten a production that we've wanted or he's wanted throughout, but all you can do is just look at how he's practicing. He's been on top of everything, have no complaints about his preparation at all. And normally if you just keep working hard, eventually things start falling your way a little bit. Last two games, of course, with him getting sacks, hopefully it'll keep going. Tommy's a good football player.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call, and also Lovie Smith talked about Tommy Harris. I think he had a couple sacks today. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. He's Ed O'Bradovich. I'm Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Eddie, let's go out to Matt on the south side. Matt, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Mr. Buffone, how are you? I just want to keep a quick point. I've listened to you the last 2 years, and whenever the Bears lose, you have so much passion. You're yelling and screaming on the phone or the radio about their loss. Today, the Bears are in the championship, and you sound like a doctor. Buffone, where's the passion? Buffone, where's the passion? The Bears are in the championship.
Matt, you okay? Don't hurt yourself. That's the first thing here. I don't want to say anything happened. Where's the passion? The passion is very simple. We take a look at this. Ed and I are both proud of what happened today, and it's happened all year, basically, after the bye week. So I'm happy for him. I'm fired up for it. I can't wait till this week. I can't wait to talk about the Green Bay Packers. Let's go out to Mike in Evergreen Park. Mike, you're on the Score.
Hey, guys. Hi, Ed. Hi, Doug. How are you?
All right, Mike.
Hey, I got worried I was getting bumped from that other caller. He was so excited. He was pretty passionate, huh?
Yeah, he is, and the whole city's going to be that way, Mike. I mean, they should be.
Hey, Ed, I was at the game today with my good friend Kevin Waco. I told him I'd give you a call because, to your point, we're excited. We're one game away. We're finally thawed out now. And one thing to think about, you asked about Vegas, I would say this should be a pick 'em game right now. People that are complaining about, anyone that has negativity right now about Jay Cutler only has to do one simple analysis. 4 years ago, we were close and at the Super Bowl. Would you rather be going to this game right now with Rex Grossman or Jay Cutler?
Well, that's a good point. I mean, the fact is that, in a way, the Cutler played, especially today.
That's an easy answer for me, right. Cutler.
But see, the point is, though, when you take a look at it, you get a little worried. If you happen to watch the Green Bay Packers last night, you get a little worried about how their defense is playing, the Packers' defense, and about Aaron Rodgers. There's no question right now that Aaron Rodgers is right up there. He could be overtaking Tom Brady as the best quarterback out there playing. I mean, he has it. And those wide receivers he has. I mean, you're talking about Jennings and Driver, and he's got guys out there that can really make those catches, make those plays. And now they're trying to get a little running game with Starks to go with it.
Doug, this game coming this week, all our listeners, this is not a mystery. At least I don't think it's a mystery to me. This game will be, I mentioned earlier, is going to be one up front. Make no mistake about it. Our defensive line, if they get mauled and can't get any pressure on, and if it's a jailbreak with our offensive line, it's game, set, match, it's over with. This game is going to be, if Cutler or whoever is back playing quarterback, that's all well and good. But I'm telling you, where you're going to watch football, watch it up front come this next Sunday, because that's where all the action is going to be. That's where it's going to take place.
On both sides of the ball.
You're damn right.
On both sides of the ball. That's exactly right. You're going to protect him, or you're going to go after. Also, if you're going to go after, you're going to go after Aaron Rodgers. That means a better pass rush. Let's go out to Andrew and Elgin. Andrew, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys. It's an honor to be on here with you. Hey, I just want to say that was a great game that the Bears played. Glad to see that they were able to play so strongly here today. And, the Super Bowl, definitely, it is the big show, gets all the hype. But in this region, in this area of the country, I mean, how much bigger hype are we going to have in this championship game? I'm totally stoked on it. And when you have Packers-Bears anytime, but you get a championship game like this, hey, this is going to be the best that it can be. And to me, this is the Super Bowl game right here for me, because I have always loved, throughout all the years, Packers-Bears are the best games. I don't care about anything else. Let me see that, because that is my championship game right there. And only thing I have to say to finish it off is I want these guys to all, on both sides of it, play hard, play clean, play like this is the Super Bowl, and let the chips fall as they will, and go Pack, go.
You know, Ed, if you talk about what happened the last time the Bears played the Packers, 10-3. 10-3 they lost. They gave everything they had in that football game. I was so proud of what that football team did, and also Lovie Smith not taking an easy way out. They went after the Packers. They played them hard. They played them tough. Now they're coming back at it again. And you're right. There's no question. Ed's played in a bunch of those Packer games. I played probably more than anybody in the Chicago Bears history against the Packers, and it is a game. It's a beautiful game. And you got two teams now that are fighting for that position. Before, usually it was the Packers on top, Ed, or then the Bears, or the Bears were on top. Both of these teams are right there on top, and that's what makes it so exciting.
Well, oh, God, I tell you, and again, I'm sure the papers, all the newspapers, radio, press, TV, everybody go back to 1941, the last time in the playoffs. This is going to be huge. Huge.
Let's go out to Brian in Madison, Wisconsin. Brian, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. How are you doing?
All right,
what's up, Brian?
Good. Hey, I'm a lifelong Bears fan living up here in enemy territory.
Good luck. Good luck.
Yeah, I know it's going to be a horrible week. Even though the Bears won today, I'm going to have to listen to how great the Packers are and how lucky the Bears are to grace their presence on the field. So, but I wanted to get just a couple points to you guys. Any cause for concern with not to throw in a negative here, but just any cause for concern with the way that the Bears finished out that game today, in terms of, giving up a bunch of points in the fourth quarter? And the other thing is if you guys have any good feedback for me to share with my Packers friends up here this week when I listen to all their Aaron Rodgers talk, I'd really appreciate any good comebacks you could give me. Thanks, guys.
Well, first of all, at the end of the football game, and I don't think it's going to matter. I mean, I don't think you should do it. I don't think it should have happened, but they relaxed. The game was over. Like I said, the game was over at halftime. A lot of times it's hard to go out there when you know you have so much control of that football game, and the Bears did have control of the game over Seattle. So I'm not going to hold that against them, but it's not a habit you want to get into. As far as Aaron Rodgers is concerned, that guy's a hell of a quarterback. That's all I'm going to say about it. And if somebody tells you that when you're up there in Green Bay, then you have to agree with them. You can't argue what the guy is doing and how he's doing and what he's doing. And you can't argue about the Green Bay Packer defense. But on the other side, the Chicago Bears, don't forget this, and everybody pushes this aside. The Bears beat them once already this year. They lost the second game 10-3. So they're right there. Both of these teams are good. That's what makes this damn game so exciting. Because the winner goes to the Super Bowl. The winner goes to the Super Bowl and happens between the Packers and the Bears. It doesn't get any bigger than that. And that's why everybody's so excited, Ed.
Absolutely, Dougie.
Let's go out to Jim in Rockford. Jim, you're on the score.
Hey, how you doing, guys? Hey, I've talked to both of you guys.
Thank you, Jimmy.
I'm a big-time Packer fan. I'm not going to lie to you guys today. Awesome game you guys played today. Awesome game you guys did today. It can't get better than this, what you guys are talking about right now. I've been so excited about this. I will tell you both this, and I think you both have to agree with me on this one. I think it'll be the most television watch ever in a playoff game.
I brought that up the other day. I was talking to some people. I said, this would happen, if this scenario would happen. And I think you're right. I absolutely think you're right.
I think the National Football League, Jim, personally, will jump in along this with TV, and I think they'll really hype the hell out of this game.
Well, the game's going to be, I think, a 3 o'clock game, isn't it?
That I don't know yet, Doug.
I think. I'm not quite sure. But anyway, you look at it, it is exciting. And when it's come down to something that it hasn't come down to ever before. And like Ed said, 1941 was the last time. But every time, even the years we played, either one was better. Either the Bears were better or the Packers were better. But when you got them both colliding, the year you went to the championship in '63, how good were the Packers?
They were good, damn good.
Damn good, right?
That's right.
That was Lockhorns.
I'll tell you what. You know what? They were 12. It was a 14-game schedule. They were 12-2. They lost 2 games. And the 2 games were to us. And I'll never forget when it was all done and over. We won the world championship. I'm going out on the banquet circuit, and somebody said, "Well, what about the demise of the Packers?"
Yeah.
What? They were 12-2.
Well, how tight were the games, Ed?
Oh, they were tight.
They
were tight. I mean, there were some. It was every time the Packers, Doug. If you're 0-12 and they're 12-0, and you play the Packers, it's a war. I mean, it is. It becomes personal. Everything. I mean, everything. You go after each other with everything you have, and who the hell is left standing? Who knows? And I'll tell you what,
who wins.
That's exactly correct, my friend.
But the reward is so much higher now. I mean, in fact, when these two teams are clashing, the Bears and the Packers, the reward is to go to the Super Bowl.
Is to be a world champion.
Right.
That's what that ring says. You're a world champion. Okay? And only one team can get there. All the rest are losers. The last game they play, they've lost. All right? Then that's what you play this game for. Period.
Let's go out to Joe in Seattle. Joe, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hi, folks. I want to congratulate the offensive front line of the Bears. I was really impressed with their performance. It was really great to see him play the way they played, and they gave Cutler the time he needed to sit back and choose the routes and throw his passes. And it was really a warm feeling to see him play that way.
Hey, Joe, what was more impressive than to give him a little bit of time, especially which is only a 3 or 5 step drop, but what has improved in the running game is the fact that I know the switches and the quick traps up the middle. We ran that. That's all we've run for years here. What has happened is that we are pulling the center, the guard, both guards. We're doing all kinds of things that we haven't done for. We're running counter plays to the outside. We're attacking the edges with both guards, onside and offside guard pulling and going around. We're attacking the whole field running the football. That's what we're doing in this running game. And Forte has stepped up to the plate. If it's an off-tackle play, if it's a 3 or a 4 trap and it's blocked up, he has the ability to bounce outside and the speed and the wherewithal and the strength to get outside. This is stuff we haven't seen in years around here. In years. So it's a good thing. And for us to come out today, and you talk again about attacking the edges, we really went after him. We went after him today. So that's a damn good thing.
Yeah, and the thing, too, don't forget, Seattle beat us. They beat us. And we take a look at that football game when we couldn't run against them. Seattle had, 6 sacks, 6.5 sacks against us. We were 0 for 12 on third down conversions offensively. And so, yeah, we bounced back. The offensive line was better. Everything was better. Cutler was better the whole 9 yards. So what we're looking for right now is getting ready to take on the Green Bay Packers. And that's what it's all about. Let's go to Brian in the north side. Brian, you're on the score. Brian.
I
think Brian's gone. Let's go out to Max in Munster, Indiana. Max, you're on the score.
All right, I got a question. I know I'm jumping the gun here, but if the Bears do make the Super Bowl, is there any concern for Cutler's inexperience in the playoffs against a team like the Steelers, who have a great defense, and the Patriots, who dismantled the Bears earlier in the season?
Max, in my opinion, no. He'll have enough under his belt. He's been criticized all year by us and by everybody else, by experts around the country. A lot of times when we really needed him, Max, he stepped up to the plate, and he's got now one playoff game under his belt, and big one coming up. So if we do get to the Super Bowl, will let take an effect on him? I doubt it very seriously.
He's Ed Obradovich. I'm Doug Buffon on The Score. Sports Radio 670, the Suburban Tire postgame show. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears. That's right, mister. The Chicago Bears, 35-24, playing the NFC Championship against the Green Bay Packers next Sunday. We'll be right back.
The Suburban Tire Postgame Show is brought to you in part by Motorworks and Motorworks.com, Four Winds Casino, RetainYourGains.com, and Old Second Bank on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's sports station.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire Postgame Show on The Score. Sports Radio 670, Obradovich and Buffon. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win 35-24 over Seattle. NFC Championship game next week, next Sunday at 2:30 against the Green Bay Packers.
Doug, a little tip for the people in the business world. If you've got meetings this week,
get it over with.
No. In the state of Wisconsin, do not drive up there with an Illinois plate.
Or else take guards with you. Same reverse. Anybody come from Wisconsin to Illinois, same problem.
No. We're not that way.
We're not that way?
No, we're not that way.
Where have you been?
No, we're not that way. We don't do that to Wisconsin. No.
Let's go out to Ralph in Downers Grove. Ralph, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, Doug.
What's up, buddy?
You know what? Two quick notes, basically. Aaron Rodgers, and you got to be an idiot if you don't think this guy is a great quarterback. And he had a great end of the regular season and in the playoffs, except for one little hiccup. And if I remember right, that hiccup was against the Bears. He didn't look too great against that defense in the last game of the year when that team had to win. So, as great as he is, I think we got to give our team some credit for holding him back. That's my one point. My second point is Greg Olsen, for a guy who supposedly couldn't block last year and was maybe going to be traded because a tight end on March's offense had to be a block. That kid can block. I've watched him game in and game out to see if he could block, and today was a perfect example of a guy who not only can catch the football but also block.
You know, Ralphie Boy, you're absolutely correct. He made some blocks today that were just outstanding, and that was something that everybody blamed that he couldn't do. But he caught that big pass on that third play on 3rd and 2, and he goes 58 yards for a touchdown. That's it. That was outstanding also. Aaron Rodgers, it's going to take a handful. It's going to take a lot of work. It's going to take a lot of effort. It's going to take being mistake-free to stop this guy, but the Bears can do it. Like I said, they beat him the first time around, and the second time around, that game was 10-3. That game was tight. So, yeah. This game with the Green Bay Packers, I think right now is probably going to be one of the best games you're going to see maybe in years for the Chicago Bears.
Well, I'll tell you what, Doug, as far and if I what I think or believe is going to happen, that it's going to be on Green Bay and the Bears. I think you're going to see 2 53-man squads and coaches go at each other like it's never been done before. I think you're going to see one hell of a game. I think you're going to see some hitting, some hustling, and you never know how breaks go in the game. But I think it's going to be a total all-out, great, hard-hitting, unbelievable football game.
I don't think anybody thought that the New York Jets had a chance against New England. Right now, New York Jets are winning 14-3.
That's, to me, hard to believe.
Exactly.
But it's happening, especially with that quarterback, Sanchez.
All right, Lawrence is here. Lawrence Holmes,
hello, man.
Lawrence is coming on after us, and what a game today. I mean, it was something that we all knew was going to happen, but yet there was always that little thing in the back of our mind, but what if it didn't happen? But it happened. I mean, the Bears, in the end of the game, wasn't too happy about that.
Yeah, and the defensive guys in the locker room weren't very happy about it either. Urlacher was almost fuming at the podium when talking about what happened at the end of the game, right. and Chris Harris and a couple of the other guys said that they have to finish out games better. But they're so happy to have an offense that's capable of doing what the Bears offense did today. And you look up and quickly, boom, 3 touchdowns. Cutler going through the air, finding Greg Olsen, beautiful pass for a 58-yard touchdown. That's exactly why the Bears brought him in. That's why they made a trade, because they want to see him make plays like this in the most pressure-filled situations. And it was great to see Greg Olsen, get into the end zone, make some plays. And you guys talked about his blocking. He's been setting the edge in run blocking for the last few weeks. He's done really well, has done a really nice job of it, and he does deserve some credit for improving something that was a deficiency for him.
The one thing here, Lawrence, the one downside you can look at this, if you want to call it a downside, is that we played a team that won their division 7-9.
Yep.
In the history of professional football, no team has ever won their division with a losing record.
But I'm going to give the Bears credit, OB. You got to beat who's in front of you, and they took them out to the woodshed early.
I understand all that. And what I'm talking about here is with Brian Urlacher, who's fuming a little bit, whatever. But don't forget, this wasn't a 14-2 team coming in here.
Nope.
Okay?
But this is a team that beat the Super Bowl champions last week.
And beat us, too, by the way.
That's right.
But this was an 8-9 team that had no business, the reality of it, being in the playoffs. None. Now, I'd say it's a little bit of a negative, and at the end of the game,
you're where you want to be, though.
Yeah.
I mean, no matter what happened at the end of that game, you're where you want to be with an opportunity to go to the Super Bowl if you can beat
Lawrence,
the Packers.
That's all understandable. But the fact of the matter is that was a 7-9 team that won their division, and an 8-9 team that came in here. Okay, we had 2 weeks to get prepared for them. All right. Now it's not, again, going against Atlanta, going against the Giants, who would have been 10-6, Tampa Bay, who would have been 10-6. Okay, they were out of the playoffs. So if anything, we won the game. I think we won it handily, but that's the thing that kind of bothers me a little bit.
Well, see, when you take a look at Seattle, here's a team, like I said, I think in 28 years they have not won a road game. Yep. There's no question. They were best at home. There's no question about that. But still, you figure this out. You need to beat who you're supposed to beat, who's in front of you, and you're supposed to beat him in a certain way. I thought they beat Seattle like I thought they would do. Not by 3, not by 5, not by coming back at the end. They controlled this whole football game, 21-0.
They came out first half and they took care of business. First half, that's no question about it.
Blown sideways, and I think that's important. I think that's really important for this team.
I think so too, and I always felt that this was the best opponent for the Bears, not just because of the record, but because if you were ever worried about a team not being sharp or not being ready after a week off to get ready for it in the bye week, this was the best team because they had a little something to prove. Seattle came in here and they dominated the Bears. I know it was only a 3-point victory, but they dominated the Bears in that game. They got after Jay Cutler. They sacked him 6 times. They went up and down the field on the Bears defense with that hurry-up offense that they were running. And really, the Devin Hester return for touchdown was the only reason that game even looked close. So for the Bears, it was a good opportunity for them to go and get something back as they get ready for the next thing. And now, guys, it's so funny talking about this in the press room and in the locker room with guys. The week after Pearl Harbor, that's how long it's been that the Bears and the Packers have met in the playoffs.
Right.
The week after Pearl Harbor.
Isn't that amazing?
It's hard for me to believe that these two franchises have never met up other than that one time.
This week is going to be so exciting.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
They're going to be turning inside and out and this and that and this and that. And then finally Sunday at 2:30 when it comes, it's just exciting.
Lawrence, is it the afternoon game?
Yes, it's 2 o'clock. So, it's the afternoon game, then the AFC title game will be after that.
Wait a minute. No, it's a 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock start?
2 o'clock.
It's a 2 o'clock start.
Yeah, I don't know if it's 2 o'clock or the pregame's on at 2.
Yeah, 2 o'clock, 2:30, I think it is.
It's about 2:30.
Yeah, but it's the early game.
It's the early game, 3:15, okay.
So, I just want, before I get out of here, and I'm coming on after you guys, but wanted to update you on a couple of injuries. John Carlson, the Seattle tight end, he got hit and got taken out on a stretcher. He's apparently moving his extremities. Marcus Trufant, who they put on a backboard, I have not heard word, but it really looked bad. It was a couple of delays with that. I mean, they tried really hard. And the Bears medical staff teamed up both times with Seattle's medical staff to make sure of the health of the player. So hopefully during my show I'll get an update on Marcus Trufant, but it was definitely a scary moment. For the Bears, Brian Urlacher had a hip injury. But he said, listen, I didn't miss a play, so it's not a big deal. He went to the locker room during the game and then came back and played the next series of downs. He says he's fine. Chris Harris on a tackle hurt his hip, and that's why you didn't see him for the rest of the game. And I asked him if he was going to miss the game. He said there's no way in hell he's going to miss this game against the Packers next week.
Was it DJ Moore came in for him, or did Major Wright come in right away?
Major Wright came in for him. Josh Bullock's actually played a couple of snaps too. And DJ Moore, is their nickel back when they go into their nickel package. They use him. So you saw that out there. So they'll want against this team they're going up against next week, they'll want the most experience they can get on the field. So I doubt that Chris Harris will miss this game unless the x-rays show that he can't walk, because everyone in that locker room is ready for this game. And Julius Pepper said, he knows about the history. He knows about what they did to Atlanta yesterday. He said, but now we get to line it up. And we get to see who's better. So there's some guys. There's some guys that are really excited about this opportunity.
You gotta love it. You gotta love what happened. And Lawrence, thanks a lot. You're up next, buddy.
Thank you, guys.
Lawrence. Right. And then we're gonna take a few more calls before we get out of here. Let's go out to Larry in Cary, Illinois. Larry.
B, how you guys doing today?
What's up,
Larry?
Hey, listen, I want to tell you guys, for all Packer fans out there that missed the hell out of Jim Irwin and Max McGee, listening to you guys just makes us miss them more. So you guys are great guys to listen to, even for a Packer fan. We appreciate your passion.
Thanks, Larry.
Hey, I got two quick questions for you. The first one is the division champs, split with the Packers this year, and now they're going to go play at home in the NFC Championship, and the Packers going to be favored by 3 games now, maybe it'll be 3 points, maybe it'll be 5 points or more. I mean, why is that?
Well, I got to figure. I'm not so sure. They're looking at the team itself when they start, giving out these points. I don't know where it's going to go. Myself personally, I thought the Packers, after what they did to Atlanta, I thought that maybe the Packers would be favored by 2 or something like that.
I think you're right there, Doug. I think that's the contributing thing. I mean, they went into Atlanta's ballpark.
Yeah, they were in 2 Atlanta.
Yeah, where they just don't lose there. And Matt Ryan, the quarterbacks, had a great couple of years there, and I'll tell you what, Packers, you talk about dismantling a football team, Packers crushed them. That's why Doug and I think that the Pack will be 2.5, 3, 5, whatever.
Hey, so check this one out. Now, this I think is interesting. So the Bears, after the bye week, figure out that they got to have it more 50-50 run and pass. They get short after giving up 9 sacks or whatever to the Giants and having that concussion with Cutler in that game to get them into shorter drops. They win 7 of 9. They go into the Packer game claiming that they're going in to win the game, and all of a sudden Martz goes back to passing 65% of the time and 5 and 7 step drops where Cutler gets sacked 6 times and almost got himself killed. I mean, what was Martz's game plan for that game, and what's he going to do for the NFC Championship? Go back to long drops and 67% passing?
No, you'll never see that again. Not against the Packers. Again, too, I don't know. They went into that game. They knew they were going to play all their players. I think they went back to what they did a little bit in the past, trying to maybe improve on it. On the 7-step drops, figure maybe one time they'll need it. But when it was all said and done with, those guys weren't coming out. The Bears were going to play that whole football game. I personally believe that they didn't throw it all on the line. I'm not talking about physically, but a lot of plays out there they could have did differently. And I think you're going to see what they got. The best they have, the best that Martz has will be seen this Sunday. Is it good enough? Well, we don't know. All I know is that they're going to be there knocking on the door, and we'll see what happens. Let's go out to Chip in Glenview. Chip, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys, believe it or not, no complaints, not with Olsen, not with Tillman, not even with your guy Jay Cutler. I want to give a shout-out to a guy that pound for pound, buck for buck on our team. This guy's incredible, and that's Corey Graham. He gets no pub. This guy's one of the best in the league. He's one of our best players. Incredible coverage guy for the Bears.
Absolutely, Chip. What did he done it on the 1-yard line or on that punt, the 1-inch line or whatever it was? Heck of a special teams guy. Let's go out to Jason in Rockford. Jason, you on the score with OB and Doug.
How you guys doing? Long-time listener, first-time caller.
There you go, Jason. Thanks.
Yeah, I'd like to talk a little bit about the Bears' special teams next week and what you guys think about them and how big of an advantage they have. I need your prediction first. Will Devin Hester score an offensive touchdown next week?
If they kick to him, I don't know if they will do that, but if they do, they're crazy. But the special teams obviously is huge. I mean, we saw it even today. You didn't see much of it, but Hester set up that touchdown. He got a 29 or 28-yard punt return, and then the Bears took the football down to score a touchdown after that. It's going to be huge. I mean, again, too, if I'm Green Bay, I'm not doing that. I'm not going to kick the Hester.
Jason, the chance of him scoring a touchdown offensively, you said, well, obviously he's going to be on the punt returns, and obviously he's going to be, set up in the 3 wide or 4 wide out or whatever. And I mean, is there a possibility he could get one and break a pass, a post pattern over the middle or something like that? Yeah, it's very positive. And could he break a punt and bring it back for a touchdown? Yeah, it's very, very positive. So, I mean, I certainly wouldn't bet against it.
Not when a guy has a punt return average over 17 yards. I mean, there's no question about it. And on the other side, if they don't want to punt to him, that in itself is an advantage for the Chicago Bears because now they can set themselves up offensively, which they average about the 33 or 34-yard line, and gives them field position. So all in all, what's going on with our special team is outstanding. Let's go out to Phil in Crystal Lake. Phil, you on the score with O.B. and Doug.
Yeah, I just wanted to tell you guys, one of you guys said a few weeks ago that the road to success is always under construction.
Yeah, that's my quote, yeah.
You were absolutely right. And apparently these guys listen to you because they're doing some things to change stuff. So that's all I wanted to tell you. Go Bears, Packers doesn't get any better than that.
Phil, if you don't adapt, you die. I mean, that's all part of it, and in football especially. And you got to change, and you have to work things out, and this has to get better. And you improve as the year goes on. You can't stand pat.
And that's the thing, Doug. That's the number one thing. What has happened this year? This guy wouldn't change come hell or high water. I don't care what it was. His defense, he got rid of Ron Rivera, who was more of an attack defense, more man-to-man, go after people, and Lovey wants the too deep, and hold, bend, don't break type, and he got rid of people. He has fired. I listen to Mulligan and Henley in the morning. I believe he has fired more coaches, and Jerry, they fired more coaches than any other coach. And somebody said in the last 37 years, as far as they could go back.
Mm-hmm.
So and now it's working. And the biggest thing that has happened here, Doug, is that change took place, and it took place in the bye week. Other people obviously spoke up, and so now there has been change. When they played Detroit the second time around, what happened? He went up at halftime and jumped all over the team, which he doesn't do. So he has the biggest thing that's happened with this guy is his ability to change. As to his prior years, he wouldn't admit to anything.
Ed, you said that he had fired a lot of coaches. Those are the same coaches that he hired also.
Yes, he hired those and fired them.
Right. Remember you and I talked about this I remember 3 or 4 years ago. We were talking about what the assistants were doing. How well were they doing? They weren't doing that well.
They were position coaches. That's the most important thing in modern day football.
And we didn't get it.
And you guys, no, you know what? You guys didn't know their front side from their back side.
Right. Now, the fact is that we talk about Mike Tice, we talk about Marinelli, we talk about March. These are former head coaches, and maybe now he's getting some good advice. Maybe before he couldn't even get advice because these other guys, I'm telling you, they never had nothing to do with professional football. Doug, I'd have to differ
because he's the one that hired him and brought him in here, and he's the one that thought that they could get it done. But don't forget, let's give ownership and management. They've given this guy and Jerry Angelo both to go out, all the money's in the world, to go out and make a difference, to get Peppers and to get Cutler, make the trades, bring them in, pay them the money. The Bears are not, you're talking about a cheap team. They're not a cheap team in any stretch of the imagination. They've given Angelo the wherewithal to go out and get and bring people in here. Lovie Smith. Hire, fire, year after year after year. That doesn't happen too often in the National Football League, Doug. To have the leeway that Angelo has and to have the leeway that Lovie Smith has. Just doesn't happen.
And I guess, too, and there's no question. I always hear this, the Bears don't want to win. Man, they want to win. There's no question about it. It's how do they go about it and what they have to do to win. That's why they always thought, we need a quarterback, get Cutler. We need somebody on defensive line, get Peppers. Pay
to
the
go
money.
out and to make those trades and to spend that humongous amount of money.
But they had to.
And they did.
Right, and they had to.
And to give these two people all the wherewithal to do whatever they want and stand behind them, wow, speaks volumes.
Let's go out to Louie in Crown Point. Louie on the score with O.B. and Doug.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up,
Louie?
It's a pleasure talking to you guys. Watched you when I was a kid playing ball. Hey, my thing is everybody's talking about bringing, Lovey, giving him an extra or extending his contract and all that stuff. But like today, and I know this infuriates you guys too, he just doesn't have the killer instinct to put somebody away. He's too nice. It's like he doesn't want to embarrass the other team, or, he's too much of a gentleman. And I'm sorry, but if it's football, man, you're supposed to take care of your business and just, make sure they don't come back.
Louie, I'm going to put what happened at the end of the game, I'm going to put that on the players. They're the ones out there, and they're still calling defenses to take care of what was supposed to happen out there, and those guys fell asleep. There's no question about it. So that itself didn't mean much as the game was ending because they all relaxed, but you're right. You should never relax. Anyway, Ed, here we go, buddy. We're off to the NFC Championship against the Green Bay Packers next week. So exciting.
So nice. Us to do what we do here with the Score Radio and with the listeners and the following Ed over the years, Doug. It's phenomenal, and this is where we want the Bears to be, a chance to be a world champion, and it's right at their doorstep.
Ed, we got to give our thanks especially to all you people that call in. Ed and I say this every week, but we really do appreciate you add to the show so much. And then the fact is that you are devout, passionate fans, and we love that. There's no question about that. And thanks to Chris Tannehill, Adam Hodge, Brendan McCaffrey, Adam Harris, Connor McKnight, David Lewis, Herb Lawrence, and Lawrence Holmes, who will be up next. He'll answer all your questions. Thanks for listening, and we'll be talking to you next week after the Chicago Bears beat the hell out of the Green Bay Packers.
Have a good night.
Rodgers on the play fake, going out the back door to the near side of the 5. He is diving for the end zone. Front pylon, he's in for the touchdown. Aaron Rodgers beats Danielle Manning to the front left pylon of the Packers. Strike quickly on a 1-yard bootleg out the back door by Aaron Rodgers on the keeper, capping a 7-play drive. A drive that started at the Green Bay 16-yard line. Snap to Jay. Pockets tight. Down he goes. Inside the 15-yard line. Set his feet but had nowhere to go. He was gobbled up by 2 Green Bay Packers. And a sack of Kellen Jenkins, who's matched up today and healthy again after a calf injury, and also Clay Matthews Jr. Rodgers in the shotgun. Rodgers under a blitz. Pockets tight. Hit by Urlacher. And down he goes. Sacked by Lack. Back outside the 35-yard line on a 3rd down blitz dialed up by Rod Marinelli. Rodgers takes, give it to Starks right side to the 5. Head down to the goal line, to the end zone, to their touchdown. Shotgun is back 52 seconds. Throw left, bounces it, and it bounces right into the hands of a Bear, it appears. Lance Briggs has an interception, it appears, off of Donald Driver. Packers are blitzing. Cutler is throwing. Winds up in the midfield marker. Throwing long, and it is intercepted. Intercepted by Shields. Up with it at the 5 to the 10. He took it away. Johnny Knox, the intended receiver. He went high in the air and snagged the football. And a pick for the Packers. Stops an attempt down the left sideline. Cutler to Knox. And the Packers deny the Bears with 32 seconds in the first half.
Have a better idea of what was worked on Jay Cutler in the locker room. Apparently he hurt his knee near the end of the first half, but he's out there now.
Haney brings Olsen in motion, takes turns, gives Chester Taylor. He is there and he gets in the end zone. Touchdown! Touchdown Bears! Caleb slides left, throwing left, up in the air, catch, Bennett at the 15, 10, 5, end zone, touchdown! Touchdown Bears! They forgot about Bennett. He fell asleep on a 35-yard strike. Haney to Bennett.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. He's Ed Obradovich. I'm Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. The Green Bay Packers go on to the Super Bowl, beating the Chicago Bears 21-14. And, Ed, we take a look at this football game. The first thing, let me say this. There was no quit in this football team, talking about the Chicago Bears. They made a lot of mistakes. A lot of things went wrong. But the one thing that was not wrong, they did not quit. They kept coming back after the Green Bay Packers. But I got to tell you, Aaron Rodgers killed them. He killed them with his arm, and he killed them with his legs. He ran for first downs. And secondly, what happened here was you needed takeaways, and we got them. We got the takeaway with Lance Briggs where the ball just bounced off the foot of Driver. We're in position to score. We had a good field position. We did not score. Urlacher makes an interception, runs it all the way back down, hand it to Rodgers. He makes the tackle, but they're on about the 50-yard line. We do not score. So we didn't take advantage of a lot of things. And lastly, the thing that hurt the most was we were, I think, 0 for 9 or 0 for 10 at most of the game as far as third down conversion was. Haney comes in, which we couldn't get him in earlier, obviously. They had to put in Todd Collins. And Todd Collins couldn't play dead. And the fact is that Haney made a difference in that football game, even though at the last he threw 2 interceptions. One killed him, the Raji interception on his own blitz, and the other one, of course, at the end of the football game. Ed, I don't know, when you take a look at this football game, what more can you say? But the fact that Green Bay Packers have pretty damn good offense, there's no question about it. Their defense is just as strong. And probably if you take a look at it, the score, the game probably wasn't closer than 21-14, but the Packers never took advantage of certain things.
Doug, I have to beg to differ with you a little bit. I don't think the Bears came out. I thought they came out a little flat. And you listeners, I'd like to hear what you think about it. And I thought they'd be all fired up. And the reason why I saw that, Doug, I looked at the defensive line. Green Bay would break the huddle. They come out. They weren't down in the stance. They weren't ready to go. And also, Doug, our defensive line, again, no pressure on Aaron Rodgers. I'm talking about our ends, and I'm talking about especially our interior line. Then started the second quarter, we started to blitz up the middle. Obviously, they figured out we couldn't get to them, so we're sending 54 and 55 up the middle on blitzes. And on the defensive line, Doug, on the offensive line, and this is a game you had to win. Folks, they got beat one-on-one all day.
Well, all day. That exactly right. The line.
They had 6 blockers. The Bears had 6 blockers. Like the minimum of they kept the tight end, so Max protects, so to speak. 3 down linemen, and they come in and sack Cutler just in about a second and a half or 2 seconds. They had him.
Well, there are a couple plays, too, that at the end of the game there, why would you call a return with Bennett, like a reverse and run the football?
Why would you call a trick play?
Yeah. Why would you do that at that point in time? I mean, you go downfield. If anything, I'd have Haney back there roaming around, let him run for the damn first
down.
Doug,
absolutely. Why would you do something like that at play? It's not a very smart call, okay?
It wasn't a
Caleb
smart
Haney
call.
can move. Let's move the pocket. Let's go with a play action or a bootleg. And instead of trying to run wide, okay, let's go vertical. Let him roll out to the strong side, Doug. And even if nobody's open, this kid can run. He's got good legs under him. But let's try to score 6 points. Let's go vertical, not horizontal. That was a very dumb call by Mike Martz. Stupid.
Ed, the fact is, when I said there was no quit, they didn't start out right. There's no question about
Doug,
that.
They were flat, and they weren't. And I'm going to tell you something. Now, everybody's got their opinion. I'm just giving you mine. When you see what they did the first half, 0 for 5 on third down, offensively, our line got beat like a drum. Defensively, I saw it, Doug. I'm sitting there. They're not getting down in the stance. They're not getting ready to go. So that tells me they weren't ready to play football. I don't give a damn what anybody says.
But here's the point. I understand that. But part of the problem is, how many damn times are you going to run a slant against yourself, against the defense? How many times are you going to let them do a play-action play? Right. The first 3 plays. Jennings twice. Nelson, inside plays.
What's the adjustment, Doug? What's the adjustment?
Well,
the linebacker, correct?
You drop the linebacker more, or play the damn play. Once in a while, play the play. Get in and
you
jump the damn
either drop the
route.
linebacker in, or because they couldn't stop it all day. You either do one of 2 things. The linebacker's damn sure aware of it, that the play's going to be coming, so he's got to be in position. Or the other thing you do, Doug, you be aggressive defensively. You bring up your cornerbacks, tight on them, 2-3 yards off, take the inside away, and you come with a blitz and go right after them. One way or the other, and we did neither. We did neither. We didn't do anything.
And that's the point. The point is, here's what I was saying.
And those are adjustments, Doug, that anybody could have made.
That's coaches got to adjust, too. The coaches got to call some of these plays.
You were sitting there screaming all day today, linebacker, where's the line? Okay, now, damn it, Doug, if they can't figure that out, and they killed us all day with it, then why can't you figure out, put the cornerbacks up on them, on their wideouts, and blitz them, go after them. Stop the 2 deep and dropping your linebackers all the way back. And Aaron Rodgers came for 3 quarters, killed them with it.
Play the damn play. There's nothing wrong with playing the play.
Now, as coaches, you give them the kudos for good game plans. This one was not a very good game plan, gentlemen.
Well, see, the other thing, too, what we have here and we can't cover it up. We have none, zero, nada inside pressure from the defensive tackles.
If they think they're going to come back next year, they're going to come back with those three guys playing the inside, Doug. They're sadly mistaken, and they better change this offensive line. You can't come back here next year with some of those clowns that are playing on that line.
This is the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears loss to the Green Bay Packers 21-14.
Damn it.
Ed and I will be right back. Damn it.
Snap to Rodgers. Bears rush 4. Rodgers with time. Rodgers hemmed in. Rodgers throws an interception. Picked up by Urlacher at the 10. Urlacher running right to the 30. Working on Rodgers. Breaks a tackle and he nipped him at the 45-yard line. Brian Urlacher picks off Aaron Rodgers in the red zone. Bears have found some life. Only the third red zone interception in Aaron Rodgers' career.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears loss to the Green Bay Packers 21-14. And the player of the game is Brian Urlacher. Today's player of the game is brought to you by Gennady Insurance in Frankfort, Illinois. Contact Gary Gennady at 815-464-8800. That's 815-464-8800. Visit their website at GennadyInsurance.com. And, Ed, we were talking about some of the stats.
Yeah, well, the one thing about that's just with with Urlacher, stand him for a second.
Go ahead, yeah.
The one time, him getting almost faked out of his jock.
Yeah,
it was unbelievable.
Lost his shoes on that one.
But I tell you what, he played a hell of a football game.
He came back. He had one stop on third down. You remember he got a 5-yard loss. He had the interception. He had the sack.
Yeah. But you know, Doug, the sad thing about it, the first 30 minutes of the football game was pretty much it. My God, Green Bay had, a total of 252 yards.
First half.
17 first downs, converting on third down, Doug. Oh, my God. And then net yards rushing 104. Yards passing 148. We had rushing the first half, Doug, 38 yards and passing 65 yards, and we were 0 for 5.
Yeah.
0 for 5. That first half, we just weren't there, Doug. I'll stick to my guns. I don't think we were ready to play football, pal.
Well, they were not ready, and here's the other thing that's surprising as hell. If you'd have told me at the beginning of the game that Aaron Rodgers' quarterback rating would be 55.4, I would have said, lock it up. The Bears win the football game. His quarterback rating for all he did today was 55.4. Now, Haney come out with a 65.2, and Cutler had a 31.8, and Todd Collins had a 39.6. Now, that, I thought, at 55.4, you expect to win that if you hold the quarterback to that kind of a quarterback rating. But I guess not if your own quarterback comes out with a 31.8, and that was most of the game with Cutler. Now, Ed, there's some other stats in there that I think that we should go over a little bit, and I know you have them in front of you, but there's certain things that happen in that football game that you look and say, what the hell does that mean, especially on third down situations?
Well, here, Doug, at the end of the game, we were 1 for 13 in third down, and that came with maybe, a couple minutes to go in the game?
Right.
A couple, and that's all. And Caleb Haney threw like 20 passes, and that was in the fourth quarter. And, you're fighting, you're coming from behind, and here's a kid that hasn't played, and, basically that was his 5th game he ever played in. And is he going to make mistakes? Yeah. It's unfortunate it's going to happen. But, Doug, and you take a look at, so we wound up with 17 first downs. We were 1 of 13 on third down efficiency. Net yards rushing 83 yards, Doug. Net yards passing 218, and most of that was Caleb Haney in the fourth quarter. And we went for 19. We threw the ball 38 times and ran the ball 24. And the 3 interceptions. 3 interceptions, you lose the game. 5, it's a lock, you're going to lose. We threw 3, and we lost the game.
Yeah, again, going into this football game, obviously, Cutler's your starting quarterback. I don't know why they had Collins listed number 2 and Haney as the emergency quarterback, and they couldn't put him in until the fourth quarter, but they put him in at the end of the third quarter. And so that nullified any time that Cutler or, I guess, Collins could come in the football game. But I would have liked to see Haney started out the third quarter instead of Collins. Collins can't beat anybody. Collins can't move around. He's a statue. He's a dead statue back there, and I don't understand it, why Haney was not the second quarterback coming into this football game. Let's go out to David in South Bend, Indiana. David, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Right now. Still they answer the phone.
David.
Yes.
You're on.
You're on. Come on.
Hey, who was calling plays tonight? That was terrible. Just like Doug, you were just saying a minute ago, or Doug was saying a minute ago, how did Collins beat out Caleb Haney?
I have no idea.
And then Cutler let me down. He rode a bike. He stood up for 2 quarters and didn't have ice on it, but he couldn't play. Tell me about that.
You know, David, I don't know. Ed and I looked at each other and we said, how bad is he hurt? And is he hurt really bad? Is it the knee? Is it something that says he can't come in there and play? He did limp off because Ed saw it first. He said, what the hell is going on here? The game wasn't even, the half wasn't even dead yet, and there is Cutler going off the field.
I saw him. Yeah, I saw him.
Remember
limping.
that?
Yes. And I'll tell you what, when they went in and checked it at halftime, I don't know if there was time enough to take an X-ray or a CAT scan or whatever they might use or whatever facilities they have inside Soldier Field, Doug. But I would say the doctors, the general opinion, they went through, examined them, and I'm sure that they felt that there was something severe as maybe a torn ligament or cartilage. I'm just giving you my opinion, pal.
No, I know. I agree with you.
And what I think is that they came to an opinion that something is really bad in his knee, either severe ligament damage or cartilage. Foolish to put him in there and play, and I think that's why you didn't see him. Now, whether there was X-rays or whatever, I don't know, but I would say the staff, and that was their recommendation to Lovie Smith.
Yeah, again, too, it's opportunities you get during a football game, and there were a couple. First, the one I thought was Chester Taylor. And there was a reception by Rasheed Davis. We gave him a first down, put him in good field position, and Chester Taylor was caught for holding. That was brought back. And I still feel that even though how bad the defense played in the first half, the fact was, though, there was 2 interceptions, one by, obviously, Briggs and the other one by Urlacher, that we got in great field position and we didn't get any points from it. You can't win football games like that.
Dougie, I think you saw, the defense – although they got slapped around pretty good.
Oh, they did,
in the first half. But I'll tell you what, like you said, they didn't give up, and I'll buy that. But Dougie, I have. Well, we'll get back over the after the timeout here, and I'll go over it again. I'll go over something I want to go over.
He's O'Bradovich on the phone on the score. Sports Radio 670, the Suburban Tire postgame show, talking about the Chicago Bears' loss to the Green Bay Packers, 21-14. The Packers go on to the Super Bowl. We'll be right back. Drive of the Game is brought to you by Arlington Heights Ford, #1 in what matters most.
Caleb slides left, throwing left, up in the air, catch, Bennett at the 15, 10, 5, end zone, touchdown, touchdown Bears. They forgot about Bennett, he fell asleep on him, 35-yard strike, Haney to Bennett.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio, Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Suburban Postgame Show on the score. Sports Radio 670, O'Bradovich on the phone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767, talking about the Chicago Bears' loss to the Green Bay Packers, 21-14. Packers on their way to the Super Bowl. And Ed, before the break, you were talking about something?
Yeah, what I want to say, Doug, what you and I did Danny Mac show, Dan and Matt, on Friday, and we were talking about what may or may not happen, or what was what do you think? And I told him basically of all things being equal, there's not a 100-mile-an-hour wind, et cetera, et cetera. I said, where the game will be won will be up front. Offensive line and defensive line. Whoever gets it done is going to win that football game. And I truly believe that's what you saw out there today. That's what you saw. An offensive line taking care of business, one of them not. Defensive line taking care of business, one of them not. And I truly believe that's what happened today. And the only other thing, Doug, that kind of bothered me a little bit, we've always had defense, special teams. And the third thing we've always had, Doug, are the difference makers. We've had the difference makers. I don't think they showed up today.
I think Urlacher showed. Peppers had a couple plays, but the difference makers, they're making the interceptions on that, didn't happen. But I got to tell you,
Doug, that first half when they had to come out and make a statement and they get shoved around and pushed around the way they got pushed around, I'm not buying that.
No, I'm going to tell you though. I got to say this. I mean, the fact is, you look at these stats and look at what happened out there. The Green Bay Packers on third down conversions, they were 2 for 11. We were 1 for 13. Neither one of these teams did that good of a job, but the fact was they did a better job than we did. They were the better team. There's no question about that. But again, you have to think to yourself, what if You took advantage of those 2 interceptions we had by Urlacher and Lance Briggs. What if Chester Taylor didn't get a holding call? But that's the football game. What ifs are all the time.
Doug, yeah, you could go to what if
forever.
Green Bay rushes 3 down linemen, and we have 6 people blocking, and they sack our quarterback. Excuse me.
And the other thing too is the fact that again we do not get inside pressure. We don't get it.
We haven't had it all year. We've been screaming about it all year, and here again today, when everything was on the line, everything counted. Missing in action again.
And how many times did Rodgers break our back running for first downs? How many times did he get out of the pocket and run for first downs and kill us? And so, yeah, a lot of things broke down during this football game. When I talk to you about the fact that the Bears didn't quit, I'm talking about the second half. I'm talking third quarter, fourth quarter. But you're right. Yeah. The first.
I'm not saying that they went out there and they. I'm just telling them I don't think that they were ready to play.
They weren't.
And that's the damn way it looked to me.
They didn't start. There's no question they didn't start. But here's my point. If you're playing in a football game and someone's slapping you silly and they're doing the same thing over and over on you, as a football player, if it was me out there, I'd have been jumping a couple of those slants. I'd have jumped to a couple of them to say, look, pal, here's the fact. You're not going to do this to me all day. All day they came inside on those stupid slants.
I love what you just said, Doug.
You know, you got to do something
exactly
different.
What you just said. That's right. You're going to jump it.
I'm going to jump it once in a while.
There you go.
You're allowed to do that. There's no rules not saying that you can't anticipate something happen like that. Instead of playing to the outside and giving them the inside, give them the inside, give them the inside. You're right. I don't know what the hell went on with that football club. We're not ready to play. And Cutler looked like he missed some people, too, by the way. That, I thought that if he'd have thrown the ball a little bit better a couple times to Hester, maybe that would have happened.
His accuracy was way off the first half. Way off. I mean, he had guys in stride that could have made the catches.
Right.
And by the way, Johnny Knox, that kid, Doug, I'm going to tell you something. You're a receiver. That one time he could have fought for that ball. I believe it was an interception.
You're absolutely 100%.
And you're going to tell me
he didn't go up
that he never even made an attempt to fight back into that guy, claw at him, rip, do anything to get that ball out of his hands. Nothing.
That's why I love the bigger receiver. That's why I like the guy that can go up and slap the football around. You saw Olsen do that. That ball should have been intercepted. Yeah. Anybody else? But Olsen went up and swatted that ball down and became a defensive player. You need to do that defensively. And now what's going to happen, too, we're talking about Cutler. I know damn well people out there are going to say Cutler quit. Cutler didn't play. Cutler was not hurt. What was he doing on the bench? We don't know. Ed and I don't know. I just don't
But my guess is, again, what I said earlier, Doug, my guess is that they reviewed his leg, the doctors, and all their opinion was there was severe damage either to the ligaments or the cartilage that he should not go on.
I've seen Cutler play a million times. I saw him play in Vanderbilt and in Denver. The one thing that you could never say about Cutler was the guy was, the guy that was not tough. I just think he's tough.
How many gosh darn times, whoa. How many gosh darn times is this guy going to get beat up game after game after game, okay? Sooner or later it was bound to happen, my friend.
Well, that is.
Unfortunately.
But, like I said, a lot of people out there are going to say, hey, hold, there's nothing wrong with this guy. Let's go out to Spanky in Sedona, Arizona. Spanky on the score.
Doug and Ed, hey, I really want to say thank you very much for the great season that you guys had and your insightful stuff, through every Bear game.
Thanks, Spanky.
Yes, sir. I'm going to reiterate your point, though. Jake quit today. If you're going to be Ed and Doug, when you can stand and you can walk and you can get on a bike, your butt better be out there throwing that ball. We don't need you to run. We need you to throw that ball. Jay is no better than Cedric Benson, guys. He quit today, and that's terrible. Thanks a lot, guys.
What you call, and every caller, you're right to your opinion, and how you think about it is. But I can say this with damn certainty. That if a doctor tells you no, Spanky, if a doctor tells you no, you're not going back in, I don't care who. Mike McCaskey, George McCaskey, anybody can come down there. You're not going back in.
Yeah, and I just can't think of it. If this kid could go back in that football game, the biggest game of the season, we saw him go back in games with concussions. That didn't mean as much as this football game that he would not go back in. I can't buy it, Spanky. I just can't. Now, we'll see what they say about the knee, but I agree with Ed. There's got to be something more wrong with his knee than we just think that just bruised, because I don't think that's the case. Let's go out to Phil in Palos Hills. Phil, you're on the score.
What's happening, Eddie and Doggy?
What's up, Phil?
Hey, you guys got a great show. Everything else. Hey, I got a couple points. One, we did get out-coached today. There's no doubt about it. If you can't sit there and make adjustments in the first quarter, in the first two series, then what are you going to do?
Well, that's what we thought. We thought that first series, when they came out with the slants, all right, they came out with the play action, all right, they came back, they hit
and
Jordy
Doug, you
Nelson.
were jumping on it after about the second or the third one. Where's the linebacker? Where's the linebacker?
Or tell me the guy to jump inside on it. You know, play some football, have some football IQ out there. What the hell is going on?
And the other thing about it, when you play too deep and you have a zone, there's the back bill in front of the zone. You don't have to play in the back part of the zone. If you know they got something and you got an idea it's coming, play the front part of the zone. Attack instead of retreat. You don't have to sit and play in the back of the zone and hope to hell that they come to you and then you're going to make some kind of miraculous play. Not in this league.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. They got riddled in the middle of the field. There's no question about that. Let's go out to Frank and Waukegan. Frank, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug and OB, it's a pleasure and an honor taking my call. I thought that if we beat Green Bay at the end of the season, if we didn't, we would be playing something else. But I knew Green Bay was going to come back and bite us in the ass. And you were right. The first drive for Green Bay was no show for the defense. And I'll hang up and listen to your what you say.
No question, and Ed brought it up. I mean, they weren't ready to roll.
No, they weren't.
They weren't thinking.
There's nobody could have convinced me of that one.
And so you gave them 14 damn points. You gave them 14 points. And now what do you think you're going to fight back? Well, they did try to fight back, no question about it. But you let them go on top of you for 14 points. And here's a team with an offense with Aaron Rodgers is unbelievable. And still through all of this, Aaron Rodgers has a quarterback rating of 55.4. Now, damn it, something's wrong here. And so when you take a look at it, once again, we went over the whole problems that the Bears had of all year. Inside pressure, we did not get it. Letting Rodgers run for first downs. I don't know how many he did, 3, and they weren't just for 2 yards or 3 yards. He's ripping off 12, 13, 14 yards. And we missed people. I think Cutler wasn't on. There's no question about that. I mean, he missed some people out there maybe he could have had. I don't know. The defense itself, the special teams, again, wasn't that big of a help. All in all, the game is 21-14, and certainly we thought there would be more than that.
Frank, let me tell you, who didn't, again, you want to talk about who showed up, who didn't show up? I mean, everybody's got their thoughts, beliefs, what went out there, and God bless everybody, but I'll tell you what I saw, we had all year was defense, special teams, and the difference makers, and they pretty much stepped up for the most part, Doug. Defense, I thought, first half, they got slapped around pretty damn good. They weren't ready. Fought a little bit, played a little bit better, especially against the run the second half. But I tell you what, the difference makers, Doug, they weren't there, my friend. The difference makers all year were not there.
And you're talking about difference makers. You're talking about guys like Cutler being the number one guy. We saw Peppers a couple plays, but not much.
Devin Hester.
Hester on returns. That didn't happen. So all in all, though, let's face it, the Packers are a better football team. I mean, let's admit it. We knew that going in, but we thought we had a shot of by doing certain things that we could win this football game. You're listening to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you, all you callers, damn it, hang in there. We're going to rock and roll here.
We'll be right back. This segment is brought to you by Gerber Collision and Glass. We come highly recommended.
4th and 4, 28-yard line, shotgun snap is back. Packers keep them tight. Throwing, it is intercepted by the Packers. It's Shields running free at the 35. Tripped up, and that'll end the ball game. With 37 seconds, Sam Shields intercepts his second ball of the day on 4th and 4. And the Green Bay Packers are about ready to book their ticket to Dallas for Super Bowl 45. He takes the knee, and that'll end the ball game. The final play of the game in the NFC title game. Green Bay 21, the Bears 14, and only the second playoff game ever between these franchises in 90 years. It ends not the way you'd hope. The Green Bay Packers will represent the NFC and await the winner of today's Pittsburgh-New York Jet game and of the AFC in Super Bowl 45.
We now return to the Suburban Tire Postgame Show with Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich. The Suburban Tire Postgame Show is brought to you in part by Motorworks and Motorworks.com, Four Winds Casino, RetainYourGains.com, and Old Second Bank on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's sports station.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire Postgame Show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. O'Bradovich and Buffone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears' loss to the Green Bay Packers 21-14. And again, talking about Cutler a little bit. Let me tell you what his numbers were today. And if you take a look at it, the fact that Cutler was 0 for 14 or 6 for 14. With 80 yards, 42.9 percentage completion, yards per attempt, 5.7, which is extremely low, was sacked twice, and ended up with one interception and had a quarterback rating of 31.8. And like I said before, you take Rodgers, and Rodgers ended up with a 55.4. To me, that number, if you looked at it, you said, well, whoever that team is, they lost. Well, they didn't. They won. And then you come back with Todd Collins, who was 0 for 4 and had a 39.6 quarterback rating. And then take a look at Haney, who ended up with a 65.2 quarterback rating. He was 13 for 20 for 153 yards. Now, about this fact about Cutler not being hurt, they're saying now that Cutler had a torn ligament in his knee and said he couldn't believe he returned for the second half. And I think that was Olsen talking about him. They did come out there. I believe that because I'll tell you one thing. I've seen many times, like I said before, this kid play. There's no way in hell in the biggest game of the Chicago Bears history is if he can't play, he's not going to be there. And the fact is that he would want to be there. But again, as Ed said when they talked about it, they found out, or they must have found out.
No question about it.
That there was something wrong with the ligaments. Remember when he was walking off the field, he said, what's going on?
Right, I saw that immediately. Actually, when he got hit, but then he got up, you could tell right away.
And then all of a sudden, 30 seconds left in the game, the Bears, the Green Bay Packers are going on one knee, and he's walking off the field. So you knew at that point in time there was something wrong. Let's go out to Mike in Schiller Park. Mike, you're on the Score.
Hey, guys, how you doing? I'm so sick of hearing about Cutler. Cutler, at best, is an average quarterback in the league. He is terrible. We spent way too much money for this guy. He hasn't done nothing for the Bears, nothing for the city of Chicago. He quit today. I tell you what, I play men's hockey. I'm a goalie. And I tell you what, I got injured a week ago. I took a 70-mile-per-hour slap shot off my knee. I went down in a butterfly. I wanted to come back next week. That's how much heart I have for my teammates. He sat on the dang sideline, couldn't even cheer his teammates on. He's just a big crybaby when things don't go Cutler's way.
Hey, Mike, let me ask you a question. Did he get off? No, he went bye-bye. I just want to ask him what kind of injuries did he have to his knee? I mean, a lot of us take 70 miles an hour, somebody hitting us from behind or whatever. Depends what damage is done to the knee. And if somebody tells you have a torn cartilage in your knee, that means you can't do that. You can't move. I don't care how tough you are, how much you want to do it, your knee doesn't work.
Well, Mike, I wish you'd have stayed online. I obviously you're frustrated and you really don't care for Jay Cutler. Let me give you a little tidbit here that'll really make you twist and turn, pal. This year, Cutler earned for playing for the Chicago Bears $22 million.
No player decisions. For us, Jay, hurt his knee. He couldn't go. Tried to go. That last series of the first half, took a shot to the knee. Tried to go. Went in and worked on him a little bit at the half. But again, he came out, but he just couldn't go. So team, doctors, and all, there was no decision really. He was injured. Oh, of course, everyone is upset. But as far as he was hurt and he couldn't go, trainers, doctors, and all, they're the ones that really made that decision.
What did I tell you?
As far as Jay, he's like everybody else. Disappointment that he couldn't go out and play to help his team win. Hey, guys, he hurt his knee, and he was out. All right? There's nothing else for me to tell you on that. I don't know exactly when it happened. He couldn't go, and we moved on. Let's go to some other questions. How about that?
See, Cutler's going to have a long off season. I mean, remember they questioned Benson when he got hurt.
Right.
And again, too, if a doctor tells you have a cartilage and there's something wrong there, then you have to listen to the doctor. You can't play.
Yeah, when the doctor tells you, no, I mean, there's nothing. Nobody. God could come down. I tell you, there's not a chance, folks.
They won't let you out
when
there.
They tell you no, you're done.
And so, again, too, Cutler will probably answer all these questions. You heard Lovey trying to answer it, that he was hurt. My biggest question is this. Why in the hell was Todd Collins the second quarterback and not Haney? They listed the quarterbacks going in. It was Cutler 1, Collins 2, and Haney 3rd as the emergency quarterback. To me, Todd Collins has done nothing for this football team. At least you had a shot with something with Haney. And I'll tell you what, he threw 2 interceptions, but he threw for 153 yards. He came in and at least made a move, scored a touchdown. That's where the question should be, not the question of Cutler's knee, whether he was hurt or not, because he was hurt. Let's go out to Jersey Boy in New Jersey. Jersey Boy.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
First,
I think it's real comical that they're burning his jersey out in the parking lot. But
yeah.
couple points here. We got a chance to see 3 quarterbacks play today, which was awesome. Okay, I saw a quarterback come off the bench cold with the least amount of playing time, and this guy not only played with poise, but he had good quarterback mechanics. Now, this is the same offensive line that Cutler had to play with. This makes you think really about Cutler's mechanics, and this is what's really giving this team a handicap. The other part to this that I find the irony in this whole thing is a couple years back we had Rex Grossman. This kid knew how to beat Green Bay, and he did it. He also has the NFC Championship. And I think, honestly, Cutler is not going to get away from this one. I think he buried himself today. I really do.
All right, Jersey Boy, are you still there?
All right.
Jersey
yeah,
Boy. Did he bury himself because of the way he played, or are you trying to tell me because he didn't come back into the football game?
You know what? My coach always said this to me. It's not how you start, it's how you finish. And I think how he finished, I mean, he didn't do good in the first half, and then you left the game with an injury that no one saw you get hurt. Right now it's all speculation where it is a tear or a strain or whatever the case may be. As we all know, this is the professional level. These guys, they shoot up in the knee, whatever it has to be to get back out there on the field. If it was to the point where, I mean, this game was way out of reach, I could see them sitting him. But, I mean, you're down by 14. Put a knee brace on. I mean, make it look more believable that you at least want to get in the game and play. I mean, I think he's done.
Well, Jersey Boy, I can understand your frustration, but I tell you, I can't understand your thought process on this. When you're hurt, you're hurt. If you can't move your leg, and if your knee has a problem with a cartilage, where do you put a Band-Aid on it? Where do you put a Band-Aid on and say, go back in there and play? Play how?
You're right. But the other part is you had Khalif Haney. I mean, I think that if they would have put him in before Todd Collins,
right,
maybe the Bears win that game.
They couldn't do it because they had him listed as a third-string quarterback. And that's what the problem was, as the emergency quarterback. And why they'd have him there as a third-string quarterback, I do not know, because I'll tell you one thing. He is better than Todd Collins. Let's go out to Gary in Decatur. Gary on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, Doug and OB, and I kind of want to echo something you guys were just saying before I get to my main points. And that was, first of all, Caleb Haney played his ass off today, and on behalf of all Bears fans, I just want to thank him for even giving us hope that we had a chance to win that game today. Awesome job, Caleb Haney. I guess a couple things with the Cutler situation is the fact that, you know, he states that he couldn't remember when he got hurt. I don't know if you guys have ever gotten hurt getting played. I kind of remember when I get hurt. If it comes out that he made the decision to bench himself and it wasn't a doctor's call, that looks bad not only on Cutler but also on Lovey for letting him do that. I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt until we find out what's going on. The other thing, I have never missed Mike Brown in our secondary more than I missed him today. Jennings got burned for big plays over and over and over again, and it was the biggest frustration next to the Cutler deal of the whole game.
Well, there's no question they got burned. They got burned on play action. Play action killed them. And they burned on slants. Slants killed them. Then they came back with the play action with the slant. You know, especially in the first half. Now, the second half, it cooled off. There's no question it cooled off, and somewhere along the line, the Bear defense got a little better. There's no question about that either. But when you get back to Cutler, and Ed, I want to talk to you about this more. What we're getting here is people saying, well, he could play. He could go out there, and why he wouldn't be out there and get one for the Gipper and you don't understand. If that is what the doctor said and he has a torn cartilage, there ain't no way in hell you can play.
I know that, Doug, and you said it, and I've said it from when I told you, I think, what happened at halftime.
Right.
And when the doctor tells you, no, you can't. But apparently we have a lot of people that are out there that really, really don't care one way or another, and they felt that he should be out there. And I think that might be a little unfair to him. But then again, Doug, could that just possibly be over the last 17 games, the frustration of the fans with him, with his press conferences and whatever and no and and his whatever you want to how you'd ever want to phrase his attitude. And let's face it, he's not one of the most popular athletes in Chicago. And I don't know, could that be part of the play in there? Like, hey, why didn't he come back in?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
Again, too, whatever you think of Cutler, whatever you think about his passing, whatever you think about his footwork, whatever you think about his demeanor, I will back this until the day I die.
Yeah, tough enough to play the game when you're well.
That kid is tough.
Yes.
That kid's been out there when things were worse than that. But the fact is, you're trying to tell me that this guy is going to call it quits coming into the third quarter with the Chicago Bears ready a chance to go to the Super Bowl? I don't buy it.
If you people want to get mad at somebody, okay, just take a look at the offensive line all year. You want to get mad? Take a look at that offensive line all year.
He's Ed Obradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on the Score, Sports Radio 670, 312-644-67, the Suburban Tire postgame show. Ed and I talking about the Chicago Bears loss to the Green Bay Packers 21-14. We'll be right back.
Have a better idea of what was worked on Jay Cutler in the locker room. Apparently he hurt his knee near the end of the first half, but he's out there now.
I was going to keep playing. They made the decision that, giving Todd a shot would work that better suit. Yeah, hitting outside my leg and, took a shot and then...
Welcome back to Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. He's Ed Obradovich. I'm Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears loss to the Green Bay Packers 21-14.
You know what, folks? Doug we're just sitting looking and peeling around some stats here. And Doug Buffone just came up. I had mentioned, where we got beat up front, offensive and defensive line. I'd love to take a wild guess. Our defensive line. Our rotation with the tackles and our defensive ends. Guess how many tackles they were credited for in 60 minutes of football in a playoff game to go to the Super Bowl? 4!
Yeah, just 4. I mean, there's no question about it. I think Peppers had 2, and we were talking about the main thing about follow the money and who are the big players.
That's exactly correct.
Right.
The difference makers didn't show up. And, if you people want to get mad at Cutler, don't get mad at him about his knee injury, okay? It happened, and they told him he couldn't play, he couldn't do it. What you want to get mad about is the first half. He's a difference maker on this football team. Devin Hester, offensively and special teams, is a difference maker. You want to get mad at Cutler, get mad at him for his first half of play.
Yeah,
that's what you should do.
Not performing.
You get mad at Cutler, supposed to be a difference maker, all right? And he didn't. Defensively, we know who they are. And they didn't make a difference. But you want to get mad at Cutler? Not about his knee, folks. Get mad about his play the first half of a game that lets you go to the Super Bowl. That's what you should get mad about.
And also, too, let's don't leave the coaches out of this. There was some game planning here that just was a little sour. You can't go in your third down situations 1 for 13. Now, I will say this. The Packers were only 2 for 11 on third down situations. But you had a couple plays. What was it? The Bennett that reversed when they were in position, still had 2 downs to throw the football, and they call that stupid play.
It's another stupid play that is a horizontal play, and you need it. You had Caleb Haney in there. If you had a half a brain in your head, you got to launch the ball. You got to get it downfield, and if it's intercepted down on the 5-yard line or in the end zone. It's like a punt anyway. But bootleg the kid out and try to go vertical and score a point late or in the fourth quarter. And what do? Somebody comes up with a trick play to Bennett. I mean, folks, come on here. I mean, these coaches, these are questions that these people should be asking them. What are you thinking about?
Not to mention the fact
there is no tomorrow.
That you got Haney who can run.
Yes.
See, the other thing, you put the pressure on the defense to either cover the pass or run, and you got a guy that can run.
And you're taking the ball vertical, not horizontal, on a trick play.
I don't get it. Let's go out to Jeff in Quad Cities. Jeff, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug and OB, it's a real honor.
Thanks, Jeff.
Hey, just a quick question. Does it surprise you guys that the Bears came out flat and unprepared? I mean, considering...
It shocked the hell out of me, yeah. Shocked me to death.
Jeff, you called it right on the head. You know, I talked to my son Ed and asked him a question, and he said, Dad, they're flat on a pancake. I mean, I think a lot of people saw that, Jeff, and you're very smart to see that and recognize. I mean, they just, it seemed to me, and as silly as this sounds, it's like they weren't ready. They just weren't ready.
Well, look at his past history. I mean, I didn't think they were ready in the Super Bowl and that first playoff game a few years back against Carolina. I mean, he gets in the big game, and he doesn't have them ready to play.
Jeff, that begs what Doug was talking about, and this is why the game is going on. Doug is screaming. He knows how to correct that, okay? Or at least to get a chance to try to shut that pass route down. And we're sitting here in the Prudential building and Score Radio. I mean, he's screaming it out all game. I mean, there's things that you can do instead of laying back and dropping our linebackers back and killing us underneath, and we do nothing about it. And like Doug said, one of the linebackers should have jumped the route. People do things like that.
You're allowed to do that. And same way with the cornerback. I mean, you got to teach the other guy a lesson. You can't do this all day.
If you're going to do it, you get just before you go, you tell him, hey, I'm going to jump it. You tell the cornerback or the weaker strong side safety.
You watch how that stops. You know, again, too, we didn't do that, obviously. But once again, too, though, I will say this. I will give them an A for effort coming in that second half and playing what they did and how they did it and they went after it. I'm talking about the Bears now. But that A doesn't go beyond that.
Caleb Haney came back in and gave him the life and gave the whole team a spark, and they picked it up. Too late.
This Todd Collins don't belong in the football game, Ed. He does not belong in the game. That's the part that irritated me the most. The whole third quarter was lost because you're going to put Todd Collins in the game. You saw what happened when he played before. Now he's playing against the Packers, and he goes for 0 for 4. So, I mean, he had no business being in that football game. Let's go out to Mike in Clinton, Iowa. Mike, you're on the score.
Very nice to talk to both of you.
Thanks, Mike.
Todd had scared eyes the first snap, but that's not my. I mean, that's crazy putting him in there. I just heard on, and I don't know if it's okay to say on Comcast, John Moon Mullen.
Mm-hmm.
Cutler had his knee wrapped at halftime and came out and tried and still couldn't do it. The doctor sat him down. These people that are saying that, I mean, something was torn. They don't know what yet. Cutler was just on his interview. He doesn't know how bad it is. People saying that he's like a wuss are crazy.
Well, Mike, you know, and a lot of that has to be, Mike, whether you like it or not, it's people that Cutler brings a lot of stuff on himself. But that being set well aside, okay, this kid if anything, he's a competitor. He gives it, I think, everything he has. And today, I think he just tried to get it done. And like I said earlier, don't get mad at him for a knee injury, and the doctors told him he couldn't play. Get mad at him for the pathetic first half of football. If you want to get mad at him, get mad about that, not his injury.
Yeah, because he ended up with a quarterback rating like a 33 or something like that. But, yeah, once again, I would never question, ever question this kid's guts and this kid's wanting to play. And we'll hear that what he was talking about after the game. We're hearing what he said, and he said he wanted to go back in there. Let's go out to Mike in St. Charles. Mike, you're on the score.
Gentlemen,
Mike.
We're talking about his guts. We're talking about his arm.
we're talking about the coaches. One thing Cutler is not as a leader. If you want to succeed in the city of Chicago, you better have an attitude. I'm tired of watching this guy with his head down when he walks off the field. The defense got beat up bad. Our defensive leader came out, made a play, got a pick. Okay? Cutler's girly girl, prepubescent effort today doesn't cut it in the city of Chicago, gentlemen.
Well, it may not cut it in the city of Chicago, and he did not play well because we're not saying he did. We're saying that, like I said, we'll go back to what he did as far as his quarterback rating of 33 or 34. But the fact is, don't give me this crap about the kid didn't want to play. Don't tell me that you want to become a leader just because you patch up your leg and throw it on and go out there and think you're going to be a guy that's going to lead this team when you can't even walk. So I don't think that's the part. But your other part about him, yeah, that's the question on Cutler right now.
Well, here's what happened here, Doug. When he was healthy, okay, before he got cracked in the knee and it was over with, his rating, Doug, was 31.8.
Right.
31.8 when he was operating.
Yeah. And then we take a look at Rodgers, who ended up with 55.5.
That's what you get mad at him about.
So, I mean, you can get mad at anybody. I mean, you get mad at the coaches for some of the calls. You get mad at some of the missed tackles. You get mad because the Bears didn't score after Urlacher interception, after Briggs, or not Brad, I'm thinking about Brad Biggs. I'm thinking about, Briggs, Lance Briggs' interception, you didn't score. I mean, there was missed opportunities out there. But when it's all said and done, when the smokers, the Green Bay Packers have a better team. We all knew that going in. But we were trying to pull something off here, trying to find that maybe, just maybe, that this was destiny. Well, it didn't happen.
Yeah, you know what Dan Hampton, I heard him all week say. He said, why does he like the Green Bay Packers? He said, not one player on our offense, starting for our offense, could start for Green Bay's team. Not one, he said. You know what? Probably
right. So. Exactly right. He's Obradovich on the phone on the Score. Sports Radio 670. Our phone number 312-644-6767. The Suburban Tire postgame show talking about the Chicago Bears loss to the Green Bay Packers 21-14. Ed and I will be right back.
I did good, and he was thrown in. There's our third-string quarterback, and he's got thrown in there in the fire. It's a big situation, NFC Championship. Sorry, am I bothering you? Am I bothering him? Good? Sorry to bother you, man. Sorry, what were you saying? Jay was hurt. I don't question his toughness. He's one of the toughest guys on. He's tough as hell. He's one of the toughest guys on our football team. He doesn't bitch. He doesn't complain when he gets hit. He goes out there and plays his ass off every Sunday. He practices every single day. So no, it doesn't. We don't question his toughness.
That was Brian Urlacher talking about Cutler and talking about how tough he is. You're listening to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number 312-644-6767. Hey, let's go out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Jefferson in Louisville. Jefferson, you're on the Score.
Hey, Doug. Hello from Louisville, your former temporary hometown.
That's right, my friend. How you doing, Jefferson?
We missed you here, huh?
Get back once in a while.
Look, how much you guys want to put on the coaching staff here? Lovey talking extension and stuff here. How much you guys want to put on the coaching staff to get a team prepared? Because, I got to say, the Packers, the last game of the season, they played like something was at stake, and today they played like something was at stake. I didn't see that out of the Bears neither time. How much do you guys actually put on the coaching staff to prepare their team, to give them, some new defensive looks or something?
Anytime you get a team that starts out that slowly, you have to put a lot on the coaching staff. It's that simple because you're supposed to get the guys ready to play. Now, what the hell was going on out there, I have no clue. But as Ed said, they started out extremely slow as if there was nothing going on. And again, too, I think that's where they got them. Once you go up 14 points, it's tough to make that comeback on a team that's got you, they got you over a barrel. What are you going to do?
Jefferson, you got Green Bay, first half, 17 first downs. Bears, 6, 0 for 5 on third, 103 total yards running. Rushing 38, passing 65. Yeah.
Hey, from Marinelli, the Packers, coming into the game today, did they expect the Bears to blitz, or did they expect that cover two with that wide open slant middle? I mean, what did they expect, and what did Marinelli give them, huh?
Well, the fact is, they expected probably a lot of that to happen, but there's certain ways to play it. There's no question about it.
There's two ways to correct that problem.
Yeah. Can't carve you up. You can't let them carve you up like that.
3. One, you just don't do anything about it, and that's what they did. And that's exactly what they did. And the other one was like Doug said, and this is what you can do. You can jump the route. You know it's coming. Or the other one is press them. Blitz them. Don't give them all day.
Yeah, do something different. It wasn't as if your offense was really moving the football or putting up a lot of points up. I can understand that. Then you play safe all the time. But there are times there's risk rewards, and there are times you have to take the risk. You can't be a punching bag. And that's one thing that happens to that Bear defense. It happened in New England. They did the same thing. They became a punching bag. Right across the middle, right across the middle, right across the middle. So that's something they have to take a good look at. Let's go out to Uncle Meatball in Panama City, Florida. Uncle Meatball.
Hey, it's great to be talking to you guys from the score again. Wish it was better circumstances.
Yes.
I've got two things. First of all, everybody's kind of talking about that burning jersey and everything. We got to realize that Jay Cutler, whether you want to admit it or not, is the toughest quarterback we've had in a long time, and he's also the best. And for people to go out there and do that, you're not thinking with your head. You're going on emotion, and that's not going to get you anything. The second thing is this, and the callers are bringing it up because they're smart, is that this is a coaching scheme problem. And Lovey's defense will always work against the tomato cans. But when you have a Bill Belichick come into town, or when you have a coach like McCarthy come into town who's offensive-minded and understands the shell cover two, which is what the Bears will play until Lovey is gone, we are going to see things like this where, no kidding, Aaron Rodgers in that first half, he was getting 16 to 18 yards per completion. And the other part of this scheme is Mark is right off of the Lovey tree in the fact that he was calling some crazy things. We were doing well with the run, and all of a sudden the passes started coming. 4 passes in a row. We had 9 passes in a row at one point, and we were down 14 points, just completely abandoning the run. And the icing on the cake is that end around to Earl Bennett. I like Earl Bennett, great guy. I think he's actually got a little bit of speed, but you don't do that when you're down 7 points in the NFC Championship in the biggest game of Chicago Bear history in Soldier Field. You just don't do that. You have a chance to make a first down on third down, and now you've got to go to fourth down, and you throw an incomplete pass, or I think that was when he got picked off and game over.
Right.
But it's just so frustrating because guess what? We get this for another 4 years, because if you don't think Lovie Smith ain't coming back for a while, you are sadly mistaken, and it's just going to be heartbreaking because we're going to have to endure this. And that's all I got, and can't wait to talk to you all again next year. Be blessed and have a great off season.
Thanks for listening, Meatball.
Thanks, Meatball. You're right. The Bears threw the ball 38 times, and they ran it 24. Now, we know going in the fourth quarter they had to open it up a little bit, but you're right. The one play that sticks out is the Bennett end around. I don't get it. I don't understand it. Ed Shirley doesn't either, and we thought that was really a bad call. Let's go out to Rick in Brookfield. Rick, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys, just wanted to say that it was a great game for the rivalry. I mean, I am a Packer fan, but the one thing that's being missed between coaching and scheming and all that is you got to give the Packers defense some credit. They took Greg Olsen out of the game, and after 2.5 games, Cutler only scored 1 touchdown.
Right.
So there has to be some credit given to the Packers D. They played extremely well. And, to be honest with you, as a Packer fan, I was nervous when Cutler got knocked out of the game because it's as if we kind of owned him. And when that third-string guy came in, I mean, he played pretty lights out. You got to give some credit to that kid, too, because, man, he's something to look for maybe in the future or maybe some trade bait for you guys. But, the Bears did everything they could to knock the Packers out of the playoffs the last game of the regular season. And as a Packer fan, it was kind of nice, to return the favor. So appreciate it, guys. It was great talking to you.
Yeah, there's no question who had the better team. I mean, we're not even doubting that. We all knew that going in. But what the question was, the fact that some of the things that were called during that football game and some of the plays, we didn't take advantage of the opportunities. And I'll keep going back to it. If we'd taken advantage of the interception by Urlacher, if we'd taken advantage by the interception by Lance.
0 points.
0 points. That can't happen. And you ended up in great field position after both interceptions. That cannot happen in a playoff game. There's no doubt about it. Let's go out to Aaron in Holland, Michigan. Aaron, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug and Obi.
All right, Aaron.
I'm just wondering, you think that if we have one of the best kickers in the NFL, that they would at least give him a chance to make either the 53-yarder or the 49-yarder when we couldn't put Jack up? Jack, I'm talking about nothing on the scoreboard, and we don't even give this guy a chance, Robbie Gould. I'm going to be I'm thinking about that for the next 6 months. Why didn't we give him a chance? We got to let all of our stars get a chance in this football game, and we didn't even give him one. And that's on Lovie Smith, and we just got to stop and think, is this guy going to really get us a championship for the tradition, the rich tradition that we have? When are we going to win the Super Bowl? And are we going to win it with this guy? That's what we got to ask ourselves. I'll hang up. Listen to you guys.
I think a bigger question is, are you going to win it with the players you have there now on this football team? Because we know where it is. I'm going to hats off to the Bears, what they did, how they came back, especially after the bye, how they played, how they hustled, how they worked, but still lack in certain positions. And there's no question they lack in defensive tackle because they have no pressure whatsoever up at the middle, and they lack an offensive line. Those things got to be corrected before you think this football club is going to go to the Super Bowl. They did one hell of a job getting as far as they did. And today we're trying to figure a way for them to come out and win this football game, but they did not take advantage of the opportunity. And the coaching were some plays there that called that we don't agree with. So when it's all said and done with, the better team won. There's no doubt about that. Don't tell me that the Bears are better than Green Bay Packers, because they're not. But we thought being at home, we thought maybe the weather would have something to do with it. We thought maybe being fired up, spirited up, the home field fans would make a difference. Well, it was too late. They started too late. But one thing you got to say about the Bears, they did not quit. They did not quit. Let's go to Johnny and Bartlett. Johnny on the score.
Hey, gentlemen, how you doing?
What's up, John?
I was at the game, and three reasons why Lovie should not be given an extension, let him play out his contract. One was, like the last caller said, it was fourth down at the 31-yard line, and we punted for a net gain of 11 yards. The second one was putting in Collins as the quarterback, and the third one would be running reverse coming out of a timeout. I just don't get that, and I don't feel that he's the coach to bring us to the promised land. Officiating today was terrible, and our field position was also horrendous today. It was a good year. I'm glad that we were at the NFC Championship game. The better team did win. And but as far as contract extension, because of those three reasons, I did not believe Lovie should get that. I'll hang up and listen to you guys' answers. I'll talk.
Well, part of what you said was the one I don't agree with mostly is Todd Collins being your number 2 quarterback. I won't buy into that whatsoever. And in fact, in the third one, didn't I definitely?
And by the way, you said that immediately. As soon as Collins, what the hell is he doing out
what
there?
What are you doing? Why should this guy be the second-string quarterback? He can't do it. And the thing with Bennett, and when that happened, Ed and I looked at each other watching the game, and this is the first time we very rarely talk during the football game, where we both exploded on it. What kind of call was that? For the situation and third down situation. As far as the field goal is concerned, they were down there. They were knocking on the door. But once again, they get a first down. Rasheed Davis gets a pass reception. He makes a first down. We're down there knocking on the door. Bingo. Holding on Chester Taylor all the way back to the 40-yard line.
You know what? This game brings to mind, Doug, more questions than answers.
Oh, sure.
Going into next season. Well, offensively, the first half, I'm questioning the players' ability. I'm questioning the mindset offensively, how we were going to attack Green Bay the first 30 minutes. Very seldom can you get back to the end of a game and think you're going to win it without playing the first half pretty damn good. And I got to tell you something. Where the hell were the difference makers? Now, it might not bother some people, but there's some people it does bother. Okay? First 30 minutes, where was Cutler? Where was Cutler? Making $22 million. The entire game?
And that's the main guy.
Where was Julius Peppers? Making $20 million. $42 million in 2 people. And our defensive line, folks, had 4, as in 1, 2, 3, 4 tackles.
Solo tackles, yeah. Melton and I think, I don't know who got the other 2. Peppers got the other 2. That's the 4 tackles they had. But once again, too, though, when you were talking about follow the money.
Those are facts, by the way.
The best players out there, let's look at it this way. It's very simple. The 4 teams that are left in the playoff games, all the quarterbacks are number 1 picks. This league is driven by quarterbacks. Make no mistake about it. If we didn't get the play from Cutler today that we should have gotten, and don't worry about him being hurt because
are you dismissing an offensive line?
Oh, no. Hell no.
What the hell would Tom Brady be without those 5 guys up front?
But still, Tom Brady can take advantage with those guys up front. They need it, and we don't have it. Yeah, you could say to me, what if Cutler was in front of New England's offensive line? Still, the quarterback has to perform. You said there's questions
That's
to be
just
asked.
a difference of philosophy. I think
Right.
you build a football team up front on both sides of the line. That's what I think you do. And if you happen to have a quarterback, that's all well and good. But if you don't have 5 guys blocking for him, Doug, and some receivers to catch the football and a runner to run it, that quarterback is going to go down.
He may go down, but I'll tell you what, you put another quarterback in there and he won't go up. There are certain quarterbacks with take advantage of it.
I'll buy that.
They won't
I'll buy
go
that.
up, yeah.
Yeah, he made some great plays in a lot of games this year.
And
yes, I will.
And you said before, you said there's a lot of questions in this game. But you know what, Ed? It's amazing if you think about it. It's the same questions you and I have had all year.
Go back a few years, my friend.
Yeah, go back to the questions we had. What were the questions? The questions were on the offensive line. The questions were the inside pressure of the defensive
On the defensive line.
The questions were with the cornerbacks playing too loose on top of the guys, and their slants were killing us. The questions were about the quarterback. The questions were about the wide receivers. Even like we talked about Johnny Knox going up for a ball, but Johnny Knox didn't knock the football down. Little things like this. This is the things that we question.
Yeah, he's in his 18th game of this season.
Right.
He doesn't know if he's not going to get it to take it away from the other guy.
Absolutely, and that's what it is.
Get called for a penalty. Do something.
Let's go out to Brendan in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Brendan, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Thanks for having me. Just wanted to call and say what a great season we had. With all the expectations being so minimal, to come down to what we did today, yes, it was terrible to see Cutler go down with an injury. But you know what? I'll tell you, our defense really inspired me as a Bear fan. I don't know what to say about them. It's just speechless. Those guys are some bad bleep MFers. They're just bad guys.
You know, how bad are they, though? Think about it. I'm going to go back to this. I know the first half they were terrible. There's no question, you know, that Rodgers ripped them up, and then Rodgers ripped them up with his legs running for first downs. But once again, you know, the Green Bay Packers were 2 for 11 on third down situations on conversions. Their quarterback had a quarterback rating. I'll keep harping on this. I've never seen football game won by a team that their quarterback had a 55 rating. I've never seen it.
Well, guess what?
I saw it for the first time.
All right.
It's just I can't get it out of my mind. You're talking about games that are, you know, a quarterback with a 90, 100, 110. Teams win football games. What, a 55 quarterback rating? A guy that's supposed to be Aaron Rodgers is the number one guy out there? Now, I understand those interceptions hurt, obviously. But still, you know, you take a look at the Bear defense, as poorly as they did play, you know, they came back in that second half and played differently.
Folks, one thing that has stayed consistent all year. The Bears, there were some coming and going on consistency on both sides of the ball. The Green Bay Packers defense, and Doug, you got to jump in on this one, 16 games, 3 post games. What the Packers defense does to the opposing quarterback, Doug?
Yeah, they hold the opposing quarterbacks the 69.5 quarterback rating. But here's another thing. The Chicago Bears have held quarterbacks all year, averaging it out to 73. And today, the guy got 55, talking about what's happening with Aaron Rodgers.
And our guy got 31.8.
Exactly. 31.8. And the only one closer and better was Haney. And he ended up, I think, with a 64 or something like that. But anyway, make a long story short, we all understand. We all understand the Packers were the better football team. We'll say that. I guess we're trying to say this, that I don't want to take anything away from the Chicago Bears, what they did during the course of this year. They fought back. Everybody, including myself, said there were no way in hell they're going to make it to any kind of playoff game. Well, things fell in order for them. There's no question, but they took advantage of it. They took advantage of what was going to happen after the bye. You know, they went step back and said, well, now we're going to become more of a running team. Well, today, again, they leaned toward the passes, 38, and running the football, 24. Most of the time, they were even up, 50-50. But all said and done with, was there a chance for them to win today? Yeah, if they could have come, they had to play. And then I talked about the Bears had to play a perfect game to win.
Yes,
that means everything. That means they had to score after the interceptions. Yeah. They had to take advantage of everything.
I don't think that's a mystery,
no.
Doug.
And that's exactly what they did.
That's what they had to do. And, you know, luck can go so far. And, boy, I'll tell you what, some of our luck ran out today.
Right, it did.
Injury-wise, et cetera. Usually happens to the other team. Not today.
He's Ed Obradovich. I'm Doug Buffone on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. The Suburban Tire postgame show. Ed and I will be right back. Welcome back to the Suburban Tire postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. He's Ed Obradovich. I'm Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears' loss to the Green Bay Packers, 21-14.
And, Doug, a big thank you to some people who have been kind of important to us over the years. To Gordon Leffler at Suburban Tire, Parent Petroleum, Pete Mancini, the Mike Muller Group, Mike Muller, Motorworks of Barrington, Paul Tamraz, and Jim Hub, and Fat Sam's, and old Fat old Sam himself. But a big thanks for you guys for being with us
they've really
for a long
helped us
time.
quite a bit.
And Patrick Auto Dealer Group with Johnny Leonardi and the Dawson family. Mike Coughlin, you guys are all great, and thank you for sticking with us, and we certainly appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Let's go out to Tim in Indianapolis. Tim, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys. I'm on the way home, and I can't believe people are calling Jay Cutler not tough for sitting out of that game, because this is a guy, he's been sacked the most times of anyone, I think, all year. This is a guy that runs 52. The ball. He doesn't slide. He goes down. He gets hit all the time. He always comes back up, and he fights for it, and I can't believe people are complaining that he sat out, and he's not a guy that would do that. And then also with that, Todd Collins coming in, that was, I don't know why he's second string after what he did in the one game he started. It was terrible. And when Caleb Haney came in, I mean, Lovey's really got to think about why he stuck with Collins in the first place after that. He's seen what Collins has done earlier in the year, and Haney just came in. He did a fantastic job. I mean, the first half really killed the Bears. Their defense really let them down. Their offense let them down. Special teams wasn't great today. It was all around a bad effort in the first half, and I was happy to see him come back in the second half, but they couldn't finish it off, and that timeout and the end around really sealed it off for him after that.
You know what, Tim? What Lovie Smith ought to be concerned about and take a long, hard look at this game? You can talk about Caleb Haney and Cutler and everybody, but when you call where you keep the tight end and you've got 6 blockers on a pass play, and you have 3 down linemen, I mean, destroy the 6 blockers and sack Cutler, that's a problem.
Yeah.
That's a huge problem.
Yeah.
And that's happened all year long. Is Cutler tough? That kid's taking a beating like you can't believe. But I tell you want to talk about a problem, and if Lovey comes on and says that he doesn't have a problem, and these are young kids and we got to work with them, he's out of his mind.
Let's go out to Chip in Raleigh, North Carolina. Chip, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
OB and Uncle Fuzzy wouldn't want to be anywhere else but here after the Bears game.
Thanks for the call, Chip.
Let me tell you something. If anybody who comes in here thinking that this wasn't a fantastic miracle of a season, think again, because everybody's saying 5-11 and 6-10.
Oh, without a doubt.
No question.
Thankful for what we got, fellas.
Right.
Everybody out there in
We've said
radio
that.
land, But to these idiot meatball fans, if you don't think Jay Cutler is a great quarterback, you don't deserve Jay Cutler as a quarterback. We have 3 turnstiles in front of him and 2 guys that are serviceable with Garza and Cruz. And Cruz's life expectancy is about up. We need to talk about a draft and what to fix. We need wide receivers because these guys can't get open. They can't get away from my dead mother with MS.
Chip, stop 1 second there. Then, let's go where you said. Then do you trust Jerry Angelo to draft, to bring in people on the offensive line? Do you trust him?
Draft an offense? You bet I don't trust him. Because this is the dude that brought us Major Wright and Tim Jennings and Zach Bowman, and those clowns couldn't cover nobody either, slipping and falling and saying, the field sucks. Your feet suck, So get up and cover somebody, would you? And another thing, the reason we got a blitz with Briggs and Urlacher because our defense linemen suck. Tommy Harris, take your money and leave. Thanks for being here. I see Anthony Adams there being the fire plug he needs to be, doing his job. You want dog peppers? People out there want to dog Peppers. Pep's the man, okay? He ain't going to sit there and call people out. He's changed the position like LT did and other great defensive players did. So don't get on his back. And he's not the dude to call other people out either. He's a quiet leader and does it by example. I know we let go of a good guy to get him in town, but he's just the man that he was.
Well, Chip, he needs help too, and that comes from the inside guys, and the inside pressure is not there. OB and I talked about this so
Chip,
many
that
times.
the whole defensive line only had 4 tackles in a playoff game where there is no tomorrow to go to Super Bowl. 4 tackles.
So you need better performance out of them. You need better performance out of your offensive line. You need better performance out of your wide receivers. And sometimes you think to yourself, well, how in the hell did they do it?
More
how
questions and answers after this game, Dougie. And not that we didn't know it, but it really showed today.
Let's go out to Tom in Naperville. Tom, you're on the score, but OB and Doug.
Hey, guys. I got to tell you, I've been a fan of Jay Cutler. I've been defending him and looking out for him since day one with all my friends and colleagues. And I've gotten to a point, I've had enough. I mean, Jay's he's hit and miss. He looks great on, like last week. Oh, my God, looked great. I'd take him any day of the week. And then today, you look at the third string, he looks better than the first string. I mean, that's completely backwards. It's completely wrong. And my worry is you've got a guy like, Brian Urlacher, and Kreutz and stuff like that, these big guys who are helping lead the team. How much longer are they going to be around? How much longer are they going to be playing? And it scares me. It's like, we got some guys that can really carry the weight, and they're not going to be around much longer, and we're going to be losing them because guys like Jay Cutler, couldn't make the throws. I'm not going to say he's a sissy or anything like that because I think the guy's got guts. I think the guy's got heart. But, man, his arm, it's like hit and miss. Completely off some days like today, and it's a shame.
Yeah, he did have a bad game today, and he did, I thought, missed a couple guys, Hester especially one time. Again, 2, though. That's why I'm all in favor of the big wide receiver. You throw the football down, and a guy can go up and get it, or not let the other guy get it. And I think he needs that. But all in all, when it's all said and done with, you got an offensive line that's kind of a sieve. I thought they try to patch it up. There's no question. And they will patch up as much as they can. But if I'm going into this draft, and already we're going to start talking about the draft, I'm looking for a defensive tackle that takes no prisoner, and I'm looking for offensive linemen, offensive tackles, to get this started with. Because that's where the problems lie right now in the offense and defensive line.
And I'll tell you another thing. Mike Tice, even though this offensive line, and we've never liked it all year, but I'm going to tell you what, Mike Tice, Doug, the job, and him maneuvering.
Put it together, absolutely.
Putting guys left side, right side. I mean, he's standing behind his men game after game, teaching them, trying. I tell you, Mike Tice did one hell of a job, my friend. I tell you, I'd hate like hell. I'm going to take that talent, and I got to make something out of him.
Mm-hmm.
It will never happen.
Again, your hats off to him. Ed and I talked about at the beginning. Hats off to what they did after that bye week. I mean,
even Lovie Smith.
Lovie, too.
Mike Martz, Mike Tice, and I believe Mike Tice was the guy, the pivotal guy to make the change. The change.
And they changed. But the fact is, like I said, you either adapt or die. And I always said, the road to success is always under construction. And the fact is, they did do that. But today, guys, the team was too damn good for them. No matter what they could possibly try to do or hopefully they could be done, the Packers are a better football team than the Chicago Bears. I mean, that's a fact. And now it's time to turn around and get the Bears better and get ready for next year. That's all you can do.
Yeah, absolutely, Dougie.
Let's go out to Matt in Iowa City. Matt.
Hey, guys. It's Colin. I got a couple of points. First off, Cutler, you can't blame him at all. I mean, if you look at last year's numbers, he didn't have that great of a year, and people are saying he's this prima donna guy. He tremendously improved his touchdown and interception ratio. And what did he get over the offseason? Just got a Malian who hasn't done anything. So you can't blame it on him. He's done whatever he could in his situation. He's tremendously improved, and I think he'll improve much more next year. And I can see the Bears being back same spot.
All they do, what they need to do, and he needs to do, is get back into, work on his footwork, work on certain things, get some better guys out there in front of him to protect him. He's got the arm, he's got the stuff to make it happen. And we got the running back. I thought Forte had a decent day today, especially coming out of the backfield. Let's go out to Jeff in Munster. Jeff, you're on the score.
Hi, guys. How are you
Jeff.
doing today?
Good, Jeff.
In spite of everything that happened today, going into the fourth quarter, the Bears still had a chance to win.
Correct.
But they had two, in my opinion, big plays that cost them this game. And both happened after timeouts on third down. You had Haney's pick six. It was a 3rd and 5 play. They couldn't get a play called in. He had to call timeout. Even after the timeout, they come back with a terrible call and intercepted return for a touchdown. And then later in the game, driving, it's 3rd and 3. They have what looked to be an off-tackle call to Forte. Looks like it's about to go for a touchdown, and they call timeout off the sideline and then come back with the reverse to Bennett. I think those two things, with timeouts, you got to have some sort of a play coming back.
Jeff, I got to tell you something. I agree with you. But there's the things that happened a little bit before that. The second half, especially the fourth quarter, turns into helter-skelter. Try to make a miracle play. They tried doing everything to win the football game. You know what the problem was? The first quarter and the second quarter. We weren't there offensively, and we weren't there defensively, and we did not make adjustments. We blew 30 minutes of football. 30 minutes of football. That's what happened.
And you can't give a team like the Packers 14 points. To get on top of you and think that you're going to win the football game. Let's go out to David and Joliet. David, you're on the score.
How you guys doing?
All right, David.
I got to echo the last caller. What kills me the most, they played their hearts out. They had no business being close to this game. The defense and Urlacher gave them all they got. Unbelievable. They had a chance at the end, and Lovey again calls a timeout like he did, the last game against the Packers, just to steal the momentum and the thunder for absolutely no reason. I haven't been listening for the last hour or so I'm sure it's been brought up, but that just kills me. You never know what could have happened there. They would have had a first down and about a minute to go. 30-yard line, you never know.
Well, there's no question, and again, we'll go back to it. We thought the Bears could win today if they played close to the perfect game that you can play. Things that you just talk about were errors. Talk about the fact that they didn't take advantage of certain things that happened out on that field.
Turnovers, no points off of turnovers.
Points, none. Urlacher's interception, and Lance Briggs' interception, no points, none, zero, nada. And they were around the 50-yard line. And so that kills you. That hurts you. So consequently, that's the biggest problem on it,
Doug, let me just I want a quick shout out to Arlington Heights Ford, John Guido, and a big hug to his wife Diana. She's had some health issues, and Doug, she's almost like in a body cast, and I understand a little bit of that, broken neck, et cetera, that I've had. But Diana, excuse me, God love you, baby, hang in there, and Johnny, thank you.
Yeah, best wishes. We got to say thanks. Thanks to our celebration limo. Chris Tannehill, Mark Joliffe, Adam Harris, Connor McKnight, Brendan McCaffrey, who is our crack producer.
Ace.
David Lewis and Herb Lawrence. And this has been a hell of a year. And OB and I definitely want to thank all of you out there for your calls and for your interest and